I'm leveling up my stats on a deserted island. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 451, Dragon Turtle Forced Purchase and Sale. In short, the extremely powerful dragon turtle naturally became the guest of honor of these civilizations. It is too powerful. It is simply the strongest among the extraordinary lives recognized by these civilizations. It even has wisdom. What's even more strange is that the dragon turtle, for some reason, pays great attention to the sea lion tribe on its back, and is always thinking about the Yanjiao civilization. Since a strong man has a bond, there is also a direction for cooperation, and there is no need to worry about it suddenly going crazy. In addition, letting this dragon turtle come forward to help negotiate is also what many civilizations hope for. It is really too powerful. The strong have privileges in the Sea of Demons. Wherever the dragon turtle passed by, the aliens were all scared to death, and the psychological level was 3 points lower, so the subsequent negotiations were naturally easy. In this way, during the exchange, a race that looked like a snake swam in from outside the door. Guests of the snake civilization, please come this way. Inside is our leader, a wise and extraordinary giant turtle, who wants to see you. Then it's better to obey than to be respectful. These snake diplomats were quite curious. Obviously, the civilizations here are also small teams, forming a loose alliance around a relatively powerful civilization, similar to the Honggang Alliance. Anyway, we just need to find a way to acquire some star shells, the snake people warned themselves in their hearts. If there are good things, we can exchange some. Extraordinary giant turtles can't eat people directly, right? As a result, as soon as I entered the door, I felt the overwhelming pressure. Hululu, the giant turtle exhaled a foul breath. This snake archon named Heikui, who was close to the limit of spirit, suddenly had his scales erected and his head was confused. What kind of terrifying monster is this? He felt like he was facing a floating continent. The ferocious giant turtle seemed to be able to bite him to death with just a light bite. Hundreds of years of practice came to nothing. Then, he recalled that he seemed to have heard of this terrifying giant turtle somewhere. It turned out that the strange rumor was true. Ahem, sir, it was not until the dinosaur man next to him coughed that Heikui gradually regained his consciousness and awkwardly retracted his trembling scales. He was extremely nervous and cursed this wild and terrifying creature. If a conflict occurred, who would be more powerful, the extraordinary master on his side, or this damn turtle? The dinosaur man standing on the side knew that the other party was frightened, but wasn't that the case with civilized exchanges? Before the face is completely torn apart, the higher the apparent combat power, the better. The combat power of this dragon turtle is really terrifying to a certain special degree. Even the messenger of the 1A civilization was respectful when he saw it. The immortal Captain Gandalf is probably not the opponent of the dragon turtle. This is the privilege of the strong. This is our leader, Lord Xuanwu, and the supreme ruler of Yanjiao civilization, Lord Xuanwu, ruler of Yanjiao civilization. Hello. I am the leader of the snake people, Heikui. I am not afraid to come here. Heikui made a look, and a large group of snake people performed a unique etiquette together. Our snake civilization is good at biotechnology. And we also have some understanding of the bloodline of the sacred beast. The dragon turtle was naturally very happy. After all, snakes and Xuanwu actually have a little blood relationship. After all, Xuanwu's tail looked like a long snake. It pondered for a moment and said in standard spiritual language, "Snake people, I value you very much. The treasures of my Yanjiao civilization are placed in this warehouse. If you have any interest in it, just tell me. Sell it to you at a low price. Don't be embarrassed. My Yanjiao clan is a civilization that advocates peace. Just tell me what you want." It specifically emphasized the sentence "what do you have interest in," which made Heikui miserable. What the hell does this mean? Forced buying and selling? He mustered up the courage and glanced at the huge head of the dragon turtle. As a result, he was almost scared to death by the other party's glare. This damn big turtle really wants to force a sale. All of a sudden, this battle-hardened snake man broke out in a cold sweat. Even though he had experienced a lot in his life, he had never thought that someone would do such a thing of forced sale in the spaceship of 1A civilization. But, it is normal to think about it carefully. This turtle is so strong that it can ignore the rules. It can eat all the snake people in one bite. If this group of snake people disappeared in the spaceship inexplicably, would anyone avenge them? Obviously not. Even one A civilization will only symbolically investigate for a while, regardless of whether the truth is found out, it will not really be hostile to the murderer. Kui felt dizzy. He was just buying some star shells, but he encountered such a thing. He could only bite the bullet and walk into the warehouse. What kind of Bixie eggs and the like are of little use to them? After all, they are the descendants of the divine beasts and have the blood of the divine beasts. Moreover, the price is too expensive. If it is cheaper, they can consider coral polyps, but it is useless because they are an ecological civilization. They have too many of these things and can't even sell them. The dragon turtle was immediately unhappy and said with anger, "Why, you don't like my treasures, you don't like the blood of Bixie, don't you understand the blood of divine beasts? Reviving them will make a new divine beast, 1,500 units of the source of the world for a divine beast, is it expensive?" The snake man laughed dryly and explained quickly, "My lord, there is no such thing as resurrection in this world. Even if it is a natural divine beast, it needs experience and growth. There is no such condition in this era. With a change of rules, the road ahead is not as smooth as before. Even if a divine beast is really hatched, how far can it grow?" The dragon turtle's face became more and more ugly. "According to you, the inventory of my Yanjiao civilization is worthless." Kui of Yanjiao civilization always felt that he had heard of this term from somewhere, and his heart was uneasy. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he saw a pile of glittering shells. "Aren't these the shells of the starry sky?" He was ecstatic and was thinking about how to buy them in large quantities without revealing his true colors. As a result, he got what he wanted. But he was an old politician after all. Even if the snake people wanted the shells of the starry sky, they would have to act. They couldn't expose their needs for no reason. After being threatened like this, Kui gritted his teeth and pretended to be righteous. "Sir, we really can't use this Bixie bloodline. After all, we have the blood of Xionggun flowing in our bodies. And what about the things here?" "What? Say it again. I'll give you another chance." "You really can't use it. My Yanjiao clan has always been fair and never forced sales." The voice was so loud that even the dinosaur people who were eavesdropping outside shrank their heads. The dinosaur people thought to themselves, "Aren't you just forcing sales? Isn't that a bit too much? If it gets out, your reputation will be ruined." But they couldn't control the dragon turtle. They could only observe and figure out its personal preferences. The dinosaur man finally shook his head. Forget it. Even if he offended a few small civilizations, what would happen? Could he go to war? At most, he would never have any contact with them again. The snake man in the room felt a deadly murderous intent, as if he would be eaten in the next moment. In his vision, the whole world became a movie screen and began to rotate slowly until it became infinitely small, until the endless abyss. At this time, the staff behind Kui couldn't help but panic and almost fainted under the terrifying pressure. So Kui pretended to be incoherent and trembled. "Then let's do this. We want the star shell." His finger pointed to the pile of shiny shells. "After all, the star shell is the most worth buying in this pile of garbage." The dragon turtle was quite satisfied and said coldly, "How much do you want? If you want less, I'll give you a bite." 1/3 of me. We want all," the snakeman Kui said nervously. "But sir, we don't have the source of the world, we only have goods. We will purchase the starry sky shells at the market price, otherwise my words alone will not count." The dragon turtle was overjoyed. This snakeman civilization is indeed his lucky star. He took away so much garbage with just one threat. If I threaten a few more civilizations, wouldn't I be able to exchange the garbage for good goods? Then trade this batch of good goods from the snakeman civilization, make a profit and turn it back and forth a few times, so that the interest will be compounded, and it will grow exponentially. The dragon turtle couldn't help but be very proud of his business skills, and said to the snakeman, "You are sensible. These shells are the inventory of my Yanjiao clan for 10,000 years, barter is also fine, but you guys have to stay here and then ship the goods over. Don't worry, this batch of starry sky shells will definitely be sold to you at the market price, and the quantity is large and sufficient." The dragon turtle took the snakeman as a hostage and detained him. The dragon turtle said again, "Pai Dong, please help judge the value of the goods of the snake civilization. This is the first big business that my Yanjiao civilization has achieved." The dinosaur man immediately said, "Yes, sir, it was just a little help," and the dinosaur man soon did it obediently. For Shimama, this news was like thunder. That damn enemy dragon turtle was actually in the same spaceship. He was also implementing the private money plan. And he forced them to buy and sell, and stuffed them with a large amount of star shells. It's just a big she-mama. This news slowly spread, and the weak civilizations were worried and unwilling to contact the dragon turtle team. But some civilizations wanted to make friends with the dragon turtle and get familiar with it. The strong do have privileges. As long as they don't rob rashly and don't completely break the rules, many civilizations do want to get to know this super strong. What's wrong with forced buying and selling? The weak don't have much bargaining power. It's not bad to stuff you with a bunch of star shells. Star shells are also valuable. Even the messenger of 1A civilization didn't say much after hearing about this. Perhaps in their long life cycle, they have long been accustomed to this scene. As long as they don't cross the line, they won't meddle in other people's business. Upon hearing this news, Shimama was about to explode. He roared and almost couldn't control his Zuan-Wu power. That dragon turtle has become famous. I'll kill him, but Lao Zhang was busy and exhausted. While he was happy, he had to appease the damn stone. Alice, you don't understand, he shook his head and said. Why don't I understand? This dragon turtle provides a lot of star shells, almost 3,000 world sources, which adds a lot to our small goal of 42,000. When it sees the star shells appreciate significantly, what will it think? It will definitely regret why it sold them cheaply, so it will be in long-term regret. Zhang Ming showed a smile on his face. The higher the appreciation of the star shells, the deeper its regret will be. Comrade Shimama, killing people is not enough. Even if you have the ability to chop it off with a knife, that's it. Let the other party have a lifetime of demons, which is the best way to retaliate. Shimama shook a few times in surprise, and it seemed to be true. In terms of black belly, they turtles are ashamed. On the other side, the snake civilization continuously transported best-selling goods, which also made the dragon turtle uncontrollably excited. Great, it's really wonderful. The goods provided by the snake civilization are mostly biological products, which are good things that can enhance the strength of the race for most civilizations. If we look at the best-selling level, the goods of the snake civilization are several levels better than the starry sky shell. And it also made a small profit, but it was only a small profit, and it didn't treat the snake people too badly. After all, if there are too many forced purchases and sales, the reputation of the dragon turtle will really become garbage, and no civilization will be willing to contact it anymore. So it's really just a small profit. I will use this batch of snake people's goods and make profits. The attitude should be better next time. Don't force purchases and sales, otherwise it will be difficult to deal with a completely bad reputation. Just one trade, make a 10% profit, and roll it over for 100 years. How rich will my Yanjiao civilization be? The dragon turtle calculated, and the great power of compound interest made it tremble with fear. If it makes 10% every year, after 100 years, it can buy the entire demon sea. Thinking of this, it couldn't help but open its bloody mouth, and its huge body twisted a few times. This happy twisting posture was not much different from Xiao Bei. But at the same time of ecstasy, there was also an inexplicable feeling of loss, brewing in his heart, and he couldn't let it go for a long time. This is its spiritual perception. The blood of Bixi naturally has the instincts to turn danger into fortune, and also has a certain degree of divination skills. This sudden spiritual perception is too important for the divine beast. There are many roads of life and death, which are decided by the spiritual perception in the dark. This feeling pressed in his heart and kept amplifying, making him feel like sitting on pins and needles. What did I miss? Are those star shells really great treasures? It's impossible. What kind of treasure is something that every civilization has? The dragon turtle swam back and forth in the lake anxiously, and couldn't figure out the reason. He felt uncomfortable. He even vaguely realized that his mortal enemy was laughing at him viciously. Suddenly, the dragon turtle climbed onto the shore and said to the dinosaurs, scorpions and other races, everyone, I made a big deal. You helped evaluate the price of this batch of goods from the snake civilization, which is also a credit. Do you want to buy this batch of goods? Just exchange it for the starry sky shell. Let's trade fairly. The representatives of these races were a little puzzled and surprised at the same time. After their internal evaluation, the goods of the snake civilization were indeed good things that could enhance the strength of the population. It would be impossible to buy them without a small premium. But why did this old turtle suddenly change to starry sky shell? It didn't really think that starry sky shell was really popular, did it? My lord, We do have some inventory, but ahem, are you sure you want it? The dragon turtle snorted. Of course. Do you think I will regret it? So after internal discussions, they easily divided up the goods from the snake people, and then traded more starry sky shells to the dragon turtle. After such an operation, the starry sky shells in the warehouse changed from the original value of 3,000 units of the world source to 3,300 units of the world source, an increase of 10%. However, this batch of goods is not easy to sell, and it is even more difficult to sell at a premium. But for some reason, when the dragon turtle saw this batch of glittering shells, the impulse in his heart slowly calmed down, and lying among the stars, he felt an inexplicable sense of comfort. What's going on? Is this starry sky shell useful for something else? Shouldn't I sell it? The suspicious dragon turtle mobilized his whole body's perception to predict the secrets of the world. However, the future is too vague. Even if Xuanwu is alive, it is impossible to completely peek into the long river of time, let alone it. The dragon turtle faced the first major choice in its life. Finally, it gritted its teeth and made up its mind. It's not that I'm careless. If I don't gamble, the Yanjiao clan will not be able to survive. There are too many things they lack, so it said to the white sea lion, you go and call them and ask them to trade all the star shells in stock to me. The white sea lion was shocked and said palely, Sir, are you going to rob directly? If we really tear our faces with those technological civilizations, it will be another matter to fight. What's more, we are on the spaceship of the 1A civilization. The dragon turtle snorted coldly. Who wants to rob? I am just an equal trade. Haven't they been coveting the eggs of the descendants of Bixi for a long time? Tell them that it's okay to sell them to them, but we also need to take away the blood corals, fish bones, and fish scales and replace them all with star shells. This is an equal trade. If they don't want to trade, that's fine. It makes me seem like I can't sell them. If it doesn't work, I'll sell them to the neighboring civilization. Many civilizations have visited me, such as the ladybug civilization. The white sea lion forced a smile on his face, and asked, Sir, why do we stockpile so many star shells? We don't need to eat this shell to supplement calcium. It thought about it, and said carefully, of course, if you need it, it's okay to stockpile some, but don't stockpile too much. After all, its sea lion clan was really supported by the dragon turtle, and it is really loyal to the dragon turtle. You know nothing. When I was roaming the demon sea, your ancestors were still eating shit. Do you know what hoarding means? The dragon turtle cursed. It had some memories of the Yanjiao people. The price of food would appreciate during famines. The price of clothes would increase in cold weather. It was a simple truth. It wanted to bet that the starry sky shell would appreciate. Don't ask why. It's just a spiritual perception. It's just a gamble. The dragon turtle made this decision, and it was not unreasonable, because this premonition was too strong and had never happened in the past. In the final analysis, it might be the real thought of that thing. That thing that is, Shimima. Although the two of them are independent individuals, they still have some vague connection. Hurry up and do it. The dragon turtle exhaled a hot breath. Yes, sir. The white sea lion crawled away in a flash. Soon, all technological civilizations got the news that the dragon turtle, who was not easy to talk to, actually wanted to sell the blood of the Bixi and trade it all for the starry sky shell. This is a rare opportunity. Although they also wondered if the dragon turtle had a serious brain disease, they even secretly complained that this dragon turtle would not think that so many goods could be sold at once. If it keeps blackmailing, soon no civilization will be willing to come to do business. It may have a fetish and want path dependence. The dragon turtle is extremely powerful, but the technological civilization will not be completely controlled. Privately, they will also think that this guy is just a bumpkin with a rigid brain. As for the starry sky shell, it can indeed be distributed to nearly 40 civilizations. A lot of it can be allocated. Of course, after this big deal, the starry sky shell stored by these civilizations was almost squeezed dry. Therefore, after some operations, the starry sky shell owned by the dragon turtle warehouse, worth 8,000 units of the source of the world, a total of 960,000 tons of starry sky shell, was piled up in the warehouse. The starry light is like a mountain blooming with light. The dragon turtle was panting heavily. The feeling of waiting for the price to rise with a full warehouse made it a little impatient, so it simply lay there and ordered the white sea lion under its command, when the starry sky shells rise, tell me the news. I will sell them. What if it doesn't rise, sir? What if it falls? The white sea lion was very nervous when he saw so many goods. The most important thing was that they couldn't use these goods. If they could be used, they would just hoard them. Don't tell me if it falls. I will only sell it if it rises. I won't sell a single shell if it falls. I will wait until the end of time. One day, the price will rise. The dragon turtle opened its bloody mouth and said angrily. The feeling of waiting for the price to rise with a full warehouse, really wishing that it would rise sharply tomorrow, made it a little nervous. Chapter 452, The Grand One-A Civilization Trading Market. The news that the dragon turtle went crazy and bought a starry sky shell with great fanfare soon spread to the Huzhong cave heaven next door. Its reputation became louder and louder. This guy was too strong. Just the huge size and overwhelming momentum were enough to shock most civilizations. As for it selling a lot of starry sky shells to the snake people, it bought a bigger pile and became a miser. This kind of tossing and turning, upside down behavior, became a joke among civilizations. That guy may be crazy, because there were only starry sky shells in the dragon turtle's warehouse. The value of the transaction was very limited. So for a while, no civilization communicated with him. They were also afraid of being forced to buy and sell. As for why it hoarded so many starry sky shells, this is a world mystery. This dragon turtle is really hateful. I knew it was a scourge. I should find a way to crush it to ashes, Shimama said angrily in the secret room. Representatives of other civilizations were also a little anxious and kept trying to get information through diplomatic means. Now there is an unexpected competitor who is about to arrive at a trading market. Unconsciously, everyone's mentality has also changed subtly. After all, this large amount of startup capital was produced by so many civilizations over 100 years. They can't afford to lose money. Friends, there is no possibility of news leakage, otherwise the major civilizations have already started competing for the star shell. Instead of laughing at the dragon turtle, Zhang Ming sat in the middle of the round table conference room with a calm face. He knew that the most important thing to do now was to appease people's hearts and provide some psychological massage to these partners. As for the dragon turtle, why it suddenly hoarded goods is not important. Don't worry, everyone. It has exhausted its own resources. It is impossible to acquire more starry sky shells. It only has 960,000 tons of goods. Compared with the entire trade market and thousands of trading partners, it is just a small splash. In addition, the price increase time of the starry sky shell is controlled by us. As long as we don't disclose the formula of the light talisman, it is difficult for it to increase in price. After purchasing enough starry sky shells, let the price fluctuate a few times, and I will see if the dragon turtle can survive. Zhang Ming changed the subject. Everyone, this is a top secret plan. Since you have participated, there is no possibility of withdrawal. Please everyone, be sure to restrain the words and deeds of your subordinates. Once the news is exposed, you should know the consequences. Zhang Ming's voice became low, and purple lightning appeared in every corner of the room, bringing a terrifying wild atmosphere. This lightning was very well controlled, only as thick as a hair, and fleeting. The rest of the snake people and Akara people were even more silent. Now that they were on the pirate ship, it was impossible to jump off temporarily. They could only pray silently in their hearts for the success of the entire plan. In this way, 2 months passed quickly, and the spacecraft of One-A civilization finally arrived at its destination. Looking down from an altitude of 100,000 meters, the huge civilization exchange market was within reach. It was a huge artificial continent. Yes, humans and snake people built a friendship island in the Sea of Demons. And One-A civilization simply built an artificial continent. Looking down from the sky, it was like a flat round cake spread out evenly on the sea. The busy logistics was like ants on the road, and the endless air transportation vehicles were like a nest of flying wasps. In addition, the magnetic levitation sky roads spanning the continents gave people a sense of wonder in the interstellar era. One-A civilization, the strongest civilization in this world community, is not only strong in individual strength, but also strong in all aspects. Ding! A ringing sound awakened many passengers from their amazement. Attention, passengers, we are about to arrive at our destination. Please unload the cargo at the designated location in the order shown on the screen. Before the unloading work is completed, please do not worry about the rest of the civilizations. Captain Gandalf's slightly hoarse voice sounded on the radio. For the civilizations that come here for the first time, our One-A civilization will provide free 5 years of exchange time, and will charge a certain amount of settlement fees after 5 years. The standard currency 1A coin issued by 1A civilization can be used in the trading market. You can exchange most common raw materials for standard currency. According to the standards of 1A civilization, 1 world source equals 10,000 C coins, which is simply outrageous. They also know that no civilization is willing to exchange like this, so they simply use raw materials for conversion. After all, raw materials are not worried about buying and selling. But even so, just issuing currency is enough to make money, and it is profitable without any investment. This 1A civilization is really stingy. It costs money to live here. Zhang Ming cursed in his heart and picked up a leaflet and glanced at it. The human translators have not been idle in the past 2 months. They have translated the leaflet into human language, which lists a series of entry fees. This fee is mainly calculated based on the land area, building area, and total living resources required by each civilization. Each civilization brought a lot of exchange representatives, such as scientists, negotiation experts, translators, doctors, etc., all of whom need to eat, drink, defecate and urinate. It is not a problem to feed them in a short time, but if 1A civilization is asked to feed them all, it is obviously not a long-term thing. So after 5 years, a certain fee will be charged according to a certain mathematical formula. It is not too expensive. After calculation, human experts believe that the current 5,000 staff members only need 1 yuan of 1A currency, which is enough to live for 8 to 10 years. This price is acceptable and not too much profit, Zhang Ming said in his heart. Then, he heard Gandalf say, the 1A civilization trading market encourages civilizations to communicate, cooperate, learn from each other's strengths and make progress together. Therefore, we do not charge any transaction fees for private trade activities between civilizations. If 1A civilization is used as a middleman, a 5% transaction fee will be charged. We guarantee the execution of all contracts with our 10,000 years of reputation, and there will be no forced buying and selling. Mutual trust between civilizations is a very difficult thing. Humans and snake people are so close geographically and have cooperated for so many years, but there are still occasional grudges, not to mention those civilizations that they don't know at all. There are many cases of big fish eating small fish. Just like the dragon turtle's forced buying and selling did not affect its status at all. It was not until the dragon turtle sold the egg of the Bixi that the major civilizations felt that it had no trading value. Therefore, there are indeed many cases of cheating and deceiving. It is not uncommon for people to run away after receiving the deposit. There are many cases of breach of contract when the transaction is halfway executed. Therefore, 1A civilization stipulates that your private transactions, whether you make money or lose money, have nothing to do with me, and you are responsible for your own grudges. Who can tell the merits and demerits? I really can't manage it even if I want to. But if you invite 1A civilization to be the middleman, you need to charge a 5% transaction fee and supervise the completion of the contract. Don't think that 5% is small, it is pure profit. How many civilizations dare to offend the strongest civilization in this world community? Therefore, this kind of middleman activity is almost free of cost, and basically all profits are made. Gandalf said a lot in the broadcast in spirit language. In addition, if your civilization wants to participate in the commodity trading market, it needs to pay a deposit of 3 million C coins. Any breach of contract will deduct this deposit. Please refer to pages 6 to 12 of the guidebook for details. The rare commodity trading market is located in the southwest corner of the continent. It is held every 10 years, and the latest session will start in 4 years. If major civilizations want to sell rare items, they can register the corresponding information. Rare items refer to crown-level materials above level 10, such as high-level irregular materials, remains of mythical beasts, heavenly wonders, innate wonders, ancient relics and other very rare things. The unique technology trading market is located in the northwest corner. If you have unique technology you want to buy or sell, you can also go there to observe. There are currently at least 800 civilizations trading unique technology. As for the various guild organizations established by major civilizations, we will not go into details here. Please explore them on your own. Prosperous, really too prosperous. How many resources will a civilization with a long history accumulate if it operates such a trading market for many years? How amazing would it be to combine the unique technologies of many civilizations? It's hard for humans to imagine. Listening to Gandalf's explanation, Zhang Ming focused his attention on the bulk commodity trading market. The bulk commodity trading market is a place dedicated to selling and purchasing raw materials. From the most common first-level materials to the ninth-level materials, they can all be easily purchased here, naturally including the second-level material starry sky shell. For some resources with relatively large trading volumes, market prices similar to stock trading are also set. As long as there is a transaction, the market price will change. Of course, most civilizations are not willing to use the source of the world for trading, so the universal currency of the 1A civilization, 1A coin, can be used here. These currencies can be obtained through the sale and mortgage of bulk commodities. For example, if a civilization wants to buy golden sand worth 100 units of the source of the world, but does not want to pay the source of the world, it can mortgage another raw material on hand to the trading market of the 1A civilization and obtain 100 yuan of currency. Then this currency can be used to buy golden sand. Of course, the price of this mortgage is usually only 80% to 90% of the market price. Even if you don't redeem it, 1A civilization will make a profit. With the intervention of currency, the liquidity of the market has greatly increased, although everyone dislikes this currency and feels a bit like being fleeced, but there is no way to completely abandon it. I see, it's a market maker. Wang Fuman sighed beside him. It seems that this exchange is really strong. Gan Dafu finally said, we also provide some very interesting entertainment projects here. In the center of the continent, there is a death arena, which is limited to soldiers below the limit of the spirit to participate in the competition. If your civilization has nothing, you can try your luck in the death arena. Perhaps the warriors of your civilization can bring you honor and wealth. What? This damn place also provides gambling services? However, normal civilizations are walking on thin ice during the transaction process. How can they have the mind to go to the arena to gamble? Wang Fuman was shocked and doubted his life. He has been under great pressure these days because the acquisition of the starry sky shell has a hint of gambling. Even after careful planning, he was still nervous. How could a leader of a civilization really go to the death arena to gamble? Would he not care about the future and destiny of civilization? Gunder, who was sitting on the side, shook his head and said, a technological civilization like ours with a strict system naturally cannot gamble, but there are still quite a few civilizations whose social systems are completely different from ours. For example, if a strong man rules the entire civilization and has the final say, or if a bloodline family rules the world, without any constraints, the probability of them gambling is still very high. Their ideas are completely different from ours. Civilians are just their property, no different from pigs, cattle and sheep. Lao Wang was stunned for a moment, and almost understood. This kind of civilization is equivalent to feudal civilization, with power concentrated in one person. The wealth is all yours, so there is naturally no psychological burden to gamble. Or it is a more primitive civilization, the kind without any morality at all. The sea of demons is so vast and complex, and the innate gap between races is also huge. Some species can easily climb to the limit of spirit, or even to the level of extraordinary beings, just by relying on blood. Most species cannot even get past a level of human limit. This fact is indeed very sad. However, when God closes a door, he will open a window. Civilizations that rely on blood often have big problems in their systems and cannot mobilize the power of the masses. Civilizations without blood can become technological civilizations. Dear passengers, the above are the basic trade rules of our 1A civilization. I hope everyone can get along happily here. And I also hope that the world will always exist and civilization will last forever. Gandalf bowed slowly on the screen. Randomly, the spacecraft slowly landed from an altitude of 100,000 meters. Zhang Ming frowned slightly, and he suddenly felt several extremely powerful auras distributed in every corner of this continent. Those auras were undisguised, like the gaze of deep-sea monsters, which made people tremble in their souls and break out in cold sweats. Even an extraordinary person like him could not help but be vigilant. Less than a second later, the aura suddenly disappeared, as if the scene just now was just an illusion. Zhang Ming guessed that it might be deliberately created by the 1A civilization to shock the major civilizations. Old Zhang, did you feel that you were being targeted just now? Lao Wen couldn't help asking. Well, nothing. It might be caused by some unique technology, not like a normal creature. It is indeed not a normal life form. I think it is the remains of a mythical beast. There are at least 4 complete remains of mythical beasts, guarding the 4 corners of the continent. They were obviously much stronger than you when they were alive. Well, if Baizer was here, he should be able to tell who these guys are. In addition, Zhang Ming keenly noticed the difference of this continent. Its architectural structure is very planned, including the distribution of traffic roads and rivers, which seem to follow some special rules. Even though it is all artificially built, it gives people a magnificent beauty of mountains and rivers, just like a real world. Hulu said quietly, according to my estimation, the spirits of this continent are more than 60% richer than those of the ordinary areas of the Demon Sea. They should have been gathered together through some technology. These formations have also been studied by Earth civilization and Mr. Bison. There have been some breakthroughs, but they are not as mature as here. In addition, I also observed some defensive formations arranged in the corners of various buildings. I just don't know how much defensive power it has. If you fight here, you will be suppressed. Zhang Ming nodded slightly. Can this kind of defensive rune be imitated and copied? It's difficult, because we don't know the principle. The way of runes is equivalent to a naturally existing programming language. Think about it, these defensive formations are equivalent to finished software. If there is no solid theoretical foundation, it is impossible to decipher the information encoding of the software. Of course, I will try to crack it in my spare time, but don't have too much expectation. Zhang Ming shrank his neck and whispered, how about we just steal? Don't I have the ability to teleport? Find a few material warehouses, I'll teleport you in, steal a little and make a fortune, Miss Hulu said faintly. Dear Mr. Zhang, I float in the air at a speed as slow as a snail. When stealing things, I will faint directly because of my excitement, and I won't fight. Are you sure you want to risk losing me to steal things? Ahem, moral abyss, robber, thief. Zhang Ming could only temporarily give up the plan of being a thief. Looking down from high in the sky, the amount of information obtained was too much. At first glance, he found that his eyes could not penetrate the ground. It might be because of some powerful defensive runes. So he recorded all of them in the memory library and slowly analyzed them when he had time. Boom, the spaceship landed smoothly. Mr. Zhang, we have arrived at our destination, Gondar said excitedly. Because of the close relationship with the Honggang people, the human delegation was the first civilization to get off the spaceship. In order to conceal their tracks, the human cargo was not completely loaded into the space gourd, so it took a week to load and unload the cargo. Then the spaceship left with a bang, unloading the cargo of the next civilization. Shimima's mortal enemy, the dragon turtle, naturally flew away with it. The giant turtle was still obsessed with his spring and autumn dream of full warehouse of starry sky shells, betting on its appreciation. Many civilizations thought it had gone crazy. Only a few civilizations, such as humans, were wary of the dragon turtle. Gondar, your Honggang civilization has good communication skills. Send someone to keep an eye on the dragon turtle. There is no need to monitor it all the time, just know its general movements, Gondar said quickly. We are already doing this. As far as I know, the dragon turtle has been in a state of anxiety since its warehouse was full, fearing that this batch of goods could not be sold and rot in its hands. I really don't understand what it is thinking, Zhang Ming coughed and said. It may be telepathy. You should have guessed it. It is Shimima's biological brother, so it calls itself the Yanjiao civilization. It is normal for the two brothers to have some telepathy. Shimima's desire to raise prices may have been transmitted to the dragon turtle, causing it to have spiritual perception. So that's the case. There is this layer of relationship. Gondar widened his eyes and suddenly realized, then can't we try to establish a relationship with it? That dragon turtle is indeed very powerful, a top-level powerhouse. Old brother Shimima, you have some skills too. I advise you not to, because the two brothers are huge enemies, so let it be. As long as the dragon turtle doesn't get in the way, just ignore it. Under the leadership of the envoys of the 1A civilization, Zhang Ming, Wang Fuman and others came to a magnificent conference hall. In this place, you can register the basic information of each civilization, the unique technology you are good at, the goods you sell, etc. In general, each civilization will tell the truth. Because the registered information will affect the communication with other civilizations. If you don't register anything, treat your unique technology as a treasure, and hide it, then other civilizations will ignore you directly. After all, to communicate here, you must first show your value. Everyone's time is precious, and no one will communicate with a worthless civilization. Even humans are the same. Human civilization, unique technology, ultra-low temperature etching, freezing rays, irregular industrial rooms, low-temperature sealing system is a very interesting technology system. I believe that many civilizations will be interested in the goods you provide. These staff members are very strong. At first glance, the lowest level workers have also broken through the second level of human limit, that is, the Grandmaster level. Some of the humanoid creatures have antlers on their heads and bat-like wings on their backs, so they should be able to fly. The racial individuals of the 1A civilization seem to be in a mess, and there are many of them, or they have optimized the blood, resulting in a large difference in individual appearance. Fortunately, they were wearing uniform white uniforms, so they could distinguish which were the staff and which were individuals from other civilizations. The male creature in the lead had brown skin. When he saw human civilization as a superhuman, he was slightly stunned, and his tone became obviously respectful. Dear superhuman, hello. If you are interested, you can participate in the Superhuman Academic Exchange Association in 3 years to discuss the application of blood in superhuman spirits. I believe that you must have encountered a lot of confusion in the process of practice, and you can get a lot of answers there. Of course, this is not mandatory, everything depends on voluntary participation. Chapter 453, The market composed of 4,600 civilizations wants to buy everything. Zhang Ming directly asked in spiritual language, is it free to join that association? Can I get answers to whatever I want to ask? Is there such a good thing in the world? The other party was stunned for a moment and replied, of course it is not free. Every naturally born extraordinary person means a peerless talent and is the recruiting object that my civilization desires, but no matter how high the innate talent is, it is limited. Only inheritance, experience summary and research can broaden the future development path. My 1A civilization has a broad enough mind and welcomes talented people to join us on the road ahead. You need to sign an agreement before you can get more privileges. Signing this agreement is equivalent to joining the 1A civilization. Moreover, our 1A civilization recognizes dual civilization origins, and you can still work for your original civilization. If you are willing, I can introduce the corresponding process here. Zhang Ming immediately understood what he gained and what he lost. Joining the 1A civilization for no reason must be subject to some kind of constraints. Aren't extraordinary people like him, an outsider, just free test subjects? He was used to this unfettered life, so he immediately refused with a smile. I have another question, why can't the extraordinary people participate in the death arena? Can't they go to make some money? You are joking. Many extraordinary people are not mentally stable. Letting them participate in competitive activities is likely to cause riots. In addition, the fight between extraordinary people often costs a huge price and triggers endless hatred of civilizations, the staff member explained. The number of extraordinary people is not large, so we still encourage peace. Of course, if you have an endless hatred with a certain extraordinary person, you can also go to the death arena. The ticket price for the extraordinary war is usually more than 1,000 units of currency, and the winner takes all. In contrast, the ticket price for the spiritual extreme person is no more than 100, so 1,000 yuan for an extraordinary person's life? Zhang Ming sneered in his heart. This world is really crazier than he imagined. How many extraordinary people are there in our community? The Batman spread his hands and said, this is a confidential number. I'm sorry, I don't know. Even if I know, I can't tell you. Zhang Ming made a second choice and asked, how many civilizations are there in the trading market? This can't be a confidential number, right? This time he got a detailed explanation. In the past 10,000 years, our 1A civilization has discovered more than 100,000 civilizations in total. We estimate that the total number of civilizations in this world community is more than 1 million, but with the efforts of our 1A civilization, the number discovered is only 10% of the total. The total number of permanent civilizations in the current trading market is about 4,600. 4,600? So many. Not only Zhang Ming, but also Lao Wang and a large group of human representatives behind him were shocked. The number of civilizations is really like cabbage. As if seeing Zhang Ming's doubts, the staff member explained, you should know that as long as they come here once, normal civilizations will send a certain number of people to station here, and our trading market has lasted for 3,000 years. What dynasty was it 3,000 years ago? Daksha was still in the Western Zhou dynasty, ancient Greece was in the Mycenaean period, and the 20th dynasty of ancient Egypt was under the rule of Pharaoh Ramses. At that time, 1A civilization had established a magnificent trading market. The Batman said proudly, about 1,300 of these civilizations have been extinct for various reasons in the long past. Only a small number of station diplomats stayed here and further evolved into local towns. These towns can produce a lot of living resources, including food, clothing and other daily necessities. My 1A civilization will not drive them away at will. As long as they are willing to work and serve my civilization, they can stay here for a long time. Maybe one day, they will rise again? Of course, if they give up all their cultural heritage, they can become part of 1A civilization. We don't care about racial differences, Zhang Ming understood. That is, some civilizations suddenly became extinct, but there were diplomats left here. So these diplomats who survived can only work for 1A civilization to make a living. This sounds a bit sad, but it is also the norm in the world. When the Soviet Union collapsed, there was still an astronaut in the universe who had not been brought back. He woke up and found that his great motherland was gone. How sad he was. In the end, this unfortunate man floated in the space station for a year, and Russia, which replaced the Soviet Union, took him back. After registering the information, the 5,000 human representatives took their identity cards. They could eat and drink for free, ride on transportation for free, and use various service functions for the first 5 years. However, they need to pay fees after 5 years. Everyone, always remember the purpose of our coming here. Maintain discipline. Keep secrets. We are not here to enjoy. Wang Fuman had experienced an expedition and had rich management experience. He quickly managed the team in an orderly manner. He divided the 5,000 people into several groups. At least 1,000 people were needed for civilizational external exchanges. If guests from other civilizations come to visit and buy things, there must be someone to meet them, right? Market information retrieval, identification and certification of unique technologies, trends in bulk transactions and trade, etc., all require a large number of people. After this series of activities were arranged, the 5,000 people were quickly used up. Then people came to the first important place to visit, the unique technology trading market. The ultimate goal of this trip is to buy more unique technologies to increase the survival rate of the Earthlings in the Netherrealm disaster. So we must figure out how many unique technologies there are here and how much money we need to make to use them. The plane flew for a total of 2 hours before arriving at the unique technology trading market. This place can be described in one word: big, too big. On the surface, it is a series of extremely tall buildings, covering an area that may be as large as a small city, and there are actually 8 such small cities, which means that it is almost impossible to visit the entire market in a few days. There are also smart screens outside the buildings, which can be used to directly check what business this building is doing. There are many foreign civilizations here, but they are scattered in such a large area, and the number of people seems to be very sparse. Zhang Ming found a screen and slid a few times, because it was all the text of the 1A civilization, and he couldn't understand it very well. The human translators are translating into human language at the fastest speed, but it will take several months anyway. So I just wandered around. Everyone, let's split up and go around first. Each team will be equipped with a translator, Wang Fuman said to the team. You are all elites in the industry and know what we humans are missing. Record the information first and buy it together when the time comes. Use headphones to contact us if there is any situation. Do you understand? I understand. Soon, everyone separated to explore. Unique technology is simply an application of strong idealistic rules. It is really amazing. It has almost everything. There is nothing that cannot be done as long as you can think of it. There are many things that humans have never heard of, and there is not even a specific translation. For example, there is a weapon called water drop. It looks like a real water drop, but it is almost indestructible. It is truly indestructible. Even if it hits the demon god, it is indestructible and can make a big hole. But the only difficulty is that you have to hit the demon god first. And even if you make a hole, it doesn't really hurt much, not to mention the high price. The price of a water drop is 2 units of the source of the world. There is also a thing called Klein coil, which can generate a super strong magnetic field. How strong is the magnetic field? It can suck out the metal elements in living things. And through the Klein coil, as long as enough energy is input, the magnetic field's strength seems to be able to increase endlessly. Superconductivity is not possible, Zhang Ming asked when he saw the scientists getting excited. No. Superconductivity also has a magnetic field limit. Strong magnetic fields have too many functions. To give a simple example, Strong magnetic fields can turn chloride ions in water into chlorine gas, which has many industrial uses. It can be used to manufacture large electromagnetic guns. Even our nuclear fusion projects must rely on strong magnetic fields to complete magnetic confinement. An expert wearing glasses seemed to have discovered a treasure, and said with a red face, "As long as we buy a few Klein coils back, we are confident that we can complete the nuclear fusion project within 5 years. With such a strong magnetic field, it will be completed within 3 years. If you can't complete it, I will be beheaded. Mr. Zhang, you must buy a few back." Wang Fumin's face trembled twice. Although the energy problem is a problem that mankind has not yet solved. But relying on nuclear fission and solar energy alone, mankind will not lack energy for the time being. He still patiently asked about the price. The civilization that sells Klein coils is called the ferromagnetic civilization. They look strange. Their heads are like a piece of black stone, but there are some biological tissues under the stone. The black stone man turned his head to look at them and said in a flat tone, "The first type of Klein coils are sold at 5 units of the source of the world each. The second type is sold at 100 units of the source of the world, with better performance and a stronger magnetic field per unit of energy. The third type is sold at 500. Which is the strongest coil that my ferromagnetic civilization can make?" We also sell the basic principles and manufacturing methods of the first type of Klein coils, which are worth 5,000 units of the source of the world. Zhang Ming swallowed his saliva. 5,000 is too expensive. Well, if you can buy a unique technology completely, it's not impossible. What about the second and third types of coils? I'm sorry, we haven't figured out the specific principles yet, and we need the help of the world's will to manufacture them. Only the first type of coils have been completely figured out and don't need the help of the world's will. The black stone man was quite sincere, and continued in that mechanical tone, "If you are worried about the problem of deception, you can ask the 1A civilization to intervene. Of course, under normal circumstances, it's enough for you to buy a few coils back. My business with the ferromagnetic civilization has lasted for 1,000 years, and I've made more than one deal. There's no need to pass off inferior products as good ones." In addition to the water drop-in Klein coil, there is also a larger-scale electromagnetic cannon, which is the ultimate weapon developed by the ferromagnetic civilization, the electromagnetic penetration cannon. If this ultimate weapon is accelerated to the limit, it can accelerate the water drop to sublight speed and can directly penetrate the moon. No matter what kind of extraordinary person or immortal you are, you will all be penetrated by one shot. Of course, the premise is that you have to hit the electromagnetic penetration cannon, and there are many defects, such as the need for electromagnetic acceleration. It is difficult to hit enemies at a long distance, the size is extremely large, the heat is high, etc. Therefore, the ferromagnetic civilization also acquired other unique technologies to improve these defects. The strength of the ferromagnetic civilization has exceeded human expectations. This is obviously a technological civilization that is good at electromagnetics, and almost all of its technology trees are in this direction. When he heard that humans have unique cooling technology, the stone man immediately became interested and exchanged business cards with human representatives, saying that there would be discounts for large quantities. This is the benefit of having unique technology, otherwise, people would not bother to deal with us at all. The human expert couldn't help but complain privately. But this journey was really eye-opening. There were so many good things in the shops of a ferromagnetic civilization alone, and the prosperity of the trading market was nothing more than this. The following stroll, all kinds of colorful new technologies, dazzled people's eyes. For example, aerospace planes. There are civilizations selling aerospace planes that are more awesome than humans. It is not nuclear power, but a power that uses idealistic energy. The fuselage of the plane is even made of a kind of tree bark, which is faster and lighter. The only trouble is that there are no space props inside the aerospace plane, and the weight it can carry is not large. The price is only 80 units of the source of the world, which is not too expensive. For example, a biological mining machine. It looks like a flower bud type of plant, which can quickly dig seabed minerals. With human industrial capacity, the cost of ocean operations at a depth of 1,000 meters is a bit high. The deeper the sea, the higher the difficulty and cost. But this biological mining machine can dig 3,000 meters of the seabed. The price is not expensive, only 50 units of the source of the world. For example, a world nemesis, a spirit bomb, Its power is about the same as a hydrogen bomb with 1,000,000 tons of equivalent 1 unit of the source of the world can buy a spirit bomb. Not to mention the manufacturing cost, the most important thing is that the spirit bomb is easy to preserve and has little maintenance cost, while the hydrogen bomb is not easy to preserve. We have to admit that science is a worldview and methodology for objectively understanding things, not a dogma, nor something rigid. When idealism and materialism are combined, the upper limit derived is too exaggerated. Even if it is just a small field, it is difficult to fully exploit with the wisdom of a civilization. In the unique technology trade market, people also found a unique potato that is rich in nutrients. The most important thing is that it contains a kind of divine beast blood component, which can stimulate the growth gene of living organisms and carry out secondary development. It can be said to be a natural and harmless food for physical enhancement. If humans buy this thing, although the overall strength will not rise by 1 level, it can still rise by half a level. When I asked the price, it turned out to be 3,000 units of world source. 1 hay coins would be fine, for 3 potatoes, and I had to sign a non-dissemination agreement. It's only 3 potatoes. I asked him why it was so expensive, and he said that this plant can reproduce in large quantities after it is bought back, and 3 potatoes are equivalent to everyone being able to eat them, so of course it is expensive. What is the non-dissemination agreement? After signing this agreement, once the potatoes are spread outside, all the strong people who violate the agreement will die suddenly. It is equivalent to that these potatoes are exclusively operated by them, and we can no longer be second-hand dealers. Zhang Ming touched his chin. This agreement and the unique technology of Zhangqi civilization are similar in nature. Of course, in addition to potatoes, there are other foods, such as fungi, insects, seeds of various plants, etc., all of which are good things for enhancing physical fitness. If they cannot be reproduced after being bought back, they will be sold at a relatively low price. 1 unit of world source, or 1 hay coin, can buy hundreds or thousands of tons. But if they can reproduce again and expand the scale, they will definitely be sold at a high price, and an exclusive agreement must be signed. The trading market has been open for so many years, and a relatively reasonable price system has long been formed. It is extremely difficult to find a bargain. Moreover, humans do not have the ability and vision to find a bargain. It is rare not to be found. Just like this, Zhang Ming found something that made him excited: combat protective clothing. This kind of combat clothing has excellent defensive performance. Whether it is kinetic energy, thermal energy or mental attack, it can absorb part of it, and it has excellent elasticity. After wearing this kind of combat clothing, even if he becomes a 100-meter giant, it will not be broken. It is indeed a weapon for fighting and brawling without exposing himself. Of course, the value is a bit expensive. The cheapest is 5 yuan, and the most expensive is 100 yuan apiece. It's really expensive. Lao Zhang has money in his hand, but he still can't bear it. Are you talking about the golden clothes? That's the royal combat suit produced by my Frisia civilization. Only the royal family of my clan is qualified to wear it. Selling it for 100 yuan is already very cheap. This alien looks a bit like a locust and is good at weaving. Zhang Ming was thinking, the clothes worn by the 4-armed weirdo he captured alive seem to be produced here? The cheapest kind of clothes? What, you want to buy clothes produced by method? To be honest, it is a kind of silk spit out by insects. This kind of insect is not sold to the outside world by our tribe. Zhang Ming shook his head and left. I can bear it. I will buy it when my shells appreciate in value. The trader in front was even more exaggerated, covering an extremely large area, which might be as large as half a town. Several muscular giants with horns guarded the door of the store. It turned out to be the main family of 1A civilization. Zhang Ming took a look at the giants. They were not extraordinary people, but for some reason, they had far exceeded the limit of their physical strength. It was just that they did not master the strong rules. The most famous space prop, the cave heaven in the pot, was sold here. The appearance of the cave heaven in the pot is about 100 meters in diameter. It looks like a huge jade pot made of mutton fat white jade, exuding exquisite beauty. You can enter the cave heaven in the pot from the bottle mouth just above the jade pot. Zhang Ming had already grabbed the cave heaven in a pot, and he also had a space gourd, so he was not very interested in it, but there were actually quite a lot of civilizations visiting here. Obviously, the cave heaven in a pot is a bestseller, because it involves space theory and specific idealistic rules. Space theory is indeed a very mysterious thing, related to a lot of advanced technology. However, There is not much communication between civilizations. When the major civilizations meet each other, they often retreat and visit their own. Only civilizations with very good relations will chat a few words, and civilizations that do not know each other basically do not talk. Obviously, only in professional occasions will civilizations communicate. When civilizations pass by on the side of the road, basically everyone does not communicate, and they don't even say hello. This seems to be an unspoken rule that has been agreed upon. After all, there is no trivial matter between civilizations. In an environment with superpowers, it is too easy to make trouble. Even the 1A civilization cannot see through everything. Who wants to cause trouble for themselves? The exhibition hall of the 1A civilization is very large. In addition to the cave in the pot, you can also buy some extremely advanced defense devices. This defense device relies on the source of the world as energy and resists external attacks through the principle of space folding. When activated, it is like a layer of light soap bubbles. Moreover, this device is divided into several levels. The lowest level only needs 100 1A coins to buy a set, and the highest level is 5,000 1A coins per set. Relying on the advanced defense field of the source of the world as energy, even the lowest level of the device can resist the attack of the shadow beast. Zhang Ming took a breath of cold air. He had encountered this defense device when fighting against the enemy on the UFO. If it were not for the eye of time and space to find the weak point of space, it would really be impossible to break through with superpowers. Even the price is not too expensive, 100 sets of the lowest standard. It is really not expensive. Defense technology is urgently needed by every civilization. Attack is easy, defense is relatively difficult, for individuals, and for the entire civilization. No wonder 1A coin has replaced the world source to a certain extent and has a certain degree of acceptance. The goods sold by 1A civilization are really awesome enough, and every civilization wants to get a few sets. In the past, we don't seem to have heard of this technology. Is it the latest development? In this exhibition hall, Zhang Ming and others met Gondar and others from Honggang civilization. It was also the first time for the Honggang people to come to this trading market. They were simply stunned and directly subverted their cognition. In fact, their cognition that 1A civilization is the strongest in this community was also heard from other civilizations. 1A civilization has advanced transportation and trades everywhere is just a vague cognition. Really coming here is like Liu Liao entering the Grand View Garden. It's so novel. This trade market is more magnificent and prosperous than the legend. It really subverts imagination. As long as there is enough world source, it seems that you can control the entire universe and pry the entire demon sea. P.S. I'm asking for monthly tickets. I've been lazy in September, so I'm going to add more chapters for monthly tickets in October. I've never done this before, and I have no experience. How about 1,000 monthly tickets for 2,000 words? During the doubling period, it's equivalent to 500 monthly tickets for one more chapter, which should be considered quite sincere. I'll start in October. Chapter 454, Peak Civilization Wisdom and a New Development Route. Gondar whispered, in the past, a few hundred years ago, there seemed to be no such defense technology. According to the opinions of other civilizations, the trade market was not so prosperous a few hundred years ago. How could so many civilizations gather here? He said with some shame. It seems that the 1A civilization is developing very fast, much faster than us. Our Honggang civilization, let's not talk about it. There are some technical bottlenecks, theoretical barriers, and stagnation for 100 years. There are many cases. The Honggang people have always felt that they are an above-average civilization in this community, but now it seems that they are a little frog in the well. So many civilizations have unique technologies, and it is really difficult to distinguish which one is strong and which one is weak. Zhang Ming also whispered, it's normal. Having such a trading market that brings together the strengths of so many civilizations, isn't it 1,000 or 10,000 times stronger than a normal civilization? The strong will always be strong, and the weak will always be weak, no matter where they are. What's more, other civilizations are making progress and can't stand still, but even such a powerful 1A civilization can't stop the Netherrealm disaster. Don't they have any big moves? Don't they unite various civilizations to resist for a while? Gondar shook his head. The 1A civilization only talked about some basic characteristics of the Netherrealm disaster, requiring each civilization to nip in the bud after discovering the shadow beast and not to rashly study the dark rules. That's about it. You can go there to get this basic information. I think they can. Is it possible to give up? Once the nether disaster spreads, with the strength of the 1A civilization, we will definitely be able to escape. Is the shadow beast so difficult to fight? Wang Fumin came over and said, can't we still use the ultimate weapon to destroy these things now? There are so many weapons in the trade market, there is really no way. The ones we encountered were the shadow beasts that escaped through the time and space storm. They were scattered and unsystematic. Our world community still has a certain resistance. But at the edge of the world community, there are large areas of darkness. The nether domain directly blocks the sun in the sky, and we can't resist it at all. Gunder said, when the sun is gone, how do you say we can fight? Wang Fumin was shocked. Now the sunlight can indeed weaken a shadow beast, but in the future, we can only face eternal darkness. He couldn't help but sigh. Alice, each of us has to clean up the snow in front of our own door. The only way now is to strengthen ourselves and rely on ourselves. This future is really despairing. Zhang Ming thought of some darker things. It's not as simple as cleaning up the snow in front of our own door. Maybe we will have to fight each other and blood will splatter every 5 steps. But now we can't talk nonsense on this occasion, so we can only forget it for the time being. After strolling around for a long time, everyone counted the technologies that must be bought. The first is eternal energy, which is a technology that enhances the world will to collect the source of the world and can promote the evolution of the world will. It looks like a diamond-shaped gem the size of a fist. Humans don't actually need this thing, but snake people, Honggang people, and Akura civilizations all need it. Eternal energy. It can greatly increase the growth rate and wisdom of the world will, and increase the collection efficiency by 50-70%. It comes from several relatively powerful civilizations such as 1A civilization, Shangbu civilization, Guangshang civilization, etc., and the price ranges from 2,000 to 3,000 units of the source of the world. The higher the price, the higher the efficiency, the lower the price, the lower the efficiency. You get what you pay for. Zhang Ming thought to himself, it seems that this imitation is indeed not as good as the original. The one I got can increase the efficiency by 122%. There is no need to buy it from the human side. Space shuttle detector is also a must-buy item. This instrument looks like a large telescope. With its help, it can find weak points in space and greatly reduce the cost of world jumps. Zhang Ming thinks that his eye of time and space can replace this instrument. He tried it for a while and suddenly found that it was a good idea to buy one. He could actually see farther with his space shuttle detector. Several civilizations are selling space shuttle detectors at prices ranging from 1,000 to 3,000. You get what you pay for. Friend, you are asking why it is so expensive. Hey, this thing cannot be mass-produced. It is not a pure industrial product. It is a silent peeper made from the eyeballs of some monster, a supernatural monster. The more powerful the silent peeper is, the more it can see the space cracks. So it is sold at a higher price. This civilization is called the cavitation civilization. Individuals look like octopuses, are eloquent, and praise their own products. In short, a civilization that can cultivate supernatural creatures is obviously much stronger than the snake people. Earth Oscillation Auxiliary Device, a technology that can use the world's will to further transform the Earth's crust and make it harder and lighter. It was made by a civilization that looks like a rock, called Giant Mountain Civilization. The disaster is approaching, and the Earth Oscillation Auxiliary Device is quite popular. After all, the power of the world's will is really strong, and it can move plates and shuttle through space at will. But its IQ is low and it can't do delicate work. Any technology that can allow the world's will to do a slightly more delicate work is very, very valuable. The stone people are making a fortune. World-assisted shuttle technology. This unique technology is quite peculiar. It arranges a large-scale auxiliary jump device at the edge of the world. This device, like a solar panel, can effectively reduce the jump cost by covering the entire border. And the other party is willing to teach the corresponding principles and manufacturing methods. Because the raw materials required for this large-scale auxiliary device are very huge, well, the cost of raw materials is also a cost. So it is more appropriate to sell the manufacturing method directly. If humans want to escape through time and space shuttle, these 4 technologies are almost a must-buy. The lowest level purchase cost is 8,000 units of the source of the world, and the highest level is 14,000 units. Of course, it is a barter method. These civilizations all accept barter, or 1A coin, and there is no need to pay the source of the world directly. But if you only buy these 4 unique technologies, you may still not survive. That is just the lowest standard type. There are also many more unique technologies that can increase the chance of survival. Artificial sun, that is, yan-yang. Isn't the sun going to disappear? Why not just make one and hang it in the sky? When this fact was discovered, humans were simply stunned. The ultimate weapon actually has a gentle side? Of course, the yan-yang must also burn the source of the world, otherwise there really wouldn't be so many things to burn. Although nuclear fusion is theoretically possible, it is really too difficult to build a nuclear fusion device that can illuminate the entire world with current technology. How can humans have the ability to push a large iron ball with a diameter of 10 kilometers into space? Hyperspace concealment device isn't the disaster of the nether realm going to erode the world? So this technology can enhance the concealment ability and defense mechanism of the world's will, and greatly reduce the chance of shadow beasts invading. Yan-yang combined with hyperspace concealment adds up to 6,000 units of the source of the world. These two unique technologies, combine with the ultimate energy. If a civilization is strong enough to eliminate a very small number of invading shadow beasts, and the output of the source of the world remains balanced, the civilization can almost live in its own world for a long time, and it is okay not to jump in space. Therefore, in addition to the jump route, there is another route, stick to it. But the disaster of the netherworld has not ended yet. No one knows whether hiding in the netherworld will bring various variables. Maybe there will be immortal level shadow beasts, or even eternal level shadow beasts, but if you jump, the cost of jumping once is enough to hold on for decades. And you will encounter powerful shadow beasts when jumping, Gunder whispered. In short, whether it is jumping or holding on, there are risks. Are there any civilizations holding on to their own world? Zhang Ming asked. There should be, but they are isolated by the netherworld and it is difficult to contact them. I don't know how they are doing. A major problem is placed in front of people. Is it an escape route or a holding route? Don't think about it, wait for the opportunity. As long as you have money, you can buy anything. Zhang Ming was silent for a moment and waved his hand. Meaning, I want it all. Gunder understood and nodded seriously. In this way, time passed quickly. There were a few more small shrimps in the Wanhei civilization trading market, which did not seem to cause any waves. It cannot be said that no one wants human goods at all. After all, it is a unique technology, and it is slowly being sold. So according to the plan, first this batch of goods was exchanged for raw materials that were easier to sell, and then the raw materials were slowly exchanged for starry sky shells. In order to reduce the impact on the market, this step was very slow. And the experts and scholars on the human side also counted the specific figures. Well, in addition to the must-buy technology, the dazzling array of small projects that scientists want to buy has reached 3,000 items. Even if each project only requires 10 units of the source of the world, it will add up to 30,000. If you really want to reach the sky in one step and catch up with several more powerful civilizations in this community, and the development path of thousands of years, prepare a world source worth 1 million. This place is really too prosperous, which directly broadens the upper limit of human cognition. Sometimes, just knowing that a certain road exists is already a great gain. For example, the first country to make an atomic bomb, the United States, used a lot of manpower and material resources, because the United States did not know whether this road would work at all, but the second and third countries that made atomic bombs were much simpler. The main reason is that they already know that this road can be taken. So, the general manager, Lao Wang, spent all day and night in a sad face. Occasionally, you can hear him complaining in the office, I've told you that it's best to save as much as possible, why do you still make so many things? Where do we get so many world sources? We don't have so many goods, how about I, Lao Wang, go to the death arena and fight with you? Can I earn dozens of dollars if I win a game? If I lose, I will lose my life. Okay, Lao Wang, I support you in the fight. Shimama, will definitely beat you to win. Shimama's dog barking. Lao Wang, Shimama, still have a little wealth. How about I lend you some money? Just pay me 50% interest every year. After hearing Shimama's blackmail, Wang Fuman felt bad all over, and he felt that his Shine Cheoluxing was faintly erupting. In the human base camp, from time to time, you can hear the arguments of experts and scholars. My project is more important. My project is more important. With money, you can travel all over the world. Without money, you can't take a step. Humans are really too poor. The same is true for several other civilizations, who are in a state of wanting to buy everything, but touching their pockets and having no money. They secretly accelerated the acquisition of starry sky shells, except that the Akara civilization did not purchase much, because their golden sand had been sold out long ago, and there was nothing to trade, so they simply pretended to be a civilization that could breed starry sky shells. They pretended that they had a large amount of goods in their hands, so that they could effectively lower the price of starry sky shells and facilitate their allies to purchase them at a low price. In the 2 years of calm in the trading market, the only thing that caused some waves was the dragon turtle. As the top-level strong man with wisdom, it still aroused the interest of many civilizations. They wanted to recruit this turtle. As long as the recruitment was successful, it was equivalent to having the bloodline of the Bixi and a top-level strong man, and the cost-effectiveness was still very high. As a result, the dragon turtle has been hiding in the warehouse and refused to come out. It is simply a typical example of staying at home. Whenever someone wanted to recruit him, he would yell, "I am the ruler of Yanjiao civilization. If you want to submit to Yanjiao civilization, I will gladly accept it. If you want Yanjiao civilization to submit, step over my body first." The overwhelming momentum scared many civilization representatives to death. Not to mention, this guy is quite courageous. However, over time, his reputation was not very good, so fewer civilizations came to visit him. Fortunately, several civilizations left small gifts, such as tablet computers and other tools. On this day, Long Zheng was staring at the screen, watching the price trend of star shell in the bulk trading market. Every day, every hour, every second. This behavior lasted for 2 whole years. Why haven't you raised the price yet? Why don't you raise the price? Please. It's been so long, please raise it a little, please. Even if the dragon turtle was very patient, he began to suspect that the turtle was born. The warehouse was full and waiting for the price to rise. 960,000 tons of goods were stored for 2 whole years. Watching the price rise and fall like the tide, it was really exhausting. Do you know how I spent the past 2 years? Why did it fall? The dragon turtle took a few deep breaths fiercely. Seeing that the trend chart had fallen a little bit, he was extremely irritated. His huge claws slapped the ground fiercely a few times, shaking the entire warehouse. The price of starry sky shell was too stable. The amplitude of the 2 years did not exceed 5%. The rise was like constipation, and the fall was a sudden drop. It was obviously unwilling to sell it after working hard for so many years after a 5% increase. Moreover, the market's carrying capacity was limited. The order of 960,000 tons of goods was placed at once, which directly brought the price down. It was even more unwilling to sell it after a 5% drop. How could you do business at a loss? So, the dragon turtle roared and cursed fiercely in the warehouse, and he was like an antisocial mob. My lord, there is a very powerful civilization outside, called the frontier civilization." The voice of the white sea lion rang out from outside the warehouse. Staying in this prosperous place, even the stupidest creatures will grow up, not to mention the smartest of a race. The white sea lion has made great progress in the past few years. It has found the native towns of the local area, that is, the towns built by the survivors of the civilization, and learned the courses there. There are more sea lions who have become workers in these local towns. This race is very weak and has no technology. The only advantage is hard working and simple. It is also good to earn a little money by working. What's the fuss? What a bullshit frontier civilization. How many extraordinary people are there? Can they withstand my bite? The dragon turtle still stared at the market, cursing with red eyes. It seems that there are no extraordinary people, but they have extremely advanced technology from another world community. They claim that they have the Taoism of the peak civilization and come here to teach. There are no extraordinary people, just chickens and dogs, the dragon turtle said disdainfully. Suddenly, several damn big orders brought down the price of starry sky shells. In just 1 minute, it dropped by 0.5%. From the price index of 120, it dropped to 119.4. This time, it completely broke through the important support line that had not been broken for 2 years. The dragon turtle felt cold in his heart and yelled, "What happened? Is that troublesome frontier civilization also breeding starry sky shells?" Only after the emergence of civilizations that breed starry sky shells will the market fall for a while. Because these civilizations bring too many goods. No, It's not just the starry sky shells that are falling, the rest of the commodities are also falling slightly across the board, making the dragon turtle even more annoyed. My lord, you can watch the live broadcast of the frontier civilization in the central conference hall. The white sea lion picked up a tablet computer and crawled over with its thick body. Clicking it with flexible flippers, an image appeared on the tablet computer. Can't you buy a bigger screen? The dragon turtle complained. With its body size, it is like looking at a small ant when it lowers its head to look at the computer. It's uncomfortable. Sir, we really have no money. We can only use what others give us. Let's make do with it, the white sea lion smiled naively. They have long been accustomed to the contempt of other civilizations. After all, the Yangjiao civilization is really useless except for the dragon turtle, and it is not even worth talking to. It is already very good that some civilizations can kindly give them some technological creations. How can they be picky? Oh, this civilization looks quite cute and often asks about the situation of their lord dragon turtle. It is considered the most kind civilization. There are still many kind-hearted civilizations in the world, the white sea lion thought. When these goods appreciate in value, we will soon have money, and we will buy the best then. The dragon turtle's tone softened, and then he said coldly, but you must not slack off, study hard, understand, understood. Everyone grows vegetables and raises fish in the Qingxi town next door, and gets paid every month. Haha, the wages will be paid soon. What do you want to eat, sir? At this time, a voice on the screen sounded, hello, friends, I am the representative of the frontier civilization. We have inherited the wisdom of the peak civilization, and have come here specially to preach and answer your questions. His voice carried a mysterious power that made people clear their heads. Soon, the discussion in the conference room gradually dissipated. Here we need to announce a relatively important event. In the past, the three stages of transcendence, immortality and eternity have been identified by the peak civilization wisdom as a backward development path. It seems too rugged, requires too much personal talent, is too dangerous, and too troublesome. In the great new era, developing each other's world was the brighter and smoother new path. The individual of the frontier civilization has a huge head, which is somewhat disproportionate to the body. He looks only about 1.5 meters tall and has no muscles on his body. It can be seen at a glance that he is a little neglected in exercise and cannot be considered a strong man. The place where they gave their speeches was the central conference room of the trading market, which was also an important area for information exchange. The Wanhei civilization would sometimes announce important information here, but this time it was the turn of the Bianfang civilization. However, his words caused an uproar. Even the dragon turtle cursed unceremoniously. This kind of garbage creature can eat 10,001 bite, and dares to speak nonsense here. After all, most extraordinary life forms are judged by their individual size. How strong can a 1.5 meter tall person be? Even through a screen, they knew that the other party was a little garbage. The aura in the venue was surging. The aftermath of the various strong men could shock this short guy to death. There were more than one or two extraordinary people inside. And his words simply deny the lifelong efforts of all the strong men. Even if the central conference room had a strict defense system, the hidden and malicious aura was enough to kill ordinary creatures directly. As a result, the little creature was not in a hurry and continued, we do not deny the old route. We admit that all the spiritual limiters and extraordinary people have made hard struggles to get out of this narrow road. We just proposed a brand new route, which is the broad road of the new era. The terrifying aura was still gathering. A faint light curtain appeared beside the spokesperson, and mysterious runes were rotating on the light curtain, blocking all the auras. Dear friends, many of the technologies sold in the Wanhei Civilization Exhibition Hall are provided by our frontier civilization. I wonder if you like these new technologies. The atmosphere in the venue is relaxed. Powerful civilizations have privileges. Those who can develop this top-level defense device and cooperate with Wanhei civilization must not be weak and should not be easily offended. Only the dragon turtle snorted coldly and hid in the warehouse and cursed, I bit your light curtain in one bite. You dare to insult the strong. Chapter 455, The Epoch-Making Change Brought About by the Frontier Civilization. The little creature continued, this new route has been around for a long time. Individual combat power is not useless, but there is no need to pursue it excessively. Cultivating world will is the most important thing. It is the power of the entire civilization and the main theme of the new era. It was not until the last 100 years that my frontier civilization made a new breakthrough. He said very proudly, "The world will of my race has shown extremely high intelligence and can assist in the development of unique technologies. Its intelligence far exceeds that of normal life. To give a simple example, we can't compete with computers in computing power, right? The same is true for world will. It can already provide unique technologies without intelligence. What would happen if it had intelligence, friends? Haven't you imagined this scene?" He opened his arms as if embracing the future. But the audience below was dead silent, as if they couldn't believe it. This defense technology of our civilization was developed with the assistance of the world will. Its productivity and computing power are far higher than those of traditional scientific research teams. The current research and development efficiency is 16 times that of the top research and development team of our civilization. In other words, our civilization has 16 more top teams. I believe that in the future, the world will of our race will continue to grow and bring us more benefits. So, friends, how should we take this new path? How should we cultivate a stronger world will? First, we need to know the origin of the world will. It comes from the history that has happened. We need to know what the world will is. Unconsciously, the speech of the frontier civilization attracted the attention of all civilizations. Not many civilizations know about the demon god heaven repairing stone and the ancient myths. Even the dragon turtle didn't know. It held its breath and listened carefully, its eyes wide open. How can there be such a story? In summary, the origin of the world will comes from the demon god's heaven repairing stone and the will of countless eternal level strong men. The will of the strong contains a vision for a better future. The rules of the demon god's heaven repairing stone, the will of the strong, and the local rules of the demon god sea have led to the birth of each world's own unique will. The world's will exists to protect the world. Then how do we cultivate the world's will and make it stronger? The highly developed civilization system, the most beautiful paradise in the world where everyone is equal, obviously fits those strong men. Will, especially the beautiful vision of the first god Wa. Therefore, a sound social system will significantly increase the spiritual wisdom of the world will. Of course, this is difficult. Everyone should know why it is difficult, and we will not explain it here. So, we provide several simpler methods. First, use the remains of the strong to restore the power of the demon god heaven repair stone as much as possible. Not every strong man who has died is willing to merge with the sea of demon god. They also have some selfish motives. We can use this small loophole to pry the power of the overall rules to assist the growth of the world will. We will give away some formations for free to help all civilizations. A series of mysterious runes appeared on the big screen, all of which were constructed with the remains of divine beasts as materials. Through these runes, it can resonate with the world will and the sea of demon god, allowing it to slowly increase and open up its spiritual wisdom. This is the method invented by the peak civilization ZHI, called World Spirit Enlightenment Technique. The dragon turtle heard this and no longer dared to underestimate this tiny creature. Its unique divine beast sense seemed to have smelled some extremely terrifying, unique breath of impending storm. For the first time in thousands and tens of thousands of years, the quiet demon sea, in the unimaginable distance, a boom sounded, deafening, subverting the world. The ocean seemed to explode, and the past road turned into a backward route. If this is not subversion, what is it? This is the vast power from history, the long river of destiny that only the strong can glimpse, and most civilizations are still ignorant, struggling to survive against a backdrop of the Netherrealm disaster. So, the dragon turtle couldn't help but roared, "You can't say any more, this is a secret, which will affect the history and times of the entire world domain, you can't say any more." However, no matter how loud its voice was, it could not reach the central conference room. At this moment, the central conference room was as bright as ever, and the midday sun shone in from the window, stretching the little man's figure diagonally. And everyone present, looking at the knowledge imparted for free on the screen, had an inexplicable sense of confusion. Some people were stunned, some people felt cold all over, as if they fell into an ice cave, and some people had no expression, frowned and thought hard. The trend of the times is like the Yangtze River. It flows eastward all the way. Extraordinary, immortal, eternal, that is the path since ancient times. Even if civilization is born, it is only to serve the strong. The progress of civilization is only to complement the strong. Nowadays, the trend of the times is surging westward, never looking back, and some civilizations have come to the forefront. He tells you that the strong are nothing. The strong are just a derivative of the development of civilization. Unless you cultivate to the eternal one among billions, then you can compete with the will of the world. However, the eternal is already the end. The end of the world's will is the real demon. This is the wave of the times, the root dispute between the top civilizations, the concept dispute, the luck dispute, and the Taoism dispute. The preacher, the frontier civilization, has set off a change of the times, and the past side has been completely revealed. For some reason, the small creature began to bleed from all 7 orifices, but smiled. The one who proposed this route is the peak civilization ZHI. The frontier civilization, have been authorized by ZHI to carry forward this path. If the world will is cultivated from the embryonic stage to the spiritual stage through auxiliary means such as the remains of divine beasts and demons, the first step will be completed. As the name suggests, the world will at this moment has already shown subtle spiritual intelligence, and it will have the potential to absorb the will of other worlds. Because the power of the demon god's sky repairing stone is very scattered, we need to concentrate this part of the power. Suddenly, a lightning bolt struck down from the sky. Boom! Boom! A thin layer of light curtain blocked the terrifying lightning. There were more and more dark clouds, as if in the distant sky, there was an angry shout, "How dare you!" The white sea lion shuddered all over, trembling all over, crawling on the ground, motionless. Even a low-level life like it could hear the murderous tone of this passage. This solemnity seemed to affect the operation of the world. The dark clouds in the sky blocked the sun, and even the temperature began to drop sharply. And the little creature, without any extraordinary power, suppressed all the civilizations in the entire exchange alone. "You can't say any more," the dragon turtle roared loudly, but his heart was cold as ice. But obviously, the little creature still gave the answer. Therefore, the further cultivation method is very simple. Capture more world will. Above the spiritual wisdom stage is the synesthesia stage. By devouring more world will, it will further perceive the countless creatures in the world. Friends, cultivating world will is, at this moment, suddenly there was a light bang, and the little creature exploded like a balloon. Flesh and blood flew all over the ground. In the silent and solemn venue, the representatives of various civilizations were stunned for a moment, and everyone was in danger. Then the dark clouds in the sky slowly dissipated. The representatives of the civilizations were stunned and left one by one. A group of robots from the 1A civilization entered the venue to clean up. "My lord, what happened?" the white sea lion asked fearfully. The dragon turtle looked serious and snorted, "What happened? The struggle for the orthodoxy of the top civilizations is a turbulent time, but don't meddle in other people's business. What does it have to do with us? When I become an eternal being, I will be afraid of him. What a bullshit world will, I will eat it all in one bite," the dragon turtle said shamelessly. "Your Excellency is right," the white sea lion quickly agreed. But in his heart, he secretly thought that although the turtle master was very strong, could he really become an eternal being? It couldn't imagine how strong the eternal being was. The dragon turtle said very realistically, "Investigate why the price of the star shell has been falling." In just one meeting, the dragon turtle was horrified to find that the star shell had fallen again. It was falling again. It was still falling. A large number of civilizations were dumping goods at the same time. Its two turtles' eyes widened, and they were itching with hatred. The answer is simple: the price of the remains of the mythical beast is rising rapidly. According to the frontier civilization, if you want to strengthen the world will, the first point is to use the remains of the mythical beast to transform into nutrients for the world. In the past, the remains of divine beasts could be used to extract blood, cultivate mutant life, and be used for various research purposes. They were already quite expensive. Now that there is an additional use of cultivating the world's will, it has immediately become more expensive. Although the frontier civilization has been promoting it with great fanfare, it is unknown how true it is. But the possibility of it being true is very high. The performance of this preacher intimidating the audience with the qualifications of immortal is really too shocking. The scene of him turning into a pile of meat in the end shocked the audience. No one knows how he died. It seems to be a punishment from heaven. In short, in order to obtain more funds, the major civilizations can only sell some ordinary, less important commodities at a low price to buy the remains of divine beasts. So it is not just the star shells, the prices of most commodities are falling slightly. The dragon turtle cursed in his heart, "Fuck your mother's dispute over the orthodoxy, I'm losing a lot because of you. It will rise again in the year of the monkey and the month of the horse. But it dare not sell its meat. What if these star shells stop falling and rise again? Then, It knocked the floor fiercely, so hard that it even knocked a hole in the floor. It remembered the Bixie egg it had sold, which was also the blood of the divine beast, but it was sold by itself. Thinking of the current crazy appreciation of the blood of the divine beast, the dragon turtle's heart was bleeding. That should have been the happiness I should enjoy. Now I have hoarded so many star shells, but I am still losing money, but it is impossible to snatch them back, because the Bixie eggs have been divided up by a large number of civilizations, and it is unclear what transactions these civilizations have made. It is impossible for it to rob all civilizations and snatch them back again, right? The series of chain reactions brought about by the frontier civilization, even humans did not expect that the star shells would actually fall again. The changes in the market are nothing more than this. Fortunately, the acquisition plan has not been completed, so humans, snake people and Hongang people began to happily buy at the bottom. A panic-stricken trend loomed over all civilizations. The winds and clouds of the times were overwhelming. In front of the peak civilization wisdom that suddenly appeared, even the disaster of the nether realm that was close at hand seemed not so scary. The first is that the trading frequency in the trading market has increased significantly. The news revealed by the frontier civilization is not small. The first step to cultivate the world's will is the remains of the beast, or even the remains of the demon god. The second step is actually another world's will? But where does the other world's will come from? The statement here is really unsettling. The future of the collapse of rituals and music urges the major civilizations to improve their strength as soon as possible, and trade is the fastest way to improve strength. It seems that the world is going to transition from the spring and autumn period to the warring states period, and a world war will soon break out. Zhang Ming was eating a lot. The biggest advantage of staying in the trading market is that there are all kinds of novel foods. In the past, he had to find some new food by himself to increase his attribute points. But now, with the identity of a superhuman, as long as you are thick-skinned enough, you can go to other civilizations to get some food. People see that you are a superhuman, and they will receive you no matter what. Ritual music collapsed. Shimama laughed and shouted, "Ritual music has collapsed a long time ago. Many people have known it for a long time, but they just don't say it, or maybe you have known it for a long time, but you can only pretend to be an ostrich. You can only pretend to be an ostrich. What else can you do if you don't pretend to be an ostrich?" Zhang Ming didn't care much about the so-called dispute between the new and old roots. After all, there are tall people to support the sky when it falls. Small fish and shrimps like humans will definitely take whichever road is easier. Humans even tend to the new route. After all, human masters are a long way from becoming extraordinary people, and there is no so-called sunk cost at all. What's more, the emergence of a new route does not mean the end of the old route. You can still continue to follow it. Anyway, as long as you are stubborn enough, it's fine. It has nothing to do with me. Let's take care of our own business. You are wrong, Zhang Mama. This matter has a huge impact. Zhou Shitao analyzed. The 1A civilization here is just a branch. This matter was said by Shuangshan, so it should be very credible. There is also a more powerful headquarters. The 1A civilization is extremely widespread, and its population is incalculable. From the huge population, selecting a small number of strong people is the concept of the 1A civilization. Even the extraordinary people are looked down upon by them. Only the immortals can enter the headquarters. Civilization serves the strong. This is the so-called old way, a top-down system, and the new way. Well, Zhang Ming's eyes suddenly lit up, and he heard Shimama's subtext, "Old stone, you are getting wiser. What you mean is that now there is a new road that is more powerful and more in line with the times. The old road of 1A civilization is no longer attractive. 1A, it is difficult to produce strong people again, therefore, the emergence of the wisdom civilization is already the weakness of 1A civilization. No matter how powerful your 1A civilization was in the past, as long as wisdom can compete with 1A civilization and not be destroyed, even an eternal-level strongman cannot reverse the long river of history." Thinking of this, Zhang Ming seemed to be gloating on the surface, but in fact he was full of thoughts and sighed. The struggle for the orthodoxy is too cruel. The top civilization may also be weakened. But this new road is also bloody and floating corpses are thousands of miles away. It is even more cruel than the old road. It is necessary to destroy other worlds and capture the will of the rest of the world in order to make your own world grow. What's even more weird is that the 1A civilization branch of this community actually allows the frontier civilization to preach directly, as if revealing something incredible. What was even more bizarre was that the messenger of the frontier civilization exploded in the middle of his words. Zhang Ming was also at the scene at that time. He felt a breath of space-time tidal energy, and then the messenger suddenly exploded. His fingers tapped lightly on the table, preaching us to change history and obtain space-time tidal energy. This influences the entire world community, and even the entire Demon Sea. The means of the peak civilization are really an open conspiracy, Shimama agreed, but if the new road comes true, your extraordinary status will really be gone. Bah, I am a demon god. Zhang Ming was too lazy to think about it, and just started shaking his head and laughing. The battle between the old and the new is magnificent. The disaster of the netherworld is cold and silent. The moment they beat their dog brains. At that time, the demon god of time and space appeared out of nowhere and suppressed the two super civilizations. Isn't it beautiful? Shimama trembled and followed. This Xuanwu demon god appeared out of nowhere and suppressed the demon god of time and space. Isn't it beautiful? At that time, those two civilizations will be horrified. How can there be such a powerful turtle to suppress the demon god? At that time, you must let me pretend to be big, Emperor Zhang, please. Okay. After all, we are brothers. At that time, I will be suppressed by you smoothly. Zhang Ming pointed his finger at his chin and shook his head. Hulu said playfully, this wish demon god also wants to pretend to be big. At that time, are you willing? Zhang Ming and Shimama trembled together and said in unison, okay. At that time, you will definitely suppress it and scare those top civilizations to death. Xiaobei, do you want to pretend to be big? Xiaobei couldn't stand these perverts, nor could he bear this extremely dark future. It crawled away. As an underage turtle, it felt that its worldview had been overturned. Don't these guys have any worries? If the Sea of Demons is going to explode tomorrow, can we still drink and eat meat here? Xiaobei, I'll give you a task. How about buying the inventory of your other ancestor? Zhang Ming suddenly said, it should be suffering from the pain of loss, right? It's good for us to help it share some of the pain. Ha ha ha. Go buy it, Shimama shouted happily, I'll go with you. This is the first time Xiaobei came to the territory of the dragon turtle. Yanjiao civilization, well, it's just the literal Yanjiao civilization. It's not the same species as the one in the past, but it brings it an inexplicable sense of closeness. Because of its weak strength, the territory of Yanjiao civilization is not large. It looks like a small lake. There are several houses nearby. The largest warehouse is the territory where the dragon turtle is. Huh? It's quite good at enjoying it, Shimama snorted. As for the love and hatred between the ancestors, Xiaobei couldn't understand it. To be honest, he thought the dragon turtle was okay. After all, it was an ancestor. There were many sea lions resting by the lake. The disaster in the netherworld and the battle between the new and old roads didn't seem to affect their lives at all. From a certain perspective, sea lions and the descendants of Xuanwu were quite similar. They were all weak and pitiful species. One of the sea lions was surprised to see Xiaobei and Shimama. Meet that old thief and discuss a big business. Shimama did not embarrass these little ones. It's you? How could you be here? A few kilometers away, the dragon turtle directly sensed the existence of Shimama and came out of the warehouse directly, spewing green smoke from his mouth and began to gather momentum. Since you are here, why can't I be here? Stinky Stone said very toughly. However, the two guys did not immediately break out into a conflict. Because this is the territory of one civilization, if a conflict occurs and some things are broken, the lightest is to pay money, and the worst is to be directly blasted out. Shimama was silent for a moment and said, old thing, I have Xuanwu blood here, do you want it or not? It does have Xuanwu blood, and the lotus seed given by Gu Shunjing has the power to absorb blood. When Shimama left the Xuanwu world, he picked 3 petals. Those petals contain the power of Xuanwu's blood. Of course I want to. But how can you be so kind? The dragon turtle panted through its nostrils, glanced at the screen, and trembled, falling again. Falling again, it really needs the power of the Xuanwu bloodline, because its soul is most compatible with the Xuanwu bloodline. Humph, you look pitiful. What? Shimama said calmly, the disaster is approaching, and the hatred between you and me is in the past. Since we are from the same root, it doesn't matter if I help you a little. If one day you are desperate, you can also come to me, and I will help you shelter this group of sea lions. The dragon turtle instinctively wanted to get angry, but it is no longer the same as it used to be, and Shimama is no longer the stone of the past. For a while, He actually opened his mouth wide, not knowing what to say. Xiaobei was shocked. His ancestors were indeed wise. This petal in exchange for 100,000 tons of starry sky shells, isn't that too much? This petal contains a strong basalt bloodline. According to the current market price, it is more than enough to sell for 900-1,000 world sources. If you meet a suitable buyer, it is possible to sell it for a higher price. In this way, the dragon turtle exchanged 100,000 tons of starry sky shells for a petal, and it was not a loss. It even got a big bargain. Shimama said, I originally thought you treated these sea lions as servants, but I didn't expect you to treat them sincerely, which is impressive. This is also the main reason why I am willing to help you, otherwise who would be willing to help you? The dragon turtle snorted. Although he wanted to exchange it in his heart, he pretended to be reserved and said, the price of this starry sky shell will definitely increase in the future. This is my spiritual perception. Don't think you are losing money. Of course, it's not impossible to let you make some money. It pondered for a while. There were 960,000 tons of goods in its inventory. After trading some, there were still 860,000 tons. At least at this moment, it made money. The Xuanwu bloodline was indeed very useful to itself. Let's do this. I owe you a favor. If you are desperate in the future, you can also turn to me. Don't worry, I will take good care of these turtle grandchildren. Shimama was overjoyed. It now has 100,000 tons of private money for the starry sky shell. Suddenly, I felt that this dragon turtle had a clear face and was not as hateful as before. In the Sea of Demons, capital is the most powerful ultimate demon. As long as there is enough profit, capital can change everything. Friends can become enemies, and enemies can become friends. In particular, once the private money is in hand, the psychological feeling is immediately different. Shimama can't wait for the starry sky shell to soar immediately. What plans, what conspiracies, all thrown out of the clouds. Of course, it dare not say the plans of humans, Honggang people, and snake people. It still has this ethics. Xiaobei, who was playing with a white sea lion, suddenly heard the roar of the two ancestors. It fell, damn it, it fell again. I really want to kill that frontier civilization. It's all its fault. The dragon turtle bitterly recounted his road to bargain hunting. What a difficult day. Although Shimama knew that the price of the starry sky shell would increase with a high probability, he could not tell the truth. Either we two brothers will join forces to raise that civilization, the power of Xuanwu. Suppress, Xiaobei couldn't help but frown. It didn't understand why the ancestors changed their minds so quickly. It really didn't understand. On the other hand, with a sharp rise in the price of the remains of the mythical beasts and the active trading in the trading market, the snake people made a lot of money, and their walking posture became heroic. As the starry sky shell continued to fall, the acquisition efforts of many cooperative civilizations were also increasing. Finally, 3 months later, these civilizations acquired about 5.144 million tons of starry sky shell, consuming a full 38,000 1A coins, 5.144 million tons. In comparison, the dragon turtle only has 860,000 tons, and the stone mama has 100,000 tons. This amount is really too much? If it can't be sold, the 4 civilizations will have to digest it until the end of time. And the price of the starry sky shell, after a long period of fluctuations, is still only 87% of the initial price. Dear partners, the acquisition plan has come to an end, and there is still a quota of 4,000 left to raise the price. In the secret meeting room, Zhang Ming's face was calm. He finally came to the step, as if he was summoning a storm, with an inexplicable sense of sacredness. The snake people, Honggang people, and Akara people all looked nervous. The dispute between the top civilizations over the old and new roads is like a myth, but it also affects all aspects of these small shrimps. No one knows whether the new road is real. For a civilization without extraordinary people, a brand new road is indeed an extremely exciting thing. But no matter what, resources are still the most important. Without resources, there is no point in taking a new road. Mr. Zhang, what should we do next? Comrade Gondar of Honggang civilization asked anxiously. Now this batch of inventory is in a subtle loss state. Although it is only a floating loss, everyone still feels a little uncomfortable. Who doesn't like to make a profit? Let's follow the original plan and let the Akara civilization play the role of a civilization that specializes in raising star shells and put the goods in our hands in the trading market. Let many civilizations see the wealth of the Akara civilization, This matter is very dangerous, but it is a necessary link to raise prices. Because in the plan, the Akara civilization, which apparently has a huge amount of star shells, will disappear from the world at a critical moment. In this way, it can give the market a false impression of a shortage of star shells, causing price fluctuations. Of course, the risks borne by the Akara civilization are also huge. This behavior of disrupting the market, first of all, offended the host 1A civilization here. How many civilizations dared to offend the 1A civilization? But there was no way. The Akara civilization was too weak. They could not take out any bargaining chips. The only bargaining chip was to take risks. When this moment really came, the leader Abush also had a blank mind, thundering, and cold sweat. He knew that at this moment, he could not retreat at all, otherwise he would offend humans, snake people, and Hongang people. He gritted his teeth. Everything was for civilization. If they didn't do this, how could they survive the disaster of the Nether Realm? I understand, Your Excellency. After the meeting, several Akara people came to the headquarters of the trade market with a space gourd full of goods. This is really a magnificent hall, with a flat bronze pavement on the ground. This pavement has extremely high hardness and pressure resistance. Even if a nuclear bomb attacks, it can only make a small pit. Vehicles and planes were constantly coming and going, transporting goods. However, there were not many people from other civilizations. Most of the transactions were done by pressing a remote command. There was no need to come in person to trade. Sir, I'm consigning a batch of star shells. It was Abush's first time to come to the magnificent bulk trade market. Facing the powerful staff of the 1A civilization, he was a little nervous. The worker, who was dressed in blue and white clothes and had bat wings on his body, said, "No problem. Please register the information of your civilization, the number of star shells, and the price you want to sell them at. After you register this batch of goods, you can change the price at any time on the remote service end, and you can also redeem this batch of goods at any time. 5 million tons of star shells, 200,000 tons at the price of 110-119, and all the rest at the price of 120. Chapter 456, Crazy Light Talisman. The worker shuddered, looked at Abush, and trembled. How many tons? Abush cleared his throat and said, 5 million tons. My civilization is good at breeding star shells. Over the years, we have accumulated so many goods. Ahem, is there an upper limit on consignment here? Oh, I saw the information of your civilization. You did right that you are good at breeding star shells. We don't have a consignment limit here. The staff member quickly calmed down. Over the years, there have been so many strange civilizations. He kindly said, I have to remind you that the current market price is 1 unit of 1A coin. The exchange price is 136.36 tons, and the price index is 105.6, which is much cheaper than your consignment price. Your order is so large that it may take many years to sell. Are you sure you don't want to lower it? No, it's not a normal price now, it can't be any cheaper, Abush said angrily. Now all the major civilizations are buying the remains of the mythical beasts, and the price of the star shell has been temporarily lowered. It will definitely return to the normal price in the future. This thing is not useless, what you said makes sense. Prices always fluctuate around value, the staff member comforted him. Of course, this fluctuation cycle may be a bit long. If you want to sell this batch of goods at the original price, you may have to wait for hundreds of years. But he doesn't care what the Akara civilization does. After all, what does this have to do with him? Not long after, Abush called his men to move the space gourd. After the modification, the appearance of this space gourd has completely changed. It is embedded in a large truck. Open the door of the truck and you can enter the interior. Oh? Did you bring your own space props? This way, it will be much easier to load the goods. If you have space props, we won't charge you a deposit. We just need to let us check the quality and color of the goods. For the completed orders, we need to charge a handling fee of 1,000th. Please sign your name here. Of course, no problem. Soon, the robots of the 1A civilization entered the space gourd. There were mountains and seas of starry sky shells inside. Of course, they were all genuine, without counterfeits or any water. It took 2 days and 2 nights just to estimate the number of these starry sky shells. So this super large order was placed on the trading market. In the magnificent era, a large amount of starry sky shells appeared, but it only caused some small waves, without even a splash of water. In the past, similar things happened. A certain civilization brought a huge amount of raw materials, and it would take dozens or hundreds of years to ship them. This Akara civilization is really stupid. If people know that you have so much inventory, you must sell it cheaply, right? The only one who was extremely irritable was the dragon turtle. When the dragon turtle saw the huge amount of sell orders on the starry sky shell, it blew out scorching hot air from its nose. It was simply furious. It should have enjoyed the joy of the increase in the price of the remains of the divine beast, but now it not only did not enjoy it, but also suffered the pain of not being able to sell the starry sky shell. The black tortoise bloodline had to be refined by it itself and could not be sold. This feeling was too painful, even a big heart like the dragon turtle could not bear it. It said with red eyes, "I want to kill that damn civilization. Can you help me find out which civilization consigned so many starry sky shells, sir? I really can't find out." "The one Hay civilization will not pay attention to us," the white sea lion said a little aggrievedly. "Of course, it's not that it really can't be found out. A civilization with a little ability can still find out, but they, a garbage civilization, are really not qualified to check. Sir, how about we sell some of the starry sky shell at a low price? It's not too late to stop the loss now." The dragon turtle was a little tempted. Seeing the crazy rise in the price of the remains of the mythical beast, is it not too late to buy some now? No, 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 I have never seen any storms. How can I be so undetermined? The dragon turtle slapped it, and with a snap, it smashed the price inquiry machine. "No more. Don't call me before the starry sky shell rises," the dragon turtle shouted. Hibernation technique. It turned itself into stone and began to hibernate. This scene was transmitted to the human base camp through the camera of the tablet computer, and Zhang Ming laughed out loud. Observing the joys and sorrows of the dragon turtle is a great pleasure in Zhang Ming's life, and it is also the best way to relieve stress. Even observing the joys and sorrows of Shimama is also Zhang Ming's pleasure. Because the traders Iobe had long told the two ancestors to quietly reconcile and make private money together. However, Shimama did not take the initiative to tell Zhang Ming, so he pretended not to know and even deliberately teased, "Old Stone, why didn't you scold the dragon turtle today?" Shimama hurriedly cursed. This damn turtle was not fooled and hibernated directly. It has stored so many goods, otherwise we can buy at the bottom and piss off the turtle. It hibernated directly, which shows that its Taoism is firm. "Your Xuanwu bloodline is really excellent," Zhang Ming said with a smile. "Don't care too much, it has only stored 960,000 tons of goods, which can't disrupt the overall situation." Shimama was a little proud, and didn't know whether Zhang Ming was praising or mocking. Zhang Ming said again, "If it really died in this disaster, would you be happy or sad?" Shimama said arrogantly, "If I didn't defeat it myself, what would be happy? You are really inexplicable. It died in the disaster, what does it have to do with me?" You are hypocritical. If its temperament improves, it's okay to accept it again. Really, do you think so too? Shimama shook a few times. At this moment, the door was pushed open, and Abush who had completed the task walked in. He was extremely nervous, as if facing the judgment of fate, and there was an inexplicable sense of emptiness, as if his entire soul was sucked away by the starry sky shell. And several other allies also came to this secret room one by one. Humans, snakemen, Hongang people, Akara people. The total number of participants was only 20 people. "Dear friends, we have completed this task and put a large amount of goods on the trading market. After a while, it will be time for us to withdraw," Abush said. "I, Akara civilization, have invested about 2,000 units of 1A coins this time. We hope that our friends can help us buy a space shuttle detector. At that time, we can use this instrument to jump to the vicinity of the human world and the snakeman world at a lower cost, so that we can further cooperate with civilizations." The atmosphere in the venue seemed a little silent. Even Lao Wang frowned slightly, and understood the subtext of Abush. As the weakest civilization, Akara civilization had to prevent themselves from being robbed if their value was exhausted. So they proposed to buy a space shuttle instrument on credit. After all, the chips they invested were affordable even without taking into account future profits. This request was not too much. In fact, Akara civilization was willing to spend the price to jump to the vicinity of humans and snake people for further cooperation, which also showed its future value. After all, they were a civilization with a large amount of gold sand deposits, and they were indeed worth cooperating with. This was a risky move, but it could effectively avoid being robbed. Zhang Ming pondered for a moment. The Akara civilization is not far from the Earth. The voyage of the ship is about 3 years. With the help of the space shuttle instrument, it is indeed an affordable price to jump to the vicinity of the Earth. Abush leaned forward again. In addition, if this operation is really successful, we are willing to use this part of the profit share of our civilization to cooperate with humans and snake people to purchase some unique technologies that can be shared. Mr. Zhang, if you agree to these conditions, you can be solely responsible for the part of the profit obtained by our civilization. This guy is really smart. Their principle is equivalent to buying a space shuttle instrument. Their profit is equivalent to pinning on human morality. Even if this part of the profit is gone, they will not lose. At least they will never have any dealings with each other again in the future. Zhang Ming was silent for a moment. In fact, he did not mean to rob the thieves. The Akara civilization has a net worth of only 2,000. The profit he made from robbing a flying saucer is almost 10,000. Is it necessary to deal with a relatively friendly civilization? But he really has no extra resources in his hands, and he really can't afford the space shuttle instrument. All human goods have also become star shells. Unless he was selling flying saucers, demon remains or basalt remains, he didn't want to sell these things randomly. He still had 1,500 world source hard currency in his hand, and humans also had 5,000, but he didn't want to use this hard currency carelessly. The snake people were quite rich. The remains of their sacred beasts had appreciated in value, and the price had increased by 60%, from 5,000 to 8,000, which was an extra 3,000 in funding. Moreover, the current new road was still in the verification stage, and the civilizations were still skeptical. If there was really a civilization that could take the new road and cultivate the world's will to be more intelligent, the price of the remains of sacred beasts would rise further. The leader of the snake people, Heikui, pondered for a while. We can help them buy the space shuttle instrument first. Anyway, that instrument will be bought sooner or later, and it is also an instrument that can be borrowed from each other. Since we have come to this point together, we should go all the way. We should meet some of the requirements of this partner. What the snake people said made sense. If the black eats the black, the small group will have cracks. If the weakest one is eaten, maybe one day it will be their turn. By then, everyone will be in danger and cooperation will be impossible. Therefore, as long as the weakest partner still exists, everyone will be at ease. This peace of mind alone is worth more than 20 million sea coins. The snake man said again, however, friends, in the great road dispute between advanced civilizations, should we take the new path or the old path? To take the new path, we have to buy technology to enhance the world's will and respect the world's will. To take the old path, we have to buy technology in blood fusion and cultivate extraordinary people, immortals and eternal people. The extraordinary people can still see the end. The immortals are really illusory and have never been seen. As for the eternals, whether the entire demon sea exists is still a question. These technologies are very expensive. Even if the starry sky shell appreciates significantly and we make huge profits, it is impossible to take both paths and buy all these technologies. Everyone sighed. This is a realistic problem. Since coming to the trading market of 1A civilization, I have broadened my horizons, seen a wider world, and met so many civilizations. My mind and perspective are really different. When I think that this civilization is still in a state of intrigue, I feel that I can't use my strength. At first, the Honggang people thought that they were above average in the community of this world, but now they just feel that they are a frog in the well. Let alone the ZHI civilization that suddenly appeared, that is the real peak civilization. Even the frontier civilization below ZHI is far beyond the reach of Honggang people. Although intrigue is the norm in the world, only civilizations that do not intrigue and have great ideals and ambitions can transcend mediocrity and become peak civilizations. There are hundreds of millions of mediocre people, how can they transcend the times? Then, Zhang Ming told the Inside News that this 1A civilization is just a branch, only immortals can enter the 1A headquarters. Not many civilizations know this news, at least Honggang people and snake people don't know. It was like a bolt from the blue, making people's scalps numb. 1A was so strong. Those who attended the meeting here were all old hands who had lived for 100 years. They soon thought of something deeper from this news. Do you mean that the 1A civilization of this community has turned against us? Changed to new path? Wang Fuman frowned, and the 1A civilization at the headquarters is obviously full of strong people. They can't tolerate a new path, nor can they take a new path. The most difficult thing to change in a civilization is the distribution of interests. This is true for humans, snake people, and Honggang people. It is easy to shake the soul, but it is difficult to shake the interests. The power of the vested interests is so strong that they are the biggest obstacle to reform. The Wanhei civilization at the headquarters respects the strong, and countless branches have provided hundreds of millions of talents. Select the strongest and most qualified people to join the headquarters. This is a distribution of interests that has continued for 10,000 years, and it also provides a strong centripetal force for civilization. And the new path respects the will of the world, which is also a distribution of interests. Strong? It's just a derivative of the development of the world. Even if I'm an ordinary person and you're a superhuman, as long as we are in the world, why should I be afraid of you? Therefore, the Wanhei civilization of the headquarters cannot take a new path. But the Wanhei civilization of the branch can take a new path. So Lao Wang believes that this Wanhei civilization branch has turned against us and changed to a new path. Anyway, there are no immortals in the branch, so it can still be reformed. However, it is a very scary thing for the Wanhei civilization of the branch to change to a new path, which will greatly affect the interests of the headquarters. Imagine, if every branch changes to a new path, is there still value for the headquarters to exist? Of course, it may also be related to the disaster of the netherworld, and this Wanhei branch has been abandoned, so they changed to a new path, or maybe the thunder wrath of the headquarters is on the way? Maybe this trade market will not last long. When it comes to the political struggle of advanced civilizations, subtle deviations in the route will bring answers that go in opposite directions. After a long discussion, the civilizations still think that the new path is easier to take. It is too difficult to become a superhuman. Among the 4 civilizations present, except for the snake people who have the blood of the divine beast, the other 3 civilizations have no ancient heritage and no sunk costs. It is better to take the path of the peak civilization. The snake civilization has not produced any superhumans for so many years. It is easy to guess that their blood is not very powerful. At least the leader of the snake people, Heikui, thinks so. As a young and strong person, he is quite supportive of the White Snake clan's policy of enlightenment. The snake blood is better off not having it. Thinking of this, the representatives of these civilizations looked at the only superhuman with burning eyes. Why are you looking at me? Do you want to take a new path? Zhang Ming said in surprise. Don't care about my opinion. I don't rely on the power of civilization to become a superhuman. You taking a new path will not hinder me, and I will not hinder you. In other words, I actually support this path, and this new path has been proposed a long time ago, but there was no ready-made example in the past, so no one believed it. This is true. Long ago, the Blue Crystal civilization was obviously taking a new path. The term peak civilization had already been coined at that time. That was thousands of years ago. And the civilizations that leaped over from next door, the Zhenki civilization and the Moses civilization, also took a new path. For them, the study of extraordinary people is just a byproduct. It's not that they don't study it, but the overall strategy and general direction, they are not willing to invest a lot of resources to pile up an extraordinary person. On the contrary, the world will is more worthy of cultivation. According to this speculation, the new path is indeed a broad avenue in the new era. But the new path is also accompanied by killing and destruction. Wang Fumin tapped the table lightly and shook his head. After improving the spiritual intelligence through the remains of the divine beast, the next step is to integrate more world will, but where will more world will come from? Thinking of the dark future of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, it really makes people's skin crawl. Even if one's own civilization has no intention to attack other civilizations, it is possible that a certain civilization wants to attack oneself and take away the world will. Of course, there is another way to obtain more world will without becoming a destroyer civilization. Union. As long as multiple civilizations unite, won't they have multiple world wills? Alice, the road to unity is difficult. The Snakeman Governor Heikui shook his head. You have also heard about the internal affairs of our Snakemen. The White Snake clan exchanged the remains of the sacred beasts they owned for the practice of breathing techniques, providing a way for the lower-level snakemen to move up, but the lower-level people scolded the White Snake clan, which was obviously a good thing for them. What is the reason at the bottom? One reason is that they are stupid and easily swept away by public opinion. Most people don't have the ability to think. Many things that can be understood in a few words take him more than 10 minutes or even hours to understand. Another reason is that he doesn't want to take responsibility. If there is a bad impact on him in the future, he will come back and make a fuss, saying that you lied to him. The only way is to be content with the status quo. Once the status quo is changed, there will be opposition, Gondar also sighed. He is now a member of the Supreme Council of Hongang Civilization. As a civilian master who has fought his way up from the grassroots, he deeply understands the laws of the world. Therefore, many grassroots staff members have a sense of banditry. If they don't have a bit of banditry, they can't control the situation. Then you can't do anything else. It's too busy just maintaining order. People are too diverse and have too many ideas, which leads to many complicated policies that can't be implemented at all. So mutual cooperation is a good way, but it's also a difficult way. The idiots inside can drown people alive with overwhelming opposition. But no matter what, in this era, holding each other together for warmth is indeed not a bad choice. Zhang Ming estimated in his mind that there were 4 civilizations here. The small tree in his hand, plus the world will of the Zhuangwu world, is 6 world wills. If the crystal fruit of the tree man and the world stone of the blue crystal man are also counted, it is 8. Add the yellow sand world, this ownerless world, it is 9, so he revealed some of the cards he had in his hands to his allies. The quality of these world wills is relatively excellent, much stronger than that of primitive civilization. So if we unite to take a new path, the road will indeed be wide, and after uniting, there is only one world will, and there is no need to attack each other. Everyone lives in different continents and lives their own lives, but they belong to the same world. One of the world wills is equivalent to eternal energy, so we don't need to bide again. In addition, the lake water in the yellow sand world can eliminate reproductive isolation. I have a way to enter the yellow sand world again. Zhang Ming's words directly plunged the conference room into a strange silence. Everyone was happy and worried, and had rich associations. The benefits of uniting are too great, really too great. There are all kinds of remains of divine beasts, and there are 8 or even 9 world wills, including the yellow sand world. The first 2 steps of cultivating world wills are directly paved. Even the cost of civilizations will be greatly reduced. Originally, each civilization bought its own eternal energy, 3,000 yuan each. How much would it cost? But now, no need to buy it. We have it. Originally, each civilization bought its own space shuttle instrument, but now it is enough to buy one. It can really save too much money and increase the chance of survival. Even Zhang Ming didn't say one thing. He can use the eye of time and space to reduce the cost of jump and escape the disaster of the netherworld together. Of course, at this moment, the benefits of the alliance are already great enough. If they still can't unite, it is fate. Even with the eye of time and space, they still can't unite, so there is no need to say more. After the secret meeting ended, everyone left with their tasks, feeling excited and heavy. Anyway, Akara civilization has made up its mind, holding on to its thighs tightly and not letting go. As long as they are still useful, they will not be thrown away by the big man. As for the snake people, they were already in a state of all-round cooperation. And Gondar of the Hongang civilization found Zhang Ming and revealed a little. Mr. Zhang, I think that although the first step is difficult, as long as you take it out, the next step will be a natural thing. I still can't imagine how to unite. Zhang Ming smiled bitterly. Gondar smiled and said, it's very simple. The major worlds are close to each other. When they encounter insurmountable difficulties and many people die, they are not so opposed to banding together for warmth. If half of the population of each civilization dies, are you still afraid that they can't unite? Gondar's words seemed a bit cold, but this is how the world works. The best strategy is often the best strategy in theory, but it is impossible to operate in reality. The middle strategy is a strategy that can be actually completed, but it has to go through hardships and someone has to take responsibility. As for the worst strategy, of course, it is a disclaimer agreement. If you have to go this way, you can only click on this disclaimer agreement first. This is the choice of the people, not my fault. The only best option might be the reality that forces them to do so. Too many people died, and a large number of people died. If they didn't stick together for warmth, they would be extinct. So they had no choice but to stick together. You are so pessimistic, old brother. It's too tragic to have half of the population die. Zhang Ming couldn't help but laugh. Gondar shook his head. It's impossible not to be pessimistic. Of course, if the price of the star shell can really soar this time, I think with such a successful cooperation case, there is a high probability that we can convince the Supreme Council to make a jump. We can still afford the jump cost of hundreds of world sources. Zhang Ming nodded and said, did you originally plan to implement the defensive route? Yes, Originally we wanted to buy the eternal sun, hang it high in the sky, and stick to our own world, but now the idea has changed a bit, Gondor complained. The great road dispute between the top civilizations, plus the disaster of the netherworld, is really a headache. Don't buy that son, that's all I can say. What do you mean? Gondor raised his head suddenly. If we unite, we won't need an extra son. I, your brother, still have some cards up my sleeve. Gondor understood that this mysterious brother Zhang not only had multiple world wills, but also had a lot of shameful cards. So many that it was a little unbelievable. The bearded man immediately relaxed his brows, gave him a bear hug, and laughed. In our Hongang civilization, there's an old saying, and you, brother, are really a rich hero. Zhang Ming was a little embarrassed and quickly dodged. It's not too late to celebrate when the starry sky shell appreciates, otherwise everything is off the table. Then another half a year passed. For every human worker, this was a busy half a year, collecting information from major civilizations in the trading market, investigating unique technologies, and occasionally having small-scale academic exchange meetings to contact more civilizations. All this added up. The general manager, Lao Wang, was so busy that he was exhausted. But for Zhang Ming, life was quite easy, as he only had to be responsible for the starry sky shell. In his spare time, he did not neglect cultivation. Although the current spiritual black hole was somewhat unstable, he had to introduce the third demon god rule to maintain stability. But learning more abilities was still a matter of doing. As a long-term project, he could not slack off at all. In the past 6 months, the price of the star shells fluctuated repeatedly, because the trading volume of the remains of the mythical beasts increased, sucking away a lot of funds. In addition, the large orders from the Akara civilization were overwhelming. As a common commodity, the price of the star shells obviously could not rise. On the contrary, the Akara civilization encountered several big customers who wanted to purchase a large number of star shells at a price lower than the market price. Of course, they all refused. They just put up orders and were not willing to sell them cheaply. Over time, the rest of the civilizations also understood. It turned out that the Akara civilization used the bulk trading market to make a free advertisement. We are a civilization that is good at breeding star shells and can trade star shells privately. This advertisement is not very useful. After all, the current hotspot is the remains of the mythical beasts, which has lasted for half a year. It is conceivable that it will continue for a long time in the future. Unless your Akara civilization really sells at a low price, there is a possibility of large-scale shipment. Seeing that the advertisement has been made, Akara civilization took out the goods deposited in the trading market again. Wanhei civilization is a big family, so naturally it will not embarrass weak civilizations on this matter. Therefore, the whole thing went quite smoothly. Abus of Akara civilization also breathed a sigh of relief and returned the space gourd loaded with 5 million tons of goods. My lord, the reputation of Akara civilization has been spread. We can proceed to the next step. The next step is naturally to announce the existence of the light talisman and raise the price of the starry sky shell. But it cannot be announced in a big way. That would be too dangerous. The best way is, let other civilizations find a few light talismans by themselves and crack its formula. They will naturally buy the main material, the starry sky shell. The Cavitation civilization is a relatively powerful civilization in this world community. They look like octopuses, with 8 legs, and can live on land. Because of their well-developed brains, individuals of the Cavitation civilization have extremely flexible limbs and are good at high-end manufacturing. Their unique technology is space technology, and the famous Space Shuttle Auxiliary Instrument is an advanced device they made. In normal times, this unique technology is almost useless and cannot be sold at all. But with the emergence of the Netherrealm disaster, the Cavitation civilization has been lucky in recent years and has almost made a fortune. A Space Shuttle Auxiliary Instrument has a net profit of 1,000, and if 10 units are sold, it will be 10,000. 100 units will be 100,000. Even the Wanhei civilization praised their instruments. What makes them even more happy is that their political status is soaring straight up. In this era, those who have money and technology are the masters, and those who have no money and no technology can only be the younger brothers. The Netherrealm disaster, coupled with the root disputes of the top civilizations, has made the world more and more dangerous. It is natural for multiple civilizations to gather together for warmth, especially those civilizations with a long history of cooperation and accumulated a lot of credibility, which are the center of the group warmth. With a superposition of these two factors, the cavitation civilization is like a leader among more than a dozen civilizations. P.S. The extra chapter for 2000 monthly votes has been updated. Can I get 3000 votes tomorrow? Chapter 457, The Starry Sky Shell is being snatched up. The octopus man sitting at the center of the round table said proudly, "My friends, my empty bubble civilization has finally acquired enough remains of the mythical beasts. Now we have cultivated the world will according to the method described by the Bianfang civilization. If the world will of my civilization has undergone major changes, we will notify you as agreed. This is a big promise. Once a civilization successfully cultivates the world will, the price of the remains of the mythical beasts will inevitably rise again. Knowing the news earlier can save a lot of money." After a warm celebration, many civilizations began their daily meetings. "My friends, is there anything interesting happening?" The octopus man was proud in his heart, but on the surface he was quite indifferent. In the trading market, on average, 20 to 30 civilizations are added every month. Yes, 20 to 30 a month. It is really an unprecedented trade event. Therefore, there is a lot of information in the market. Every week, the civilizations will hold a meeting to exchange what they have. A creature that looked like a starfish said, "The big orders that were placed on the starry sky shells are gone." That Akara civilization also knew that they couldn't sell them this way, so they withdrew. Maybe they are willing to sell them at a price lower than the market price. This is the ally of the empty bubble civilization, the Sky Sea civilization. Although they are not strong, the two sides are geographically close and have lived together for more than 2000 years. They are definitely ironclad allies. The starfish people of the Sky Sea civilization like to eat shells to supplement their own nutrition, but they have no money. So they have been coveting the 5 million tons of shells of the Akara civilization for a long time. The leading octopus man shook his head and said to the ally, "Even if they sell them cheaply, at this moment, the shells are not the most important thing. It's enough to eat. The disaster of the nether realm will reduce our population in the future, and the consumption of starry sky shells will also be reduced. If you can cultivate something yourself, cultivate it yourself, don't rush to buy it." The starfish people were a little disappointed, but they could accept this statement. How is the Bianfang civilization? Has it appeared? The Bianfang civilization is missing. There is a rumor that the spaceship of the Bianfang civilization appeared in the easternmost part of this community, and it seems to be preaching again, but I don't know whether this news is true or not. All the creatures in the conference room were silent for a while. When they talked about the peak civilization wisdom in the Bianfang civilization, they felt an inexplicable sense of horror. No one knows why they do this. Some civilizations speculate that they are cold and ruthless destroyers, while others believe that they have opened up a bright path. Even if they are destroyers, will there be a righteous army to take action? What kind of joke is the Sea of Demons? Who has evidence? If you want to gain more world will, you can be a destroyer or you can unite civilizations. Why do you say that others are destroyers? What about the One-Hay civilization? Is there no action? The octopus man asked again. It seems not. This is also very strange. Compared with the One-Hay civilization and the Bianfang civilization, no one knows which is stronger. By the way, sir, we have learned an interesting news, a tall centaur-like creature said. There should be a civilization in the neighboring world community that has leapt to our community. As refugees, they may bring new technologies, and they have been fighting the Netherrealm disaster for a long time, so they may bring more information. Moreover, they may need resources, especially survival resources. At this point, the centaur paused slightly. After all, in the long battle, many of their resources have been exhausted. This news is indeed very important. Information is money. What resources will appreciate in value is hidden in the information. Make money by using information asymmetry, safe and risk-free. As if to whet the appetite of many civilizations, until everyone was a little impatient, the centaur slowly said, "My tribe found a broken ship overseas. This ship has been drifting for who knows how many years, and there are signs of contamination by shadow beasts." The octopus man was slightly surprised. Is there any information on the ship? How strong are the shadow beasts? Small-scale shadow beasts can indeed be dealt with by technological civilizations, and even catching a few alive is not a problem. No, there are only some traces of shadow beast activities, and there are no shadow beasts on the ship. The centaur narrowed his eyes. After scientific analysis, we found that this ship may come from the neighboring community, or it may be accidentally transmitted by the time and space storm. Different world communities have different remains of buried mythical beasts, and some idealistic components are also slightly different. It's like the steel of different communities has similar properties, but it carries slightly different idealistic radiation, so it can indeed be detected by professional instruments. The centaur said slowly, "We also found a strange talisman paper on the ship. This talisman paper can emit huge light in the dark. It should be a defense tool developed by the unknown civilization." Many civilization representatives in the conference room were excited. "Oh? How is the effect? This information is indeed precious enough." The ideological disputes between advanced civilizations are still easy to deal with. It won't cost anyone's life for the time being. The disaster of the netherworld wiped out civilization in an instant. It's a one-time defensive item. We found several hundred pieces of talisman paper on the ship. We dare not conduct large-scale experiments for the time being, the centaur said. We have tested it a few times with a small amount, and the effect is very good. Shadow beasts will be stagnant for a few seconds in the huge light. The centaur civilization is a civilization with relatively strong individual strength, and it is also a technological civilization. As a technological civilization, there are always some means to capture a few shadow beasts and lock them in a mirror cage for research. As a result, the strength of this talisman paper exceeded expectations, so they immediately paid attention to it. Is it possible to crack it? Can your civilization sell us a few pieces of talisman paper? The representative of the Bible civilization said anxiously after looking at the experimental data. Completely different technology trees, the structure of those runes is very strange, and our race is not good at these things. However, we have detected several raw materials. The centaur seemed a little proud. Since they decided to take the new path, their political status has slowly declined. But at this moment, a small piece of talisman paper attracted the attention of all civilizations again. Topaz, plant fiber, white scalestone, starry sky shell. He reported a series of ingredients. Of course there are some complex structures that we haven't detected, so they shouldn't be too expensive. The octopus people of the cavitation civilization were both happy and worried. What made them happy was that these ingredients were very popular and very widespread. Topaz is a seabed mineral, a higher-level energy storage material than black jade, and the reserve is huge. There is no such thing in the trading market, because the reserve is too large, and it can be dug from the seabed. No civilization is willing to spend money to buy this thing. As for plant fiber and white scale, they are not idealistic elements and cannot be sold at a high price. The only thing that is a little valuable is the starry sky shell. In other words, the manufacturing cost of this talisman paper may be extremely low, and it can be manufactured in large quantities. Thinking of this, the octopus people couldn't help but feel happy, and felt that there would be an extra guarantee for survival in the future. Spread this talisman paper all over the world, and the talisman paper will light up when the shadow beast invades, and drive away the opponent. What worried them was that they didn't seem to be able to make a fortune. The things are indeed good things, but it's really uncomfortable not to make a fortune. Of course, we cannot rule out that the centaur civilization has a hidden trick. Although there is cooperation, competition and even closeness between civilizations. This small piece of talisman paper is the political bargaining chip of the centaur civilization. Friends, the news of the light talisman has been spread perfectly. In the secret room, representatives of several civilizations such as humans, snakemen, Hongang people, and Akara people were also discussing secrets. The spread of news naturally cannot teach the manufacturing method of the light talisman in the trading market. That will only bring trouble to oneself and burn oneself directly. However, as long as the major civilizations discover the existence of the light talisman themselves, that will be a different matter. When more and more civilizations discover the light talisman overseas, they will be able to decipher the raw materials and manufacturing methods themselves. Don't underestimate the heritage and wisdom of so many technological civilizations. Although this method is slow, it is safe and reliable. As for the ship from the neighboring world community, it is also genuine. Because there is a continent from the neighboring community, located near humans and snakemen. As long as a few ships of the Moses civilization are transported to more distant seas by aerospace planes, this established fact can be created. In the past few years, there have been logistics personnel doing the transportation. After the other civilizations discovered these ships, they would naturally explore them carefully, and then be very surprised to find the light symbol. According to the current information, at least 2 civilizations have discovered the dilapidated ship and sent personnel to find the light symbol on it. One is the Centaur civilization. The other is the Giant Mountain civilization. I just don't know if it has attracted their attention. These two civilizations are both relatively powerful types, and the probability of them ignoring the light symbol is extremely small. Gondar took a deep breath, stroked his beard, and was excited. The long-awaited day has finally come. It took 2.5 years to prepare for this day. They, the Honggang people, have a slightly wider range of communication and know the approximate activity sites of certain civilizations, such as the Piaoxing civilization, the Centaur civilization, the Giant Mountain civilization, the Bubble civilization, and so on. Therefore, the placement of the dilapidated ship was carefully planned, and the greater the probability of being discovered by other civilizations, the better. There are 12 other ships whose whereabouts are unknown. They may have been destroyed by monsters or picked up by other civilizations, it doesn't matter. It's enough to be discovered by 2 civilizations, Zhang Ming said with a smile. Gondar changed the subject and also laughed, but the aerospace plane is really useful when paired with a space gourd. So many large ships have been scattered to all corners of the Demon Sea in a few years. In the past, it would have taken 100 years to transport them. Mr. Zhang, can you sell some to us? The old guys in the Supreme Council are a little jealous and are urging us. Although the Honggang people can develop the aerospace plane themselves, it will take at least a dozen years of research to mature. What's more, they really can't make the space gourd, so they can only buy it from Zhang Ming. Okay, I'll sell it to you at a low price. It depends on how much the starry sky shell can increase. The leader of the snake people, Heikui, stuck out his forked tongue and said, we don't expect much, a 50% increase is enough. Your snake people have invested 10,000, and 50% is 5,000. In addition, the price of the remains of the mythical beast has increased by 3,000, which adds up to 8,000, Wang Fuman said enviously. The snake people made a fortune quietly. Humans can only pin their hopes on the starry sky shell, which has not increased in price. Of course, there are also remains of mythical beasts. The remains of the Zuanwu are definitely the remains of a well-known mythical beast. But that thing is Shimama's thing. If the old stone doesn't speak, humans really can't dig it randomly. As for the remains of Baizan, cough, forget it for the time being, old man Baizan is not dead yet. The leader of the snake people, Heikui, was a little proud in his heart, but on the surface he kept silent. They also understood the principle of making a fortune in secret, and the snake people lacked too much, and no amount of money was enough to spend. Then everyone talked about the gossip about the civilization that jumped over from next door. This is a real thing. The extinct continent of Moses civilization jumped to the vicinity of humans. Then there must be a civilization that is still alive. For example, the Bianfang civilization. So are there civilizations that are weaker than the Bianfang civilization? The answer is also affirmative. Do they want the light talisman? So before those civilizations next door come to the trading market, we should not sell the starry sky shells indiscriminately. Everyone, do you understand? Resist the temptation. Keep a low profile and act in unison. Zhang Ming patted the table. Understood. While he was talking, a bush of the Akara civilization received a notice. His face changed slightly, and he said happily, there is a civilization willing to purchase starry sky shells in large quantities. The price offered is not low, equivalent to the original price, and the current market price is 18% off the original price. That is, the civilization needs an extremely large amount of starry sky shells before it will purchase them at a premium. Which civilization? Zhang Ming asked. Jushan civilization. It's really like talking about Cao, and Cao will appear. The Giant Mountain civilization is the civilization that discovered the light talisman, and is also one of the more powerful civilizations in this community. It is said that the Giant Mountain civilization race lived in the dark underground a long time ago, and they believed that the whole world was made of rocks. But one day, a wise man believed that there was a sky in the world, and the world was not pure rock, and there was a wider world outside. So they kept digging to the surface, and many people died, and finally saw the blue sky. Because of this historical reason, their unique technology is the continental oscillator, which can improve the crust and dig plates. It is also a big bestseller in the trading market. How should we respond? Just refuse, Abush said with some surprise. This giant mountain civilization suddenly wants to buy a huge amount of starry sky shells, obviously discovering the secret of the light talisman. But the 5 million tons of goods have long been returned to Zhang Ming, and the Akara civilization has no right to sell goods at all. They don't have a penny in their hands. Don't be anxious. It would be too strange to refuse directly, Gondar of Hongang civilization quickly suggested. You should be polite to them and ask them curiously why they buy so many, then shirk the responsibility of discussing with the headquarters. Delay for a few days, the market price will go up, and you can stop selling. Well, that's what we should do. Zhang Ming nodded. Abus, you have worked hard. The pressure may be greater these days. More and more civilizations will buy the star shell, and some will use various means. Don't negotiate face-to-face, just negotiate remotely. Wait until the formula of the light talisman becomes well known, and you can exit in an orderly manner. I understand. A small appreciation storm appeared in the trading market. The star shell, this ordinary commodity, rose rapidly by 14 percentage points in a week. It will soon return to its original price. Back then, it took 2 full years for the price to fall by 12%, and it only took a short week to rise to the original price. Of course, in the market where the price of the remains of the mythical beasts has nearly doubled, the price increase of this little thing seems a bit mediocre. But no one knows whether this is just the end of a small storm or the eve of a big storm. My lord, a civilization has contacted us. Our starry sky shell has returned to the cost price, and they are willing to purchase it at a premium. In the large warehouse of the Yanjiao civilization, the white sea lion crawled over and woke up the long-sleeping dragon turtle. The price has increased, my lord, we have money. The huge body of the dragon turtle trembled slightly. It was actually just in a light sleep. When it heard the keyword price increase, it hurriedly struggled to wake up from its sweet dream. What? What price increase? The dragon turtle also twisted its buttocks. The price of the starry sky shell has increased, and a civilization is willing to purchase it at a price 5% higher than the market price, 960,000 tons of goods, worth 8,000 units of the source of the world, a net profit of 800. The white sea lion was so happy that his tail shook, and even his body shook along. HMPH, what is the reason for the price increase? Have you found out? The dragon turtle was also in a very happy mood. This is the pleasure of getting back the original capital. Do you know how you spent those days when the price was lower than the principal? Do you know what it feels like to be obsessed with cutting meat and watching the remains of the mythical beast soar? Now, the price of my goods has also begun to rise. The dragon turtle was in a proud mood, and his mood became more and more excited, twisting his body more and more. I don't know why the price has increased, sir. I don't know. Then sell it for nothing. I have waited for so long. Can I only make 5%? Let that group of people negotiate with me in person, and let this turtle squeeze out their information viciously. The dragon turtle's eyes condensed, flashing with a shrewd light. After receiving the order, the white sea lion went out happily. It was really happy as never before, and the whole body was filled with a happy breath. In the warehouse, only the dragon turtle was left, staring at the price trend chart intently. In the past 2 years, the trading volume of starry sky shell was not large. On average, there were only about 10 transactions a day, and the price fluctuation was very small, not exceeding 0.5%. It rose today and fell back tomorrow. The average daily trading volume was about 10,000 tons, and sometimes only 1 or 2,000 tons. But in the past week, there were more than 100 transactions a day, and the trading volume increased rapidly. On the most recent day, the trading volume exceeded 50,000 tons, which is 5 times the original. This means that there is a determined force that is continuously buying starry sky shell. And once it is eaten, it will not be spit out. It will go up. It will definitely go up. Although I don't know why, Mama, I didn't lie to you, huh? The price has gone up, the dragon turtle proudly called his old rival, but the stinky stone hummed, and couldn't spit out any ivory from his mouth. Don't sell it, idiot. The price will go up, and it's just beginning now. How can I sell it? When the dragon turtle saw that some civilizations were selling star shells, placing orders continuously and lowering the price, he couldn't help cursing in his heart. Idiot, someone is selling when the price has gone up so much? If everyone doesn't sell and hoards the goods, won't the price go up? It suddenly had an idea. By the way, why don't I add fuel to the fire and push up the price? Thinking of this, its eyes rolled and it made up its mind. After many years, the dragon turtle, who had been a dead otaku, came out of retreat. Although the Yanjiao civilization is a weak civilization, so weak that it has no contact value, the dragon turtle is still famous in this trading market. However, As the dragon turtle has been a dead otaku, its former fame has been submerged in the endless new information. But outdated fame is still fame. Soon, more than a dozen civilizations including the dinosaur man sent representatives to a large garden. Under the cherry blossoms, beside the lake, birds are singing and flowers are fragrant. My lord, long time no see, you are finally out of retreat. We have been looking forward to your coming out for a long time, the dinosaur man and other civilization representatives habitually greeted. They are all mature civilizations. It will not be a loss to be a little enthusiastic. Stop talking nonsense. This time, I am out of retreat, not for anything else, but just to provide you with an opportunity to make a fortune. The dragon turtle spit out more breath of turbid air. With opportunity to make a fortune, the leading dinosaur man became interested. The dragon turtle said slowly, a few years ago, I hoarded 960,000 tons of star shells. Did it become a joke for a while? Don't think I don't know what you think. I used the remains of the beast to exchange for a mountain of star shells, and I can't sell these things. You all think that there is something wrong with my brain, right? How could it be? Sir, every commodity has its intrinsic value, and star shells are also valuable. Maybe the price will increase at any time. The dinosaur man hurriedly coughed a few times and flattered a few words. Although the dragon turtle's actions at the time did become an internal joke, mocking this kind of brain-problematic supernatural person is indeed quite enjoyable. But who dares to laugh at it in front of the dragon turtle? Yes, sir, the price of star shells has increased recently, and you are not losing money. Several other civilization representatives hurriedly calmed the giant turtle's emotions. The dragon turtle snorted and was too lazy to argue with him, because during the conversation, the starry sky shell rose by another 0.5%, officially breaking through its holding cost price. It was so happy. The buying power lurking in the dark was too strong. No matter how much goods came, it would be bought. There were even several long forces that were constantly buying, which gave it infinite confidence. Go up. Raise the price quickly. The dragon turtle had never been so happy in his life. The blood in his whole body seemed to be boiling. There is a reason why I did this. This is a life-saving thing. You won't be able to buy it in the future if you want to. The dragon turtle's face changed, and he said, nonsense. My turtle clan is naturally good at divination. The disaster in the nether realm is full of dangers, and the starry sky shell is used to save lives. Forget it, I told you, but you don't understand, sir. Is there any other use for the starry sky shell? Everyone present is not a fool, and they also know that the price of the starry sky shell has changed. But they don't know the reason. There is no trivial matter in civilization. It does not mean that leaders can buy a lot of things when they are hot-headed. If you buy something directly when you see it rising, you may become a buyer. Who will bear the responsibility at that time? There must be a clear reason anyway. The dragon turtle looked around with its huge eyes and snorted coldly. The so-called secrets cannot be leaked. I can only say so much. The starry sky shell is a real good thing. Considering that we know each other and get along well, I specially inform you, if you don't stock up now, you will regret it in the future, of course. I have 960,000 tons of goods here. If you can't survive, I will still sell some to you, but the price will be based on the market price at that time. The dragon turtle snorted viciously, not knowing whether his intimidation was useful. He swaggered back to his warehouse, leaving only a series of boom, boom footsteps. It patiently guarded its treasure, while concentrating on the price trend on the big screen. Go up for me. The dozens of civilization representatives were also skeptical and discussed in the garden. It is said that the powerful civilizations that fled from the neighboring community will also come to this 1A trading market. It's normal. There is no such a grand trading market next door. Could it be that these civilizations need a lot of resources? That's right. They have consumed a lot of resources in the long-term battles, and they really need to replenish them. But according to this speculation, it should be that resources are generally rising, not just the starry sky shell. Nowadays, various commodities have indeed risen a little bit, not as exaggerated as the starry sky shell. I am a Dreadclaw civilization. I also have a demand for starry sky shells. Eating starry sky shells can make claws harder. Buy a small amount, 100,000 tons. Even if I lose money, I can afford it, the dinosaur man thought secretly. Anyway, the price is not expensive now. 100,000 tons is equivalent to 833.341 coins. Even if I lose 10%, it is only 83.334, which is indeed affordable. Since he thought so, Other civilizations also had this idea to a greater or lesser extent. The combined purchasing power of so many civilizations is not small. Then, another piece of gossip spread in the market. The dragon turtle came out of retreat, saying that the starry sky shell can fight against the shadow beast disaster. Some civilizations were dismissive, and some civilizations were skeptical. After all, the dragon turtle did stock up a lot of goods, so it naturally had to build momentum for its goods. But there were also some civilizations, such as the centaur civilization, vacuum civilization, and giant mountain civilization, which had already learned that the most important material for the light talisman was the starry sky shell. After hearing this news, they became anxious. They hadn't stocked up the goods yet. How did this dragon turtle know? This turtle has been hoarding goods for a long time. It should not be a secret leak from our internal organization. This turtle is a top-level strong man. It is normal for him to have some divination skills. It doesn't matter. Not many civilizations believe what it said, sir, it's bad. There are multiple civilizations buying the star shell in the trading market. What about the Akara civilization? Are they still unwilling to give in? There is also a giant mountain civilization that is negotiating with the Akara civilization. In addition, with the soaring prices, the Akara civilization is not very willing to sell. The octopus man of the Bible civilization cursed the damn giant mountain civilization in his heart. As more than 20 civilizations scrambled for goods, the price in the trading market rose a little bit, and the inventory decreased again. The octopus man's heart was bleeding when he thought that the goods were robbed and the future profits would be less. The centaur civilization next door was even more impatient. And the deep anxiety was reflected on their faces. The giant mountain civilization on the other side was also holding a civilization meeting. Their relationship with the Bible civilization and the centaur civilization was just a casual acquaintance. They had met a few times and made a few transactions. The individuals of this civilization look like big stone men, and their personalities are as heavy and steady as stones. At this moment, the giant mountain civilization is not calm, because the opportunity to make a fortune is passing in the blink of an eye. The light talisman can resist the shadow beast very well, even if it is only a few seconds. A few seconds in a war is the difference between life and death. As a civilization with a complete technological line, they have cracked the composition of the light talisman. Most of them are worthless things that can be dug from the sea of demons and do not need to be traded. The only material with trading value is the starry sky shell. The output of the starry sky shell is not small, but it cannot be provided in unlimited quantities. Therefore, hoarding a large number of starry sky shells has become a consensus of the giant mountain civilization. But for some reason, there are several other civilizations that are also frantically purchasing starry sky shells, which makes them very uncomfortable. In fact, in recent days, more civilizations have been inexplicably purchasing starry sky shells. A large number of speculators have also started to stock up. This is also the main reason for the 14% surge in a week. If you grab a little, I grab a little, won't the price be high? For some reason, the forces of the Bible civilization and the centaur civilization have started to compete with us for the star shell, the leading stone man named Shetaton said in a rough voice. Not only in the trading market, they also want to participate in the large amount of star shells of the Akara civilization. It is precisely because of their intervention that the Akara civilization has become alert and the negotiations have failed. The Akara civilization has 5 million tons of goods. It was originally a good business to negotiate, but it became difficult to negotiate because of the scramble of multiple forces. This incident made the giant mountain civilization puzzled. The transaction request from the dragon turtle was also rejected. The dragon turtle even claimed that it knew through divination that the star shell could save lives. The dragon turtle's declaration has been taken seriously by many civilizations, leading to more civilizations hoarding goods. It is the earliest individual to hoard the star shell, and its influence cannot be underestimated. The stone people are like computer AI, judging these news calmly. They are indeed a very calm race. No matter what kind of sudden event occurs, they will judge the gains and losses with a calm attitude. P.S. The 3,000 monthly votes extra chapter has been completed. Although I still don't have 3,000 votes, brothers, please give me some support. Chapter 458, 1 daily limit. The individual stone men use the level of computing power as the main criterion for judging their abilities. Their reproduction method is also quite peculiar, somewhat similar to budding reproduction. Newly born individuals have a small amount of memory innately, and they cultivate computing and mathematical abilities from an early age. The higher the computing power, the higher the position they will get in the future. The lower the computing power, the more basic work they can do. From this perspective, the computing race value of the stone men is much higher than that of other civilizations. However, these stone men are not good at cultivation. Although their individual strength is still strong, their growth rate is much slower than that of ordinary civilizations, and they may even be unable to grow. Bloodlines and the like have nothing to do with them. They are just an indigenous species. Therefore, the emergence of the new road is simply tailor-made for the giant mountain civilization. After a brief evaluation, the stone men believe that the existence of the light symbol may have been exposed. It's not that there was an internal leak. It's that the light symbol is originally a technological root of another world community, and it is unknown how widely it is distributed. Since they picked up the light symbol from overseas, other civilizations may also pick it up. When multiple civilizations learn the news, there is a high probability that they will rob the star shells. While the news has not been completely exposed, our race should conduct private transactions with those civilizations that are good at breeding star shells as quickly as possible. Even if there is a higher premium, we will not hesitate to buy in large quantities, the leading stone man said in a deep voice. If the news of the light symbol is exposed, we will not lose money. At the same time, eat up all the sell orders in the exchange in one go. Our current remaining funds can hoard more than 3 million tons of star shells. This race is really neat and tidy. Tens of thousands of 1A coins, huge transactions. Other civilizations have to hold meetings for 10 days and half a month to make a decision, but this race only took a few minutes. Second, so when the Cavitation civilization, the Centaur and other civilizations were still arguing and hesitating, the giant mountain civilization had already taken action. The stone man pressed a button and bought all the star shells in the exchange at once. The price trend looked like a vertical straight line. In just 1 second, the price rose by 10%. The stock in the exchange was cleared out. Even the giant mountain civilization was not satisfied, and issued a purchase notice. Our giant mountain civilization will purchase 3 million tons of starry sky shells at the current market price. In order to increase the appeal, they also added a clause. 8% of the transaction price will be settled with the world source. Those with large quantities will gain the deep friendship of our giant mountain civilization. The equivalent of a transaction of 1 million 1A coins of goods, 80 yuan of which will be settled with the world source. This clause directly caused a huge sensation. In the past, although the world source was a general equivalent, with the advent of the Netherrealm disaster, the major civilizations were basically unwilling to take it out for trade. It was just an intermediate settlement mechanism. But now, the giant mountain civilization actually directly purchased it with the world source. Although it was only 8% of the settlement value, it was really very attractive. Of course, many civilizations were curious and confused. Is the giant mountain civilization crazy? Spending such a huge price to buy starry sky shells? What are they buying so many shells for? Take them back to eat? But despite their doubts, many civilizations still sold their stocks of star shells to the giant mountain civilization. The source of the world is really too precious, so sell it. More civilizations urgently transferred stocks from their base camps and transported them to the trading market for trading. The wind and cloud surged, and the waves gradually rose. With a massive acquisition of the giant mountain civilization, a large number of civilizations such as the Bubble civilization and the Centaur were dumbfounded. How could you do this? We didn't buy much, and the price was raised by you. They were so angry that they gnashed their teeth, but they could do nothing about it. Because the system determines a lot, their system efficiency is not as good as that of the giant mountain civilization. Now that the star shell is soaring, they have to hold a meeting to study slowly. What should they do next? It's really slow step by step. The worries of humans, snake people, Hongang people, and Akara people were directly blown away by the sky as the star shell soared by 10% a day. 44,000 stocks, the price has increased by 4,400 in one day. How many years will it take for all mankind to work hard? The reason why it stopped rising was that there was no stock in the exchange. All the star shells were privately purchased by the giant mountain civilization. Without buying and selling, there is naturally no price. Everyone is cheering for the Super Bowl, Jushin civilization. After all, this is just a small wave at the beginning. The more powerful the giant mountain civilization is, the more the price of the star shell will soar. This crazy joy makes everyone's blood boil, and they are immersed in joy. Jushin civilization, buy it from me. Ha ha ha. Jushan civilization, go, Shinma shouted wildly. In its private treasury, it also stored 100,000 tons of star shells. In its mind, the dragon turtle is really my good brother. Even if the dragon turtle is completely unaware, it has also contributed to the flames. It is really a fate. Wang Fumin and Gondar have become close friends. They drank crazily at the table. They were in high spirits and couldn't stop drinking. Mr. Zhang, ha ha ha, another civilization wants to buy the starry sky shell. It's the invitation from the bubble civilization. The giant mountain civilization has also issued a transaction invitation. They are willing to increase their share of the world source to 10% and purchase 3 million tons of goods. A bush of the Akara civilization hurried over, his face flushed and a little frightened. These powerful civilizations are very scary when they look kind. Someone actually called us too? It was the bubble civilization that called. They are anxious. The snakeman Heikui was also twisting his body wildly, with a fanatical look. How did it find you? Zhang Ming was stunned for a moment and remembered. In the past, the snakeman civilization was forced to buy and sell by the dragon turtle and swallowed 480,000 tons of goods. So in the intelligence system of other civilizations, the snakeman actually has a lot of starry sky shells in stock. The thing he almost forgot was actually remembered by the bubble civilization. The snake man had a strange expression, twisting like a rattlesnake. It means that the group of rich octopuses are really anxious. Keep hanging them, just pretend to be nice for a while. Wait for the price to rise again, and then tell them openly that we won't sell it for the time being because the market conditions are too strange. Mr. Zhang, do you want to deploy more ships overseas? We can contact the rear and send people to do it. Gondar's face was flushed, and blood rushed to his brain. At first, he was still a little scared, fearing that the plan would fail and he would become a sinner of civilization. At that time, even if he committed suicide by cutting his stomach, he would be erected as a kneeling statue and cursed by his tribe every day. But the huge increase in one day directly changed his three views. He only had the ecstasy brought by huge profits in his heart. I am a fucking saint of civilization. If there is another daily limit, he even has the courage to point his index finger at the foreheads of those members of the Supreme Council and curse them viciously. You are such a cowardly idiot. Without Gondar, how can Hongang civilization make so much money? A bunch of idiots. Don't ask why. Hongang civilization is such a civilization. Whoever can bring benefits is a great man. Whoever promotes the development of civilization is a saint. However, Zhang Ming waved his hand and remained rational. Don't worry, I think the ships we have deployed in the Sea of Demon God are enough. There are already two powerful forces. After knowing this, the two sides have started competing. If you continue to deploy, you will be exposed. Almost all civilizations know that the giant mountain civilization is robbing the star shells. They will definitely wonder why. Although Zhang Ming was also very happy, he was not as ecstatic as his companions. After all, he still has some wealth, but he dare not take most of his wealth out to sell. The corpse of a demon god may be able to buy the entire trading market. In addition, looking at the entire trading market, he only wanted to buy a few elastic clothes that could stretch freely. However, an invisible benefit is that leading the major civilizations to make a fortune together has obviously changed the inherent history of these civilizations, and a large amount of space-time tidal energy seems to be within reach. Moreover, with a successful cooperation and common interests, the success rate of working together in the future will also be greatly improved. Wang Fumin pondered for a moment and continued, well, Lao Zhang is right, Mr. Gondar. I also think there is no need to be too anxious. The combined strength of our parties is not as good as that of old civilizations such as Giant Mountain and Kongpeo. If we reveal our true colors, it will be a very troublesome thing. Now that Giant Mountain civilization and Dragon Turtle have become the first to come forward, it is better for us to hide behind the scenes. Heikui nodded. So many civilizations are wondering why Giant Mountain civilization did this. Even 1A civilization is wondering. I think this secret will not be kept secret for long. It will soon become gossip and spread widely. By then, the value of the starry sky shell will be re-identified and will rise again. Then, we will think of a way to publish the formula of the light talisman, and then we will ship it. Gondar calmed down and nodded carefully. That's right, I'm really too anxious. I really want to know how much the starry sky shell can rise. As he spoke, he couldn't help laughing again. It seemed that he had never been so happy in his life. How should we announce the formula of the light talisman? If each civilization cracks it by themselves, It will take several years, right? Although this thing is not complicated, it is not so easy to crack it, Zhang Ming said with a smile. Or, let the dragon turtle do it. Shimama listened to their plan, trembled a few times, and immediately rejected this suggestion. We are just doing a business, not an alliance. Everyone, today is a happy day and you are in a good mood. Let's have a good meal. I will treat everyone to the tenderloin of extraordinary life. In order to celebrate the great victory of this battle, Zhang Ming took up his old job as a chef after a long absence. The golden cup of clear wine costs 10,000, and the jade plate of delicacies costs 10,000. Unconsciously, everyone is a little drunk, not physically drunk. Rather, it is drunk in the heart. Being in the one-hay civilization trading market, the lost people are not confused. But powerful civilizations are everywhere. When you think that your own civilization is so weak, how can you not have any mental pressure? And today, I am really relaxed all over, even my bones are loose. At this moment, the dragon turtle squatting in the warehouse was also in a state of crazy ecstasy. Today, it had a huge increase in price, and the psychological stimulation brought by it made it feel like it was in the clouds. What's more, this is not the daily limit. The giant mountain civilization stipulates that 8% of the transaction price will be settled with the source of the world. This price is actually higher than the market price. The price will definitely increase again in the future. Tell the giant mountain civilization that I am very optimistic about them and hope they can become the peak civilization. The dragon turtle opened its bloody mouth. If there are any requirements, I will try my best to meet them. Except for not selling the starry sky shell, everything else is easy to say. Yes, sir. The white sea lion crawled away happily, and his chubby body was full of joy. At this moment, more than 20 civilization leaders gathered in the warehouse of the Yanjiao civilization. You look at me, I look at you, embarrassed and speechless. Although they copied a little bottom, the total amount is really not much. Seeing that the starry sky shell soared by 10% in one day, there was a panic of chasing high prices. What if this shell is really just a speculation? There have been so many strange things in the trading market over the years. Even not long ago, the remains of mythical beasts generally soared by 60%. Some species even doubled. In comparison, the increase in the price of the starry sky shell is really just a drizzle. Master Turtle, please tell us the real purpose of the starry sky shell. Yes, you are unwilling to tell us. How can we make up our minds? The attitudes of these civilizations are very useful to the dragon turtle. As a species with very sensitive spiritual perception, it also knows that the attitude of this group of technological civilizations towards it has slightly declined over the years. Because the dragon turtle has sold the Bixie egg. Technological civilizations are all a group of snobs. You don't have anything good to trade, so the value of communication will naturally decline. In addition, a new path has emerged, and the extraordinary is no longer the measure of the strength of civilization. This is also very important. But now, the attitudes of the major civilizations have suddenly reversed, and the dragon turtle is naturally very comfortable. However, it really didn't know the reason for the price increase of the starry sky shell, so it could only snort coldly and pretend to be arrogant and said, "The secret of heaven cannot be leaked. If I leak the secret of heaven, it will be out of control and my life will be shortened. Do you understand? If you believe me, just buy some privately. The more you buy, the better. Don't be afraid of heights, just buy it. If you don't believe me, don't sell your inventory indiscriminately. It's only increased by 10%. What are you afraid of? I can only say this. The rest depends on your own understanding." After saying this, the dragon turtle left arrogantly. A large number of civilizations such as the Bubble civilization and the Centaur civilization are also holding civilization meetings. The venue is filled with an impetuous and anxious atmosphere. The giant mountain civilization directly publicly purchased 3 million tons of starry sky shells, as if it was a wake-up call, and almost knocked them out. 3 million tons, definitely not a small amount. In their impression, slowly acquiring and not letting other civilizations find out is a good opportunity to make a fortune. Why did you break the rules directly? The giant mountain civilization had a temper as bad as a rock, but one had to admit that these guys were indeed extremely good at calculations. This kind of acquisition method of great force working wonders really had quite a few civilizations willing to sell the star shell to them. According to the intelligence system of our civilization, the giant mountain civilization is negotiating several deals. It is expected that within half a month, 3 million tons will be collected. The giant mountain civilization must know the truth about the existence of the light talisman, the centaur said angrily. Then what should we do? Should we intervene in their deals and buy them at a higher price? Not appropriate, not appropriate, the octopus man of the bubble civilization said. Now there is only one giant mountain civilization that is frantically purchasing. If we also turn to the surface and compete with a giant mountain civilization, the price will soon go up to the sky, and no one will be able to hoard the starry sky shells. There is only one plan now, to reach a cooperation agreement with a giant mountain civilization. They have to sell some of the starry sky shells they purchased to us, otherwise, we can't get the starry sky shells, so we might as well make the news of the light talisman public, and no one will make money. In an instant, the venue became dead silent. The old ones are still the best, and they directly threaten their competitors. This step is indeed a brilliant move. Of course, we are not paying. As long as you, the giant mountain civilization, are willing to sell a portion to us, we will be partners and no longer competitors. Hoarding together, cooperating together, and doubling the market, isn't that good? Just like that, the remote call video of the giant mountain civilization was quickly projected on the big screen. The stone man was somewhat silent in front of the light symbol displayed here and the conditions offered. The stone man's grand voice said, "How confident are you in cracking the light talisman? If we can't crack it, we can't mass produce it, and it's useless to buy so many starry sky shells." The leader of the bubble civilization said, "There are civilizations in my alliance that are good at talisman paper. Although the light talisman has a unique and sophisticated thinking, it is obviously developed by a civilization with quite high attainments. But as long as we can figure out the general principle, it will not be a problem to develop a light talisman with 30% of the effect within a year. It will not be a problem to develop talisman paper with 60% of the performance within 3 years, the stone man said. My tribe is indeed not good at cracking this kind of talisman paper. If you can tell me the corresponding manufacturing method after the success, my tribe agrees to this cooperation deal." These civilizations cleverly reached a private cooperation agreement. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, another 2 months passed. The number of civilizations in the trading market increased as the Netherrealm disaster approached. The advanced transportation tools of the One-Hay civilization continuously transport civilizations here. Many weak civilizations with remote geographical locations that were not qualified to participate in the trading market activities in the past also gathered here. They often have no unique technology, so they can only sell raw materials to buy survival technology. As a result, the prices of many raw materials fell again, except for the starry sky shell. For some reason, it has been stubbornly strong for 2 months. The price of the starry sky shell has been up and down, but it has risen by 22% compared to the beginning. The formula of the light talisman has not been announced yet. Whether it is humans or other civilizations, it needs a suitable opportunity. On this day, a civilization from the neighboring world community finally appeared in the trading market, the Poison Eye civilization. The individuals of the Poison Eye civilization, according to human aesthetics, do not look very good. Their heads are wrinkled and have many tentacles. There is a huge eyeball on the forehead that can emit soul-fixing light waves to directly attack the souls of creatures. What's more amazing is that they are a civilization that takes a new path and respects the world will. Under the influence of the frontier civilization, the civilizations in the neighboring communities mostly took new paths, which were completely different from the communities in this world. Therefore, the information about the new road from the Poison Eye civilization is extremely valuable. Everyone wants to see how their world will is being cultivated. If it is really a wide road, it will be another opportunity to fish in troubled waters with chaotic prices. Moreover, the information about the Netherrealm disaster brought by the Poison Eye civilization is equally important. The One-Hay civilization trading market is indeed worth seeing. It is really rich in products. There are many powerful civilizations and a wide variety of unique technologies, which makes people dazzled. Although my community also has a similar trading market, its scale is not even 1/10 of that of the One-Hay civilization. It is not known whether this Poison Eye creature is sincere or exaggerating, and he praised this place to the skies. Then he changed the subject. In the long-term war with the shadow beasts, our civilization is short of resources, but we are short of money and cannot afford to buy too many supplies. Therefore, we sell a unique technology, the soul-fixing impact cannon. This unique technology can attack the soul. It is a good weapon against the shadow beasts with large quantities and low prices. The disaster in the nether realm is cruel and terrifying. Even if you prepare for hundreds of years in advance, the number of civilizations that can successfully escape here is still less than 1 in 10. My Poison Eye civilization will provide more information that everyone is interested in the central conference room. The participation fee for this intelligence answering meeting is 0.1 yuan 1 coin. Each civilization can ask various questions in this intelligence release conference, and my civilization will answer them all. This guy is quite good at doing business. The fee of 0.1 yuan is indeed not expensive, and most civilizations can afford it. Although there will definitely be news leaks afterwards, it is always good to get first-hand information on the spot. Only a civilization like Yanjiao, which has a full warehouse of starry sky shells, can't afford the fee of 0.1 yuan. So many civilizations combined can charge at least 1 or 200. You can make money just by talking. This business is indeed easy to do. There is no other way. Who made the Poison Eye civilization the first genuine civilization that leapt from the neighboring community? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 459, The Extraordinary Visitors from Shangbu Civilization. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon of that day, representatives from many civilizations came to the central conference room. The square and the corridor were full of representatives of civilizations of various shapes. Even some extremely tall creatures tens of meters high could be seen. It was a bustle. The area of the central conference room is about the size of 200 playgrounds. It is like a cyberpunk building with all kinds of holographic projection devices. All the rooms together can accommodate 500,000 people and thousands of civilizations to attend the meeting. The walls and floors of this building are made of special materials, which have a certain degree of isolation from superpowers. Each civilization has a box, which is separated from each other, which can reduce many conflicts. Of course, if the relationship is good, it is not a big problem for several civilizations to get together. Wanhei civilization is also very good at doing business. Such a large conference room can be rented for 1 day at a cost of only 4 yuan. Zhang Ming and others found a box and sat down, quietly waiting for the new information brought by the Poisonous Eye civilization. Over the years, people have also figured out the strongest civilizations in this community. The first tier is naturally the Wanhei civilization. The Wanhei civilization is really uniquely strong. With so many civilizations in the trading market, it is impossible to estimate how much wealth the Wanhei civilization has and how many strong people it has. We can only infer some details of this mysterious civilization from the goods they sell. The Wanhei civilization is really mysterious. As long as they don't trample on the rules of the trading market, they basically don't care. They have never participated in the ups and downs of commodities such as the star shell and the remains of divine beasts. Even in the trading market, there are no strong people from the Wanhei civilization. I have only seen one extraordinary person from the Wanhei civilization, Shang Shan. What about the others? Zhang Ming was very confused about this matter. The second-tier civilization is the Shangbu civilization, which is also a very magical civilization. Zhang Ming is very suspicious that the Shangbu civilization is a powerful foreign civilization, like the Gushi civilization. Because they provide very many strange and extremely expensive unique technologies, probably hundreds of unique technologies, and are also a strong supplier of raw materials. In theory, it is difficult for a civilization to have so many unique technologies that are completely opposite. The only explanation is that they bought goods from other world communities and moved them here to sell. That is, a middleman. The Shangbu civilization can buy and sell anything. In addition to business, the most proficient thing is divination. However, divination is not omnipotent. The more sophisticated the thing, the more difficult it is to divination. In short, the Shangbu civilization is slowly withdrawing from the trading market. The approaching disaster of the netherworld is no joke. The third-tier civilization is the powerful local civilizations such as Jushan and Kongbu. They have best-selling products and have been operating in the trading market for thousands of years. Their foundation is far stronger than that of ordinary civilizations. In other words, this kind of civilization is often the center for other weak civilizations to keep warm. There are about 30 to 50 powerful local civilizations. As for the fourth tier, There are many civilizations with unique technologies such as Hongang people, humans, and snake people, and they also have a small status. There are about 500 or 600. In the next period of time, the number of civilizations of the third and fourth tiers will increase again. Gondar stroked his beard. There may be hundreds of civilizations that are capable of traveling through the world community. They also want to see this rare trade event of thousands of civilizations and buy some supplies. Then, we will announce the light talisman again. Just as they were chatting, there was a knock on the door. Zhang Ming seemed to sense something, frowned, opened the door and saw a guy with a pointed chin, waxy yellow skin, and a goblin-like face standing outside the door. This guy was carrying a large sack and looked at them curiously. Seeing someone open the door, this goblin-like guy said, "Hello, friends. I am from the Shanbu civilization. My name is Jia Huangjin. I have something to discuss with you. I wonder if you are free." This guy showed a mouthful of yellow teeth, and looked familiar. While talking, he kept looking around, as if he didn't want to be noticed by other civilizations. Don't be fooled by his strange appearance. He is a genuine businessman from a powerful civilization, Shangbu Wenming. Zhang Ming frowned slightly. He recognized the sack on Jia Huangjin's back. His old friend, Gu Shunjing, was holding a sack of this style. He thought to himself, that is to say, Gu Shunjing had traded with Shangbu Wenming before. What do you want? Zhang Ming exuded his aura of transcending the limits of the spirit. Jia Huangjin was stunned for a moment, squinted his eyes again, and smiled, saying in the shrewd tone unique to a businessman, "It turns out to be the honorable extraordinary gentleman. I really have no ill intentions, but I have something to discuss." He gently uttered a key word, "Starry Sky Shell." Zhang Ming frowned slightly, and his voice turned cold. "What do you want to know?" Jia Huangjin hurriedly said, "This matter involves the practice of my civilization. If it is not resolved, I will be itchy and my cultivation will not improve." "Haha, I'm not a threat, don't worry, I'm not here to threaten you, but to cooperate, to seek cooperation." Looking at his neurotic appearance, Zhang Ming was very patient. Then, "Please come in, Mr. Jia." Since a guest from a powerful civilization had come, the Hongang people and the snake people stood up one after another, wanting to leave and return to their own boxes. The Akara people had no money and did not attend this meeting, and they did not even want to pay 0.1 yuan. Jia Huangjin said quickly, "Don't leave, everyone. This matter of mine is also related to you. The practice method of my Shangbu civilization is very tricky. I believe you have heard of it. Business is the way. Business emphasizes transactions, the discovery of value, and the change of history, so anything can be bought and anything can be sold. Since there are civilizations in the world that have achieved extraordinary success through archaeology, naturally there are also civilizations that have achieved extraordinary success through business. The world is bustling with people, all for profit. The demon sea is so vast. There is no end to the money to be made." The goblin-like businessman patted his chest vigorously. "So I, Jia Huangjin, am willing to cooperate with you to make a big profit." The guy rolled his eyes and said, "Over the past year, the Starry Sky Shell has been rising slowly by a small margin, which is puzzling. It must be due to some insider information that has not been made public. I was predicting the astronomical phenomena at night, and suddenly found that the Starry Sky Shell has a huge room for appreciation, but it requires the union of multiple civilizations to deeply explore it. The giant mountain civilization has been buying up the Starry Sky Shells. Why don't you go find them? The dragon turtle has also stockpiled a lot of goods. Why did it come to us? No, the giant mountain civilization has bought a lot of them, but they don't have the initiative to raise the price." Jia Huangjin shook his head and said, "If we can't take the initiative, what's the point? The so-called opportunity to raise prices is only 1 or 2 years. With the influx of foreign civilizations, the demand for resources has increased significantly. If you miss the opportunity, you will get half the result with twice the effort." Zhang Ming was silent and didn't speak. "Hey, why does your pendant look a little familiar?" Jia Huangjin suddenly glanced at the Xianji jade pendant on Zhang Ming's neck. This thing was given to Zhang Ming by Shimama after he robbed the flying saucer to avoid being predicted by others. And Shimama was traded from Gu Shunjing. Given by a friend, Zhang Ming coughed. "Brother Zhang, it's fate." Jia Huangjin suddenly became enthusiastic, and his 2 waxy yellow hands kept rubbing. "Is this friend surnamed Gu? That guy often comes to my place to sell stolen goods." Cough cough. "What about trading materials? I still have his communication jade pendant here. How about calling him now?" Jia Huangjin took out a device that looked like a gold ingot from the sack and really started to make a call. Gu Shunjing's voice came over. Hey, it's Boss Jia. No one comes to my place for no reason. What are you doing calling me today? I met a friend, so I called you to see, and asked you to be a middleman, Jia Huangjin said. Gu Shunjing saw Lao Zhang and Shi Mama, and immediately became excited. It turned out to be Brother Zhang and Brother Shi. Long time no see. Well, it's a long story. I'm trapped in a ghost place. I thought I had found a treasure, but I found an empty tomb and fell into it. It will take some time for me to dig it out of the tomb. This time it's a big loss. There's nothing inside, only a bunch of evil monsters that have been fighting with them for several years. Gu Shunjing seemed to be trapped in a strange place. The communication signal was very poor, and the picture was intermittent. In order to avoid the monster, he activated the shelter function of the world source, and then slowly dug a tunnel with a broken shovel. His clothes were shabby and stained with blood. The silly Rodir Jadebao beside him still looked indifferent and was chewing something slowly. Brother Gu, are you okay? Do you want someone to save you? Zhang Ming couldn't help asking. It's not a big problem. I can escape by myself. If I had known, I would have taken you to dig graves. With your magical powers, you wouldn't have to be so embarrassed. Hey, I miss the days of playing games with the turtles. Let's play games together some other day and kill him for 3 days and 3 nights, but don't worry, I can escape. It just takes some effort. Oh, Boss Gio wants to do business with you? Well, he's a pretty good person. I sold a lot of garbage to him. If you have any goods that you can't sell, you can sell them to him. Even if they are some stolen goods, he will buy them. Gu Shunjing whispered, if you don't have enough money to spend, find a few civilized people to rob them and sell them to him to sell the stolen goods. Jia Huangjin hurriedly said, what stolen goods? I'm just a businessman. I can't tell what stolen goods are. Zhang Ming was sweating profusely when he heard this. Are these guys so morally low? With this relationship, this Jia Huangjin who suddenly came to the door seemed to have a little credibility. However, there is no trivial matter between civilizations, and Zhang Ming still didn't dare to trust rashly. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Ming was silent for a moment and said, Boss Jia, what do you want to know? Even if the price of the starry sky shell continues to rise, it is just an insignificant matter with your wealth. Isn't the appreciation potential and trading volume of the remains of mythical beasts much higher than those of the starry sky shell? Can't you hype the remains of mythical beasts? No, Jia Huangjin said, shaking his head. We, the Shangbu clan, enjoy the process of trading, not the final result. Making money is just a small matter. Discovering the value of an item, promoting its intrinsic value, and truly showing its inner beauty to the world. Don't you think this is an extremely glorious and meaningful thing? As for the skyrocketing price, it is just a natural thing in the process of value discovery. As long as the process is wonderful enough, even if we lose a little money in the end, we can accept it. He patted his chest hard and said nervously, the remains of the mythical beast, this kind of thing that has been fully excavated for value, there is no art of trading anymore. Boring. Its value has been recognized. What's the point of us promoting it again? Even if it can make a profit in the end, it will not help much in practicing business. What's more, the remains of the mythical beast have already been participated in by members of my Shangbu clan. I came a step late and it is inconvenient for me to intervene again. Zhang Ming understood. This Shangbu civilization is really peculiar, and there is also internal competition between members of the clan. If I participate in this matter, you can't participate. But it is also because of this that the strength of the Shangbu civilization is indeed very strong. How can a weak civilization support so many crazy businessmen? It has long been eaten up by the black eating black. Just as they were chatting, the spokesperson of the Poison Eye civilization finally arrived. In the image on the big screen in the room, he started to promote the horror of the Netherrealm disaster and wanted to sell his own unique technology soul-fixing impact cannon. This scene made Jia Huangjin shake his head again and again. A failed publicity case. He is too anxious. People spent money, not to listen to your advertising lines. There are so many weapons that can kill shadow beasts. Why should they buy your weapons? No matter how much you brag, the final effect is just like that. Then what do you think he should do? First, show the powerful terror of the shadow beast. Our community of civilization has not had much contact with shadow beasts, and there is still a lot of unknown confidential information. You have to reveal the deep-level information and cause panic among many civilizations, and then you can sell weapons naturally. Zhang Ming said, but the in-depth research information is considered a major secret of civilization, and they may not be willing to show it directly. That's because they lack courage. They want to make a lot of money, but they hide it, and the opportunity to make money slips away inadvertently. Jia Huangjin commented, if you don't believe me, we can sign a confidentiality agreement. There's no need for a contract. Anyway, this matter has been known by many civilizations, and it will be exposed in a while. It's just a matter of one day earlier or later. Zhang Ming took a few light talismans from his backpack and handed them to Jia Huangjin. This is a bit like the rune method of the ancient Oath civilization. Jia Huangjin was stunned and personally experienced the effect. A bright light appeared in this small room, almost blinding his light green eyes. Thinking of the relationship between Gu Shunjing and Zhang Ming, he suddenly understood, so that's how it is. This talisman paper is really good. It is a sharp weapon against shadow beasts. As one of the raw materials, it's no wonder that the price of the starry sky shell is slowly rising. Then how much do you expect the price of the starry sky shell to rise? It will rise by 1 time. If the hype is good, it is normal to rise a little more, Zhang Ming said. This is a reasonable estimated price. Because there's more than one protective device in the world, the light talisman. Like the Dragon Ball, the Snake Civilization, and the super illumination device of mankind, all can dispel darkness and drive away shadow beasts. Other civilizations should have similar things. For example, the Poison Eye civilization on the screen is showing a defensive prop called Light Feather Clothes, which is made of feathers of some creatures and can emit bright light. But the problem is that these things are generally expensive and will be slowly polluted in the nether realm. It will break after a few uses, and the cost is really too high. And the light talisman is cheap. So the double increase in the price of the starry sky shell is a reasonable estimate. If there is no cost effectiveness, the light talisman is not so attractive. No, Jia Huangjin patted his chest. I have the ability to increase the price of the starry sky shell by 3 to 5 times. Brother Zhang, do you believe it or not? Zhang Ming was shocked. How did you do it? Jia Huangjin said faintly. The reason why things in the world are cheap enough is that people cherish them and hide their own things. As a result, the value of these items has not been fully discovered. If everyone in the world is like Brother Zhang, with a broad mind and directly publishes the formula, it will really benefit the world. He stretched out his finger in the sack. I have a formula here, from the Star Valley civilization in the next world community, called bone forging and marrow washing soup. Drinking this medicine soup for a long time can increase the bone density and key in blood of organisms. Take a look at what kind of materials it needs and how much it is worth. Bone forging and marrow washing soup is a good thing that can enhance the comprehensive quality of civilians. Just like calcium tablets, it is specially given to children, and their future potential will be even better. Don't underestimate this thing. A strong youth means a strong civilization. The future of a civilization is always the next generation. A civilization without the next generation has no future. This formula is quite cheap, and its main material is a mutant sea cucumber. Of course, the starry sky shell is also one of the auxiliary ingredients. So this formula is worth 1,000, no problem. Zhang Ming's pupils dilated slightly, and he understood Jia Huangjin's subtext. There are many secret formulas in the world that use the starry sky shell, which have not been announced. Maybe it's because of civilization secrets, or they want to enjoy cheap starry sky shells. How can these civilizations contribute technology? Once they announce it, the price of starry sky shells will be redetermined. Of course, it's not just starry sky shells, but most other raw materials as well. There must be some exclusive formulas that are controlled by certain civilizations. They make a profit from this, and it's impossible to make it public directly. If you want them to make the formula public, you must have an opportunity, a strong enough opportunity. This is exactly the way of discovery of my Shangbu civilization. Discover the true value of things and return them to their original price. At the same time, let all civilizations contribute knowledge and benefit the world. Don't you think this is a great art? Jia Huangjin was so excited that his body trembled slightly, and his 2 slender claws grabbed the bright ceiling, just like a mental patient. In the end, after repeated considerations, his excellent speech successfully convinced humans, Honggang people and Snake people. After all, the manufacturing method of the light talisman was supposed to be made public. It would not be a big problem to hand it over to this Jia Huangjin in advance. And the merchants of the Shangbu civilization also promised to raise the price of the star shell by at least 200%. It's hard to say how much more, Such a good opportunity, 200% profit is easy. In the end, how many people will follow, there is really no way to predict. This guy patted his chest, looking confident, and even put down a large deposit, a full 10,000 world source. If there is number 200% profit, his 10,000 world source will be given to Lao Zhang. I don't want you to pay it back. 42,000 principal, 200% net profit, 84,000 profit, it's really too exaggerated. Everyone can't help but be frightened. And even if Jia Huangjin is a liar, he can't cheat much. After all the star shells are here, how can he cheat? So after Zhang Ming and Jia Huangjin left, everyone in the room couldn't help but start to imagine the future. It seemed that even the disaster of the netherworld was not so terrible. If it really can generate 84,000 in profit, I can buy a lot of unique technologies. This businessman's plan is too crazy. Gunder, who was about to become a civilized saint by dreaming of earning 20,000 in profit by himself, finally suppressed his pounding heart inside. Mr. Zhang is indeed well connected and knows this kind of super civilized businessman. Otherwise, this business would not be so easy to negotiate. Not necessarily. A civilization like them should have stored a lot of star shells and can definitely profit from it. Zhang Ming shook his head. Mr. Zhang, the Shangbu civilization is obviously also a civilization with ancient heritage. They have a lot of good things on hand. Some goods are not their long-term customers and are unwilling to sell. Can you let him make some concessions and sell some good goods at a lower price? Gunder rubbed his hands and made a suggestion. For example, a magical creation called World Cube is actually a unique technology of wisdom civilization. A technological creation of the peak civilization wisdom. World Cube has unparalleled computing power and powerful parallel computing capabilities. The computing power of a World Cube is thousands or tens of thousands of times stronger than all the computers in the world combined. Buy one and your scientific research progress will increase by 50%. I'm not exaggerating. Chapter 460. The market finally fell into a frenzy. In the age of idealistic interference, even if quantum computers are successfully developed, they can only operate in an irregular field, which is extremely expensive, but the magic cube of the world does not have such restrictions. Computing power is an important part of studying academic problems. As long as the computing power is sufficient, even if the algorithm is a little worse, it can still work miracles and calculate some answers. Therefore, the magic cube of the world really makes major scientific and technological civilizations jealous. But the Shangbu civilization offers 8,000 world sources, and it must be a real world source. Just this condition, few civilizations can afford it. However, with Zhang Ming's relationship, maybe you can use 1A coins, even if it is a little more expensive, it is worth it. In addition, there is also the unique technology of Silent Watcher, which also comes from a certain advanced civilization and can monitor the world. Of course, it is not used to monitor civilians, but to monitor outsiders, such as shadow beasts, to better protect the world. There is also the furnace of all things and the self-repairing anti-entropy technology. In short, the technologies that Shangbu civilization brought from other world communities are all quite high-end. Just kidding, if they are not high-end, they may not even make back the shipping costs. If we really make such a big profit, we can indeed buy some high-end technology. The leader of the snake people, Heikui, stuck out his tongue, and at the same time he was ecstatic. He poured a basin of cold water, but, for a single civilization, buying this kind of technology, isn't it too extravagant? This is also true. Even if each civilization invests 10,000 and generates a profit of 120,000, it will be spent quickly if it is purchased individually. What if we buy together? The World Cube has parallel computing capabilities and can be provided to more civilizations at the same time. The same is true for many other unique technologies. For example, if a civilization buys the furnace of all things, if they can share the results, the other civilizations can save a lot of money. If we unite, both will benefit, and if we separate, both will suffer. This is a very serious practical problem. The representatives of all civilizations fell into deep thought. How can we better unite? In the dark sky, there is no sun, stars or moon. The ocean is dead silent, and there is no ripple in the depths. A pair of strange eyes are hidden in the depths of the dark domain, casting a looming gaze. At the junction of the world and the sea of demons, the lights are bright, densely packed with war weapons, and all the soldiers have murderous expressions. Suddenly, the alarm bell rang, and a corner of the world was suddenly stained with a black color. As soon as this black color appeared, it adhered to the space like a tumor, squirming rapidly and spreading to the outside world. The next moment, millions of shadow beasts rushed out of the tumor and broke through the defense circle of the world. Boom boom, countless gun barrels lit up at the same time, illuminating the world like daylight. The war has begun. The whistling aircraft, the numb and desperate soldiers, the war weapons flashing with a bright light, and the killing scene blended into a weird picture. As a regular creature, the shadow beast is powerful and moves faster than the speed of sound, and can even hunt down extraordinary people. Only strong light can weaken them. Even though the soldiers are fearless, the gap in strength is too huge, and soon there will be a large number of casualties. In the bloody battlefield, soldiers wailed and were pulled into the darkness. More importantly, the number of enemies is infinite. After destroying a group of shadow beasts, another group will swarm in from the tumor. How desperate! Suddenly, an extremely bright light appeared from the sky. It was the light of the ultimate weapon. Then in the next second, the will of the world broke through the space, led the whole world, jumped to another place, and hid itself again. Without the reinforcement of the subsequent shadow beasts, the soldiers tried their best and finally cleared the invading group of shadow beasts. There was no loud cheering or crying, just like a wounded beast, licking its wounds alone. But no one knows how long this peace can last. The above is the real scene of a war in our Poison Eye civilization. The spokesperson of the Poison Eye civilization is talking. This video report has been edited, and there are still some concealments. The Poison Eye civilization edited most of the parts related to soldiers, and as for the parts about shadow beasts, most of them were retained. The representatives of various civilizations attending this meeting all looked unhappy. They are trying to estimate whether their civilization can survive such a tragic war. The answer is, it is very difficult. It is no problem once or twice. However, there is no benefit in killing these monsters. Few civilizations can afford such a long-term war of attrition. Friends, the disaster of the netherworld was caused by the devil. The dark rules can pollute most substances. If you stay in the netherworld for a long time, you will be assimilated. Only a few substances can survive in the netherworld. So there is no need to wear too sophisticated equipment, because these equipment will break down after 1 or 2 uses. My civilization has found some relatively cheap protective devices. Wearing these protective devices, you can persist for a long time even in the netherworld. Now I will give this part of information to everyone for free. As soon as the news came out, this part of the material appreciated a little. This Poison Eye civilization is really good at doing business. The civilizations discovered that they had hoarded this part of the materials a long time ago, just waiting to announce the news and make a lot of money. As for the new road that many civilizations are concerned about, the Poison Eye civilization is not a strong civilization. Their world has weakened during the transition process, so there is not much information about this aspect. So, how to say it? Most civilizations think that the cost-effectiveness of this time for the conference is very average. Since the first impression is not very good, the business of the Poison Eye civilization is naturally not very good. I have to admit that before we have enough strength, the ability of marketing is too important. The same goods, good at marketing and not good at marketing civilization, buy and sell at 2 different prices. But just by using the first mover advantage of information, the Poisonous Eye civilization still made a small fortune. As time passed, Zhang Ming and others finally understood what Jia Huangjin's secret was. Because there were more and more civilizations that had experienced the disaster of the netherworld and leaped to this community. These civilizations came to the trading market in an endless stream, selling unique technologies in exchange for survival resources. The disaster of the netherworld seemed to be coming at any time. For a while, everyone was in danger, the prices of various technologies dropped, and the prices of survival resources began to rise slowly. Many resources in the commodity exchange actually showed a general rise. In other words, the market rose. In the past, the hot trading of the blood of the mythical beasts has always suppressed other commodities. Nowadays, disasters can really come at any time, and the cultivation of the world's will does not seem to be so important. Especially the civilizations that leaped from the neighboring community, each of them carries a substantial evil spirit. The ideas and ideologies of civilizations that have experienced harsh wars are always very different from those of civilizations that have not experienced wars. These civilizations buy goods as if they are free. Under this general rise, the perfect opportunity to hype the starry sky shell has finally arrived. On this day, The small alliance composed of the Bible civilization once again convened the Alliance Parliament. Friends, the preliminary solution to crack the light talisman has finally come out. The expected effect is 30% of the original version. Although it is 30%, it still has a certain degree of protection function. As long as it is given a certain amount of time and continuously optimized, the effect will continue to rise. The civilizations are eager to fight and are excited. This is the strength brought by the union of civilizations. How long will it take for a single civilization to crack it? Increase the purchase of starry sky shells. At that time, we will make light talismans and sell them to the civilizations that have jumped over from next door. They will definitely like this thing. Then we can make a lot of money again. Hey, the price of starry sky shells is a bit expensive now. It would be great if it could be reduced a little bit. These civilizations are still thinking about making money through manufacturing. It's not that they haven't thought about directly publishing the formula and making money through the appreciation of raw materials. There are many smart people. But publishing the formula requires a certain amount of courage. The leaders of these civilizations don't want to bear the responsibility of intellectual property loss. They would rather not do it than make mistakes. It can even be said that before this, no civilization has ever done this. How could it be possible to directly publish the cash cow? Then, let's buy some more star shells. Suddenly, they found that the value of the star shell was soaring, from the original 156 to 162 in a few minutes. And the buying was very strong, so it rose a little inexplicably. What happened? Could it be that the secret of the star shell was discovered by other civilizations? The octopus man of the cavitation civilization changed his expression slightly. Impossible. All the civilizations present have signed corresponding special agreements, and the probability of leaking secrets is extremely small. Soon, a staff member said, "Sir, for some reason, a civilization suddenly announced a recipe called bone forging and marrow washing soup. One of the ingredients in it is the starry sky shell." What? The octopus man was shocked. The staff on the screen said, "So the price of this large number of resources is rising? We configured some bone forging and marrow washing soup and conducted emergency biological experiments. Its credibility is quite high, and the price is quite low, which can benefit the public. How is the effect? Not sure yet." According to the description of this civilization, if this prescription is popularized, the potential of the cubs can be increased by 30%. The physiques of different civilizations are different, so there should be some differences. We estimate that it is worth 1,001 hay coins. The octopus man and his allies looked at each other. There is actually such a weird civilization that does good things for free? What does it mean to make a formula that can sell for a lot of money public directly? Formulas that can benefit the grassroots are good things for most civilizations. Even if you cultivate the world's will and take a new path, you need the masses to be strong to go on. The octopus man of the Bible civilization pressed a button, and the leader of an unknown civilization tilted his head and gave a speech with saliva flying. "Friends, comrades, we have made public the bone forging and marrow cleansing soup that we have been researching for thousands of years. It is just to enhance the strength of major civilizations, for the continuation of the entire world community. For a glorious tomorrow. Let us unite and fight against a terrible disaster of the netherworld. I even think that if major civilizations can share technology and not hide it like now, how powerful we will become. We can share a lot of information, right? So, start with me, start now, and start with this bone forging and marrow cleansing soup. My civilization gives this valuable knowledge to everyone for free, and I hope everyone will like it. Is it true?" The octopus man's eyes were filled with fear and suspicion. This guy must have lost his mind. He actually thought about other civilizations, shared technology for free, and set an example. His soul may have been polluted by something. The centaur next door laughed. But this formula is really worth a lot of money. This leader will be torn to pieces by the angry people when he returns. They have no doubt that even if the Sea of Demons is going to explode tomorrow, it is impossible for all civilizations to unite today. Don't ask why. The answer is the objective law of the world, the law of the jungle. There is no limit to the vigilance between civilizations. As a result, the next minute, another weak civilization from nowhere announced a thing called Break Barrier Awakening Pill. This thing has a certain ability to stimulate the soul, which can forcibly stimulate the spirit and wake up for a few seconds. In the war with the Shadow Beast, if the Shadow Beast touches you, the invasion of the Dark Rules will make ordinary soldiers fall into a state of unconsciousness. Even those who are at the limit of the spirit can only resist for a few seconds. But with a break barrier awakening pill, you can be awake for a few more seconds, which can give you a few seconds to call for help from your companions. It is really effective. Of course, the break barrier awakening pill stimulates the soul, and there are some side effects. After waking up for 3 seconds, you have to be in a coma for a year or two. But it is still a real good thing. We are deeply awed by the sincerity and generosity of the Haute civilization. The disaster in the Netherrealm has affected a wide range of people. Our civilization may not be able to escape the disaster, therefore, we have announced a formula of the barrier breaking and brain awakening pills and let it spread in the world. I hope this formula can help you all. The reputation of our Yaoxiang civilization will also be passed down forever. If you think this thing is useful, we will accept your donations. We don't need too much, 1 yuan is enough, 0.1 yuan, we will also be grateful. This civilized individual who looks like an elephant announced a formula on the screen very sincerely. No one knows what he is thinking. Anyway, they announced it. The big octopus of the cavitation civilization was stunned. What's wrong with you? It was announced. What's wrong? This civilization is called the Yaoxiang civilization. They are not powerful and don't even have unique technology. The only valuable technology is this barrier breaking and brain awakening pill. As for why the formula is made public? Nonsense. The starry sky shell is also one of the auxiliary ingredients. The god of wealth told us that the price of starry sky shells would increase, and asked us to quickly stock up on starry sky shells to help. So what do you say we should do? We have nothing, we are so poor, and we can't even sell these barrier breaking and brain refreshing pills. How can we survive? We can only rely on starry sky shells to make a fortune. As long as we make a big profit, it will be worth the past few hundred years. Something is wrong, absolutely wrong. The octopus man of the cavitation civilization was a little skeptical about life, looking at the formula on the screen. When did the world become so true, kind and beautiful? Freely publish the formula that has been painstakingly developed, in order to enhance other civilizations and survive the disaster of the netherworld together? What kind of joke is this about the sea of demons? A liar who is trying to please the public. Then in the next minute, he widened his eyes and saw with his own eyes that the price of starry sky shells continued to rise from 162, 163, and 164. This series of increases once again made him doubt his long life. The capital market is the most sensitive. All the prices were bought and sold with real money, which means that this break barrier awakening pill is very likely to be genuine. Wait, in a flash, he keenly thought of something. The two formulas require different materials, but there is one material that overlaps, that is, the starry sky shell. The starry sky shell has the greatest use that has not yet been announced, making the light talisman. At this moment, the octopus man was numb all over, and fell into a spiritual climax, floating in the air, as if he was in the fairyland. What a big plan. What a big calculation, it is the calculation of a super civilization. How about we publish the semi-finished formula of the light talisman and let this shell rise again? Anyway, we have already stockpiled a lot of goods, why do we still engage in manufacturing? Just sell the shells directly. The price of the starry sky shell has been rising and falling, and it has been sideways at 170. And they acquired it early, the cost price is about 130 to 140, and they have made a lot of money. Wait, the light talisman, as the last killer, should not be announced now. Wait a little longer, wait a little longer. When the octopus man thought of this, he revealed his heroic nature and said immediately, "Friends, do we have any formula for using the starry sky shell? It doesn't need to be a highly confidential formula, just a formula of average value will do." Just as the dragon turtle said, the starry sky shell is indeed a good thing that shines brightly in disasters. The prediction of the dragon turtle is quite good, it deserves to make a fortune. Many representatives of civilizations were stunned, and everyone present was an old hand, and they quickly understood. The right time, right place, and right people have come together. If they don't hype it now, when will they hype it? There are so many civilizations, and there are a lot of miscellaneous rubbish formulas, which makes the octopus man have a headache. We need a slightly better formula. These rubbish can't raise the price even if they are announced, although it's okay to confuse the audience a little, it has to be a little more useful. Beachton civilization, are you willing to announce your backward route? If you are willing to announce it, many of our civilizations are willing to give you a small amount of compensation, Beached civilization is a civilization that is good at breeding star shells, and they have a very useless biotechnology, extracting the blood of the mythical beast Mirage from the star shells. It is said that the star shells are the descendants of Mirage, and the statement is not groundless. Mirage has a powerful ability to confuse the mind. Of course, the reason why this technology is useless is that in order to extract the blood of Mirage, a large amount of star shells must be consumed, which is not very cost-effective and requires a huge time cost. Under normal circumstances, it is better to buy blood from other civilizations. Therefore, it can be regarded as backward technology. But now the gimmick is indeed strong, at least it is enough to raise the price. The representative of Beached civilization thought about it and did not dare to offend so many civilizations. He gritted his teeth and said, "My civilization is willing to contribute this technology. You just need to share 200,000 tons, no, 150,000 tons of star shells with us." The uninformed civilizations are still in a state of confusion. They are ecstatic to get two useful formulas for free, but they can't figure out the real reason. The informed civilizations have already started the next step and even want to further drive up the price. Beside the warehouse where the dragon turtle was, the leaders of several civilizations were fawning on it. The cost price of the dragon turtle was 120, while the cost price of these civilizations was generally around 140-150. Now the price of the star shell has soared to 170, and everyone has made a small profit, feeling extremely happy. Moreover, the rise in the star shell was not due to some sudden events. Rather, its value was rediscovered. Its price was re-identified by the market. Is 170 expensive? Not expensive. With the support of the two formulas of bone strengthening and marrow washing soup and break barrier and awakening brain pill, it is worth the price. It will never return to the original price of 120. My lord is wise, what else will continue to rise in price? My lord, why don't you predict it for a while? And this time we will definitely follow. The dragon turtle was also addicted to the flattery, floating in the air, unable to extricate himself. It was this feeling, it had been suffering for so long, wasn't it just for this moment of silky enjoyment? But on the surface, the dragon turtle pretended to be indifferent and said coldly, "HMPH, don't be too proud, and don't sit back and enjoy the fruits of your labor. Now someone has lit the fire and wants to hype the star shell, why don't you add some fuel?" "What do you mean?" The dinosaur man was stunned for a moment and looked at his companion in disbelief. The dragon turtle's huge voice reverberated back and forth in the warehouse. "Fool, it's really a dead wood that can't be carved. Don't you have any use for the star shell in your technology tree? You have so many civilizations, even a little trick would be fine. You can't give up small profits. Do you still want to make big money? Only by publishing your formula can you make big money, understand?" The representatives of civilizations understood what the dragon turtle meant, and they fell into deep thought one by one. They struggled a little. But the benefits brought by publishing the formula are real, which makes the price of the star shell increase, and increase again. There are even many representatives who regret not hoarding more in their hearts. They should have hoarded more. Otherwise, it might be too late to buy the star shell at a price of 170 now. Then hurry up and buy, idiots. This is the only chance to make a fortune, I tell you. Don't be afraid of high prices. Close your eyes and sell randomly. Open your eyes and the price will go up. The dragon turtle's voice became louder and louder. The more you buy, the more you earn. Getting rich is just around the corner. Buy. 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 Many representatives of civilizations said yes again and again. The more they thought about it, the more they regretted it, completely forgetting that the dragon turtle had been waiting for a full warehouse to rise in the past, the painful 2.5 years, and the ridicule in the past. The dragon turtle instigated frantically, and the white sea lion jumped onto the turtle's back and twisted its body wildly. My lord is wise, my lord is wise, my lord, the brothers have made a lot of money in the past few months. After the salary is paid, please have a good meal. The dragon turtle snorted coldly. It has a big appetite, and it eats a month's salary of this group of men in one meal. But it has no economic income, and it doesn't want to sell the star shells. It's really a bit sorry to let the sea lions under its hands feed it all the time. How can you let your younger brother feed you all the time? What kind of boss is this? So the dragon turtle stared at the dinosaur man fiercely. You are such a big civilization, but you don't even invite me to dinner. Do you have the nerve to do that? The dinosaur man understood and gave him enough face. Send fish and shrimp over today, So that our sea lion brothers can have a good meal, a subtle consensus is forming in the trading market. Consensus is not easy to come by. Even in the same civilization, there are thousands of people with thousands of faces, and the masses inside have their own ideas, let alone different civilizations. Compared with individuals, civilizations are obviously rational and less likely to be instigated. However, once consensus appears, its power is so great that it can overwhelm everything. So, what can build consensus? Only interests. This is the way of trading in my civilization, and it is also the way of value discovery. Jia Huangjin and Zhang Ming were sitting in a small garden, drinking wine and talking about heroes. Jia Huangjin's voice trembled a little. The practice method of my Shangbu civilization is to benefit from the cohesion of this civilization consensus and the change of historical trend. This is the first time in my life that I, Jia Huangjin, have planned such a great action. After this great action, the value of the starry sky shell will be truly discovered, which is beneficial to all civilizations. Gaga. The one who made this sound was obviously the crazy Shimama. Even Shimama has 100,000 tons of goods. The market is changing. And the final behind-the-scenes manipulator was not exposed at all. This fact is really magical. Obviously, after a few days of brewing, the focus of the market has shifted to the starry sky shell, a small project that is usually ignored, and the transaction volume continues to increase. Under the control of some civilizations, several weak civilizations have announced some formulas related to the starry sky shell. Although it is difficult to judge whether these formulas are true or false, and the value seems to be limited, it is enough to muddy the water. The price of starry sky shell continues to rise, fluctuating between 175 and 180. There was even a strange rumor that spread quickly among civilizations, that the star shell could really be used to extract the blood of divine beasts. A civilization was about to make this technology public. If you don't buy it now, when will you? Many people who were late to the party were inevitably attracted by this news. They were either waiting for a meeting at the rear base for approval, or they had some fear of heights, so these civilizations only bought a small amount. There were also some civilizations that thought the price was high enough. The real price was only 120 a year ago, but now it's 180, which is really outrageous. They also wanted to buy other things, so they sold some star shells. The game between long and short positions was particularly fierce. P.S. I finally got 4,000 monthly tickets, but I only wrote 7,000 words. I was so excited that I couldn't write any more. I'll make up for it tomorrow, the last day for double the monthly ticket. Please give me a monthly ticket. Chapter 461 Huge Harvest. Most civilizations are rational after all. Diplomats and scholars who can operate in the trading market are all the smartest people in their civilizations, and they are responsible for their civilizations with every move. Their emotions are not so easy to incite, and they also have a very strict value judgment system. This is fundamentally different from the massive leaks in the financial market inside the earth, who buy funds and stocks on impulse. Therefore, although the price of the starry sky shell continues to rise, it is still within a reasonable range. In other words, the bubble is not big, and the starry sky shell is really worth 180. But no matter how rational you are, you can't resist the real way of value discovery. This is an open conspiracy. Jia Huangjin took a few breaths fiercely and slapped the table fiercely. There's still a little atmosphere, just a small fuse. How much more can it rise? Boss Jia, give me an exact number. Let Shimama open my eyes. Shimama was also very enthusiastic. Compared with the price of 120, it has risen by 50%, a steady stream of private money. Brother Shi, you have to wait and see. This is just an appetizer. Jia Huangjin shook his head and said, it is right to trade sideways for a while. The undetermined civilizations who want to sell will be washed out. The rest are the determined civilizations who hold shells and wait for the price to rise. After sufficient turnover, these civilizations will not sell easily, which can reduce the resistance to price increases. At that time, we will launch an offensive and throw out our trump cards. The price barrier of 180 has lasted for a week. Civilizations that firmly believe that the starry sky shell can still soar have bought a lot at the price of 180. Those who want to sell have almost sold all. This sideways stage is particularly difficult. If you are not firm, you will sell the goods in your hands. Especially the dragon turtle, it is so anxious that it spends every day in ice and fire. After all, it has no inside information. Now that it has risen by 50%, it also has a desire to ship. Once the price drops a little bit, it feels quite panic-stricken, fearing that the starry sky shell will dive off a cliff, and then everything will be over. Hold on, dark stone mama, hold on. The stinky stone gave it a psychological massage. If you sell it, I will look down on you for the rest of my life. I won't sell a penny of my 100,000 tons. Who is dark stone mama? Who are you talking about? The dragon turtle was furious, but an old opponent was giving it a psychological massage, which made him firm in his heart. Then, the long and short positions regained their balance. The trading volume shrank again. Then, finally, a civilization couldn't help but throw out two blockbuster bombs. The first is the technology of using the star shell to extract the blood of the beast. The second is the formula of the light talisman. Although the formula of this light talisman is a bit rotten, with only 30% of the effect of the original version, it is also a light talisman. The market was in an uproar. Dear friends, the above is our great contribution to the disaster. My civilization is willing to dedicate these two technologies to contribute to the beautiful tomorrow of this world community. The octopus man of the bubble civilization said hypocritical words in the video. He was so hypocritical that he said all this bullshit. But no matter what, these two technologies are indeed of great value. It is just like a nuclear bomb that blows up the entire trading market. At this moment, the snake people, Hongang people, humans and Akara people gathered together. During the meeting, they suddenly looked at the price and thought they had seen it wrong. 240, 241, 242 are still soaring. It seems that the sky is the end. Doubled. We have made almost 50,000. It will be 60,000 soon? In just a short while, Gundar's excited voice trembled a little. He felt that he was about to stand unsteadily and fall to the ground. The pleasure of making 1,000 in a few seconds gave him an unprecedented climax experience. Now, hurry up, Akara people can go offline. Hurry up and go offline, Jia Huangjin said hurriedly. Akara civilization, as a civilization that has hoarded 5 million tons of star shells, has been bombarded with calls. The character of star shell breeding major has been strong until now, and it is becoming more and more dangerous. Finally, it can be offline, and it must be offline. So, on this day, a piece of gossip was widely spread in the trading market. The Akara civilization, a large hoarder of star shells, was gone. What does it mean to be gone? Gone means gone. Gone means disappeared. It is said that the warehouse of the Akara civilization is full of corpses and blood. The goods inside are gone. What does the 1A civilization say? Such a big thing happened, and no one is in charge. The 1A civilization is not omniscient and omnipotent. It seems that nothing has been found out. 5 million tons of goods are worth almost 90,000. It is normal to disappear overnight. After all, they are very weak. An atmosphere of fanaticism with a hint of blood is brewing in the trading market. The Akara civilization is really gone and will never appear again. The sudden disappearance of 5 million tons of goods has caused the price to soar again. All of a sudden, the price index jumped from 240 to 280. But this news awakened many weak civilizations that had goods in their hands. The essence of the world is still the law of the jungle. Although the 1A civilization is powerful, as long as there is enough profit, capital dares to trample on all human laws. The starry sky shell, this thing, has no name written on it. Which one is nobler, the starry sky shell that was snatched or the starry sky shell that was caught in the sea? So these small civilizations rushed to sell off the goods wantonly. The fierce long-short game was once again produced, and this time the fight was particularly fierce. They fought for a week at the price line of 300 again, and then fell back to the price line of 270. The dragon turtle was so excited that he was almost crazy. He would call Shimama every few hours. Will it rise again, my old brother? Can I sell it? Can I still hold it? It was simply crazy. Even humans, Hongang people and snake people were a little impatient. The market was too turbulent. The price could differ by 5% in an hour. They even secretly announced the true formula of the light talisman, but it did not cause much reaction, because in this era, there were too many formulas announced, and it was impossible to figure out the true and false for a while. When Zhang Ming thought that about 270 was the true price of the starry sky shell, Jia Huangjin's slightly crazy voice came from afar. Ha ha ha, my brother Zhang, look, this is the way to discover value. The price of the star shell has reached its rightful place. Zhang Ming rubbed his eyes and was shocked when he saw the number on the screen. The price broke through the end of the sky. 503, And then he looked at it again. It soared to 510,520. How could this happen? He was really shocked. Suddenly, the price index soared from 270 to more than 500. It was too crazy. He asked hurriedly, only to find that several star shell breeders were attacked. It was originally a clear blue ocean with a superior geographical location and rich nutrients. The depth of the ocean was only 10 meters. A large number of star shells thrived in the shallow beaches. This sea area also provided a steady supply of production for the surrounding civilizations. But now traces of shadow beasts have appeared in that sea area. An unknown civilization used the ultimate weapon to completely clear the sea area. The clear blue ocean turned bright red and was full of poison. No star shells could be produced in the next 100 years. Damn it, the shadow beast did everything, right? Everything was blamed on the shadow beast. Zhang Ming's pupils dilated, and he deeply felt the crazy atmosphere that permeated the major civilizations. The power of the capital demon god is nothing more than this. If there is a 100% profit, capital will dare to risk being hanged. If there is a 300% profit, capital will dare to trample on all the laws of the world. There are no laws between civilizations. The accidents of these large breeding households are absolutely real events, which led to a surge in the price of star shells. Then the next minute, the Honggang people called, and Gondar said nervously, "Mr. Zhang, something happened again. One of the warehouses storing star shells in 1A civilization exploded. You take good care of the star shells, don't let them be blown up by madmen." Zhang Ming felt shocked again, and said with a trembling heart, "These civilizations robbed 1A civilization openly and honestly, don't you care?" The robbery was not a robbery. A mentally ill superhuman who came from nowhere took a weapon and blew up those warehouses. The star shells inside were all blown to pieces. The superhuman disappeared from the face of the earth and turned into ashes. The weapon was like a thick ray of light, raising everything in the warehouse to the ground. Who was it? You can check it slowly. No matter how powerful the 1A civilization is, can it find out everything? It may be a superhuman who fled from the community in the neighboring world, the kind who is about to die of old age. You can check it slowly. Maybe it was the 1A civilization itself who did it. Who knows? Zhang Ming was silent. These civilizations are really daring. Even the superhumans have become disposable consumables. It's too crazy. Once this market becomes fanatical, it will be too terrible. It is completely beyond his expectations. Jia Huangjin, it wouldn't be you who did it, Zhang Ming said with a smile. Although my civilization has this strength, how can we do such a thing personally? Jia Huangjin said in surprise, the reputation of our Shangbu civilization is much more valuable than these shells, so that's it, you didn't do it yourself, Zhang Ming said sarcastically for a while, emphasizing the word personally. Gondar said again, in addition, more than 160 civilizations have disclosed the technological formula related to the starry sky shell. Starry sky shell. Does it really have so many uses? Who knew it in the past? The crazy market is running wildly on an unknown route. Nowadays, the more powerful the civilization, the less willing it is to let the price of the starry sky shell fall. Especially those civilizations that have acquired at high prices and stockpiled a lot of goods. Once the price falls and causes losses, even if it is only a floating loss, the status of those leaders will not be guaranteed. Who dares to take this responsibility? Only by making profits and keeping prices high, no one will lose money. Then everyone will be safe, and the leaders will be wise and far-sighted. So, how can it not fall? Of course, it is to announce the additional uses of the starry sky shell and the exclusive formula. As long as the value of the starry sky shell is high enough, then the rising bubble will no longer exist. Since everyone has published a formula, I will publish some, but I will not blame anyone. Otherwise, how can we conduct diplomatic exchanges? We are simply looked down upon and called a selfish civilization. This is a weakness in human nature. No matter whether it is a strong civilization or a weak civilization, the blame-shifting culture is inevitable. What's more, the civilization of the neighboring community is coming soon. If we raise the price, we can sell the goods to them. When Zhang Ming learned about this, he couldn't help but sigh. This is incredible, unexpected, but natural. Looking at the various formulas in the table again, the starry sky shell can not only make light talismans, but also be used to make various medicines, process into various strange materials, extract the blood of mythical beasts, promote plant growth. Anyway, it has all kinds of functions. Looking at it this way, it seems to be really worth so much money. I don't want to sell it. The starry sky shell actually has so many uses. But if you think about it carefully, it's not surprising. As a species with rare blood of mythical beasts, thousands of civilizations can naturally develop multiple uses. Jia Huangjin, if we change a kind of goods, can we hype it again? There should be many civilizations that hide a lot of knowledge. Jia Huangjin shook his head. It's difficult, my old friend. There must be a consensus and huge benefits for each civilization to choose to publish the knowledge they have mastered. Private collection is the main policy of each civilization. And if what things have been discovered in value, guess what? They will return to their original prices according to their rarity. Zhang Ming understood it immediately. Now that the starry sky shell has so many uses, it is a very valuable thing in the eyes of various civilizations, so it has appreciated greatly. But if the other items are also found to have a lot of uses, if they all appreciate in value, it is equivalent to no appreciation at all, and the starry sky shell will return to its original price. Scarcity makes things valuable, and this thing was originally a common commodity. The way of trading is really profound. Boss Jia, is the Shangbu civilization taking the old path or the new path? Zhang Ming asked curiously. Well, my Shangbu civilization does not reject new paths, Jia Huangjin said, but most individuals still take the old path. Like me, I have worked hard to plan for so long and paid a lot. Isn't it just to improve my own strength, if there is no idea of I am for civilization? You can't take a new path. Zhang Ming nodded. Jia Huangjin's aura has been a little mysterious these days. It is obvious that he has gained a lot in this operation. Can you sell us some of those high-end products of your Shangbu civilization? Of course, no problem. We naturally have to sell them when we move them here. I, old Jia, have made a lot of money in this harvest. How about this? I can make the decision and give you a 95% discount. How about using 1A coins or starry sky shells? Jia Huangjin patted his chest vigorously. The goods that my Shangbu civilization moved from other world communities are absolutely first-class goods, and there are no strange contracts. It doesn't matter if you want to lend them to other civilizations. Do you want me to introduce to you which products are of good quality and low price? Do you want to take the new road or the old road? I guess it should be the new road. It should be. The price of starry sky shell is around 500-510, which is really outrageous. The principal of 42,000 has soared to 176,400, and the net profit is as high as 134,400, which is really a dreamlike huge number. It may rise again, but we can't be too greedy. We should ship when we should. Whenever they think of this number, Wang Fumin, Gundar, Heikui, Abush and other senior civilization leaders will show dementia, like fools. Occasionally, they will slap their thighs and question whether they are dreaming. How exaggerated is this number? Nearly 60 years of preparation, only to produce goods worth 8,000 world sources. 176,400 goods need 1,323 years to produce. The Snake people and Honggang people are similar. They have a strong foundation, just because they have accumulated it for a longer time. So after a simple discussion, it is time to divide the profits. Zhang Ming did not hide it, and returned the starry sky shells stored here to them. The once inconspicuous goods are now like delicious steamed buns. Zhang Ming said, friends, although we are of different races, I hope that our friendship will last in the future. Each of us buys our own supplies. Even if the money is multiplied by 10 times, it will soon be spent. So we'd better unite. If the goods you bought can be borrowed from each other, I won't buy them randomly. It's a waste. Gundar laughed. My old brother, don't worry. Our team of experts has discussed it 1,000 times and 10,000 times. Even half a year ago, we started discussing it, just waiting for the money to be paid. Look at the projects that can be cooperated on. There is a densely packed list, maybe tens of thousands of them. That's true. With such a hugely successful cooperation case, Gundar is determined to jump the Honggang civilization world to the vicinity of the Earth. Compared with the huge profits, that little jump cost is nothing. So, all the civilizations jointly purchased expensive and practically unique technologies such as World Cube, Silent Watcher and Furnace of All Things from Shangbu civilization, spending a total of 50,000 1A coins. Then they bought some must-buy technologies such as Space Shuttle Auxiliary Device, Space Shuttle Detector and Hyperspace Concealment Device. In the disaster of the Nether Realm, jump and defense are two different routes. Now we can declare openly I want them all. More than 3,000 unique technologies of all sizes were purchased from other civilizations. Even various strange and weird war weapons were purchased. Half of them were purchased in cooperation, and the other half were bought by each of them. After all, there are still some privacy between civilizations, and brothers still settle accounts clearly. Zhang Ming will not care too much about these things. He really spends money like water, like a nouveau riche. I spent money lavishly, and only realized that I had spent more than 100,000 yuan at once when I came to my senses. Wang Fumin complained privately, in this gilded cave, no matter how much money I make, it is not enough to spend. Those scientists are still not satisfied and still want to buy too many things. Zhang Ming smiled and said, but the money spent can be converted into knowledge and combat effectiveness. With this wave of enhancements, and a few decades of digestion time, the Earth will surely be able to make further progress. Of course, Lao Wang said confidently, when we digest this batch of technology, our comprehensive strength can be increased by more than 2 times. Lao Wang fantasized enthusiastically, if we can really complete the union of civilizations, it is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2, it is simply 1 + 1 = 10. We are even confident that we will be stronger than old civilizations such as Jushan and Kongbu, and catch up with their 1,000-year journey. Zhang Ming turned his head again and whispered, Abush, you must quickly develop your own unique technology. Without unique technology, you will feel guilty when communicating. When you return, hurry up. The leader of Akara civilization nodded quickly. As the weakest civilization, they entrusted humans to buy everything they wanted, which also strengthened them a lot. For the sake of the overall situation, humans will not steal and destroy the Civilization Alliance plan just for 8,000 yuan of goods. It is not worth it. Even humans, snake people, and Honggang people are not willing to sell all the star shells. After all, with the publication of various formulas, the star shell is really worth the price. They have to take it back to make light charms, bone forging soup, awakening pills and various formulas. Just like that, after 2 months of large-scale procurement, the 4 civilizations decided to return home as quickly as possible. Humans and snake people are fighting with shadow beasts for many years, and the progress is not very smooth. These unique technologies can effectively advance the progress of the war and seize that continent better and faster. Akara civilization and Honggang civilization also want to jump to the vicinity of the Earth as soon as possible to discuss civilization cooperation and jointly resist future disasters. With a heavy responsibility on their shoulders, everyone is very anxious. The right answer is to quickly send the purchased supplies back to their hometown. In order to return home as soon as possible, the 4 civilizations also jointly funded and rented a high-speed spacecraft from the 1A civilization, which is expected to arrive home within 3 months. Each civilization paid 5 units of the source of the world, which is affordable. Otherwise, relying on the human space plane, it would take several years to fly slowly. In this era when the disaster in the netherworld may spread at any time, a few years of time really cannot be delayed. This journey is really like a dream. If it weren't for the extra 134,400 funds, I really don't know what to do. Wang Fumin sighed and said, fortunately, you, Zhang, thought of this idea. Will you go back with us? Or stay here for a while? Zhang Ming laughed. The human side brought 5,000 people, a total of 3,000 went back, and 2,000 people still stayed in the trading market. After all, this trading market is too valuable, and humans can't give up here. It's normal to send some people to station here. At the beginning, Zhang Ming's 12,000 principal became nearly 50,000 after some operations. However, the human side is too poor, so 30,000 of them were donated to humans so that they could buy things. He still had 20,000 yuan of capital left, which he had not spent. I'll stay here. I can continue to do business here with this little money. What if there is another historical opportunity? However, the business will not be so good in the future. Don't think that you can increase your money by 5 or 10 times. If you find something you forgot to buy, you can also tell me. Wang Fumin's eyes lit up immediately. Don't think that 20,000 yuan of capital is too little. 20,000 yuan is still a fortune that can rival a country. Zhang Ming thought of something again, and whispered in Lao Wang's ear, by the way, when we pass by the Honggang civilization world, we can also jump back to the Zuanwu world. Anyway, we have bought that space shuttle instrument, and the cost of space shuttle is not too high. When the time comes, I will make a call and let the turtle in the Zuanwu world come to pick you up and enter the world. Wang Fumin was stunned. Zuanwu world, Do you have any special arrangements? Zhang Ming whispered. First think of a way to jump the Zuanwu world to the vicinity of the Earth. Then, let the relocation of the Great Academy of Sciences and the Great Knowledge Academy be completed by Old Man Bai Zhen. The magic cube of the world and the universal furnace can also be placed in the Zuanwu world. Wang Fumin immediately understood that the value of these unique technologies is too high. It is not appropriate to place them in the human world or the snake world. Over time, there will definitely be resentment. If each world is placed for a few years and moved back and forth in order, it will be too troublesome. After all, the operation of these high-end equipment requires a stable environment. If they are moved back and forth, they may be broken one day. Therefore, the Zuanwu world, which does not belong to any civilization, is the best neutral scene. Your idea is to make the Zuanwu world a neutral place for civilization exchanges, right? This is a good idea indeed. As for whether humans will bully the Zuanwu clan and covet the Zuanwu remains? Just kidding, with Baize guarding, there is no such possibility. Old Man Baize's integrity is still quite reliable. What's more, Lao Wang and Li Xianfeng are also considered high-level humans. As long as humans have a little rationality, they will never do such an offensive thing. Zhang Ming added, the initial civilization union will not be too smooth, and it will take time to slowly run in. Through the world wall of the Zuanwu world, you can also find the Huangsha world. If you have enough combat power, you can go to the Huangsha world to find the lake that eliminates racial reproductive isolation. Don't be too anxious, that world is a bit dangerous. Take your time. Wang Fumin nodded, turned his head and said, Mr. Shimama, won't you go back with me? We are going to move your Zuanwu world away. Descendants have their own blessings, there is nothing wrong. What do you want me to do when I go back? Shimama said fanatically, I want to stay here to make money, once again become the president of the Great Academy of Sciences, and become the center of the world. This stinky stone also made a fortune, the current net worth 5,000 yuan. Don't think this net worth is small, the purchasing power of 1A currency is enough for the Great Academy of Sciences to squander for 100 years. But it still feels not enough, because the dragon turtle's net worth is much higher than it. How can Shimama be weaker than its competitors in his life? P.S. This part of the story is over, and the rest is even more exciting. Double monthly tickets are in the last few hours, please give me your monthly tickets. Chapter 462, Great Harvest of Spacetime Tidal Energy. As the goods were loaded and unloaded piece by piece, everyone's mood fluctuated. The pleasure of becoming a dog tycoon spread to the hearts of every staff member. Even ordinary staff were enthusiastically discussing keywords such as Klein coil and controlled nuclear fusion. Yes, humans directly spent 5,000 yuan to purchase the basic principles and production lines of the first type Klein coil. Controlled nuclear fusion is no longer a dream. The other civilizations also bought a lot of knowledge. The unprecedented harvest means that their political status in this civilization will be greatly improved. After returning, it is natural for them to be promoted several levels. My friends, you must know the principle of drinking water and not forgetting the well-digger. Who led us to such huge profits? Gundar was giving an impromptu speech. His face was flushed and he said, it's Mr. Zhang. Without him, there would be no formula for the light talisman, no connections with the Shangbu civilization, and no huge profits this time. Friends, you must know that we are still a lower middle-class civilization. Well, we are indeed a lower middle-class civilization, not as originally estimated. Only cooperation among civilizations can enable us to surpass those powerful civilizations and survive disasters. Counting it up, Mr. Zhang has led me to make a fortune twice. The first time was still within the scope of imagination. This time I really can't imagine how big this fortune is. You should understand that many things that were previously unaffordable can now be afforded. These Huagang people also look fanatical. After returning to our hometown, our mission is not only to digest this batch of wealth and knowledge, but also to promote cooperation between civilizations. My friends, this is a very difficult thing, but I believe that as long as our group of people are willing to work hard, it can be truly realized. Gundar's words were not deliberately flattering, but a true fact. Who brought the light symbol? Can humans make a fortune without Hongang people? Of course they can. Change a civilization, and make a fortune. Hongang people made a profit of more than 30,000 with a capital of 10,000, which is equivalent to hundreds of years of hard work all over the world. Can they not be grateful? In addition, from a political perspective, if you want to unite civilizations, you must have a candidate with top reputation as the leader. Without this leader, who will be the boss and who will be the second? Just this point alone will take hundreds of years to tear. Therefore, the great contribution made by Zhang Ming must be promoted from the level of public opinion so that every Honggang person knows it. With great prestige, the next union will be a matter of course. These staff members of Honggang civilization are naturally the elites among the elites. They are top-notch in both knowledge and IQ, and they soon figured out the key points. After this trip, their horizons have been rapidly improved, and they are more open-minded about the differences between races. Look at the 1A civilization, which is a multiracial union. You, a lower-level Honggang person, are not qualified to be picky. Racial discrimination? You have a serious brain disease. Okay, stop talking nonsense. The next time you have the opportunity to make a fortune, you must bring your Honggang civilization with you, Zhang Ming said hurriedly. Hurry back to your own civilization. The same is true for the snake people. Just kidding, who would be willing to let go of their thighs following this kind of god of wealth? You must hold it tightly and don't let go. The leader of the snake people, Heikui, wanted to send a large group of beautiful snakes to Zhang Ming's arms, and it would be best if he could give birth to 100 babies. We will support the revolution of the White Snake clan and further accelerate the process of cooperation and development with humans. Heikui stuck out his forked tongue and lowered his voice. Mr. Zhang, what do you think about intermarriage between humans and snake people? Zhang Ming was silent for a moment, and after a long time he managed to say, free love is natural and right. As long as the parties involved are willing, why should others object? Yes, I think so too. The very open-minded snake leader laughed a few times, and finally swallowed the plan to worship the beautiful snake back into his stomach. Your achievement in leading us to make a fortune will definitely be publicized. Of course, it may take a long time to run in until the integration of the world will in the end. 100 years are not necessarily enough. This running-in process cannot be completely omitted. Zhang Ming did not force this matter, it depends on human affairs, and we still have to rely on your efforts, or everyone will work together. If there's anything big, or if you are really sure that you can join forces, you can also call me back. I'll stay here for the time being and help you find out the cutting-edge news. I hope the world will last forever and civilization will be immortal. As the cargo was loaded, Zhang Ming waved his hand and witnessed them boarding the spaceship. Boom! A huge roar sounded, and the 1A civilized spacecraft quickly disappeared into the distant skyline. Zhang Ming saw them leave, a little empty and lonely, and many of his companions left, and he was extremely satisfied. Will something happen to the spacecraft halfway, right? Shimima quietly set up a not-so-one flag. Can you shut your dog's mouth? Zhang Ming was unhappy and kicked it. Wool. Wow, wool, wool. The Shimima dog barked. However, at this moment, a mysterious feeling appeared in Zhang Ming's mind. Inspiration burst out from the heart, like the gurgling water flowing through the valley, washing every cell in Zhang Ming's body. This feeling couldn't be more familiar. It was the feeling of a great harvest of space-time tidal energy. At this moment, the nerve endings all over his body seemed to be connected with the whole world. He seemed to jump onto the long river of time and saw the future of the world. Countless illusory pictures flashed before his eyes, forming an abstract, elongated, distorted timeline. Zhang Ming blinked hard, concentrated his attention, and activated the Eye of Space and Time. At this moment, he was much stronger than at the beginning. The Eye of Space and Time saw through the long river of time and witnessed more details. In the dark, he saw countless civilizations. In the fight against the Shadow Beast disaster, because of the existence of the light symbol, a lot of casualties were reduced. The announcement of this thing did affect the course of history to a certain extent. Of course, it is still too difficult for a small light symbol to permanently and significantly change the history of the Sea of Demons. There were too many civilizations involved, and the changes in the historical process were too complicated. Zhang Ming was just one of the small behind-the-scenes promoters, and the space-time tidal energy he obtained was limited. More importantly, in the long river of time, he saw the scene of the spacecraft successfully arriving at the hometown of the 4 civilizations in the 4 civilizations that cooperated this time. This scene was clearer and should be a high-probability event. 1A civilization is doing long-term business, and there is really no need to embarrass its guests in such matters. Wang Fumin, Gunder, Heikui, Abush and others were greeted by countless cheers and applause. This achievement can indeed be described as great, which has permanently accelerated the development of civilization. The countless knowledge and unique technologies purchased were too much, and it opened an unprecedented golden age. Next, the Hongang civilization and the Akura civilization leaped to the vicinity of the Earth, and in the Xuanwu world, they opened the first joint civilization meeting in history, writing a new chapter. More details, but there is no way to see clearly. The long river of time is a chaotic system. No one knows what its future will be. The flashing phantom images in front of us are just predictions and estimates, not real reality. The road is under your feet, and everything depends on yourself, but history has been deeply changed. Without Zhang Ming, this scene of civilization union would not exist. Therefore, his influence has deeply penetrated into the long history of the four civilizations. With the end of this perception, a pleasant voice sounded in my ears. I feel the turbulence of the historical line. May I ask how much you earned this time? Zhang Ming did not hide his pride. Now they have not returned to the Earth. It is difficult to estimate, but this big harvest should be able to provide me with 6,000-10000 units of space-time tidal energy within 10 years. Moreover, as long as these four civilizations do not become extinct, there will be long-term benefits in the future. Haha, I'm rich. 6,000 units of source. You really have a small fortune now, Miss Hulu said with a hint of teasing. Really a small fortune. The demon gods all start at 1,000,000, Captain. Finally reached a fraction. Captain, if you want it, I'll give it to you. Wish demon, I don't want it, you keep it for yourself. Space-time demon. The space-time tidal energy provided by the four civilizations is indeed not to be underestimated. Thinking back to the time when Zhang Ming was on Earth for so long, there were less than 2,000. Zhang Ming was satisfied and looked forward to the future. When they return to Earth, the number of sources will reach the standard line of 3,000. They also purchased the World Cube, and their research and development capabilities have greatly increased. The snowflake seal should be cracked soon. The integration of the third demon rule, that is, the core rule, is just around the corner. In the trading market, the turmoil about the starry sky shell lasted for half a year. In this half year, there are still many civilizations that have announced a formula for free. The price of the starry sky shell is still rising slowly. The price index has risen to 550, and the highest is 600. It is really not rising anymore, and it has fallen back to the 500 line again, oscillating back and forth. It's really too expensive. Even if more formulas are announced, it's hard to continue to raise the price. After all, this thing is being produced continuously, and the selling is getting more and more serious. You can't wipe out all the breeding grounds of the star shell, right? Unless it's a formula with a particularly huge influence. This wave of trends has basically reached its end. This storm even affected other goods. The prices of some commodities also rose abruptly. It may be that some civilizations want to imitate the hype of the star shell and make a value discovery. It's just a pity that although history will repeat, it will not repeat so simply. The financial market is sensitive. You want to hype this thing, but others want to hype that thing. The final result is that the funds are dispersed and nothing can be hyped. After all, you have to invest real money. Before there is enough consensus and attention, without the terrifying opportunity of light talisman, it is too difficult to have another value discovery. Near that small lake, the dragon turtle has become a fragrant bun. Sir, please tell me, what commodities will increase in price? We have 2 little starry sky shells, so we only get a little profit, not enough to fill our teeth. We missed the opportunity. These civilizations regretted it. The dragon turtle was not an idiot. Seeing that the starry sky shells could not rise in price, it slowly shipped them out and replaced them with dozens of other raw materials to spread the risk. The current net worth is 30,000. 30,000 is already the entire net worth of an average civilization. From this perspective, Darkstone Mama is quite rich. However, in recent stages, its spiritual perception suddenly failed. It itself did not know what would increase in price, and even lost a little money because of blind buying and selling and following the hype. It dared not to point out other civilizations at random. Losing money is a small matter, but losing face is a big matter. The so-called secrets of heaven, how can they be so easy to discover? The dragon turtle said very proudly. The price of the starry sky shell will increase. I predicted it several years in advance, but you just didn't believe it. Now that there is no secret, you come to beg me again. This is the fate of not getting rich. This kind of secret, you can get it if you want it? You are really greedy. Yes, if there is a secret, please take us with you. These civilization representatives did not dare to refute a word and kept flattering. They missed the opportunity to make a fortune and were criticized by the senior leaders. It would have been fine if the dragon turtle had not reminded them. Now that the dragon turtle has reminded them, they still missed the opportunity and became the laughingstock of other civilizations after dinner. Even the senior leaders of this civilization are quite dissatisfied with their performance and wish to dismiss these guys. As long as they can get the opportunity again, they will do anything, even licking the dragon turtle's buttocks. I've been feeling uneasy these days, and I always feel that something big is going to happen, the dragon turtle suddenly said. Under normal circumstances, if I encountered this situation, I would definitely run away. You should also be careful. The dinosaur man couldn't help but laugh and said, My lord, this is the dojo of the 1A civilization. Which is the safest place. Even if the Netherrealm disaster spreads, it won't spread in an instant. What's more, we are just diplomats of civilization, not the world itself. Even if you kill us, it doesn't make any sense. Humph, the warehouse of the 1A civilization was bombed some time ago, and the murderer has not been found yet. Where is the so-called safety? The dragon turtle sneered. It didn't run away mainly because the group of sea lions here grew very fast, and they could learn a lot of modern knowledge in the indigenous town. What's more, it still has so many resources that have not been traded out. However, while speaking, the dragon turtle was stunned. The ground shook slightly, and a magnificent and huge light rose from the south. The light was so brilliant and dazzling, as if there was an eternal sun that had jumped from a distant overseas, emitting huge light and heat. It was a world that had jumped from a distant area. This world seemed so different. It was completely different from the normal world, emitting an immortal divine radiance, as if it was a powerful light source, making people want to worship it. Even the dragon turtle could not help but be attracted by the distant light, and hummed in confusion. What's going on? An extremely powerful breath appeared in the south. It seems that it is my ominous premonition. Does that thing want to attack the trading market? After a while, someone sent a report, and the dinosaur man hurriedly said, Master Turtle, a civilization has jumped to the vicinity of the trading market. It should be the Bianfang civilization and their world. The Bianfang civilization is the civilization that preached the new road some time ago. They jumped the world directly, and the dragon turtle felt threatened. It said indifferently, the road of the new era is indeed interesting. The terrifying aura of that thing is comparable to that of an immortal. Sir, who is stronger, that immortal or you? A dinosaur man said. The dragon turtle was silent for a moment and cursed. That is a world, not a real individual. It is not an immortal, but just equivalent to an immortal, and it cannot move at will. These civilization representatives immediately understood that once the dragon turtle entered that world, it would be directly suppressed. In other words, the new road is indeed feasible. The dragon turtle remained silent. There was a lotus with the blood of the basalt in its body, which was its trump card. Even if an immortal level strongman appeared, it could deal with it and run away directly from the trading market. In short, a civilization that truly took the new road and walked very far has leaped to the vicinity of the trading market. The stronger the person, the more he can feel the difference of that world. As for the weak, they will have a kind of worship mentality, as if that is the real home, a hometown worth devoting their lives to. Rumors quickly spread in the trading market. The Bianfang civilization has moved its world here. They have opened their world and welcome all civilizations to observe freely. The will of their world is a ball of light standing on the highest peak, illuminating the whole world. The major civilizations could not help but be terrified, not knowing what the Bianfang civilization meant. Even old-fashioned civilizations such as Jushan and Kongbu were looking at the golden light on the sea level with deep thoughts. They are obviously very confident in doing this. Their world is like a steel plate, and no external threat can affect their world. This kind of worshipful feeling, as if it is a level higher than that of biological creatures, has aroused everyone's strong vigilance. These old-fashioned civilizations naturally know that the 1A civilization here is just a small branch. They also know that changing the world history can obtain the high-level energy time and space tidal energy of the demon god level. So how much interest is involved in changing the history of a world domain and changing the path of civilization? The dispute over the road is really dangerous. But the 1A civilization has not made any movement for a long time, which is really incredible. The new road is really amazing. Zhang Ming looked at it from afar, and did not dare to enter the world of the frontier civilization, even if it was open for you to visit. He had felt the breath of the demon god, and knew the true horror of the demon god. Although the world will of the frontier civilization was more than one level weaker than the real demon god, It faintly exuded a sense of power of rules. He even stopped the human workers who wanted to enter that world for investigation. Don't worry, there are too many ways to bewitch people in the world. It is not a wise choice to rashly enter the world of other civilizations. If we are tricked, it will be difficult for us to detect it. Moreover, whether this frontier civilization is a destroyer civilization or not, it is better to be careful. The staff on the human side naturally thought of something, and sighed with envy. Whether it is the new road or the old road, it is all a sea of blood and corpses. One day later, a team of 10,000 people from the frontier civilization came to the trading market. At the same time, a message came: my civilization wants to use artificial soldiers to challenge all extraordinary people. This artificial soldier is not a weapon of mass destruction, nor is it a world nemesis, but a single soldier humanoid creature. If the extraordinary wins, hand over 3,000 units of the source of the world with both hands. This message directly caused an uproar. The frontier civilization wants to use its own actions to prove that the old route is a backward route, and the new route is the trend of the times. The greatest significance of the extraordinary is that the individual combat capability is very strong, and the mobility and vitality far exceed that of ordinary creatures. If an extraordinary sneaks into a civilization, the destructive power it brings is not covered. But if the extraordinary loses in a one-on-one duel, what is the meaning of this development route? This influence is not small. And 3,000 units of the source of the world are indeed tempting enough. That is 3,000 real sources of the world. What's more, there is also ticket revenue. A ticket costs 0.5 yuan of 1 A coin. With so many civilizations added together in such a sensational event, it's easy to sell tickets for 1 or 2,000 yuan. Even Zhang Ming was a little tempted and wanted to go out and fight to make money. But when he thought about the fact that he had seized a flying saucer, the scene at that time would definitely be recorded. If the flying saucer he robbed was from the Bianfang civilization and his identity was exposed, he would be in trouble. Forget it, it's better to watch the show. Fighting is risky. What root dispute is none of my business. The various civilizations held meetings, all arguing and discussing. Such a big event directly involved the fundamental interests of many civilizations. In the past, the Bianfang civilization only talked about it. But now, they have jumped the world to the vicinity of the trading market and practiced it. Especially several civilizations with relatively high attainments in the blood of divine beasts. They have invested huge costs and finally made a breakthrough, but they were identified as backward routes. Those leaders were so angry that they almost vomited blood. If they don't prove it, their unique technology will no longer be valuable. And there are few bloodline civilizations that respect bloodline. In those civilizations, the strong are the natural rulers. No matter what moral qualities or social contributions, as long as you are born with outstanding bloodline, you are the natural ruler. For this kind of feudal civilization, the emergence of New Road is no different from revolutionizing their lives. Therefore, these civilizations are particularly hostile to the Bianfang civilization and are secretly brewing certain plans. The Bianfang civilization came directly to challenge the club. I don't know if 1A civilization can keep its composure or if 1A civilization and Bianfang civilization have colluded directly and really turned against it. Zhang Ming felt the turmoil in the outside world, as if there were faint murderous intentions in the air. This murderous intention converged and made people terrified. But for Zhang Ming, it was nothing. He was just a passerby, just watching the excitement. If the trading market was really in chaos, couldn't he escape? He restrained the humans, snake people and Honggang people, and asked them to stay in their embassy and not to join in the fun. If anything goes wrong, you hide in that space gourd. I have a way to send you away. Understand? I understand. Humans, snakemen, and Honggang people add up to only more than 3,000 people. Because all the goods have been sold out, they stay here just to collect more information. Now that such a big thing has happened, they naturally obey Zhang Ming's orders completely. And more civilizations are silent, they are really scared. The frontier civilization is likely to come to the 1A civilization. In the confrontation between the top civilizations, how should these little ants stand? Where to go? In the warehouse by the small lake, the dragon turtle seemed like a mountain pressing down on the top, and its huge body shook from time to time for a while. The more I think about it, the more I feel something is wrong. I should run away. My lord, don't you want to participate? That is the source of the 3,000 worlds. In this era, the source of the world cannot be bought even if you want to buy it, plus the ticket fee. If you win, you may earn 20 million C coins, Some civilization representatives such as the dinosaur people are instigating on the side. They want to see the true strength of the dragon turtle. The white sea lion tried his best to object. Sir, fighting may kill you. Please think twice. The dragon turtle was about to get angry, but heard the white sea lion say again, Sir, we made some money and bought you the latest large screen computer. Please don't fight. We are living a good life now. Everyone is satisfied. We eat well, and the place to sleep is not bad. Please don't take risks easily. The dragon turtle sighed silently in his heart. What a fool. How can a peaceful life be so easy? That is given to you by others. You can take it away at any time. Only what you own is solid and reliable. The dragon turtle said in a deep voice, the conflict between the old and the new has a wide impact and can easily destroy the entire clan. We should not participate too much, but the vanguard civilization is just a small minion under the peak civilization. If it is too arrogant, you can't blame me for not making this money, but for the sake of caution, it is better to wait and see. There will always be some idiots who will take the lead. P.S. It seems that it is almost 5,000 votes, which is the achievement achieved yesterday. I will add 1,000 words today, but I can't type any more. I will make up for it tomorrow. Chapter 463 Extraordinary Battle. The death arena of 1A civilization is built on a raised plateau, with an area of about 100 square kilometers. The ground and walls of the arena are made of special materials, which are extremely hard and thick and can withstand powerful attacks. A large number of defensive arrays are deployed around to avoid accidental injuries to the onlookers. This place actually has a lot of traffic in normal times. For many aggressive civilizations, this is a very good social place. And today, it is even more crowded, full of races watching the excitement. In extraordinary wars, you need to pay a price to increase the strength of the rules. Without knowing the intelligence of the opponent, the extraordinary person is likely to pay the price to the limit that he can bear. In other words, the winner is decided in an instant. Just like the four-armed weirdo who once fought against Zhang Ming on the flying saucer, the strong rule he controlled was the soul-devouring hand. He only used it twice and consumed his own sanity. Extraordinary people like Zhang Ming who pay the price almost endlessly are extremely rare. In this case, witnessing the death of the extraordinary person who is usually high above is really exciting, and it is impossible not to watch the excitement. After paying 50 cents for the ticket, Zhang Ming stood on a hillside and looked down at the flat land in the distance. This beautiful land of mountains and rivers is the burial place of many powerful people. Many poor civilizations make money here. This scene reminds him of an old saying in a long-term war zone on the earth: every child is born to sacrifice his life when necessary. This is the true nature of the cruel world. He met some familiar faces, such as Jia Huangjin from the Shangbu civilization, who seemed to look a little haggard. After many days, Jia Huangjin was not as smart and alert as before. Instead, he looked worried and looked not very motivated. Old Jia, you look worried. The Bianfang civilization is a bit strong, which makes people feel uneasy. Jia Huangjin laughed dryly. It's just a fun show. Why are you so scared? If there is a real war, can't you escape? We are not people from the trading market. Zhang Ming is also very skilled and brave, and said with a smile. Not really. Our Shangbu civilization is also a civilization that follows the old path. It is almost impossible to change its course now. The new path is strong, so naturally there will be some worries, and according to the information sources of my civilization, this world community is not the only world community that is preached by the peak civilization wisdom. There are many world communities where similar stories are happening. Jia Huangjin shook his head and said, in other words, the battle between the new and the old is in an all-round melee in the entire world domain. The Bianfang civilization is just a small member of the New Path civilization. Do you want to take part in the battle yourself? As long as you are strong enough and kill the warriors of the Bianfang civilization, you can still win some money, Zhang Ming said with a smile. We are just businessmen doing business. How can we personally go to the arena to fight? Jia Huangjin smiled cunningly. Our Shangbu civilization has opened a casino. How about Brother Zhang go up and bet a little money? How to bet? He lowered his voice and rubbed his hands. Brother Zhang, let me tell you. According to the combat power statistics of other world communities, ordinary transcendents really can't beat the new route researched by the peak civilization, so the chances of winning are higher if you bet on the fringe civilization in the first few games. Later on, those top transcendents will still be able to defeat the opponent. However, most of those top transcendents cherish their lives and are unlikely to play in the first game. Zhang Ming swallowed his saliva. He felt his nerves beating wildly. Since you said so, then bet 2,000 and test the waters, brother Zhang. You are really a rich man. You casually took out 2,000. Not long after, Zhang Ming saw several transcendents who looked quite powerful enter the venue. One is an octopus man from the bubble civilization, with 5 huge eyeballs on his body, emitting a soul-stirring light, as if to suck in people's souls. Another is a superhuman who looks like a centaur, with a height of 100 meters, holding a 100-meter-long luminous spear in his hand, looking majestic, and every step shakes the ground slightly. This guy looks pretty fierce, Shimama commented. He's not that kind of rookie, Zhang Ming said. The centaur civilization is a civilization with a bloodline inheritance of divine beasts, which is much better than the snake people, and the bubble civilization has been studying the bloodline of divine beasts for many years, and it is obvious that it wants to prove its strength. If they can't even beat the individual weapons of the frontier civilization, the bloodline technology of these civilizations will not be sold at all in the future. In half a day, I actually saw more than 300 superhumans. This is normal. For some races, after a huge breakthrough in bloodline technology, dozens of them will emerge at once. These strong people monopolize the resources of the civilization, forming interest groups, and the strong will always be strong. Most of the extraordinary people are tall and their walks are earth-shaking. There are some who maintain a normal body shape like Zhang Ming. For example, Jia Huangjin is really hard to tell if he doesn't show his aura. Zhang Ming also saw his old rival, the dragon turtle. After so many years, the dragon turtle's body has not grown. The original fiery red scales have turned into bronze, which seems to have returned to its original state. An ordinary old turtle does not look as conspicuous as before. Originally, according to the dragon turtle's temper, it would deliberately make trouble. But unexpectedly, it was more calm than expected. It just nodded from a distance to say hello. The dragon turtle seems to have become stronger. Shimama, did you give it something? Just a deal, Shimama said, seeing that it sincerely protects the group of sea lions. I gave it a little opportunity, not to mention that I have made a lot of money myself, a win-win choice. As the audience continued to enter, the real owner finally arrived. The warriors of the Bianfang civilization, just as they appeared, gave people an uncomfortable feeling. A thick darkness emanated from the surface of their skin. Cold and dead. The small warriors stood in a row with expressionless faces, like a group of cold corpses, but it made people shudder. Although they were short, only about 1.5 meters tall, they were not afraid of the huge group of extraordinary people, and even had no emotional fluctuations. A cold light burst out in their eyes. Isn't this the rule of darkness? Zhang Ming was surprised. As someone who had fought with shadow beasts, he could tell that the Bianfang civilization actually controlled the dark rules from the nether realm to a certain extent. As an extension of the power of the demon god, the dark rule is definitely the most powerful among the idealistic rules. It seems that this battle will be fought. A small amount of whispering appeared in the venue, and many people also recognized that this was the demon god rule from the Netherrealm disaster. My friends, your guess is correct, the representative of the frontier civilization said proudly. The power of a single individual cannot control the dark rules. No matter how strong your personal will is, it will be slowly corroded by the will of the demon god and eventually be completely devoured, but with the help of the world's will, we can steal the power from the demon god to avoid the erosion of this rule. Now, which extraordinary person is willing to come on stage to learn the personal strength of our warriors? The winner will receive a prize of 3,000. Everyone was silent, and for a while, no one dared to go on stage in person. Even the 1A civilization had no way to use the dark rules, but just avoided them from a distance. But the frontier civilization actually did it. Those weird little warriors stood there expressionlessly, motionless. Obviously, they are no longer normal life. It is impossible to describe what they are. Are they rule weapons developed purely for fighting? To be more precise, they are rule monsters that obey the command of civilization. But no matter what, if no one can defeat these rule monsters, it means that the old way is completely denied. The bloodline civilizations also looked at each other, their hearts chilled. The One-Hay civilization, which had gone the furthest and was the strongest on the old road, did not make any moves, and did not want to take care of such trivial matters. Even the local workers of the One-Hay civilization showed a nervous expression. They had no idea what the top leaders were thinking. For their own interests, these bloodline civilizations also took the lead. The light of a firefly dares to compete with the inheritance of 10,000 years? Let me learn from your high-level skills, the octopus man of the bubble civilization shouted loudly and blew a whistle. A huge black shadow appeared in the sky, the cold wind whistled, and a huge flying dragon-like life fell from the sky. Just the body of more than 100 meters high, and the strong wind formed by flapping its wings were enough to shock people. Supernormal life, three-headed evil dragon. This kind of supernormal monster is slightly weaker in combat power than the supernormal. Because they are often violent and have only rudimentary wisdom. Wisdom is a very subtle thing. In the battle of life and death, the difference between survival and death may be just a tiny difference. In addition, low wisdom means that they can only use strong idealistic rules in a preliminary way, and they cannot use overly complex abilities. This is actually quite serious. But no matter what, extraordinary life has mastered a strong idealistic rule, which is much stronger than ordinary life. As for the soldiers of the frontier civilization, facing the three-headed evil dragon, their eyes were indifferent and calm, as if it had nothing to do with them. Kill him and give you freedom. The octopus man issued an order to the three-headed evil dragon. The huge creature exhaled a breath of foul air, and the huge eyeballs flashed a purple-black light. This is a terrifying ability to attack the soul. Even though they were so far away, most people in the arena felt that breath and their souls trembled. This purple-black light is not something that ordinary life can bear. It represents death and extinction. Even if it is the aftermath, the weak still can't bear it. However, the small soldier on the battlefield, covered by the dark field, seemed to be motionless and had no feeling. Only the representatives of the frontier civilization laughed. Although the soul power of this dragon is strong, it has chosen the wrong opponent. The warriors of our tribe, whose souls are protected by the dark rules and guarded by the will of the world, are also good at soul attacks. What virtue does this dragon have? It's showing off its skills in front of an expert. The next second, the little soldier moved, and his shadow was instantly stretched diagonally and touched the shadow of the dragon. The dragon reacted very quickly and swept over with its tail. At this moment, the little soldier teleported directly to the vicinity of the dragon. In the eyes of everyone, it was really a space teleportation. A dark light hit the dragon's leg. The three-headed evil dragon roared and black smoke came out of its body. This is not a physical attack, but a soul attack, an erosion of the netherworld. Blood overflowed from its mouth, and its soul was damaged, causing blood circulation disorder in its body. At the critical moment, it flapped its wings with all its strength and flew up. The dragon flew farther and farther, and it was obviously defeated and escaped. The octopus man of the bubble civilization cursed, "What a useless thing. I knew I couldn't count on him." The people in the meeting hall were silent. They never thought that the three-headed dragon would be defeated in just one encounter. Obviously, the soldier who controlled the dark rules did have extraordinary combat power. Zhang Ming was surprised and happy, and whispered, "Is it a profit? Boss Jia, how much money did I win?" According to the final odds, the principal of 2,000 yuan was finally won 1,400 yuan. There are quite a lot of people who bet on the frontier civilization, Jia Huangjin said. "Are you still betting? There is a nuance, and the next game will start soon. Capital is indeed the strongest demon in the world. Others are playing life and death games and fighting between the old and the new, while gamblers are starting a doomsday carnival." At this moment, Zhang Ming deeply felt the disparity of the world. Those bloodline civilizations have obtained some combat intelligence and will definitely send stronger strongmen, but the frontier civilization should have its own confidence to come to challenge. It's really not easy to bet. Zhang Ming touched his chin. Shimama was also eager to try. Fortunately, it didn't have the wealth of Zhang Ming. The space gourd was well kept by Xiao Bei, otherwise it would be a gambler and lose everything sooner or later. "You might as well go up and fight by yourself. I'll put all my wealth on you," Shimama barked. "My current wealth is 5,000 yuan. All on you, Zhang." Zhang Ming touched his chin and said, "What if I lose? The dark rules come from the devil, and they are definitely not weak. It's just that the soldiers of the vanguard civilization don't seem to have extraordinary spirits. He just uses strong rules. If we fight a war of attrition, we can win." This kind of combat power is similar to that before Zhang Ming anchored the concept of black hole. Without the blessing of extraordinary spirits, the combat power of directly borrowing strong rules is still not weak. Of course, the price paid is quite high. "What, you will lose? You might as well die if you make me lose all my wealth," Shimama said frantically. Zhang Ming deeply felt the alienation of capital to turtles, and the friendship of many years was broken. If the benefits are big enough, even he himself has the idea of fighting, betting on himself to win, and making a lot of money. It's a sin, it's greed, but it's the original sin. If you fight, your life will be in danger, even the 1A civilization won't go. Why should I wade into the muddy water, Jia Huingjin, return my 2,000 principal to me, and bet the remaining 1,400 profit on the Bianfang civilization? It doesn't matter if you lose, okay, my old brother, bet 1,400, I'll help you register. Yu Shangbu civilization is really unscrupulous. Compared with you, I feel that I have too many constraints and too high morals. Not long after, a giant ape with sharp eyes, holding a long stick, walked step by step from a distance, and the temperature of the venue rose little by little, like a god of war. Only the white hair on his face showed that he was old. The crowd was in an uproar. This is a very well-known extraordinary person named Bian. He has an extremely bad temper. The hot temperature is his strong rule. If you show a little disrespect to him, he will attack and hurt people, so his interpersonal relationships are not good. In fact, he has already betrayed this civilization. Perhaps because he is too lawless and causes too much trouble, this civilization can only cut off relations with him. For some reason, at this moment, Northern Ape suddenly jumped out and walked forward step by step. Northern Ape, let me teach you the tricks of the frontier civilization, okay, as long as you win, 3,000 units of the source of the world will be presented. But you are old, why come up to die? The leader of the frontier civilization said lightly. The fierce murderous aura and cold words, no one underestimated the Northern Ape. The extraordinary people took action and paid a huge price, and blood must be seen. He will not run away. No one underestimated the rule monster of the frontier civilization. There was a solemn atmosphere in the air, and the curtain of the struggle between the old and the new would eventually be stained with blood. Zhang Ming's eyes flashed, and he found that the blood and ki in the body of Northern Ape had already shown signs of decline. In other words, his lifespan was about to end, and he was able to survive until now, all thanks to the extraordinary spirit in his body. Once these extraordinary spirits are exhausted, Bei Yuan will die immediately. How much can he pay in this situation? He doesn't think that he can kill that monster-level warrior with ordinary abilities. You are wrong, Lao Zhang, Shimama whispered. It is precisely because he is going to die that he is willing to go on the field. Even if he really dies in battle, it will bring benefits to his tribe. Didn't he betray the civilization? Who knows? Money can do anything. Zhang Ming was silent. Shimama, this black-bellied guy, always came up with all kinds of strange ideas, but they seemed to make sense. In other words, a civilization bribed Bei Yuan to let him go up and lose his life. It is even possible that it was the frontier civilization, directing and acting by itself. At this moment, the battle began. A cold light flashed in Bei Yuan's eyes, and his muscles suddenly swelled up a large circle. The wind was howling, and the breath of the extraordinary was overwhelming. The stick in his hand ignited endless flames and hit it down with one stick. Roar! The stick rubbed against the wind and made a tiger roar. Although this stick was powerful, it was only the huge force exerted by his own physique. In the eyes of experts, Bian did not pay the price. The warriors of the Bianfang civilization, facing the oncoming big stick, were still expressionless and unhurried. A thick darkness enveloped him. He moved forward slightly, and his shadow stretched at a very fast speed. With a teleportation, he teleported to the shadow behind Bian. This is the ultimate application of the Dark Rule. Shadow beasts also have such special abilities. With a loud bang, the big stick hit a pit. At this moment, Bian also knew that it was a life and death moment. His golden hair stood up and a wild smile appeared on his face. Waiting for this moment of your teleportation. The warriors of the Bianfang civilization did not have extraordinary spirits in their bodies. Their physical strength was weak and they could be killed by a stick, but they did not care about the use of the dark rules at all costs. They could teleport at any time at an extremely fast speed. He roared suddenly and finally began to pay the price. His eyes instantly turned red, and the golden hair on his body stood up, emitting terrifying flames. This is an extremely powerful, strong, idealistic ability, ultimate madness. At this moment, the speed, strength, and resistance all surged in all directions, especially the ultra-high speed growth in speed, which allowed him to gain more than 100 times the speed, like a super strong flame. Bian had used this move to defeat opponents who were much stronger than himself. He was also very skilled in using it. Die, The ultra-high speed stick hit the arm of the small creature, making a loud bang. Even though the soldiers of the frontier civilization were protected by the dark field, they were directly broken by this great force. With just one blow, the arm was broken, and the parts below the waist were all smashed into mud. This is the power of the extraordinary. Zhang Ming widened his eyes and held his breath. Even an aging extraordinary can still fight against the rule monsters of the frontier civilization with powerful combat skills. But it's not over yet, it's not over yet. The soldier had a blank expression on his face, not a word, not even a wail. It was as if the smashed lower body was not his own body. His upper body was still able to move, his face was indifferent, and he had no intention of truce and surrender. The intact arm pushed hard and made his upper body fly up. It was like a ball of thick black light, flying towards the northern ape not far away. The northern ape was old after all, and faced with a ball of black light, he couldn't dodge. Perhaps his lifespan has really reached its end, and he cannot afford to pay such a high price, or perhaps he cherishes his life too much, and does not want to pay even though he still has a little life left, and wants to rely on his own physique to survive this blow. Boom, the dark light hit his forehead, and dust rose in all directions. All the races in the venue trembled slightly and took a breath of cold air. The weak could not tell who was winning or losing, but the eyes of the strong had already seen through the thin dust. The northern ape was defeated. He cherished his life too much and had a fluke mentality. Even though he had superb fighting skills and could achieve a great result with a small price, the price he paid was too small. He only paid a few years of life, and he was about to die of old age. What the hell? If he maintained the ultimate frenzy, he might be able to avoid this blow. But the opponent was the kind who didn't care about his life, like a cold killing machine. Even if the extraordinary were also killing weapons, they always had their own thoughts and will to survive. The soldiers of the frontier civilization, however, had no will to survive, and they would not hesitate to die together. Bang! Bean's body fell to the ground. His head was black, which was a sign of a polluted soul. The rules of the death arena were that the winner took all, and his extraordinary remains belonged to the frontier civilization. The expression of the seriously injured soldier changed several times, and blood flowed from all 7 orifices. There was a tendency for the netherworld to spread around him. The disaster of the netherworld polluted everything. He was too seriously injured to maintain his physical condition. Soon, the leader of the frontier civilization waved his hand, as if he was not surprised by the scene. Hurry up and deal with it, don't scare our friends, don't worry, everyone, the netherworld will never spread. Several soldiers exuding a dark aura walked to the arena step by step and carried him down. With Bean's death in battle, all civilizations dared not say a word. This scene was too terrifying. The battle between the extraordinary was decided in an instant, which was expected. But it was really terrifying to see an extraordinary person die in front of you. What's more, the soldiers emitting the dark aura seemed to be able to be mass-produced. As long as the world will is not dead, such strong men can be produced continuously, just like consumables, and are controlled by the world will. Analyzing from the perspective of combat power, the old path is indeed a backward route. Brother Zhang, you just made a profit of 2,632 yuan, and now you have made a total profit of more than 4,000 yuan, Jia Huangjin suddenly called, but his tone was not as excited and fanatical as expected. Obviously, he was shocked by the soldiers of the frontier civilization, who were fearless and desperate to fight to the death for a superhuman. Superhumans have a noble status in any civilization. How can they be used as consumables like now? Jia Huangjin felt a sense of grief. No more handicap, Zhang Ming asked in surprise. Do you still want to gamble? Jia Huangjin said awkwardly. Most civilizations are scared and they probably can't find opponents. Damn, this vanguard civilization is so scary. No wonder Xinlu suddenly appeared and is unmatched. The combat power is not high, but the fighting will is too terrifying. Jia Huangjin suddenly received a message. Wait, there are more civilizations betting. My Shangbu civilization has caravans in many world communities, and there are caravans in several other communities. Jia Huangjin, have some status and can help you borrow some money to gamble at another betting site. Zhang Ming licked his dry lips. This world is really crazy. The extraordinary competition of this community has become a gambling game of other communities. It's incredible to think about it. The capital demon is really terrible. Friends, are there still people who want to challenge my edge civilization? How about this? We raise the price of the winner to 4,000 units of the world source. What do you think? The small creature said horrible words unscrupulously. In the battle, my civilization did not use any technological weapons, nor did it use any protective measures. It was just pure hand-to-hand combat. The soldiers of my race are only given power by the will of the world. They are not true transcendents, and they do not control transcendent spirits. My Excellency's transcendence. Is there no one who dares to challenge? These words, spoken by a powerless big-headed creature, brought a strange and murderous atmosphere. Master Turtle, don't you want to challenge? Chapter 464. Zhang Ming takes the stage in person. Master Turtle, that's 4,000 units of the source of the world, plus the ticket fee. It's equivalent to a huge windfall. Several civilizations nearby were encouraging the dragon turtle to go on stage. Although the dragon turtle is usually very arrogant and almost insolent, it is actually a cautious character and is not so easy to incite. It just snorted coldly, in the sky and on the ground, whether it is flying in the sky or swimming in the sea. Master Turtle is not the strongest creature. If those monster-level guys don't take action, how can I get a turn? Let's see what this frontier civilization wants to do. They should not come here simply to fight, or even to prove that the new road is strong. The other extraordinary people thought so. The gun hits the bird that sticks out, and this frontier civilization is so loud, it really can't go on the stage easily. Even if they have the ability to defeat the soldiers of the frontier civilization, if they pay too high a price, even if they really win and make a small amount of money, they will not be able to spend it. Especially the leaders of several bloodline civilizations, they are angry in their hearts, but they are extremely calm. The goal of the frontier civilization has been achieved. Even if they win, it's meaningless. From now on, the new road is the broad road for all civilizations. It's not that their bloodline technology can't be sold at a high price, but it's impossible to sell as well as it did in the past. The price must be cut in half at least. At this time, a faint voice sounded from the venue. Your Bianfang civilization can make such a monster-level killing weapon, but the quantity is obviously limited. What's more, these soldiers can't leave the world too far, otherwise they will go out of control directly. This voice came from nowhere. Obviously, someone didn't want to be discovered, so he mixed in the crowd and spoke through a certain ability. The short leader of the Bianfang civilization admitted, the rule warriors artificially created by my civilization do have the shortcomings you mentioned. There were some whispers in the venue. If these soldiers couldn't leave their hometown too far, then the value would obviously not be that high. The extraordinary can move freely, can communicate with civilizations, and spread their influence to billions of miles away. The representative of the frontier civilization said again, Sir, you are very smart, but you should also see their advantages. The fact that they are fearless and resolute in executing orders is something that ordinary extraordinary people cannot compare to. They can make greater contributions, right? What's more, the world will of my civilization is only at the peak of the synesthesia stage, and this is not the end of this new road. As long as we go one step further, it will become more powerful. By then, the shortcomings you think will also be improved. He opened his arms as if embracing the future. Above the synesthesia stage is the real spiritual wisdom stage, the world will of the spiritual wisdom stage. It can understand the demands of most individuals, manage itself in an orderly manner, and truly achieve I am civilization. And civilization is me. Of course, if you wanted to advance to the spiritual stage, an important condition is required, which is to use the corpse of a demon god as nourishment. This is difficult, but not impossible. I heard that this world community has the existence of the abyss. In the abyss, the corpse of the demon god is preserved. Dear friends, this time, we specially jumped here to seek the help of various civilizations. Let us find the abyss together. Everyone was stunned, looking at the little creature in disbelief, speechless. So that's it. The real purpose of the frontier civilization is to find the abyss. A long time ago, there was a legend of the peak civilization. To achieve the peak civilization, you need to hunt the demon god. There are records of this in the information of the Blue Crystal civilization. At that time, Zhang Ming felt inexplicable, but now the truth is clear. It turns out that the corpse of the demon god is really needed. As a result, this frontier civilization did not hunt the demon god, but went to dig the abyss. It really took a shortcut among shortcuts. However, once the abyss is dug up, the body of the demon god, Wan Yan, is taken away, and the demon god of the old mythological era jumps over. It will not be as simple as a disaster in the netherworld. Thinking of this, Zhang Ming couldn't help sweating profusely, and his heart sank to the bottom of the sea. He finally saw the flexible moral bottom line of these civilizations. At that time, Suyin might also come over, and the scene would be unimaginable. If Suyin's body came in person, he and Hulumai would have to flee to the ends of the earth. Damn, what a ghost idea. He swallowed his saliva and clenched his fists. Lao Zhang, this guy is too unscrupulous. He really doesn't know how powerful the demon god is. You go and suppress this guy and let him shut his dog mouth, Shimama said angrily. These mad dogs are really fucking crazy. Do they really think they are invincible just by making a few monster soldiers? But fortunately, the abyss seals the time and space tunnel, which is a special area at the time and space level. It is not a fixed place, and it will keep moving with the tides of time and space. Except for the gravikeepers of the abyss who can find the specific location, it is extremely difficult for other civilizations to find it. So the only way is to launch the mass line. Let the many civilizations of the Demon Sea search together. Let the more than 4,000 civilizations in the trading market conduct a carpet search in the community of this world, and search every corner. After all, they will be able to find clues of the abyss. In silence, the little creature said, my Bianfang civilization promises that anyone who participates in this excavation operation can become a member of the alliance of my civilization and escape the disaster of the netherworld together. What a courage, it's really a swindle. You want so many civilizations to work for you with just one promise. The mysterious voice rang again, mocking, once the abyss is dug, do you know what the consequences will be? The demons of the old mythological era will leap over. Can you bear the responsibility? How many lives will die for it then? The little creature of the Bianfang civilization said calmly. This world community was about to be covered by the Netherrealm disaster and had already been attacked by the demons. What difference does it make if there is one disaster or two disasters? Destruction is only a matter of time. We are just making use of waste and saving some civilizations that are destined to be with us. Don't doubt our sincerity. Even after the fusion of the worlds we are all one family. If you still don't believe it, we can sign a contract and not join our alliance. Zhang Ming was so angry that he laughed. This family's morality was really low. They should be another family. However, under such oppression, no one was willing to take action. So many strong people gathered together, but no one dared to take action. The first bird to stick its head out will be shot. The comprehensive strength of the frontier civilization is indeed stronger than any civilization present, and the cost of taking action is very high. Jia Huangjin came up to him at some point and whispered, Brother Zhang, this is getting more and more dangerous. If something serious happens, you have to save my life. Do you trust me so much? What if I suddenly die? Jia Huangjin showed his yellow teeth. I'm proficient in divination and I have a premonition that you are far stronger than me if we really fight. Besides, don't you have the ability to travel in space? Can't you just run away if you can't win? For the sake of me helping you make so much money, save my life at the critical moment. Zhang Ming laughed twice. Well, I have to protect you, Boss Jia, or who will help me make money? Then his voice lowered. Do you have anything here that can cover me? I'm going to suppress those guys who dug the abyss. They really think the world belongs to them. Jia Huangjin was stunned for a moment, showing a shrewd smile, and transmitted his voice. I have a substitute doll here, which can be used to forge an identity. Don't worry, with a substitute doll here, no one can tell the real one from the fake one. As he said that, Jia Huangjin took out a piece of plasticine from his sack. After a few manipulations in his hands, the plasticine slowly turned into Zhang Ming's appearance, and even the breath was extremely similar. With this thing here, other civilizations will not suspect Zhang Ming. How much can you bet on the gambling of other communities? Zhang Ming said. I only have 2,000 face. After all, those communities are too far away. 1 coins are not universal there, so I can only borrow this little bit of chips. You bet first. If I die, I will ask Shimama for money. Okay. Shimama shook a few times and didn't say anything. Zhang Ming took a deep breath, borrowed some props from Jia Huangjin, and quietly entered the gourd with a big sack on his back, and slipped away directly from the venue. This arena is so huge and the personnel are scattered, but no one noticed their movements in this direction. Most of the sights are focused on the powerful local civilizations of Jushan and Kongbu. Jia Huangjin is chatting and laughing with a stand-in doll, and there seems to be no flaws. Miss Hulu activated her invisibility ability and slowly floated out of the arena. She said a little worriedly, do you really want to fight with the soldiers of the frontier civilization? They look so terrible, As if they have lost their self-will and become combat weapons. Zhang Ming put on the combat uniform of the Frieza civilization and whispered, "No one else is on the field, so I have to go. It's not that I am morally noble, but this matter concerns my life and yours. No matter what, we have to find some faults with them, so that they can't easily unite many civilizations and dig out the abyss." He cursed viciously, "Damn. Those bloodline civilizations are really weak and surrendered so quickly. They are also afraid of death, so I have to go on the field myself. Hey, if the 1A civilization doesn't take action themselves, they can only surrender, but how can you defeat those soldiers without revealing your identity? They are not weak, I have my own way, don't worry." Soon, Zhang Ming put on the Frieza battlesuit, distributed the extraordinary spirit, and turned into a burly little giant with a height of 8 meters. He jumped directly into the arena. The representative of the Edge civilization was talking saliva flying. Suddenly, he found that there was a little giant on the field, and he couldn't help but be stunned. Then, he heard the little giant say in a strange tone, "Does your challenge still count? I was passing by this trading market and heard that the god of wealth was giving away money, so I came here to make some money. There is such a rich civilization in the world, it must be God's help. If you are short of money, a penny can make a hero fall." Everyone was stunned, looking at the little giant in disbelief. Where did this wandering extraordinary person come from? The little leader of the frontier civilization thought he had shocked many civilizations, but was interrupted in the middle of the journey, and his expression was a little angry. Of course it counts. He gave a few instructions to the soldiers below, and then shouted, "Sir, don't do anything that will harm yourself. Go to the death arena, regardless of life or death." Zhang Ming laughed loudly, Okay, no matter what, I will still spare your lives. I love peace, cherish life, and love the sea of demons." His tone became weird again, and he said faintly, "My favorite color is beige, which is the color of sweaters. My least favorite color is red. Sweaters stained with blood will not look good, so I will definitely spare your lives. Don't worry, send your strongest warriors over." Many representatives of civilizations were petrified. This guy really has a serious brain disease, but I don't know how strong he is. If he comes up to serve food, it will be a joke. There are also several leaders of blood civilizations, their eyes flickering, as if they are expecting something, but in fact, it is not that Zhang Ming deliberately despises and teases the other party. He must give the other party some eye drops and take down the opponent with ease. In this way, it will be more difficult for the Bianfang civilization to join hands with the indigenous civilization of the community to dig the abyss together. The leader of the Bianfang civilization calmed down, expressionless, and just waved behind him. Soon, a soldier with a black light all over his body walked out of the spaceship. Step by step, he walked very steadily. Compared with the previous soldier, this one's dark field is more powerful. Along the way, even the light in the air was absorbed by this dark field. This is the most powerful warrior of the Bianfang civilization, and also their foundation. The Bianfang civilization is obviously angry and needs to use the power of thunder to directly take down this uninvited guest. At the same time, the huge spaceship fired a shell with a boom. This shell did not attack Zhang Ming, but shot into the sky. After the explosion, it formed a dark cloud that blocked the sun in the sky. The giant centaur was shocked. Not good, after the sunlight is blocked. These soldiers who control the rules of darkness will be greatly strengthened. Should we find a way to get rid of the dark cloud? The big octopus next to him said, "No hurry, if this person is killed in seconds, it will be unnecessary." But the little giant waved his hand arrogantly, took out a silver shield from the sack, and shook his body. "Come on, what if I give you 3 moves? The battle started in the next moment. The black light swept over at lightning speed. This attack specifically targeting the soul is too terrible and extremely fast. Even the soul resistance of the extraordinary is difficult to resist. The warrior also had a cold face and was not afraid of the price he paid. Boom, something unexpected happened. Zhang Ming actually took out a handful of light symbols from the sack and smashed them fiercely, covering the entire venue like a fairy scattering flowers. In an instant, these light symbols came into contact with the darkness, bursting with strong light, blocking the opponent's actions. At the same time, Zhang Ming took out a golden mace from the sack and swung it forward. This swing was so fierce and domineering that the friction with the air actually produced the sound of a dragon's roar. "Let me show you my dragon turtle power." The fierce blow from the dragon turtle's power produced a huge light curtain and fiercely hit the chest of the frontier civilization warrior. The dragon turtle's blow, even without the blessing of the strong idealistic rule, is still powerful. However, this warrior is also a veteran. After being hit by the light talisman, he immediately realized that something was wrong and turned on the defense device on his armor. A bubble-like structure protected his body. Symbols like Sanskrit rotated in the bubble. Pop! The stick hit the bubble and directly knocked the opponent out with a bubble. With a blessing of defense technology, the opponent only injured some ribs and a small amount of blood flowed out of his mouth. Zhang Ming cursed in his heart, "Damn it, we clearly agreed not to use technology. Why is it my turn to use technology?" But he also understood that it was because he suddenly jumped out to disrupt the situation. The frontier civilization was obviously very angry and directly killed him. The black air was surging, and the temperature in the arena was dropping rapidly. The Dark Rule has a powerful healing ability, and soon the soldier will be able to recover as before. Everyone was shocked by the fierce battle that was a hair's breadth. The extraordinary person was too cunning. He actually took a sack of light symbols and played a sneak attack. And the effect of this light symbol seems to be better than the one publicly available in the market. Are you here to promote the Starry Sky Shell? Many civilizations recalled the market situation some time ago. And the frontier civilization actually used a technological protective device. Otherwise, the soldier would be seriously injured with a stick. From the perspective of shamelessness, it is obvious that the frontier civilization is more shameless. You have used the defense device made by unique technology. Do I have to use the world nemesis, the ultimate weapon? Just blow it up with hydrogen bombs, and simply compete to see whose weapons of mass destruction are more powerful. But no one said much. War is a life and death struggle. What does conspiracy mean? The power of the dragon turtle, defense. Zhang Ming made up his mind again. He took a sack of light talismans and threw them around like a turtle. He played defense like an old turtle. He had no choice. His magical powers, lightning and diamonds were easily discovered if he used them rashly here, which would bring about a huge disaster. So he could only use the power of the dragon turtle. More than 20,000 extraordinary spirits were mostly allocated to spiritual attributes, and only a small amount was allocated to physical strength and perception, which meant that his soul resistance was very strong. Whenever the opponent approached, he would take out a stack of light talismans, cooperate with the reflection ability of mirror steel, and wave the stick to force the opponent back. The light talismans in the sack were like they were free, and he grabbed a handful of them. This is a very cheap item. If you can win the bet of 4,000 world sources, you can buy a mountain of light symbols. Zhang Ming obviously can't save anything. What's more, as a divine beast level ability, dragon turtle power is naturally not as simple as enhancing strength. It is more of a comprehensive ability. Especially when carrying responsibility on your back, there is a sense of heaviness as stable as Mount I. Nowadays, the civilization luck of the entire Demon Sea is faintly pressing on Zhang Ming, giving him an unprecedented thick aura. Even he himself is a little surprised that dragon turtle power actually has a little metaphysics. Therefore, the battle situation on the battlefield looks very dangerous, but it has stabilized faintly. The soldiers of the frontier civilization cannot break through the defense of a large number of light symbols, and Zhang Ming can't break the bubble defense device with a stick. If I go on the field, it seems that I can do it too. Many extraordinary people have this mentality, as long as there are enough light symbols. Even don't use light symbols, other protective measures can be sufficient. Chapter 465, Whoever dares to dig the abyss will be destroyed by me. Is this guy here to promote the light talisman and raise the price of star shell? Someone had this thought, could it be that the frontier civilization also holds a large number of star shells, taking the opportunity to raise the price of star shells? Conspiracy theorists can always think of strange things. After all, the soaring price of star shells was too shocking. This extraordinary person actually held on without spending any money. His nerve reaction speed is amazing, and the defense ability of the light symbol is also quite good. The tall centaur chief was a little worried, but the dark rules are pervasive. Over time, his soul will still be polluted. That will be bad. Another extraordinary person analyzed, it depends on whether the soldiers of the Bianfang civilization can hold on longer or the extraordinary person can hold on longer. The soldiers of the Bianfang civilization have powerful soul attacks, but their attack moves are too simple. As long as you react quickly enough and use the light symbol, you can hold on. It's easy to say, you have to react in time. Once you are hit by the black light, your life will be in danger. The various bloodline civilizations cheered for Zhang Ming. They themselves did not have the courage to fight the Bianfang civilization to the death, but they still had the courage to cheer. The leaders of the Bianfang civilization had grim faces. I don't know what they are thinking. The one on the field is obviously well prepared. Why do I feel like he's my grandson? The dragon turtle squatting in another corner felt familiar and puzzled. The extraordinary person fighting in the arena did not have the blood of the dragon turtle, so why did he also have the power of the dragon turtle? The dragon turtle was puzzled, and felt that this kind of slave-like fighting method seemed to have been seen somewhere. It swayed in thought, but it really couldn't remember. At this moment, a civilization leader suddenly said, I think this extraordinary person who is proficient in defense is quite smart, and his current combat plan is correct. The soldiers of the frontier civilization paid the price without risking their lives and used the dark rules, but he defended them with almost no consumption. Those artificially created rule soldiers have no extraordinary spirits and can only use strong rules to fight. No matter their lifespan or rationality, there will always be a day when they are exhausted. As long as this extraordinary person defends, he can win the final victory. This method is very smart, and almost every extraordinary person can do it. The big octopus of the bubble civilization insidiously spread the voice far away so that everyone at the scene could hear it. The morale of the civilizations suddenly increased, and there were more discussions in private. To be honest, they were not very willing to cooperate with the Bianfang civilization to find clues of the abyss. Not to mention that digging the abyss would lead to disastrous consequences. What's more, they are in a cooperative relationship on the surface, but in fact they may be a master-slave relationship. Even after the success, the world will of their own civilization may be snatched and swallowed by the Bianfang civilization. Under this premise, who would be willing to cooperate with the Bianfang civilization? However, the Bianfang civilization is too strong, and it has jumped its world to this community. The terrifying aura of the world will is indeed several levels stronger than that of the extraordinary. In the case of the indifference of the 1A civilization, no civilization is willing to be the first to offend the other party. Now an unknown extraordinary person has jumped out and actually won the overwhelming support of many civilizations. In the arena, there was darkness, and half of the battlefield was already shrouded in the netherworld. One after another, black light attacked Zhang Ming like raindrops. Zhang Ming was covered with light symbols and mirror steel protective equipment, like a lighthouse in a storm. Shaky but always strong, he was really an old turtle that could not be broken or killed. The giant octopus and the centaur were very happy, and they madly belittled the edge civilization. There is no physical attack, only soul attack. It is still a move short of that. Being was too arrogant, so he lost regretfully. If he had brought good equipment to defend, he would not have lost so quickly. To be honest, this set of mirror steel equipment can last for a long time even in the real netherworld. Zilla. Suddenly, a crisp sound of electricity sounded on the field, making everyone's expression freeze. It turned out that the soldier of the edge civilization, seeing that he could not attack by force, took out a gun-like thing, and fired something unknown, and blew the mirror steel shield into powder in an instant. Everyone immediately held their breath and stopped talking. The big octopus couldn't help but yelled, "Be careful." At the moment of breaking the mirror steel shield, the soldiers of the Bianfang civilization concentrated all their strength and launched an offensive. In an instant, the thick darkness condensed into a point, like a small drop of ink, and bounced towards Zhang Ming. This is an extremely powerful soul attack, containing the idealistic rules from the devil, and even Zhang Ming can hardly take this blow. At this moment, Zhang Ming fell into a huge crisis. In the battle just now, Zhang Ming already knew the secret of the soldiers of the Bianfang civilization. Through the eye of time and space, he saw a long anchor line that passed through the void and spread to a place not far away. This should be the anchoring of the will of the world of Bianfang civilization. Through this thin line to transmit energy, let these soldiers control the rules of darkness. Therefore, these soldiers cannot leave the world too far. But unfortunately, Zhang Ming is currently unable to cut this thin line, otherwise he can cut off the opponent's source of power in an instant. It seems that we still need to master the third rule of the demon god to have this ability. Facing the strongest attack coming towards him, Zhang Ming seemed very calm. He knew that the price paid by the other party was too high, and he was close to running out of energy. In fact, he could not withstand too many attacks. So he shook his hands, took out a few grains of sand from the sack, and threw them over. As soon as the sand appeared, everyone present felt a violent trance in their hearts, as if the whole world was pressing down on them. Many spectators who were not strong spit out blood and were frightened. The two people closest to the sand felt the pressure even more. Zhang Ming's face was not good. He held the yellow sand in his hand and his head was in a trance. The soldier of the frontier civilization stopped halfway through the attack and vomited blood. For the first time, a blank expression appeared in his cold eyes. He didn't understand what was going on. Spiritual tornado, Zhang Ming said in incomprehensible words, pretending to stimulate his ability. This sand is a small part of the stone that they and Gu Shunjing dug out from the ancient ruins. It records the violent rules of the ancient times. The rules of that era were extremely violent, affecting the soul and consciousness, and compressing the lifespan of ancient creatures to just 100 years. Even the divine beasts and gods can only live for 100 years. The power of this violent rule cannot be offset by ordinary defensive capabilities. Therefore, after research, Zhang Ming believes that this thing is a weird prop that causes group blood loss. Once it is taken out, he will continue to lose blood, and the enemy will also lose blood crazily. Moreover, under the influence of the violent rules, the difficulty of using abilities has increased significantly, and everyone can only rely on physical strength to fight hand-to-hand combat. In normal times, it seems useless. But at this moment, it couldn't be better. His blood bar is much thicker than that of his opponent, and under the influence of the violent rules, even the anchor line of the traction force is affected, and there is a tendency to go out of control directly. Damn, what kind of ability is it? It's so painful that my life is about to fall, the dragon turtle cursed. The dinosaur man next to him said happily, but that extraordinary person is going to win. The dragon turtle remained silent. This fighting style was too cheap. He just acted like an old turtle and competed with his lifespan. It reminded him of an old opponent. He could attack head-on, but he had to use a nuclear bomb to blow him up. What kind of moral quality was that? Zhang Ming took advantage of the time when the opponent was suppressed, rushed forward with a brisk step, and lightly tapped the opponent's head with his finger. Fate for me, the dream-entering technique was an ability he had practiced for a long time. When the opponent's ability was affected and the source of power was cut off, he could directly cause the person to faint, easily. The warrior of the frontier civilization fell to the ground. I said in advance that I would spare your life. I mean what I said. He deliberately made his voice spread far away and put the few grains of sand back into the box made of irregular materials. Then, Zhang Ming deftly stripped off the luxurious equipment on the other party, jumped near the staff of 1A civilization, and stretched out a hand. Give it here. My spoils. The Batman of 1A civilization was not a superhuman. He was so scared that his face turned blue. He quickly picked up a box with 4,000 units of the source of the world. I accept the spoils, Zhang Ming shouted. All the ticket revenue will be returned to the civilizations. I won't take a penny. The ticket revenue is 1A currency. This thing is in the form of electronic currency, so Zhang Ming naturally dare not take it carelessly, otherwise it will be exposed directly. He took out a small flying saucer from the sack. This was naturally Jia Huangjin's thing, and it was outstanding for its fast flying. Without any nonsense, he got into the flying saucer directly. The small flying saucer flew higher and higher. Then the small flying saucer suddenly activated the protection ability of the source of the world and disappeared from everyone's sight. Only a taunting reverberated in the air. You, the frontier civilization, actually encouraged other civilizations to dig the abyss. You are really morally low. Whoever dares to dig the abyss will be destroyed by me. I'll teach you a lesson today. Don't blame me for not warning you. All the civilizations were secretly happy. They had been holding this sentence in their hearts for a long time, and finally someone said it out loud. Moreover, the motive of this inexplicably appearing extraordinary person was explained. It turned out that he came to stop them from digging the abyss. The leader of the frontier civilization only then realized that after this unknown extraordinary person won the fight, he threw down a cruel word and ran away. They were immediately furious, but it was impossible to shoot down the opponent's flying saucer. After all, this person had already run away. It was only a matter of more than 10 seconds, and they could not react at all. After the representatives of the other civilizations were secretly happy, they also had different expressions, each with their own thoughts. This extraordinary person who suddenly appeared was extremely opposed to digging the abyss. Judging from the weird fighting style, it is obviously the kind of shameless one. If this kind of extraordinary person hides in the dark and keeps attacking, Which civilization could withstand this kind of war of attrition? Leader of the frontier civilization, the abyss really can't be dug randomly. It is a space tunnel leading to the old mythological era. The disaster of the netherworld is already difficult to resist. If the abyss is dug, more demons will jump over. How can we survive? A sarcastic voice sounded from the field, and it was still unknown who said it. It really can't be dug. Several civilization representatives, borrowing their abilities, responded in a low voice. But it is obvious that the frontier civilization cannot retreat directly. Digging the abyss and obtaining the corpse of the demon is their 1,000-year plan. A sudden appearance of the extraordinary person cannot block their way forward. After an urgent discussion, all the rule soldiers urgently boarded a spaceship and transported it back to the headquarters of the frontier civilization. Then another more luxurious spaceship flew over from the sky. The small creature in the lead gritted his teeth and said in a cold voice, "Very good, that extraordinary person is very good, we accept it. My civilization will send the strongest extraordinary warriors to challenge various extraordinary people. The winner will be rewarded with 10,000 units of the source of the world." Everyone took a breath of cold air. 10,000 units of the source of the world. This reward is too overbearing, enough to jump 1/3 of the world ring. However, it is obvious that this reward is not easy to get. A 12-meter-tall giant walked down from the spaceship step by step. Every step caused the earth to shake. There were dark air waves surging around the giant, forming a cloud of mist. Obviously, this giant is not the main ethnic group of the frontier civilization, but an extraordinary person who joined the frontier civilization later. It is normal for the frontier civilization to be so powerful that it has a race to surrender. Under the powerful protection of the world's will, this original extraordinary person once again mastered the dark rules, and his strength has obviously improved. His expression was cold and murderous, and he glanced at everyone present with some disdain. "My name is Lu Wu. Defeat me and you will get the source of 10,000 worlds. Who dares to fight me?" This really suppressed the whole audience. He was originally a powerful existence of extraordinary people, and he had mastered the rules of the devil to a certain extent. How powerful should his strength be? There was no sound in the venue, and even the weird man disappeared. Join my civilization, extraordinary people will still be greatly treated, and their strength can still be improved. Why not do it, everyone? The little creature said half threateningly and half temptingly. Dear extraordinary people, we are not completely opposed to taking the old path, but everyone needs to serve the entire civilization. If you are willing to accept our ideas, there is nothing wrong with joining us. Just then, the small guard floated near Jia Huangjin again, and Zhang Ming, who had regained his normal form, crawled out of the guard and appeared in the venue again. Jia Huangjin understood and took back the substitute doll almost at the same time. With this operation, no one noticed that Zhang Ming had left for a while. "My old brother, things are getting bigger and bigger. The frontier civilization is obviously coming in full force and must dig a deep abyss," Jia Huangjin said with a dry mouth. "Your operation was in vain, but you did win a lot of money. I will transfer it to you when the time comes." When Zhang Ming saw the dark giant, he was also secretly amazed and his heart beat faster. This guy is very strong and brings him a sense of crisis. Old Zhang, continue to play, and he did it. Shimama instigated. The reward of 10,000 world sources is enough for the people on Earth to work for hundreds of years. You can buy 100 Frieza battle suits and change one a day. Zhang Ming swallowed his saliva and snorted. This guy has at least mastered 2 strong rules. I am really not sure I can beat him, especially when I can't go all out. It doesn't matter if I'm recognized, but humans will be in trouble. Ask your old brother Longi to do it. I've earned 4,000 units of world source, which is enough. He is now very wealthy. He has 4,600 units of world source alone. In addition, he has a variety of resources, plus the gambling just now, and he has 28,000 1A coins. Jia Huangjin was shocked that his old brother actually had a certain chance of winning. He whispered, "The Bianfang civilization has to pay a price for creating this extraordinary giant. Those ordinary soldiers who have mastered the dark rules have all returned to the base camp and have been replaced by this giant superhuman. Therefore, Jia Huangjin guessed that the power of the world's will is limited. Protecting the superhuman who controls the dark rules cannot protect that group of soldiers." The dark giant's monstrous momentum once again overwhelmed the entire audience. There were many strong men in the venue, but no one wanted to fight with this fully armed superhuman. For a while, the scene became cold and silent. Only the weird voice lingered in the ears. With so many superhumans, One mouthful of spit from each of them can spit this dark giant to death. What a pity, what a pity. Each of them is too cherishing their lives, and no one dared to resist when they were ridden on and shit on their heads. This old road is really crappy, it's better not to go, you should take the new road. You can't blame others for being swallowed by the frontier civilization. This is obviously a strong idealistic rule, which is specially used to curse people in a crowd. It is impossible to find who is being mocked. I don't know which extraordinary person is so mean to choose this strong idealistic rule of cursing. Your Excellency only has the courage to be sarcastic. Why don't you challenge the super strong of my civilization? If you win, not only will my civilization not pursue it, but will offer you the source of 10,000 worlds with both hands, the leader of the frontier civilization said bluntly. The sarcastic man fell silent. In a one-on-one duel, it was obvious that he was no match for the dark giant. At this moment, the big octopus of the bubble civilization spoke. You want to unite many civilizations to dig the abyss together. You have to give us time for internal discussion. For such a big thing, it doesn't count if we say it alone. We have to mobilize the power of the entire civilization and reach a corresponding social consensus. This is true. The status of the extraordinary people in civilization is high, but they are not to the extent that they can change the operation of society with just one word. Searching for the abyss is obviously a major event that consumes manpower and material resources, and it is impossible to decide it with just one word. The proposal of this big octopus was echoed by more people. P.S. I have been a little stuck recently, so the number of words is a little less, please forgive me. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 466 Biza is furious. After hearing this, the leaders of the frontier civilization discussed with each other for a while. They were not in such a hurry. Their first intention was to prove the superiority of the new road. As long as the dark giant was not knocked down, this intention would be achieved. This dark giant Lu Wu was originally one of the strongest in their group. Now that he has mastered the dark rules, he is really powerful. But the power of the world will is limited. If Lu Wu can master the dark rules, other soldiers will not be able to control them. After all, this power from the devil is not so easy to steal. It will get out of control if you are not careful. The second intention is to unite more civilizations to find the abyss. This matter is a bit difficult and it does take a lot of time. It is not something that can be successful by forcing it with force. There must be a strict joint planning and corresponding contracts to prevent these local civilizations from pretending to obey and disobeying and making small moves in private. So the little creature smiled, his expression eased, and he said loudly, "My friends, my Bianfang civilization is not unreasonable. We are willing to give you 3 months of discussion time. 3 months should be enough for your internal discussion. After that, we will visit you in person. I hope you don't reject our kindness." Lu Wu, a strong man of my civilization, will also wait in the arena for 3 months. Welcome all the strong men to challenge. The condition of 10,000 world sources still counts. As the Bianfang civilization was willing to give more time, the cold atmosphere gradually dissipated. Only the dark giant stood in the arena, emitting a trembling chill. All the representatives of civilizations left the arena one by one. When they thought that their future and destiny had changed fundamentally, they felt a sense of gloom. Zhang Ming sighed. These bloodline civilizations really have no blood at all. They are unwilling to stand out even though they have strong men. He even went up to fight. Although he is proud, he will not be so proud that he thinks he is the strongest extraordinary person in the sea area. It's just that the other extraordinary people are too careful about their lives. If there are more than 10 extraordinary people who stand up and fight the dark giant desperately, the frontier civilization will not be so unscrupulous and use their power to suppress others. From this perspective, the old road is really lame. The masters of the old road are all for themselves. But the masters of the new road put civilization first, and they fight like hell. The gap between the two is not small. Fortunately, it can be said that 3 months have been gained. Let's see if there are any variables. If it doesn't work, find a dark and windy night and kill the dark giant. I'll see if the frontier civilization will continue to dig into the abyss. Zhang Ming's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and a series of crooked ideas came into his mind. The trading market is so big, It's not impossible to buy a few world nemesis and directly attack. Shimama said, do you think there is any civilization that really cooperates with a Bianfang civilization to dig out the abyss? You will be miserable then. Zhang Ming's expression changed slightly. There must be a civilization willing to surrender. The Bianfang civilization has such a strong foundation. Whether it is the strength of the strong or the technological power, it is far stronger than other civilizations. In our community, only the 1A civilization can compare with it. Now that the 1A civilization is pretending to be dead, some weak civilizations will naturally surrender to it. I really don't know what the 1A civilization is doing. Old Zhang shook his head and said, if I were the Bianfang civilization, I would divide one group, win over one group, suppress one group, and eliminate one group. Wouldn't the goal be achieved? Stinky Stone gloated. Why don't you let your wife try to please her violent elder sister now? Let her act coquettishly and beg for mercy. Maybe she will enjoy it in the future. Zhang Ming said unhappily. What the hell are you trying to please? You don't think the demons will be merciful, do you? They will only be crazier than the Bianfang civilization. You don't think that? Suiton doesn't know you, old comrade Shimima? When the time comes, I will squeeze the juice out of your grandson. Even if you join forces with Dark Shimima, you can't fight a hair of him. Shimima was helpless. The grandson was really its weak spot, and even its mouth couldn't be hard. Zhang Ming said again, why didn't Dark Shimima say a word? It's really a coward. I thought it would make a move. It might be stronger than me in a one-on-one fight. It just retreated. Humph, it's a cowardly turtle to begin with. After returning to the human base camp, Zhang Ming just wanted to make a phone call to report what happened in the trading market. Suddenly, he found that there was a huge space-time tidal energy surging out from his heart. This energy was so huge that it was like a huge wave, rushing over fiercely, causing him to suddenly lose his balance and almost fall to the ground. The heart rule of the space-time worm has the ability to receive space-time tidal energy. In the past, the received space-time tidal energy was like a trickle. The Great Academy of Sciences and the Great Knowledge Academy founded by Zhang Ming himself continuously changed the history of the Earth and brought him sustainable benefits. Now it has suddenly become a Yangtze River. Zhang Ming's heartbeat accelerated sharply, breaking through 300 beats per minute in an instant. His entire skin surface was scarlet, steam came out, and even his soul was almost dispersed by this terrifying energy. Miss Hula found that something was wrong and quickly threw a redstone. You hurried to the moon and used the original heart function of the demon god, otherwise you can't bear this pressure. Zhang Ming was confused and subconsciously listened to the secretary's advice and jumped onto the moon. He stumbled and came to the heart of the demon god and began to resonate slowly. Even though the only rule in the heart has been extracted, there is still a small amount of auxiliary ability. A trace of black light is constantly entangled in the heart of the demon god, forming a black liquid. Under the huge space-time torrent, Zhang Ming seemed to have become the master of this planet, and the entire ground was shaking slightly. It has been a long time since the death of the space-time worm, but the unique rule is still craving for space-time tidal energy. Just like plants naturally crave light and animals naturally need food. Rules are immortal. These space-time tidal energies have been transformed into black oil-like substances to a certain extent. This is not a waste. After all, Zhang Ming himself cannot convert all of them. It lasted for more than 20 hours before he gradually adapted to the terrifying tidal fluctuations, and his heart gradually slowed down. I'm back to normal, more than 2,000 sources. The energy is too great, and there are some byproducts. He exhaled a breath of turbid air from his chest, his eyes were full of energy, and he grabbed the gourd and rubbed it. Do you want these black things? It seems that I can't absorb them directly. If you must give it to me, of course I want it. Unexpectedly, she actually accepted it. It seems that this oil-like liquid is indeed a good thing. Take it as you like, otherwise the little tree will get it for free. It has eaten enough. Zhang Ming coughed, and felt that she was going to be soft-hearted and leave it to the little tree again, so he hurriedly said, you must take it today, don't be ungrateful, this is my gift to you, you can't give it to others. Miss Hulu was very happy, so she stayed here for the time being and slowly collected it. Zhang Ming returned to the real world and found a message on his mobile phone. It was sent by a human worker, Mr. Zhang, Mr. Wang just called you. They should have successfully arrived in their hometown. If you are free, you can take the time to reply. I understand, I will call them immediately, Zhang Ming replied. He took a deep breath and finally understood why the space-time tidal energy suddenly exploded. With Lao Wang and his team successfully returning to their hometown, the massive amount of technology they brought back naturally brought a huge influence. That was a unique technology bought from other civilizations. Many things can be used directly, and it has affected a full 4 civilizations. Therefore, within 20 hours, the acquisition of space-time tidal energy exceeded the 2000 mark, and it is still skyrocketing. This influence is too terrifying. If it could happen 10,000 times, old Zhang, could punch, swing, and kick Yaoyu. Zhang Ming picked up the communicator and called, "Old Wang, did you successfully return to Earth?" "I was worried for a long time," Old Wang said happily. "Haha, I'm finally back. Thank you, One-Hey Civilization and the trading market. Thank you, you don't know the scene. It was really crowded. Countless experts and scholars were cheering for this great achievement. The whole city, the streets and alleys, and the squares were all crowded with researchers. You have never seen this scene. It's crazy. Suddenly we are an awesome civilization." Wang Fuman was on the screen, his face flushed and extremely excited. "Especially, when we moved the world cube out, don't mention it, the thing is really high-end and grand, like a stadium. It's something out of science fiction. It feels like humans have suddenly ushered in the era of cyberpunk." Well, this term is not very good, but it is really too crazy and too advanced. The world cube, a technological creation of the wisdom of the peak civilization, is a translucent Rubik's Cube-shaped structure on the outside, and a huge sphere is hidden inside. When the calculation is turned on, the sphere rotates rapidly, and countless photons move regularly. Isn't this a quantum computer? Because this technology is really beyond human understanding, there is no possibility of cracking it at present. He even sent a video to let Zhang Ming have some fun. Well, Lao Zhang is really happy that humans have successfully returned to their hometown. But when I think of the situation in the trading market, what kind of awesome civilization is human beings? Don't mention it, it's just rotten fish and shrimp. For a while, Zhang Ming really didn't want to destroy the festive atmosphere, and felt a little embarrassed. Wang Fuman added, "In addition, we helped you jump to the Zuanwu world. It cost more than 200 world sources to jump to the vicinity of the Earth. It's a bit expensive, haha, except for a small number of researchers, no one else will be allowed in for now. Baiza is investigating the construction side of the new college. This is also a matter of concern. It is also good for the Zuanwu world to be taken care of by the Earthlings." Wang Fuman said, "It is also good for major civilizations to have such a neutral world." Everyone agreed to place these super technologies purchased by the joint venture in the Research Institute of the Zuanwu world, so that each civilization can use them with peace of mind. Zhang Ming smiled, "Haha, you should thank Lord Shinma and Teacher Xiaobei. After all, the Zuanwu world belongs to them. They have such a broad mind, which is quite remarkable." Shinma rushed in and shouted, "Who are you talking about?" Old Wang's scalp numbed. This stone was really a heavy weight for him. "I'm praising you, Dean Shi. I will help you connect to the Zuanwu world." The scene changed, and Zhang Ming's junior, Ms. Zhang Yuayu, appeared on the screen. Seeing her ancestor, Zhang Yuayu smiled brightly, her eyes narrowed into a line. "Great-grandfather, long time no see. I am the first expedition leader to Turtle Island. These are the members of our team." "Hello, Teacher Zhang." A dozen young men and women greeted shyly in front of the camera. "Hello, Dean Shi." "Hello." Shimama was very satisfied, thinking that although she had not returned to Earth for more than 10 years, her influence was becoming more and more terrifying. The turtle outside the camera also shouted loudly. Zhang Ming was also willing to give this damn stone a face. In front of outsiders, he never spoiled the show. These team members were standing on the back of the scarred turtle, circling the entire Turtle Island and investigating the terrain. Several small tree people also stood on the back of the turtle, constantly feeding fruits. The first batch of investigators are blessed, all natural high-quality fruits, directly guaranteed to fill their stomachs. The productivity of the tree people is limited, and only so many fruits can be grown in a year. Zhang Yuayu muttered, "We should protect the habitat of the descendants of Zuanwu. We don't plan to build too many things. People and nature live in harmony. We have a lot of experience in protected areas on Earth." I also saw those crabs, chirping, but these crabs are natural mutant species and should also be protected as protected animals. Zuanwu continent has the remains of Zuanwu. The supernatural products are indeed 10 times richer than those on Earth, but if they are fished recklessly, the ecology will soon be exhausted. After all, in terms of size, There are billions of humans, and there are less than 10,000 descendants of Xuanwu. We also experienced a culture of turtles and Sawyer statue. Those turtles can actually understand human language, sing, and beat gongs and drums. Did you teach them? Oh, by the way. When will you go home? My cooking skills have improved recently. I learned how to make braised pork trotters. My brother likes it very much. Is there anything interesting in the trading market? Zhang Ming chatted with the juniors for a few words. Zhang Yui was indeed a very lively and lovely girl. She speaks wittily and can talk about almost anything. Occasionally, she acts coquettishly and cutely. She is worthy of being his favorite junior. The most important thing is that Zhang Yui has good qualifications and a long lifespan. There is no problem living for 1,000 years. Don't worry that she will die in 100 years. Zhang Ming sighed in his heart. It's great to live a carefree life. Ignorance is also a kind of happiness. Knowing too much makes you feel that the world is hopeless. There are annoying things everywhere. Then, the scene switched to Lao Wang. Old man Baizer happened to be nearby. He was on a small hillside, enthusiastically choosing the construction site for the Great Academy of Sciences and the Great Knowledge Academy. Wang Fuman said, Honggang civilization and Akara civilization are expected to jump to the vicinity of the Earth within a month. This step has been decided, but the next civilization union requires further communication opportunities and a lot of time to run in. Just like our running in with the snake race, we have to start with mutual opening of the world and academic exchanges. Zhang Ming nodded, his expression became serious. The happy things are over. Next, there's a big thing I need to tell you. Be mentally prepared. The external situation has changed significantly. He repeated the major events that happened in the trading market. Old Wang fell into silence immediately. His face was not very good. The Bianfang civilization wanted to dig the abyss, which had a great influence. Old man Baizer was furious. This good man who had always been a good man showed murderous intent on his face, and green flames jumped in his eyes. They dared to disturb the grave of 6 blinds. They should die, but Baizer had no way. The decision of such a powerful civilization was difficult to be stopped by a single creature. Unless it was powerful enough to change the world pattern, it was obvious that the current Baizer was just a remnant soul and could not do it at all. Zhang Ming said, Don't worry, I have already stopped them and got 4,000 units of the source of the world. I will think of a way to kill the dark giant and get another 10,000 units of the source of the world. Don't worry. The murderous intent on Baizer's face dissipated a little, and he regained his rationality. Don't be impulsive. I can roughly feel the location of the abyss. I know whether Little Mang's tomb has been destroyed. It's not easy for them to find it. The Bianfang civilization is very strong, and it also proves the superiority of the new road. Wang Fuman sighed. The road they can take, we can also take, but we can't become like them. Otherwise I really feel guilty and feel that I have taken a wrong path. But conscience is really worthless for civilization. If one day, humans also reach the point where they must have the corpse of the demon god to further develop, perhaps they will make a similar choice as the Bianfang civilization. Digging the abyss is much simpler than hunting the demon god personally. It is a real shortcut. Who doesn't want to take a shortcut? Even Baizer sighed. This is the truth. Wang Fuman asked again, after something like this happened, is it safe for you to stay in the trading market? Should you come back early? Zhang Ming shook his head. No need for that. The monk can run away but the temple cannot. There is no point in covering your ears and stealing the bell. Wanhei trading market is the center of information intersection. We can't give up this information and run away, unless humans jump to the next world ring. We don't have to worry about this kind of thing for the time being. Therefore, Zhang Ming still decided to stay here and gather information. Chapter 467 The Third Rule of Devouring the Demon. Zhang Ming pondered for a moment and said, on the surface, we humans are just an ordinary civilization. The frontier civilization is unlikely to prioritize us to put pressure on us, so there is no need to worry too much. The fact is just as Zhang Ming said. After such a big event, not many civilizations ran away. This matter must have a result. If no one resists, then most civilizations will inevitably follow the crowd and can only sign a contract to find the abyss. But if the Wanhei civilization takes action, or some of the more powerful civilizations take the lead in resistance, then most civilizations will also express opposition. Wang Fuman asked again, Wanhei civilization, don't you show up when something like this happens? Zhang Ming sighed and said, the staff of the Wanhei civilization are also very confused. But the fact is that none of the extraordinary people of the 1A civilization showed up. Perhaps they reached some deals privately. Or they really gave up this world community. In any case, it is better to rely on yourself than on others. If they don't think of a way, I will think of a way myself. How is the design of the snowflake seal over there by Li Xianfeng? This is what he cares about most. The phone was connected to Li Xianfeng's Academy of Sciences. Since this phone was provided by the Earth Gaia consciousness, the scene where Li Xianfeng was directly appeared in Zhang Ming's mind. This conference hall was extremely lively, and the fanatical roar of Wang Zhexuan, Baoligao, Kamchand, Gundi was heard directly. Is this the supercomputer owned by the Pinnacle Civilization Intelligence? Wow, it's tens of thousands times more powerful than the computing power of our entire planet combined. The manufacturing method of the Klein coil can continuously increase the magnetic field's strength as long as energy is input. Do you know how much money and price it costs to purchase this manufacturing principle? Friends, comrades, we need to thoroughly study its principles within 3 years and develop a controlled nuclear fusion device within 5 years to provide cheap electricity for mankind. By then, a new era of industrial revolution will take place, and we will be the pioneers of the industrial revolution. Let us cheer for the future and work together. A scientist next to him quietly reminded, Dean, we haven't found materials that can withstand neutron radiation. 5 years may not be enough time. What era is it now? And you are still sticking to the old ideas. Wang Zhexuan, no, Li Xianfeng said fanatically. I've said, don't be limited to the thinking of the past. You must find a way to combine idealistic technology with materialistic technology. In the idealistic field, there are self-repairing materials. Is it possible that we can't find the first wall materials? If not, we can first pile them up with precious materials to prove that controlled nuclear fusion is feasible, and then find ways to reduce the cost. However, because the atmosphere on the scene was too enthusiastic, all the scientists were in the carnival, and they all thought that they didn't have to worry about the papers in the next 100 years. There are so many new things, so novel, that they simply subverted their imagination. The development of science is very difficult and requires a lot of geniuses. So many trade items integrate the wisdom of hundreds and thousands of races, which can really save a lot of development time. How prosperous must the 1A trading market be to give birth to so many new things? Suddenly, Li Xianfeng heard a voice calling him. He hurried to the small room next door and answered the phone call from Gaia Consciousness. Lao Zhang, ha, you have worked hard. This time it really caused a global sensation. A super huge cake is in front of us. It will take humans 100 years to digest such a huge fortune. Everyone can benefit from it, everyone, including ordinary people. The economy has developed unprecedentedly. In Li Xianfeng's mind, Zhang Ming is simply the unprecedented god of wealth. Offend anyone, but not the super gold owner. Don't talk nonsense. I don't know anything about research breakthroughs. I have something urgent to find you. Zhang Ming went straight to the point. The strongest seal. Have you tinkered with it? It has been studied for more than 30 years, and there is finally some clue. I am anxious to use it. The basic principle has been figured out a long time ago, and it has been practiced for many years. Isn't the irregular production room using that seal? Li Xianfeng pondered for a moment and replied. Snowflake seal, as a unique technology on Earth, naturally has the privilege of priority research and development. Li Xianfeng's team has been studying for so many years and has long reached the point of perfection. Let's do this. We will use the World Cube to allocate all the computing power to help you optimize the calculation. This advanced civilization's computer is so powerful that it can calculate a relatively perfect result in a few weeks. The World Cube was purchased by 4 civilizations together. In principle, the computing power of this computer should be distributed according to the proportion of investment. Humans also have thousands of research projects, and the newly added technology also requires a huge amount of computing power. With this distribution layer by layer, the super large computing power has become a small water pipe that people are dissatisfied with. However, the World Cube has not been officially installed yet. It is temporarily placed in the Academy of Sciences to give Zhang Ming a special treatment. It is not to say that Zhang Ming is giving Zhang Ming a special treatment. This sealing technology is still useful. It can be used to produce higher specification irregular production rooms, and can also be used to capture shadow beasts, trap certain powerful creatures, etc. It has many uses. I believe that other civilizations will not mind too much. After all, this thing was bought from the Shangbu civilization with the help of Lao Zhang's face fruit, And it will not take too long, just a few weeks. Okay, send me the information immediately after the super seal is designed. Li Xianfeng is a man of swift action, eager to experience the supercomputer. His promise is obviously very important. Zhang Ming did not disturb his interest and hung up the phone directly. He sighed softly and looked at the orange-red clouds in the sky, with a gleam in his eyes. He didn't know what the future would be like. But as long as he made himself stronger, everything would be fine. Yes, the time for him to integrate the third magic god rule has finally come. 3,000 source points, plus a stronger seal. When I master the third core rule and kill the dark giant of the Edge civilization, I will let this damn Edge civilization dig the abyss. You like to dig the abyss, right? I'll let you dig in the grave. Li Xianfeng's promise was fulfilled 2 weeks later. The computing power of the World Cube is too strong. After more than 30 years of research, some levels that require high computing power have been quickly broken through. In just 2 weeks, sweet fruits have been created. There won't be a big breakthrough in the short term. It's hard to get a better one. Li Xianfeng's eyes were bloodshot, and he had obviously been working hard for more than 2 weeks. A special array pattern that used snowflakes to create a seal was sent to Zhang Ming's computer. It was not the original snowflake seal, but a stronger seal formed after the fusion of the Bagua seal. It can be imprinted into the soul and seal the rules of the demon god. At the industrial level, it also has quite a lot of uses, such as placing some dangerous idealistic items, making some safe houses, etc. Miss Hulu took another 2 weeks to digest this knowledge. She had been learning knowledge for these 2 weeks, and she learned so much that Zhang Ming was frightened. After everything was ready, Zhang Ming brought Hulu and Shimama to the Red Moon. His breakthrough this time required swallowing the core rules of the demon god, which was quite difficult. It was not appropriate to stay in the trading market. But as long as he broke through on the moon, no matter how big the noise was, it would not be perceived by the outside world. The core rule of the space-time worm is to dig holes and tunnels in space on the surface, but it is actually space interference. That is, it can interfere with the operation of space through the power of idealistic rules. This ability is extremely powerful, but it also consumes a lot of energy. It must rely on the space-time tidal energy to interfere with space, and ordinary lifespans are not enough. In the past few weeks, the space-time tidal energy has risen very fast. I have collected enough money and have a lot of surplus. I hope this ability will not let me down. Source 4512.18. Zhang Ming glanced at the nervous Miss Hulu and the old comrade Shimama who was watching the funeral and didn't mind the funeral. He absent-mindedly grabbed the piece of red stuff, stuffed it into his mouth, took a few bites, and swallowed it into his stomach. This thing contains the rule of space-time interference. It may be the muscle tissue of the space-time worm, or it may be some other part. No matter what it is, just eat it. How does the demon taste? Stinky Stone asked happily. Not very good. There is also a fishy smell, like a tire that has been stored for hundreds of years, with a smell of motor oil, Zhang Ming said unhappily. Suddenly, the terrifying energy exploded in his body. Boom. It was as if a big hammer hit his head, shaking Zhang Ming's eyes and almost fainting. The rules of the devil, once touching the human body, directly penetrated into every cell of the body in the form of information. In the past, this huge information alone would have caused Zhang Ming's body to explode directly, and even his soul would have been annihilated. But now, he has mastered the rules of the heart and the eyes, more than 30,000 extraordinary spirits, and the help of the Black Hole Avenue, so he forced himself to persist. He just aged rapidly, and a large number of cells in his body aged and died. The whispering was generated in his mind, getting louder and louder. Zhang Ming resisted the upheaval in his mind, closed his eyes, and visualized the Black Hole Avenue in the spiritual world. Sure enough, a huge red luminous body appeared near his spiritual black hole. This thing was extremely powerful, emitting a cold red light. The huge size alone was about 10 times that of the other 2 demon god rules. It was unruly and not as obedient as the other 2 demon god rules. Instead, it struggled madly and burst out with a terrifying power that could annihilate the entire world. Moreover, its size was getting bigger and bigger, as if all the rules were going to rush in with it. The originally stable black hole system was completely unable to control this violent red luminous body, and the tsunami of the spiritual world was surging. If it was allowed to develop, Zhang Ming would soon become a vegetable. Seal it quickly. Many demon god rules are also rushing in, As Zhang Ming vomited blood and continued to age, Miss Gord appeared in his spiritual world in time and spit out a crystal-clear blue snowflake. This snowflake is the will of the Earth world, the one that is born with it, and has an extremely powerful sealing effect. There is no second one in the world. In just a moment, the violent red light ball was enveloped. But the power of snowflakes is limited, and the current stability is only an illusion. A more stable seal must be used to completely solidify it. Hulu whispered, the situation is temporarily stable. I will help you burn a more powerful soul seal now, but I estimated that the seal developed by the Earthlings is still not strong enough, and it may not be able to keep it stable. This rule is more troublesome than expected, and it affects the whole body. Zhang Ming's face changed slightly. There is no way, after all, the Earthlings are not the most powerful civilization in this community. In the supernatural era, it has only developed for less than 200 years. It is already a great thing to be able to develop the current results. There is no way to ask for more. So I can only use the backup plan. Well, that's it. He must use the black hole avenue to further strengthen his spiritual black hole and generate a stronger gravitational force. After this, the demon god rule will have to fight against the spiritual black hole for a long time, so that it can be more easily controlled. As for the method of strengthening the spiritual black hole, it is very simple, just invest more ability. Zhang Ming had no choice but to put thousands of abilities accumulated in the past into the spiritual black hole at once. Lightning flashed, and the black hole swallowed everything. In just a few minutes, more than 20,000 extraordinary spirits were converted. As the gravity of the black hole increased rapidly, it confronted the rules of the demon god. One was a natural product of nature, and the other was the rules of the demon god in the idealistic world. It was turbulent, and the spiritual space was completely distorted. Zhang Ming was also in a trance, relying on his super willpower to persevere. He saved his core memory in the memory library and asked Miss Hulu to help guard it. Without this ability, he would have become an idiot long ago. On the moon, Shimama felt the terrifying confrontation between the rules and was surprised. Such a complete preparation is still slightly insufficient. Alice, the old road of the new era is indeed not as good as the new road. The old road is too difficult to walk. How many people can have such an opportunity? Shimama was a little desperate. It was really difficult for its grandson to become a new generation of Xuanwu or hug the thigh of the demon god. No, the turtle can't, at least it shouldn't think so. Under the terrifying confrontation, Zhang Ming could only consume his lifespan, constantly activate various abilities, and throw them into the black hole to enhance gravity. These abilities were swallowed by the black hole without cultivation, and the conversion rate was not high, but it was also a helpless move. He had to do this. 2 whole months. After consuming more than 80,000 lifespans, more than 10,000 extraordinary spirits were produced again, and the conversion rate was only 1/8. Zhang Ming's heart was bleeding. His lifespan was running out, and there were only more than 20,000 years left. It was an unprecedented huge crisis. As the rules of the demon god stabilized, the moon rumbled and vibrated continuously, and small earthquakes of magnitude 5 or 6 continued. The red epidermis on its surface gradually changed into dull bronze color. This was a sign that the rules of the demon god were extracted. The rules of the demon god were unique. Once owned by Zhang Ming, the body of the space-time worm would undergo subtle changes in nature. It is not to say that it will definitely become a regular matter. Depending on the different functions in life, the final product formed after the unique rules were extracted will also be very different. It has changed. It looks like it has stabilized. Shimama was shocked to find that all the floors had turned into a bronze hard substance. It recognized this thing. The stone of breaking the world. One He civilization purchased the stone of breaking the world at a very high price. The price is negotiable. It is very expensive and there is no market price. According to legend, this thing is the main raw material for making the cave in the pot an anti-gravity spacecraft. The quantity is extremely rare and can only be mined in meteorites. There are also rumors that the stone of breaking the world can significantly reduce the cost of the world's jump and is the best material for space technology. Once it is related to space technology, isn't it expensive? Most of the muscles of the space-time worm have been transformed into the stone of breaking the world. Shimama looked around, like Granny Liu entering the Grand View Garden, shocked by this amazing wealth. Unfortunately, it really can't be sold. The civilizations that can afford this thing are very powerful. Shimama, dare to sell it? The stone viciously chiseled the floor, but found that this thing was extremely hard, and it was even 10 or 100 times harder than this stone. So it rolled frantically on the moon, barking trying to find a broken world-breaking stone as its own private money. In the eyes of the observers of the major civilizations in the Demon Sea, a dark red star suddenly appeared in the sky. This star was extremely dim, showing a dark red color, and then slowly turned into bronze. It is located in the depths of the distant universe and cannot be seen with the naked eye without the help of an astronomical telescope. But it is too weird. If you use some technology to peek, you can hear rustling mumblings and produce waves of mental confusion. This is a sign of the revival of the demon. It seems that the demon has revived. Fortunately, it is far away. I don't know what kind of demon it is. Will it interfere with us? These days, there are more and more revived demons. After observing for a while, most civilizations gave up the pursuit. After all, this kind of thing is too illusory, and focusing on the present is the most important thing. The universe is so big, how can we defeat a revived demon? Chapter 468. The Dark Giant is actually scared. At this moment, a flash of red light passed by. Zhang Ming glanced at lifespan 22,134, and could not help but feel happy and sad. Most of the demon god rules were resealed, leaving only the most fundamental space-time interference rule, which was circling around the spiritual black hole. In the past 2 months, Zhang Ming readjusted the balance of various forces near the black hole. 3 demon god rules were closest to the black hole and rotated at high speed. The other abilities were relatively far away from the black hole. Due to the gravity of the black hole, it was greatly enhanced again, and the entire system was relatively stable. It's not easy to stabilize it. In 2 months, more than 3,800 points of source were consumed, and the lifespan of 80,000 years was much more difficult than expected. Zhang Ming sighed lightly. These attributes can be earned again if they are lost. The most important thing is that he successfully devoured the 3rd rule of the demon god, magic power, space-time interference, allowing you to interfere with space-time. The introduction is simple, even a little general, but it is extremely complicated to apply, and there are many variants. For example, the ability of different space. Zhang Ming's old friend, Brother Hao's ability is just a lower-level ability of space-time interference. Now, he can open up a different space at any time and hide himself in it, and his ability to save his life has been greatly enhanced. In addition, there are the production of space props, the excavation of space tunnels, etc. A large number of space technologies can theoretically be completed by space-time interference. In terms of attack power, space cutting can be used to cut 5 into 2.5-dimensional cuts. Of course, this is just theory. This is a very complicated ability. In the end, it depends on Zhang Ming to slowly explore it. Supernatural Spirit. 63,122, lifespan. 228/22134, source. 3,233.1, yes, he only has more than 20,000 years of life. Although it is not to the point where he needs to worry, he can't squander it like he did in the past. The number of sources is still 3,233.1, because the 4 civilizations of Earth, Honggang, Snake Man, and Akira have given him a large increase in the past 2 months. However, the current growth rate has slowed down a lot, and there will no longer be explosive growth. Life and source accumulate slowly, but they are used up like flowing water. Zhang Ming thought of the extraordinary northern ape who was defeated because of old age, and was filled with emotion. If one day, he really spent all his wealth, he could only be as stingy as the northern ape. However, Zhang Ming still has some trump cards for the attribute. Miss Ulu's private garden is planted with various rare and precious herbs. In particular, the thousands of Eden fruits can be converted into a lot of life at critical moments. Of course, he is unwilling to do this unless it is absolutely necessary. After all, the Eden fruit can be used in various ways, and it is a waste to convert it into attributes. The extraordinary spirit of 63,122 is definitely the top one among the extraordinary people. Zhang Ming estimates that the extraordinary spirit of the top extraordinary people is about 100,000. The average extraordinary people are probably only 1 or 2,000, and the gap between them is not small. The supernatural spirit is a comprehensive attribute, equivalent to the strength of life. The higher the supernatural spirit, the higher the power of the rules that are stimulated at the same price. But it does not mean that the supernatural spirit is proportional to the combat effectiveness. There are thousands of types of strong idealistic rules, some are good at killing, and some are good at construction. Some strong rules are also proficient in cursing. Zhang Ming has more than 60,000 supernatural spirits. In the field of cursing, he must not be able to curse the guy who controls the cursing rules. The dark soldiers of the frontier civilization, without supernatural spirits, can still defeat many supernaturals by relying on their fierceness. Therefore, the battlefield is ever-changing, and no one dares to guarantee that they will never be defeated. It is also common for the weak to defeat the strong. Time and space demon, how do you feel? When will you punch the Suan demon and kick the Yaoyu demon? A voice in my ear asked playfully. Zhang Ming opened his eyes, and the red light rushed out like a real dragon, more dazzling than lightning. He felt that his vision had an inexplicable taste. The distortion and transformation of space, the tide of time and space were as magnificent as a rainbow. The cracks intertwined into a spider web shape, extending to endless time and space. He actually consumed his life without any consciousness and used the rules of the devil. In other words, these three rules of the devil cooperated with each other and showed subtle spirituality, just like his lightning, alienation, which would operate freely with Zhang Ming's thoughts. In the next moment, he slowly calmed down and suppressed the rules of the devil through the mental black hole, making them become honest. I just sensed for a while, and the consumption of the two great magical powers of Burning Soul and Eye of Space and Time has been reduced again. 1 year of life can activate the Eye of Space and Time for 20 minutes, and the consumption is only 1/20th of the initial time. If you use the Burning Soul alone, 1 year of life can activate twice the Burning Soul, about 720 minutes, that is, 12 hours, not bad. On the surface, he said not bad, but in fact, the corners of his mouth were upturned, and he was so happy that he couldn't stop. This progress is simply exaggerated. 2 times the Burning Soul can be used as cold-boiled water. His 20,000-year lifespan is suddenly enough. As for the newly acquired space-time rules, I'll give it a try. It's a bit complicated, just like suddenly understanding the Newton-Leibniz formula and being able to solve many calculus problems, but in fact, it's a bit difficult to start. As a result, he stood there in a daze. After all, this requires a lot of training. Miss Hulu laughed out loud. Huh? Has the surface of the moon turned bronze? Boy, you've made a fortune. If you dare to sell such a large piece of boundary-breaking stone, you might be squeezed into juice the next day. Those strongest civilizations will flock to compete for the body of the demon god, Shimama said jealously. Zhang Ming studied the bronze grounds and inexplicably felt like he was at home, at his hometown, as if the moon was his true body. With a thought, he suddenly appeared 10 meters away. With another move, he appeared 100 meters away. There is no price, not even life. This boundary-breaking stone is actually my home court. I will appear wherever I want. Look at my speed of recovering mana. This is the storm spirit. Zhang Ming teleported madly, and his head had a tentacle, causing a big bump. What's the use? Do you dare to let the enemy run to the moon to fight you? Shimama was very jealous. It had just searched for a long time and only found a boundary-breaking stone the size of a peanut. It was too little. I can let the enemy in, and everyone who comes to the moon will die, old Zhang said fiercely. Of course, it was just a joke. He really couldn't let the enemy in. After integrating the third rule of the demon god, Zhang Ming's connection with the moon deepened a lot. He has a heart, eyes, and the ability to move. He is already in the shape of a small demon god, so that he can simply mobilize those demon god rules that have not been swallowed. He saw the vast space tunnels dug by the space-time worms, like strands of black hair, densely extending to all corners of the universe. Those were the roads that the space-time worms had opened up. It was just a pity that these space-time tunnels needed to be maintained, that is, they had to consume space-time tidal energy to maintain stability. Without the support of energy, under the natural movement of space-time, the former tunnels slowly returned to nothingness. The only normal one was the space-time tunnel leading to the Sea of Demon God, which was Zhang Ming's passage to and from the real world. Relying on this tunnel, it seems that I can control the main body and personally descend to the Sea of Demon God. Zhang Ming was puzzled, but my control over the main body is limited. If I take the initiative to descend to the world, I will only become fish on the chopping board. Forget it. I will slowly study this main body later, and return to the real world first. Zhang Ming stepped out of the moon and saw the familiar room again, clenching his fists. He was a little anxious. 3 months had passed, and the deadline for the frontier civilization was not far away. Even if he had not yet completely mastered the third rule, time waits for no one, and he could not miss the final meeting. The room he was in was located in a space gourd, which could well avoid the exposure of personal privacy. As a result, as soon as he turned on his mobile phone, he saw hundreds of missed calls and hundreds of text messages. Zhang Ming called back. A representative of the secretariat said, "Mr. Zhang, you finally came out. Something big happened outside. Will all civilizations succumb to the frontier civilization?" Zhang Ming's face changed slightly. The Secretary General said, "That's not as bad as imagined, or maybe even worse. But in the past 3 months, several other powerful civilizations that took a new path have leaped here. They also have a very, very powerful world will, but they have not expressed any opinions on digging the abyss. These civilizations are no less than the frontier civilization." Zhang Ming took a breath of cold air. The disaster in the netherworld has a wide impact, destroying more than 1 or 2 world communities. These strongest civilizations in this community have leaped here. Could it be that they are also digging the abyss? In addition, the 2 core groups, Giant Mountain Civilization and Bubble Civilization, have issued a collective statement that the abyss cannot be dug randomly. This is good news for us. The local civilization has not surrendered. A weak civilization can surrender. Once a powerful civilization surrenders, it will inevitably be dismembered. As powerful local civilizations, the Giant Mountain Civilization and Bubble Civilization, once they surrender, it is still a question whether they will exist in the future. So after 3 months of thinking, they have figured it out. No matter what, they have to resist for a while. In other words, there are allies? Although they didn't have much backbone at the beginning, do they have the courage to resist now? Zhang Ming smiled. Shimama snorted coldly, "Don't overestimate their courage. Maybe they resisted in order to sell themselves at a better price and avoid being dismembered. Peace is the truth of the world." Zhang Ming was silent. This is true. With so many brothers, they can't beat a small country with millions of people. Zhang Ming asked again, "What about the 1A civilization? Is there still no movement?" It seems that there are no local workers of the 1A civilization. In fact, they are also quite nervous. Zhang Ming talked with a worker for a while. Obviously, the situation outside is not very good. However, most of the civilizations still did not escape. The 1A civilization trading market is a political and economic exchange center. Unless you escape and hide in this world and never come out again, there is no point in escaping. So, the last 2 days passed quickly, and Zhang Ming seized the time to familiarize himself with the third rule space-time interference that he had just mastered. This thing is really complicated and has infinite changes. The college entrance examination will be held tomorrow, and he just entered high school today, so he crammed like crazy. The deadline for the Bianfang civilization is on this day. All civilizations must give an answer, otherwise the Bianfang civilization will visit directly. Zhang Ming prepared some plans and stepped out of the door. What is coming will come. The weather was not good that day. The dark clouds blocked the sun in the sky, and a thick fog rose around, with little light. Just like death always defeats light, decay always defeats prosperity. Pessimism is always right, and optimism is the future. He took the high-speed rail and headed to the death arena. From a distance, he sensed a strong breath, without any concealment. One of them was the dark giant of the frontier civilization. The weather was not good. Today was a naturally cloudy day. The dark atmosphere became more and more intense, and the surrounding temperature dropped by several degrees. This is actually a psychological feeling, not the actual physical temperature. "Hey, isn't this Brother Gu? You escaped from the grave, unexpectedly." Zhang Ming saw the dusty Gu Shunjing and the equally dusty Chia Huingjin. "Hey, I finally caught up, Brother Zhang, long time no see." Gu Shunjing, holding his partner, saw Shimama and hurriedly said, "Brother Shi, I haven't seen you for many years. You are still cool, long time no see." When old friends meet, they should be very happy, drinking, chatting, bragging and farting. But at this moment, there is no time for joy. Gu Shunjing also heard about those civilizations wanting to dig the abyss, and said with some worry, "A dying world community has precious treasures. It is impossible for those powerful forces not to be tempted. The value of the demon god's body is unimaginable. It is thousands of times more precious than the remains of the divine beast." "Who said it wasn't?" Zhang Ming shook his head. "Brother Zhang, you are a local native, right? Can your world escape? If so, Don't get involved in this muddy water, just jump and escape directly, Gu Shunjing advised kindly. Our world can't escape for a while, and I can't let them dig the abyss. I have my reasons, Zhang Ming said calmly. Wait a moment, I'll disguise myself. Brother Zhang, are you going to play in person? Gu Shunjing said in surprise. It's possible, but it can't involve human civilization, Zhang Ming said vaguely. Not long after, he reappeared as a little giant 8 meters tall, dressed exactly the same as when he challenged the rule soldier of the frontier civilization. The blue and white Frieza battle suit was in good condition. Such a little giant would not stand out in today's occasion, but someone soon recognized him. Are you the one who challenged the Edge civilization 3 months ago? A stone man asked. His name was Shi Taitan, the diplomatic leader of the giant mountain civilization. Yes, they still want to dig the abyss, so I naturally oppose it. Your Excellency is still here, so brave. We in the giant mountain civilization admire you. The light in the stone man's eyes flashed, and he performed a unique etiquette, and then entered the venue. Not long after, the octopus man of the bubble civilization also arrived. He looked at the little giant from a distance, did not say hello, but just nodded slightly. It can be seen that these octopus men are under great psychological pressure. The blood technology of the bubble civilization is quite famous, and now the price is 70% off, so the loss is not to be underestimated. The bubble civilization, followed by the centaur civilization, is simply a blood civilization, just like the snake people who respect blood. Friends, the 3-month deadline has passed. Have you discussed the results? My civilization has set up a contract here. After signing the contract, an agreement is reached. You help find the abyss. We help you jump to the next community. The short leader of the Bianfang civilization spread the message to every corner through video conversation. This contract looks good, but one of the clauses is crucial. After signing the contract, each party will know the location of the other party's world. The world of the Bianfang civilization is extremely powerful, just open there for you to enter, but the world of other civilizations, once the location is known, is equivalent to being directly controlled. In addition, just jumping to the next community is actually useless. You can't expect a demon disaster to stop spreading to this community. Zhang Ming's eyes were cold. He couldn't see if there were other traps in this contract. But he couldn't accept this clause alone. What was coming finally came. The dark giant circled the death arena and walked around, like a real darkness that pressured the whole place. The strongest transcendent in a community, with the protection of the world will, is very powerful. The dark giant obviously did it on purpose. Soon, some weak civilizations signed the contract on the spot. These civilizations had already surrendered, and signing the contract at this moment was just a show, but it still brought pressure to other civilizations. The subject of the contract is not even an individual, but the world will. Most of the civilizations present carried the world will communicator of their own civilization. The communicator is actually a part of the power of the world will. So the contract can be signed through the communicator. The dark clouds pressed down on the city, and the sun was completely blocked. No sunlight could be seen. Just when Zhang Ming was about to challenge the dark giant, a civilization suddenly spoke. The 131 civilizations represented by my Jushin's civilization will not sign, the stone man who greeted Zhang Ming spoke. If you 131 civilizations don't sign, don't blame us for visiting, come and visit if you have the ability. I will see if your world will can stop the ultimate weapon developed by my civilization, Shi Taitan said very toughly. The wind was howling, the grass was swaying, and the leader of the frontier civilization was stunned by the giant mountain civilization's direct confrontation. Even Zhang Ming was a little surprised that this guy was actually a tough guy. In the past, the exchanges between civilizations were basically polite, and even if there was a slight grudge between them, they would not hide a smiling person. But the temper of the giant mountain civilization was really as bad as the stones in the toilet. My bubble civilization, representing 211 civilizations, will also not sign, the bubble civilization big octopus said loudly. Although he was not as tough as the stone man, he still expressed his point of view. As a civilization dug out from the depths of the Earth's core, the giant mountain civilization has a strong social mobilization ability and advanced technology. From a certain perspective, their social system is quite suitable for taking a new path. However, the bubble civilization does not have such a strong confidence in developing bloodline technology at this moment. However, he was able to speak, which was not bad, but he was not so full of energy. Ultimate weapon, very good. You have the ultimate weapon, which is really good. The dark giant actually walked directly towards the direction of Shitaden step by step. The incomparable dark rules exude a breath that makes people tremble and even freeze their souls. The giant mountain civilization is not a blood civilization, and its technological power is strong. But it is not good at practicing, and there are many stone men who fainted directly under this intimidation. At this moment, the dark giant said coldly, "You have the ultimate weapon, what can you do to me?" A black light slowly extended in the direction of Shitaden. He deliberately let a black light spread very slowly, intending to see the stone man's frightened expression. The ultimate weapon is often a weapon of mass destruction, which is indeed very useful in civilization wars. But if the extraordinary sneaks in, the ultimate weapon will be useless. You can't destroy your own world, right? This is a threat. Aren't you stone men very hard? I will strangle you to death now and make trouble for your civilization. Let's see if anyone dares to resist. But this is too ugly. Even the diplomatic representatives are going to be killed. Many extraordinary people suddenly looked cold, and they knew in their hearts that if they didn't resist now, no one would resist, which would trigger a series of collapses. Zhang Ming was just about to do something when he suddenly sensed some strong men coming from afar. The aura of these super strong men was not friendly forces, but might be reinforcements from the frontier civilization. Those civilizations that were also taking a new path, also wanted to dig into the abyss. And were also the strongest extraordinary people in this community, plus the protection of the world's will. Suddenly, an extraordinary person with an explosive temper took action. A faint light curtain appeared next to Shitaden of the giant mountain civilization, forcibly driving back the dark light. Your Excellency is so excessive. Is this your sincerity? How can you make everyone believe you? The dark giant, Lu Wu, said unscrupulously, "Those who believe will believe, and those who don't believe will not believe. You want to challenge me? Sure, come down and fight openly. As long as you win, I will offer you the source of 10,000 worlds. But I see that you look old. I'm afraid you can't last more than 3 seconds." These cold words pierced everyone's heart like a knife. Every extraordinary person is a brilliant person in this civilization, and they all have tempers. But the opponent is too strong. The extraordinary person clenched his fists, but finally did not dare to leave. Technology can compare, and the strong can compare. Where is their future and destiny? Perhaps, all the extraordinary people, united, can indeed beat the dark giant, but how easy is it to unite? Who will be the death squad and who will be the vanguard? And if there is a real group fight, it will be the world of the world's nemesis and the ultimate weapon. The strong men of the Wanhei civilization did not show up, but in the trading market, these things cannot be transported in. After all, the Bianfang civilization has not seriously violated the rules of the trading market so far. This is the strategy of the Bianfang civilization. Only by uniting a group and suppressing a group can all civilizations be deterred. Moreover, it is too late to unite now. More strong men came to the death arena. They exuded a trembling breath, and each of them was as powerful as a dark giant. The tallest one among them had a round ring behind his head, which was dazzling. What kind of idealistic rules are these is hard to guess. Facing the scene in the arena, they watched indifferently without saying a word. "It's a big deal," Gu Shunjing muttered, "your world community has really become a vegetable garden. So many civilizations are waiting to harvest a last wave. Brother Zhang, what should we do? Although I have some skills, I am really not good at fighting, and I dare not implicate the ancient civilization." Zhang Ming was ruthless in his heart, and he knew that he could not rely on others at this moment. Just as he was about to show his head, the dark giant found him and walked towards him step by step. With each step, the momentum became stronger. "It was you who defeated the rule warrior of my civilization 3 months ago?" Zhang Ming stood up and looked at him with sharp eyes. "Yes, it's me. What do you have to say?" The dark giant said. "Put on your mirror steel protective equipment and fight with me." The giant looked down from a high place, obviously treating Zhang Ming as a warning to others. It would not be in the interests of the frontier civilization to kill all the diplomats present. By then, every civilization will be in hiding. Even if they visit each of them one by one, the world community is so vast that even if they can visit one civilization a month, by the time they have visited all the civilizations, the disaster of the Nether Realm has already come, and there will be no time to find the abyss. Therefore, killing the chicken to scare the monkey and letting these people sign the agreement is the correct and time-saving approach. Zhang Ming felt a powerful dark force eroding his soul and freezing his body. Unlike the rule warriors in the past, This terrifying dark rule has stolen a lot of demon power, which is obscure and profound. Even in the spiritual realm, it is difficult to resist even with more extraordinary spirits. Zhang Ming sneered, I was just about to kill you, but you came to my door. Do you really think you are invincible? A mysterious breath burst out from Zhang Ming. He seemed to be in this world, but he didn't seem to be, and he became blurred. The dark giant stopped immediately, thinking to himself, this guy is actually a tough guy with top-level magical powers. If I can't take him down, I will be laughed at? No, I have to find a soft persimmon to squeeze. Don't look at his arrogant appearance, but he is actually very careful. If his brain is not working well, he can't be called the strongest in a world community. Chapter 469, Immortal Level Attack. At this time, Shi Taitan of the Giant Mountain Civilization said, your civilization said in advance that the winner will get 4,000 units of the source of the world, and now you are angry at the winner. It's really ridiculous. The voice of the Giant Mountain Civilization was strong and rough, and it could be heard from far away. These guys are not strong, but their personalities are really tough. However, many creatures present were shocked, and Shi Taitan attracted the attention of the Dark Giant to himself. The Dark Giant found a soft persimmon and temporarily threw Zhang Ming aside. It seems that your Giant Mountain Civilization is determined to go against my frontier civilization. Don't talk nonsense. If you want to kill me, then hurry up. If your frontier civilization wants to start a war, then jump the world to the vicinity of my civilization and taste the power of the ultimate weapon. If the extraordinary people of your civilization want to infiltrate our world, then let them be mentally prepared to die, Shi Taitan said. The Dark Giant's expression was grim and full of murderous intent. Now that they had already torn their faces apart, it was not a bad idea to simply use these stone men as an example to scare the monkeys. Of course, he needed to follow the orders from the rear. He would do whatever the rear said. The scene was dead silent, and everyone was in danger, as if the war would soon break out. Some weak races surrendered, and they signed corresponding agreements with a frontier civilization. If they did not sign the agreement, it would be difficult for them to survive the Netherrealm disaster. It would be better to sign it and leave it to fate. The powerful races were still fighting. The tall centaur directly protected Shi Taitan. 3 months later, the centaur had an extra set of mirror steel protective equipment on his body. They did not have a good relationship with the Giant Mountain Civilization, but at this moment they had to stand on the same front. Why, do you, the centaur civilization, also want to challenge my civilization, or do you want to challenge me? The Dark Giant sneered. Look at how you tremble all over. How many years have you achieved transcendence? You are in a high position, living a life of drunkenness and dreams. How many years have you not made a move? You, the centaur leader, was furious. But he really didn't have the courage to fight alone. Time has indeed changed a lot. Wherever he goes, he is greeted with applause and praise. Over time, the original extraordinary people have long died, and what remains is just a coward. Signing the world contract is good for everyone. The small leader of the Bianfang civilization sighed. Do you see these civilizations watching? My Bianfang civilization is relatively easy to talk to. We will keep our promise and help everyone escape the disaster of the Netherrealm. The contract is two-way, binding on both you and me, but these civilizations that came from farther away are not so easy to talk to. I guess you don't want to read the contract they offer. If my Bianfang civilization hadn't blocked you, your fate would be even more miserable. The Dark Giant and the small leader, one played the good cop and the other played the bad cop, but the effect was really good, and more civilizations were shaken. Help everyone escape from the disaster of the Netherrealm. How to escape? Abandon the mother planet and escape. Shi Taitan's heavy voice echoed between heaven and earth. No matter how strong your Bianfang civilization is, it is impossible for many worlds to jump together. At most, it can only lead some people to jump. But if we abandon the world and become lost people, what future and destiny can we talk about? What's more, even if we successfully escape and the contract is reached, what will you do after the contract is completed? It seems that your Jushan civilization really wants to go to war with us, the short leader of the Bianfang civilization said coldly. Very good, I will remember your Jushan civilization. He saw that this Jushan civilization was the hardest bone here. If it was not knocked down, the other civilizations would not surrender. Those original bloodline civilizations were indeed vulnerable. What if they had strong people? They didn't dare to come down. They were just a group of chickens and dogs. Shi Taitan said, no need to remember, let's start the battle now. Knock down your extraordinary people first, Master Turtle, it's up to you. Master Turtle, before he finished speaking, a crisp sound of pop appeared in the arena. It was a light talisman. This light talisman actually hit the dark giant's face directly, and it burst into bright light. Although the light talisman was small and did no substantial damage, the flickering light was fleeting in the ink-like darkness. But what was the difference between this and a slap in the face? Everyone in the venue was stunned, frightened, and looked in a certain direction. I saw a giant turtle slowly walking from the stands and said in a very domineering manner, "Don't talk nonsense, you are so procrastinating, Master Turtle, I have long disliked you, there are countless strong people in the sky and on the ground, do you really think that you are invincible in the world just because you have stolen a little power from the demon god?" The dragon turtle walked down from the stand step by step, and the originally restrained momentum of the beast was released like a tsunami. Even its tortoise shell changed from its original bronze color to fiery red. The light symbol that just hit him in the face was thrown by it. Everyone was extremely shocked. The dragon turtle was indeed very strong. Everyone knew it was very strong from the beginning, but they didn't expect it to actually stand up and fight against the darkness. This turtle has become even stronger. Gu Shunjing recognized the dragon turtle, his skin flushed, and he said excitedly. Although he is not from this world community, he can't stand this kind of behavior that disrupts order. At that time, everyone will be in danger, and rituals and music will collapse. It should have made some deals with a giant mountain civilization, Zhang Ming analyzed, otherwise, with its personality, it wouldn't come out. Shimama, what do you think? I have been hiding in that place for the past 2 months. How would I know about that kind of thing? Shimama said. On the contrary, Jia Huangjin had a reliable source of information. He coughed and sighed. Many of the sea lions that Longa took care of were sick. They were doing some dangerous work in the local towns. After working for so many years, they were all sick. Zhang Ming was stunned. There are many idealistic minerals, just like nuclear radiation minerals, which will slowly pollute the soul and body. This is not an ordinary disease, but a spiritual disease. It is difficult to cure. Unless you spend a huge price, there is a possibility of relief. Those sea lions are too weak and have no skills and knowledge. If they want to find high-paying jobs, they can only find dangerous jobs, which is no different from selling their lives. They have no culture and can only do these jobs. Of course, this is the first time he has heard of this matter, otherwise he might take care of it. After all, the population of the entire sea lion population is not large. Jia Huangjin continued. The turtle was furious after hearing this, but couldn't vent his anger on the 1A civilization. After all, it was the sea lion's own will, so, I don't know what to do. Later, the giant mountain civilization came to the door, and the two sides must have made some deals. As a civilization living underground, the giant mountain civilization is rich in idealistic minerals and radiation, so they should have some excellent treatment methods. I see, that's why the dragon turtle took action, Zhang Ming said. After hearing this explanation, Shimama was silent. This guy really changed his personality. Was it the evil corpse that devoured the good corpse, or the good corpse that devoured the evil corpse? At this moment, no one could really tell clearly. Buzz, a little bit of light blue light appeared next to the dragon turtle. This was its rule field. At the same time, a huge disc appeared on its hideous turtle back, like moonlight, simple and holy, which made people feel an involuntary sense of worship. The dark giant snorted coldly. After being slapped by the light symbol, he seemed extremely angry on the surface, but in fact, his heart was calm. The black gas surged, like a long oblique shadow, rushing forward at a very fast speed. At this moment, the sun in the sky was covered by dark clouds, which was his best home court. However, the dragon turtle was not a vegetarian. At this moment, his eyes flashed with light and roared, the power of Xuanwu. The earth shook, and an extremely vast Xuanwu phantom appeared in the arena. Even the arena of 100 square kilometers seemed a little small compared to this huge phantom. The phantom waved its claws viciously and hit vertically downward. Xuanwu hit. No matter what arc rules you have, what strong idealistic rules you have, I am too lazy to guess, and I will directly launch a big move, one force to defeat 10 skills. This is the ultimate application of Xuanwu bloodline, and it is also a move used by Shimama. This attack is indeed much stronger than the moves used by Shimama. The original Xuanwu opened up this road so that future generations could borrow its rules and use its power. Even if Xuanwu is dead, this rule still exists. The reason why the dragon turtle can also use it is because it has digested the Zuanwu blood contained in that petal to a certain extent. This attack was too domineering, and it simply exceeded the limit of the power of the extraordinary. The ground of the entire arena began to sink directly, as if there was a sign of landslides and cracks. Quick, activate the highest protection authority. The large group of workers from the 1A civilization who were watching hurriedly turned on a certain protection device. A layer of light curtain protected all the spectators. This time I lost a lot, the person in charge of the arena smiled bitterly. Of course, there's rental income when renting out the arena, but now everything is broken. It is obviously a loss. But even with the protection of the light curtain, everyone still felt the pressure of Mount I. The dark giant who was hit by Zuanwu and slapped the ground fiercely roared loudly and tried his best to resist. In front of the sudden appearance of the immortal level power, he turned into a ball of black light, but still did not escape. All the bones in his body were broken, blood was flowing from all his orifices, and he fell to the ground. This blow was really too fierce. It was sudden and cruel. However, he was protected by the dark rules and was wearing technological protection equipment. He was not dead after the blow. The surging black slowly dissipated, and he seemed to be in a dying state. The dragon turtle used his trump card, which obviously consumed a lot of energy. He pretended that nothing had happened and said coldly, "You ignorant thing dares to talk nonsense. What do you think? Do you want to eat another claw from Grandpa Turtle?" The huge venue is actually a little cold and quiet. Not only the leaders of the frontier civilization, but even the extraordinary people in this community were frightened by this shocking blow. Shi Taden of the giant mountain civilization opened his mouth. He didn't expect that Grandpa Turtle was so strong. The giant centaur said in a daze, "I have been practicing for so long, and today I realized that I am just a frog in the well." Shimima suddenly said, "It may be exhausted, and it is playing tricks there." Zhang Ming asked, "Who do you say is exhausted, the dark giant or the dark Shimima?" Of course it is the dark Shimima who is exhausted. It chose to use a big move directly, and this big move can only be used based on the Zuanwu bloodline, but its body is the Bixi bloodline, not the Zuanwu bloodline, and they are not compatible with each other. 3 years ago, I sold it a petal. If it can calmly refine it for 100 years, it may be able to obtain a trace of Zuanwu bloodline, but now it has only been 3 years, which is too short. It means that it is not sure of winning, so it is ready to take the lead in momentum. Shimima knows his own business and is a little serious. And Xiaobei next to it, who has never seen such a big scene, is so scared that he trembles all over. Then it's quite courageous. Shitao lowered his voice, "When will you go on stage? My mortal enemy is probably just holding on. His real strength is not as good as that of the dark giant. He can't use his second trick. That dark giant is the strongest dragon turtle in the next group. He is only more than 200 years old. I am secretly digging space tunnels and setting up the main battlefield," Zhang Ming replied. "With these space tunnels, I can teleport. Alice, I only have 2 days to adapt to the third rule. There are many things that I am not familiar with at all. The third rule is mysterious and complex. In theory, attack capabilities such as space slash can be developed. But unfortunately, there are only 2 days, and Zhang Ming only understands some of the for he can only dig tunnels now. If there is danger, I have to teleport humans, Honggang people and snake people out. It's a pity to die here for nothing. Space-time interference is a very hidden ability. Part of the excavated space tunnel is hidden in the extra dimensions outside the 3 dimensions. These extra dimensions, if there is no space ability, are invisible and intangible to most life. Zhang Ming first excavated these extra dimensions, and then connected them in series when they were needed. 1A Trading Market was a large and powerful company, and those space defense devices needed to consume the source of the world, so it was impossible to open them all the time, which gave him an opportunity to take advantage of. This kind of fixed-point teleportation was much faster than the original discovery of the space discontinuity point, through the eye of time and space. On the battlefield, victory or defeat is often just a matter of millimeters. The coldness and silence on the battlefield continued. The dragon turtle stared at the black light bottle with cold eyes, and said slowly, "You incompetent junior, who can't even take a hit, dare to speak nonsense. You really have never died. Do you have stronger people in your frontier civilization? Grandpa Turtle saw one killed by another. Or send out your world will and let Grandpa Turtle measure how much of the immortal component there is." The dragon turtle's words were domineering, making it seem like it could really compete with the immortals. In fact, it was just pretending. The violent attack just now consumed too much of its energy, and it could not use a second attack. It was almost unable to stand steadily, and its limbs were sore and numb. It was just trying to keep itself steady and not reveal any flaws. With its strong physique, it could recover a little after a few minutes of rest. These words really shocked the leaders of the frontier civilization. This giant turtle actually knocked down their strongest warrior with one blow. Only one blow. This scene really exceeded expectations. The breath of the giant turtle faintly locked them, causing these guys to be frightened and numbed, not knowing what to do next. Suddenly, a lifelike a green giant slowly walked from a distance, exuding a strong breath of life, showing his greatness and extraordinariness. As he walked along, even the surrounding grass and trees became green and dripping. This is also a civilization that is taking a new path, called the Green for Civilization, and it is also a civilization that escaped from the disaster of the Netherrealm. Moreover, they had fled from more distant world communities. The demon disaster destroyed a world ring at any time, and the affected communities were naturally more than just one or two. Their world will had also developed to the peak of the synesthesia period, and needed the corpses of demons as nutrients to grow further. From a certain perspective, the Green for Civilization and the Frontier Civilization were in a competitive relationship, and in fact, they were not allies. Fortunately, they did not know how many demon corpses there were in the abyss, and whether there were enough for several civilizations to divide, so there was still a possibility of cooperation for the time being. Your Excellency, don't panic. The turtle was just bluffing. It had spent a huge price and was directly exhausted. It was almost unable to stand, otherwise, it would have rushed up and hit it so hard that it could have won directly. There was no need to talk nonsense here. The leader of the frontier civilization came to his senses, but their dark giant, Lu Wu, was also seriously injured and obviously had no fighting power. The giant of the Green for Civilization said, "My civilization has a means of rapid repair that can help you." The leader of the frontier civilization was silent and did not speak. Obviously, 2 against 1 is too shameless. If even this rule is broken, it will be even more troublesome to force these civilizations to sign the contract. Maybe those extraordinary people who are already hiding their anger will rush up. Although they don't have the ability to fight one-on-one, they still have the courage to beat the drowning dog. The Hulk said again, "It's okay, you can use the power of the world will to repair the soul. The world will of my Green for Civilization is good at this repair technology. We will share some of our abilities with you, and then transmit the power through anchoring. The anchoring of the world is the key point of transmitting power. Almost every world will that reaches the synesthesia period can transmit its own power remotely. It is not cheating to tamper with this anchor line." The short leader of the frontier civilization was silent for a few seconds and said, "What do you want?" "We want the same as you do." The Hulk smiled delicately. "Now, we have an opportunity to cooperate, don't we? Not just us, but other civilizations as well." The frontier civilization hesitated. As those civilizations discussed privately, the dragon turtle's exhausted body quickly recovered. The most dangerous time was finally over. It couldn't help but blew out white smoke from its nostrils and said arrogantly, "Why, you still don't want to surrender? Grandpa Turtle, I won't be polite. I'll kill him with one breath. Don't blame me for not showing mercy, Grandpa Turtle. Bite him to death and eat him in one bite. Don't show mercy." Shimama, Gu Shunjing and others cheered for fear that the world would not be in chaos. And the strong rules that were weird and specialized in scolding people were also mocking. I thought the rule monsters of the frontier civilization were very strong, but I didn't expect them to be killed in an instant. It seems that they are just a bunch of rotten things with a beautiful appearance. Master Turtle is mighty, Master Turtle is mighty. Many extraordinary people also smiled. Master Turtle's battle was so refreshing. He killed the opponent in a snap. From now on, it is the real Master Turtle in the one-hay trading market. Whether it is the giant mountain or the empty bubble civilization, they need to respectfully call it Master Turtle. However, Zhang Ming frowned slightly. His eye of time and space saw a ball of dark green light passing through a thin line and transmitted to the body of the fallen dark giant. Zhang Ming didn't know what it was, but he felt that the green light contained infinite vitality. The dark giant that was knocked down actually regained vitality. He acted instantly and touched the anchor line through the space tunnel. A huge and majestic will was transmitted to Zhang Ming's mind. He seemed to have come into contact with the world will of the immortal level. It was the cheers and beliefs of thousands of people, countless joys, sorrows, and sorrows mixed together, which made Zhang Ming dizzy. Indistinctly, I heard the ancient gods singing, and the ancient ancestors worshipping their supreme king. Everything, constituted these beliefs. From a certain perspective, the organizational ability of civilizations that take the new path is indeed stronger than that of civilizations that take the old path. The world will is their top god. The power of faith is really powerful. It is a cheap organizational force that can spontaneously regulate itself and gain powerful action capabilities. Zhang Ming suddenly came back to his senses and shouted, "Master Turtle, you are still in a daze, hurry up and hit me." The will of another world has joined the battlefield. The dragon turtle in the arena was naturally sensitive and felt a huge crisis. The dragon turtle spread its forelegs and sprinted forward frantically. It could not use the power of Zuanwu now, but its body was still strong and its brute force was endless. Dust was flying, murderous aura was fierce, and a light blue light flashed from its claws and smashed down fiercely. The power of the dragon turtle's muscles were knotted all over its body, and even the fiery red tortoise shell was emitting white smoke, obviously using all its strength. Shimama muttered privately, "You really betrayed the Zuanwu clan and used the dragon turtle bloodline." However, the dragon turtle was still a step late. The dark light ball that wrapped the dark giant suddenly extended outward. It was this extension that teleported several kilometers away. With a heavy pop, the blow hit the ground directly, and a big hole was made in the solid arena. Ahem, the dark giant stood up again. His wounds had recovered a little, but he was still coughing up blood. The rescue power of the will of another world was not small. But the damage at the soul level was still difficult to repair quickly in a short time. If he continued to fight, his soul would be damaged. I don't know how much power this dragon turtle still has. I may not be able to defeat it. After all, Lu Wu was a self-aware transcendent, and he was not willing to die rashly in the war. For a while, there was a trace of hesitation. However, in just a moment, a cold will occupied the mind of the dark giant, and the hesitation immediately disappeared. The dark giant had only one thought in his mind: kill the other party. At any cost. In the arena, smoke was everywhere, and the contest between the top transcendents had already been a real fire, and it would not stop until death. The dark rules were extremely flexible, and they could easily move at 10 or 100 times the speed of sound, and could even move in space. If there was no large-scale field, it would be very difficult to hit the other party. Although the dragon turtle was not injured, it did not fully recover and could no longer use the Zuanwu attack. Damn it, how could Grandpa Turtle die here? The dragon turtle sensed that the other party's attitude had changed, and became cold and indifferent, as if it had changed into a different person, and it did not hesitate to consume its essence to attack. It tried its best to squeeze out the extraordinary spirit in its body, and the blue light once again covered its body. The earth shook, and the two extraordinary people fought together. The dragon turtle was extremely powerful and had strong defensive capabilities. Its turtle back could almost absorb any attack without damage, and the black light was extremely flexible and repeatedly attacked the dragon turtle's eyes. Both sides were at the end of their strength, with only one breath left to hold on. The rage and roar shook the sky, and even many clouds in the sky were blown away. This battle was too terrible. In the hard arena, the cracks in the ground became larger and larger, and hillsides and valleys appeared directly. This was the battle between the top extraordinary people, which opened the eyes of those ordinary extraordinary people. As extraordinary beings, the gap between them and the dragon turtle is even greater than that between an ant and an elephant. How strong would an immortal be? How strong would an eternal being be? How strong would a real demon be? It is really unimaginable. The dragon turtle is going to win. It is indeed very strong. Even if the frontier civilization keeps transmitting power, it can still win. Zhang Ming clenched his fists, guarding against a frontier civilization cheating again. The dragon turtle carries a heavy burden and shoulders the responsibility. The power of the dragon turtle is indeed more than one level stronger than before. It has inherited most of the soul power of the black tortoise, so of course it has a strong foundation. Shimama was a little jealous. But at this moment, it still hopes that its old rival Dark Shimama can win. Zhang Ming just tried to remotely cut off the anchor line between the dark giant and the world's will through space-time interference, but found that his proficiency in the third rule was a bit low. It felt like a primary school student who had just learned 1 + 1 but had to do mathematical Olympiad, which made his brain a bit insufficient. A serious world, since it can jump in space, naturally has a certain degree of space rules. The anchor line was very strong and was protected by an extremely powerful will. Moreover, the world wall was too close to this place, so even if it was cut off, it could be quickly reconnected. Therefore, Zhang Ming had been trying to compete with the world whale. Chapter 470, The Old Road Civilization Emerges. Actually, it can't be called cheating. Gu Shunjing also had sweat on his forehead. After all, transmitting power through the world's will is Xinlu's way of fighting. As long as the world's will does not fall, it can continue to transmit power. From this perspective, Xinlu is indeed very powerful, but the dark giant has obviously lost his mind. In order to win, he will do anything to win. Even if he wins, he will not live long. It's a pity that the strongest of a community has died prematurely. He deliberately spoke loudly so that more people could hear. In fact, the world will has a lot to do with the ideology of civilization. Jia Huingjin, as a well-informed person, explained, the world will of some civilizations is peaceful and kind. Because they are very peaceful inside, like a paradise on earth, the group consciousness they cultivate is also gentle and friendly. This is the orthodox way of cultivating the world that conforms to the concept of the Gadwa. The peak civilization ZHI actually advocates this method, but this road is difficult, and everyone knows why it is difficult. There are countless disputes in the world, and it is difficult for people to understand each other and be completely equal. There are also some world wills that are violent and oppressive. Their own civilization does not conform to the concept of the Gadwa, but it conforms to the concept of some other gods. Their society is chaotic and oppressive for various reasons, so the world will is cold and ruthless. I see, I've learned that, Shi Taitan of the Giant Mountain Civilization said in a deep voice. However, at this moment, Zhang Ming suddenly discovered that a ball of red light was injected into the soul of the dark giant at a very fast speed through the anchor line of the world whale. In an instant, the dark giant roared. The dark attack containing the power of the terrifying soul broke out in an instant, and countless black lights attacked the dragon turtle. What's even more bizarre is that this attack contains some inexplicable strong idealistic rules. This rule seems to have a strong penetrating ability, which can penetrate its tortoise shell defense and lock its soul. At the critical moment of life and death, the dragon turtle howled. It couldn't understand why the giant suddenly burst out with power, so it had to sacrifice the last life-saving magic weapon, the petal containing the blood of the basalt, and then hurriedly hid its soul in it. The battle situation quickly reversed, and the dragon turtle turned into a tortoise, desperately defending, and black smoke came out of its shell. The soul of the dark giant left the fragmented body and turned into a ball of black light, intending to directly occupy the huge dragon turtle body. This scene came so suddenly that most of the audience didn't even react. The killing intent was boiling, and the winner was finally revealed. At the critical moment, Zhang Ming had to take action, leaped to the scene, took out the mirror steel shield, protected the dragon turtle body behind him, and threw out a lot of light symbols. Bang! The light of these light symbols was like a little sun, forcing the black light back. Zhang Ming said in a deep voice, "Sir, we can just admit defeat. Why force us? It's you." The leader of the frontier civilization recognized Zhang Ming, who appeared on the field. He was so angry that his teeth itched. This dark giant used the essence of his soul. Even if he survived, he would not live long. However, he was blocked by Zhang Ming and could not kill the dragon turtle. And the extraordinary person who suddenly appeared was obviously not a mediocre person from his super fast speed. If he missed this opportunity, where would the next one come from? If you break the rules, you should be killed. Zhang Ming shook his head and said in a sarcastic tone, "Don't be so stingy. You don't have to kill me if you admit defeat. I like beige the most and hate red the most. I hate killing the most. Do you understand?" Zhang Ming said in a nonchalant tone, "God is merciful. Didn't I spare your soldiers' lives at the beginning? You won this time. Hurry up and take them back for treatment. Lu Wu is almost dying, so I won't take advantage of him and continue to challenge him. Of course, if you can find another Lu Wu, I will accompany you to the end." The dark giant was obviously hanging on to his last breath and could not fight anymore. Zhang Ming pretended that nothing had happened and stuffed the dragon turtle contaminated by the dark rules into a sack. This sack was naturally a space prop provided by Jia Huingjin. Since it appeared last time, it must appear this time. That's it. You won, we admit defeat. I'm leaving first. I'll take this turtle home and stew it. It's a great tonic. Wait, the leader of the Bianfang civilization was anxious. Then, the Hulk of the Green Fur civilization jumped onto the field and attacked Zhang Ming. One by one, vine-like plants suddenly grew from the ground, trying to entangle Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming teleported and flashed off the field. Wait for me to stew the turtle first, then I'll fight you. The civilizations were silent. Which civilization is this guy from? Does he think he's just playing house now? In a supernatural war, you fight to the death. How can there be another chance? As a result, this supernatural person used his strength to fish the turtle back. It was inexplicable, but there was also an inexplicable sense of comfort. It seems that in addition to Grandpa Turtle, there are actually strong people willing to show up. And the leader of the giant mountain civilization, Taden, trembled all over and breathed a sigh of relief. This was obviously a friendly force that deliberately disrupted the situation. Don't think he talks like a mental patient, maybe it's a disguise. As long as their strongest fighting force, the dragon turtle, survives and is rescued, there is still hope. After the Hulk made a move, he did not rashly pursue and return to the sidelines. Everyone knows that this is just the calm before the storm. Because in addition to the Bianfang civilization, there are 8 other civilizations that are also taking a new path. They belong to different world communities and are considered the strongest civilizations in their communities. Their goals are almost the same, to get the body of the demon god. The reason why these civilizations did not make a move is mainly to observe the movements of the 1A civilization. As the host here, the 1A civilization's trading market is also operating normally. This is just a branch, and there is a more powerful headquarters. A person's name is like a tree's shadow. These foreign civilizations are always afraid of such a behemoth as the 1A civilization. Otherwise, how can they care about any rules? Several leaders of the Bianfang civilization are discussing something. They actually have quite a few extraordinary people on hand. A world community is so large that it is normal for the strongest civilization to win over some extraordinary people. However, there are very few of these extraordinary people who have integrated the dark rules. From the perspective of combat power, they cannot be compared with the top strongman Lu Wu. There is no problem in calling them here to act as a scene. Letting them fight on the field is not sure of victory. If there is another dragon turtle, it will be easily suppressed. Forget it, let them come first. So, dozens of extraordinary people of different forms took the spacecraft and came to the vicinity of the arena. They have different forms, and their momentum and size are indeed not as good as the dragon turtle. This is normal. Most of the extraordinary people do not have enough civilization inheritance. It is the limit of their personal talent to reach this step. From this perspective, the old road is indeed difficult to walk. It seems that your Bianfang civilization has no super strong people. The Hulk leader of the Green for civilization chuckled. Perhaps we should cooperate with many parties and let these civilizations find the abyss first, and then talk about the distribution of the demon god's body. As long as the world does not fall, we will soon be able to create a new strong man. The little man of the Bianfang civilization is very tough and does not want these civilizations to intervene too much. If we continue to make trouble like this, I'm afraid the 1A civilization will really intervene, said the Hulk. Before the action, they observed for a long time. The 1A civilization of this community seemed to really not interfere in anything, so they came here. Obviously, relying solely on the strength of the frontier civilization, there is really no way to make the local civilization here surrender. The venue fell into dead silence. Half a quarter of an hour later, news came from the rear base camp. The top leaders of these 9 civilizations reached a short-term offensive and defensive alliance. First, let these local civilizations sign a contract and find the abyss. As for future conflicts, how to divide the body of the demon god, we have to find a way to solve it after finding the abyss. Since the rear has reached an alliance, the frontier civilization naturally has no objections. Everything is so quiet, no one dares to talk loudly. The other civilizations in the venue are all whispering to each other. Will so many civilizations taking a new path eventually oppress them again? This question makes them hang a sword in their hearts that may fall at any time. This feeling is too heavy, as if waiting for the judgment of fate. Zhang Ming threw the sack containing the dragon turtle to the giant mountain civilization. The giant turtle is for you. Tai immediately understood. Thank you for your help. The giant mountain civilization owes you a huge favor. He quickly ordered his men to take the dragon turtle away for treatment. The stone man looked at one of the stronger local civilizations, the bubble civilization, as if asking what to do next. Although the giant octopus of the bubble civilization is also a transcendent, he was shocked after watching a battle. The gap between individuals who follow the old path is too big. He now feels more and more that he has no talent. Even if he becomes a transcendent by chance, the terrifying gap still exists. For some transcendents, 1 or 2,000 transcendent spirits have reached a bottleneck. The cost of using strong idealistic rules is extremely high. They lose their minds and become idiots at any time, or they attack high and defend low, and the glazed cannons are killed by a sweep of technological weapons. But those born strong have mastered several strong rules, are both offensive and defensive, and have tens of thousands of transcendent spirits. Such a super strong person, even if he does not use the strong rules, is extremely powerful. This gap makes the big octopus confused. It seems that this old route is indeed a backward route. What kind of bloodline technology? No matter how much research, it is difficult to compare with the innate strong. Alice, the road ahead is over. The new road not only has rapid technological development, but also the individual strength of the strong is not weak. The world will directly grant power. I am an extraordinary person myself, and it is easy to go further. However, even if you want to change to a new road, you have to pass the current level, otherwise your own civilization will be gone, and you are still taking a fart route. Join the frontier civilization? That's childish. Buzz, the octopus man thought so, and suddenly sensed something, and the 5 eyes on his head looked into the distance. There was a huge roar in the distance, and a large and majestic spaceship was coming quickly. The bright flame seemed to make small suns appear in the sky. These spaceships slowly landed and docked in the open space nearby. Each ship is hundreds of meters long and contains space props. It is obviously expensive, which also means the strong foundation of the civilization behind it. One by one, tall and extraordinary people came out of the spaceship. They did not walk fast, and their shapes were different. Some were 100 meters tall, and some were only 30 or 50 meters high, but they had the same momentum. The field caused by strong rules could substantially affect the surrounding space, making them look like moving mountains. Each of them was no less than the dark giant just now. 8 people. The strongest of the 8 civilizations who took a new path, each of them had multiple strong idealistic rules and came here. Many weak civilizations were desperate. There was only one domineering turtle. Including the mysterious giant, there were only 2. Now that the dragon turtle was defeated, who would stop the other 8 strongest people from the other communities who suddenly appeared? They could not sign the agreement, and at most they would die, but what about the civilization behind them? If most civilizations surrendered, they would not be able to surrender even if they did not surrender. Even if they surrendered a little later, they would suffer a catastrophe. This is the so-called prisoner's dilemma. Those who surrender first will definitely be treated preferentially, those with the toughest bones will be finished. But if everyone is a coward, then there is no value in united front work. Without the value of united front work, it is just a tool that can be thrown away after use. The exchanges between civilizations are indeed quite complicated. Once a domino falls, a series of chain reactions will follow. Therefore, most civilizations are fence-sitters, and it is no wonder that they are. It's not good. There are so many strong people. The range of this field is not much different from Lu Wu. Gu Shunjing was simply stunned, and cold sweat could not help but flow out. The larger the field, the greater the consumption of itself. Many times, just looking at the range of the field, you can know whether you can win. This excitement made him tremble with fear. Even if he was a member of the ancient civilization, a civilization war suddenly broke out and the fish pond was affected, and no one would avenge him. Jia Huangjin scratched his head and said timidly, "It seems that the outside community knows about this. A new betting has appeared. Brother Gu, do you want to gamble? Do you want to make a big bet? What betting is there?" "What betting?" Gu Shunjing swallowed his saliva. "There are many betting odds. Betting on the final outcome of this matter, betting on whether one civilization will end, betting on whether anyone dares to fight these 8 strong men, etc. Anyway, there are many things to bet on. Isn't it possible that Lao Zhang will end?" Shimama said viciously. "Just bet on him to win. What are you afraid of? It's a pie in the sky, are you so sure?" Jia Huangjin swallowed his saliva. "It's not that I'm afraid of losing money, but I'm afraid that Brother Zhang will die on the battlefield." "Humph, you know nothing. You can't win even if you have money. Bet on it viciously." "Xiaobei, let's go see if my mortal enemy is dead." Shimama rode Xiaobei and let his grandson crawl on the ground at a fast speed. Xiaobei's brain had long given up thinking, and it was really scared to pee. This may be the most terrifying day in its life. Ordinary extraordinary people are not as good as pigs and dogs. There may be 10 groups of strong people gathered together. It's really terrible. It quietly raised its head and looked at Zhang Ming in the distance, and struggled to crawl towards the distance. In order not to implicate humans, Zhang Ming now turned into a little giant and pretended not to know them. Naturally, it was impossible to participate in any gambling actions. He was carefully observing these 8 strong people. They belonged to different civilizations and controlled different strong rules. Although he was confident, it was difficult for him to fight 8 people at once. I don't know the strong rules controlled by these strong people. Without intelligence, it will be troublesome to fight. If you are not careful, you will be veiled by some abilities, and my ability to teleport has been exposed, and the other party must be on guard. Sir, you must be a strong man. My civilization carries a world nemesis. If you want to play, I will give it to you. Shi Taitan of the giant mountain civilization suddenly sent his subordinates to send some things over. When he opened it, he found that the space sack that originally contained the dragon turtle contained a big black iron ball. Its diameter is about 50 meters, and it contains extremely terrifying idealistic energy. This world nemesis contains the power of the Earth's core of my civilization. These extraordinary people, no matter what the rules are, as long as the power of the Earth's core is stimulated, they will be blown to death together. Of course, please teleport away as soon as possible. Zhang Ming took out the electronic communicator included in the sack and asked, "How do you know I am a strong man? Your Excellency has made many moves, and you must have your own confidence. But if you are unwilling to make a move, we will not force it. After all, you have done your best for the continuation of this world community," Shi Taitan said. "We don't force any great justice. Everything is just for the continuation of our own civilization. We only believe that our destiny is in our own hands." A staff officer next to him suddenly said, "Sir, using the world nemesis here will offend the 1A civilization, and it is easy to trigger a civilization war. At that time, there will be world nemesis everywhere. No matter how powerful the extraordinary person is, his power is limited. But the world nemesis can be manufactured in large quantities. If you can block one, can you resist 100 or 1,000? Once this happens, rituals and music will collapse in the full sense, and there will be no more communication between civilizations. Therefore, the current situation is still not a real collapse of rituals and music, and it is still within the rules." It sounds amazing, but it is actually the case. So many civilizations have come to the door, and 1A civilization still doesn't care. "I don't care about anything. This stone man is really stubborn," he said in a hard voice. "Just stir up the pot of water. Civilization war is better than digging the abyss. Once the abyss is dug, the entire world ring will be gone. Where is there any way to survive?" Zhang Ming frowned slightly. As our civilization dug out from the depths of the Earth's core, the giant mountain civilization has various earth vein technologies. Perhaps they know some information about the abyss. Moreover, the giant mountain civilization is extremely disgusted with digging the abyss and is a potential ally. However, at this moment, the sun in the sky suddenly distorted its light and shadow, as if something shadowy had broken through from another dimension. In an instant, the world suddenly darkened, and the space was like a curtain, with a black gap opened. Zhang Ming looked closely and saw a brilliant green flying object in the distant sky. It was like a tower made of jade, graceful and luxurious, up to 1,000 meters high and hundreds of meters in diameter. Around the tower, there was a device like a soap bubble, and streams of green airflow surrounded the bubbles, as if interfering with the power of space. This is a unique technology, space jump. That's right, since the world can jump, the spacecraft can also jump in space. As long as there is enough science and technology. It's just that the spacecraft can't open the space tunnel by itself like the world, it must use the naturally existing space tunnel to make a directional jump. But even so, space jump is still an extremely advanced space technology. This community in this world doesn't even have this technology. Zhang Ming frowned slightly. The situation was getting more and more complicated, but more debts are better than less debts. There was not much difference between 9 enemies and 10 enemies. The dragon turtle killed the strong man of the frontier civilization. You all come up together, I challenge a group. Just as everyone was depressed, a strange creature with gray skin like a zombie walked out of the tower. He looked haggard, and there was a gray black gas lingering around him. Wherever he passed, the flowers and plants withered. The zombie creature looked down at him and said in a hoarse voice. Hundreds of extraordinary people were suppressed by a few civilizations that took a new path and were speechless. It's incredible. Are they a group of losers? You rushed up and beat them to death. There is also a group of extraordinary people who defected to the civilization that took a new path. Oh my. What losers. It seems that this community is very suitable for harvesting. There are so many losers. Just harvest them. This uninvited guest mocked as soon as he came up, hoping that the world would not be in chaos. Jia Huangjin of the Shangbu civilization changed his face slightly and said, "This. What is this? It seems to be a spaceship of the burial civilization. Damn, why are they here? I should have slipped away earlier. I stayed here to watch the fun. I really saw something wrong." "What kind of civilization is the burial civilization?" Gu Shunjing asked. "It's a very unpopular and rare civilization. You naturally haven't heard of it. The burial civilization, as the name suggests, holds funerals for people and comes to burn incense for you." Jia Huangjin licked his dry lips, clenched his fists, and his face was a little panicked. "Think about it, your Gushi civilization improves its strength through archaeology, my Shangbu civilization improves its personal strength through commercial means, and this Zhang civilization is to witness the extinction of civilization and the death of the strong to improve its strength." Gu Shunjing was a little confused. Their reputation is not good. Where they appear, big things often happen. There's even such a saying that they cooperate with a demon god, and that demon god has given them the power of immortality. The individuals of the Zhang civilization may have lived for a long, long time, and they are all old bones. They can't wait to bury you. Jia Huangjin swallowed his saliva and looked nervous. You know, if the funeral is too small, they don't mind deliberately making some funerals. These guys are just afraid that the world will not be in chaos. There is such a neurotic civilization. The group of civilization representatives around also changed their faces slightly. The situation is getting weirder and weirder. The 9 civilizations that took the new path have not been resolved yet, and there is another Zhang civilization. They are really vegetables in the vegetable garden. This bunch of powerful civilizations have all come to harvest leeks. The Demon Sea is so vast, and there are countless strange and bizarre civilizations. When the old road civilization develops to a certain level, it must draw strength from the long river of history. My Shangbu civilization is far from the strongest one. Jia Huangjin sighed. The development of history is always that bad money drives out good money. Those civilizations that do everything they can get benefits faster than those who follow the rules. The vision of the Godwa is really getting farther and farther away, and there is no end in sight. This problem is too realistic, and it is not even moral. If your own civilization develops to this level, you may do the same thing. Who doesn't want to take shortcuts? The sudden appearance of the burial civilization made even the frontier civilization feel like they were facing a formidable enemy. The leader of the little man said coldly, "Do you want to learn our tricks? Hunt our extraordinary people. Don't dare, don't dare. We dare not participate in the root dispute between the peak civilization ZHI and 1A. The zombie-like creature laughed coldly. "You want to unite all the civilizations of the Demon Sea and dig out the abyss, but it has nothing to do with me. It's just that these extraordinary people are like tempting fruits, and they are a bunch of cowards. Why don't you and I join forces to transform them all into extraordinary relics? One world community, hundreds of extraordinary people, can be regarded as a lot of talents. So many powerful people from so many communities have fled here, and the number is almost 800. Without these extraordinary people getting in the way, wouldn't it be easier for you to induce other civilizations to sign a contract? You take your new path, and we take our old path." His words made people feel creepy, and they were a little confused about what this guy wanted to do. It was not until Jia Huangjin explained that everyone understood. It is quite difficult to use the remains of divine beasts to extract blood and promote to transcendent. The power hidden in the remains of divine beasts is too violent, and the absorption efficiency is slow, which requires extremely high talent. The life of this era is somewhat incompatible with the blood of the divine beasts at the beginning, and the probability of being polluted by the soul is very high. After using the remains of transcendence to extract blood, the difficulty of promotion will be greatly reduced. It is equivalent to someone using the body and soul to help you filter it once, so the blood is relatively pure and easier to merge. Of course, this method has a lower upper limit, and transcendents are relatively weak, but it is simple and safe. I just need to kill a transcendent and then transform it into a transcendent of my own civilization. As time accumulates, the number of transcendents in this civilization will increase. Isn't it said that the old road is not easy to take? There are shortcuts to the old road. The new road requires eating divine beasts and demons, and the old road only requires eating transcendents. Chapter 471, Lao Zhang finally takes action. The words of Zhang's civilization were really cold and ruthless, causing a certain degree of panic. In contrast, Bainfang's civilization was actually easy to talk to. This Zhang civilization was here to make a fortune from the dead. Boss Jia, is this easy? Someone asked the well-informed Jia Huangjin. It's difficult to say, but it's also easy to say, as long as you do enough research. In some world communities where the old roads are more prosperous, there are many unique technologies in this area. How about Shangbu civilization, help you import some goods? Jia Huangjin smiled twice. This matter is indeed very secretive and belongs to the secret that cannot be passed on. The civilizations that know will naturally discover the secret and then rot in their stomachs. The civilizations that don't know will never know. Even if a supernatural person appears by chance, he will be hunted by others. The reason for not disclosing the secret is, the more civilizations that know, the more everyone will be in danger. Ahem, we don't have any of the remains of the extraordinary people. Don't think too much. If there are extraordinary people who died, it's not my Shangbu civilization that did it. The zombie-like creature was obviously unscrupulous and sneered. There is actually a representative of Shangbu civilization. I have cooperated with Shangbu civilization. I will let you go this time, but you have to sign a contract and don't leak my information. It's just a dying world community. If we don't harvest it now, when will we? So what if they are a group of extraordinary people? They are just chickens and dogs. A yin and yang voice sounded from the field. Now it's good. 9 civilizations that are taking a new path are competing with this funeral civilization that specializes in funerals for the leeks in the vegetable garden. Who dares to be the first bird to come out? Why don't we blow up this 1A trading market? Let them come to the door one by one. Whoever they find will be unlucky. This can also delay it for 100 years, still can't find who it is. This strong rule is too hidden, as if the whole world is scolding people. However, the frontier civilization and the other 8 civilizations actually did not want to cooperate with a burial civilization. If they killed all the diplomats here, how long would it take for them to come one by one? By that time, the Netherrealm disaster would spread and the daily would be cold. Although the extraordinary remains were precious, they were nothing compared to the remains of the demon god. Sir, please don't be sentimental. We are here to seek cooperation, not to kill people indiscriminately, the leader of the frontier civilization said coldly. What's more, your burial civilization is notorious. We don't want to cooperate with you and make ourselves equally infamous. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. When you are strong enough, you don't need that kind of thing. Even the 1A civilization cooperates with my civilization. You refuse this opportunity, so let's be buried here together, the zombie-like creature said in a cold tone. After harvesting these extraordinary people and burying the civilization of this community, I will be able to advance to immortality and fight against your world will. The 9 civilizations were all incredible. Although this old zombie is strong, does he dare to go to war with all civilizations? Even if his spaceship is more advanced, it is impossible to destroy the entire world community. Sir, do you want to go to war with us? Go to war, the zombie creature said indifferently. Don't overestimate yourself. The wisdom of the peak civilization is indeed strong, but your ants are easily dealt with. What qualifications do you have to go to war? The 9 civilizations were immediately angry, but this zombie was so unscrupulous that it obviously had a trump card. The rest of the civilizations felt powerless. They didn't even have the qualifications to talk. Now the frontier civilization and other 9 civilizations that took a new path have become their umbrellas. It's really unpredictable. The zombie-like creature laughed and said, "You're scared now. You don't think I'm the only one here to bury you, do you? In the 1A civilization, there has been no one who has advanced to the immortal for 500 years. The old path seems to be cut off. For this opportunity, the entire 1A civilization has paid a huge price and allowed you to do whatever you want. Even if you object, it's meaningless. Because you are the nutrients for the immortals, get up." With a zombie-like creature's loud shout, suddenly, a layer of pale yellow light curtain appeared at the edge of the trading market, covering the entire continent. The sun's light emerged, and the runes in the halo flowed, which seemed extremely mysterious. A huge blood force rose from under his feet. This is the power of the divine beast. In an instant, it made people's heads swell and their blood boil. The more powerful the creature, the more there is a feeling of blood disorder. On the contrary, those weak creatures, except for feeling the pressure, did not feel particularly uncomfortable. Zhang Ming had felt a similar blood power in the Xuanwu remains. Unexpectedly, under the Wanhe civilization's trading market, there was also a corpse of a mythical beast buried. What kind of mythical beast is this? It's so terrifying, as if a whole mountain is pressing down on it. Gu Shunjing grinned, his skin flushed, his blood power was being suppressed, and his strength disappeared by 50% to 60%. Is he really going to kill everyone? But Zhang Ming was fine. After all, he was not controlling the blood power, so there was no big impact. The overwhelming glow of the sky enveloped the entire Wanhe civilization's trading market, vast and magnificent. The various extraordinary people staggered and fell to the ground. Only a very small number of ordinary people, as well as the super strong people of the 9 civilizations, were still standing, looking at the burial civilization on the high tower with a painful face. Although they also have blood power, more of their power comes from the will of the world. You can't bear this little formation, it's better to turn into nutrients, the zombie-like creature said coldly. It's too painful to know the truth. It's not a bad thing to die early. The formation of Wanhe civilization has a strong defensive ability. Even due to the huge blood power, it has caused drastic changes in idealistic rules, making many sophisticated technological creations useless. Only a wealthy existence like Wanhe civilization can build a trading market on the corpse of a divine beast. After activating the defense formation, the creatures inside can't get out either, and they are directly caught in the jar. Boom! A series of thick beams hit the defense light curtain in the sky. After these attacks were blocked by the light curtain, ripples were formed. It should be the civilization outside that took a new path, saw the situation inside, and launched a tentative attack. Obviously, these attacks have no effect for a while. Those civilizations don't understand the situation very well and are urgently analyzing it. Don't worry, people outside. After we deal with you, we will deal with them if they don't run away. Zhang Ming swallowed his saliva. Is this damn zombie crazy? Not only does he want to wipe them out, but he also wants to wipe out the 9 civilizations that are taking a new path? Even the local staff of Wanhe civilization were puzzled when they found that the defense formation was activated. They were surprised to find that this old zombie really had high-level authority. They were terrified and stood there. What does it mean? Has the top leaders of Wanhe civilization completely abandoned them? Why can he activate the formation? Wanhe civilization is indeed a civilization with clear classes. It does not look at race or personal birth, but only at personal strength. Of course, if you are intelligent enough and can make scientific contributions, you can also reach the top. But personal strength is the highest priority. In this case, the trading market of Wanhe civilization is mainly a workplace for the middle and lower classes. Many races gather here and form a complete set of rules and regulations. Even if the strong do not show up, relying on the past credibility and great reputation of Wanhe civilization, the middle and lower levels can maintain order and manage this place in an orderly manner. Now the situation has taken a sharp turn for the worse, and a strong fear is spreading wildly in the trading market. Even the staff of Wanhe civilization itself is panicking. Everything that happens next may be related to them. Many technological weapons have indeed lost their effectiveness. Shi Taiden of the giant mountain civilization changed his face slightly. What technological weapons can be used? Everyone, check them quickly. The stone man of the giant mountain civilization has always been very calm, and his face remains unchanged even when Mount Tai collapses in front of him, but at this moment he couldn't help but curse. The other 9 civilizations that took the new path also had an incredible feeling, as if they were trapped in a long-planned, bottomless conspiracy. They carefully checked and found that the sole anchoring of the extraordinary people on their side remained stable under the protection of the light curtain. It means that the power of the worlds can still be transmitted in, and they were slightly relieved. These 8 people in my alliance are all top-level extraordinary people, and they also have the energy transmitted by the world whale. How can you, an old zombie, defeat the 8 people on my side? Let go of the light curtain and let us go, naive. Do you think I'm the only one? The old zombie said coldly. Then, from the green tower, another blue-skinned humanoid creature walked out. This humanoid creature was in a daze, expressionless, and seemed to be about to lose his self-awareness. Only his eyelids that fluttered from time to time proved that he was still barely alive. But no one dared to underestimate this blue-skinned creature. The terrifying field actually radiated several kilometers. Countless flowers, plants and trees grew rapidly in the field. In just a few minutes, they finished their lives. Flowers bloomed and fell, and before they even had time to bear fruit, they turned into a handful of yellow soil. All the creatures were shocked, and even the 8 super strong men couldn't help but feel awe in their hearts. This feeling has only appeared in the world will of their own race. In other words, this is a suspected immortal. No, he is still a little short of becoming a true immortal. He is just one step away from becoming a true immortal. Master Lan, a Batman from the 1A civilization, recognized this super strong man, and immediately became overjoyed and called out loudly, "This is Master Lan from our 1A civilization. Master Lan, do you still recognize me? Have you been bewitched by the people from the burial civilization? Master Lan, it's me. It's me." The civilizations were once again shocked. This blue-skinned creature was actually a high-ranking member of the 1A civilization. A strong man finally appeared in the 1A civilization. But this super strong man ignored the calls from his subordinates and was still in that subtle state of dementia. "What bewitching," said the zombie of Zhang civilization, "the mind anchoring of your 1A civilization has the defect of losing consciousness. How can you blame me? But as long as he passes this level, he will be an immortal. Guess what he is here for? Who is this guy?" He actually walked to the end of a certain road. What is he going to do? Gu Shunjing's mouth was dry. With the opening of this defense formation, he couldn't escape. This time his life was really in danger. This excitement was too crazy. He would soon see someone become an immortal. This is not nonsense. It's the finishing touch. He really can't go on. Guess what he is going to do? Shimama appeared on Zhang Ming's butt at some point and said tremblingly, "1A civilization, what a great plan. 1 word, awesome. 2 words, awesome. They really have the guts to do it. No wonder they are a super civilization. This is too awesome." Those civilizations that took the new path have also become a meal. Shimama was extremely shocked. Even Zuanwu, who had a lifespan of millions of years, had never experienced such a weird thing. Too cruel. Shimama said the words of the riddle man, and Gu Shunjing was immediately confused. On the contrary, Jia Huingjin, who was well informed, broke out in cold sweat and kept wiping his forehead. "You mean, they are going to reverse the artistic conception? If the artistic conception is not reversed, what else can happen? How long has it been since the old path has produced a top-level strong man? The new path has emerged, and the old path must at least symbolically resist. The strong man who reverses the artistic conception is also a strong man." Shimama snorted coldly, "Kill all of you, and you will be immortal." The art of artistic conception reversal. It is said that the soul has both yin and yang sides. In the old mythological era, there were many abilities targeting the soul, and various curses were rampant. Once a curse entangled, the person would go crazy at best, or even lose his soul at worst. Therefore, some strong people developed this special protective ability. When one is about to fall into coma and can no longer wake up, as long as the artistic conception reversal is used, another personality will be forcibly awakened. Although the personality has changed drastically, at least he has woken up and can continue to fight. Nowadays, the 1A civilization has improved the art of artistic conception reversal and used it on the path of cultivation. It was as if a basin of ice water was poured on Gu Shunjing, almost extinguishing his nerves. He almost couldn't stand steadily, and murmured, "How could it be that what will happen after they reverse it?" Shimama gloated, "Compared with a 1A civilization, the cultivation method of your Gushi civilization is far less powerful than that of the 1A civilization, but it can retain itself. But the 1A civilization's method of anchoring thoughts has a threshold that is difficult to cross. If the self continues to weaken, without the help of the reversal of artistic conception, what can we do? We can only die by ourselves, I guess. The way of extinction is the ultimate way. Everything can be extinct, ha ha ha. But the side effects of the reversal of artistic conception are even more outrageous than the original personality change. The influence of the road on people is fundamental." Zhang Ming asked again, "How is Dark Shimama? Where is Iobe? That guy is really useless. He won't wake up for a while. He is being treated." "It's not a big problem, Shimama is quite reliable at this moment," she said in that old voice. "My turtle grandson also hid in the space gourd. I'm afraid it can't withstand the horror scene that follows. It was killed by the aftermath. Your clansmen and allies also hid in it. They are very well behaved. There will be no problem for a while. You should take care of yourself first." Zhang Ming swallowed his saliva and suddenly heard the gourd in his ear. "How about I take you to escape? I will definitely survive with you." No matter where I run to, I can take you to survive. Miss Hulu is very confident about escaping. You can't escape, Zhang Ming laughed bitterly. These people are crazy. It's impossible to kill only us. This is the real struggle between the old and the new. It's too crazy. The life and death of a community is just a chessboard, and all living beings are just chess pieces. Then he sneered. However, this peak transcendent is just a transcendent. I'm not afraid of him. If he dares to block my way, I'll kill him. Running away directly is not my style. The number of transcendent spirits is not the key to the battle. What's more, these strongest transcendents are not much different from him, Zhang. One is 100,000, and the other is 60,000. They can still fight. Duh. Kill him. Fuck him, Shimama repeated crazily. Lord Lan. Please wake up. The rest of the staff of 1A civilization also found that the leader was wrong. They seemed to realize something, kneeling on the ground and kowtowed continuously, looking unhappy. Then, more transcendents close to the immortal state came out of the tower. 1, 2, 3, a total of 12. Many extraordinary people are not tall, but the powerful fields are like mountains, which make people breathless. The whole world seems to be shrouded by various colorful fields. Even the fields unconsciously confront each other, which makes all living beings tremble. This is terrible. This kind of extraordinary person must have peerless talent and the support of the ancient heritage behind him. Any wrong step will not lead to such a point. And 1A civilization suddenly appeared 12. The gap in strength is too great, which makes people despair. Even the 9 civilizations that took the new path have a strong sense of crisis. Their civilization is fine and can jump and escape directly, but this group of people may be lost in this terrible and huge crisis. Who else wants to die inexplicably? The arrogant leaders of Bianfang civilization and Lushan civilization were speechless. Then, another stronger existence appeared. Immortal. Definitely a true immortal. Dragon head, snake body, 100,000 meters long, suspended in the air, with a crown of light of the sun on his head. This is a sign of atavism after the bloodline is fully excavated. According to legend, in the 1A civilization, some people anchored their thoughts on the sun, and the one in front of them gave people the same feeling. The scorching sun was in the sky, burning everything. And this one was obviously not the product of the reversal of artistic conception. The sun was already the rule he controlled. He just relied on his own strength to walk that road. After the artistic conception was reversed, he could only take the path of extinction. Zhang Ming really couldn't beat this guy. Just the terrifying field made him think that he couldn't be an enemy. Being able to teleport away was already something worth boasting about. There was really an order of magnitude difference between the two sides. What's so great? Zuanwu ate it in one bite, Shimama cursed in a low voice. Can Zuanwu beat him? Zhang Ming asked. Can he beat Zuanwu? Just him? What is arrogant? Shimama asked back. Zhang Ming glanced at the world nemesis in the sack. He didn't know if the world nemesis would still work when the idealistic rules were disordered. But even if it worked, it would not be able to kill the immortal. In other words, a weapon similar to the power of a hydrogen bomb would not be enough to face such a super strong man. Only the ultimate weapon could kill the immortal. The immortal had an extremely cold expression. He floated in the sky, looking down on all living things like ants, even those peak transcendents. A bunch of useless things. They have to rely on artistic reversal to achieve immortality. They are getting worse and worse. Now there are so many nutrients. Why don't you hurry up and do it? The leader Lan had a blank expression and was motionless, still looking demented. It was hard to tell what he was thinking. Instead, a Batman behind Lan casually waved a red light. Suddenly, the 1A people who were kneeling on the ground and kowtowing turned into a pile of flesh and blood, burning fiercely, and turned into ashes without even a wail. Then, a faint blood color seemed to appear in the field of the Batman. His muddled expression seemed to have regained some consciousness, and his expression changed slightly. He even murmured to himself, I don't want to. He originally practiced the way of fire, with a passionate personality, making friends widely, and being generous. Now, the way of fire has come to an end, and it can't go on, so it can only take the way of extinction. After all, extinction is the end of all things in the world, and this is a shortcut. When the fire of passion burns out, how passionate it was in the past, how cruel it is now. The path of cultivation is not something you can change if you want to. You must take action and turn reality into nutrients, which conforms to the concept of this path. This is the real reversal of artistic conception. Seeing this scene, a tear rolled down from Lan's eyes. In the end, he still didn't make up his mind to take the path of extinction. So many civilizations were all shocked. One He civilization, in order to reverse the artistic conception, even killed their fellow citizens of the same civilization and turned them into nutrients, not to mention these foreigners. The friendship, reputation, and 10,000 years of cultivation in the past, at this moment, all became part of the reversal of artistic conception. Friendship can be broken and become enemies, reputation can be destroyed and become a traitor, the trading market that symbolizes peace and communication can be turned into a battlefield and scorched earth. Everything in the world is nourishment. The immortal floating in the sky overwhelmed everything. His cold eyes and huge body made more One people kowtow and kneel. This disaster was too terrible. Yesterday they were fine, doing proud work, and today they became nutrients for the upper level. But facing the begging of a group of ants, the two sides had no common language. The immortal said again, "Hurry up, either you die quickly, or reverse your state of mind and achieve immortality." The Batman seemed to have given up, and a red light flashed, turning these people into ashes. Those One people died one by one. The rabbit died and the fox mourned. Witnessing the large number of deaths, Zhang Ming was really furious. He couldn't bear it anymore, and the veins on his forehead were throbbing. Shimama snorted coldly, "You want to go on stage? Now the people who are dying are from the One civilization. Why don't you take your people and escape, or do you want to challenge the immortals?" Zhang Ming's hair stood up and he walked forward, but he said calmly, "I have been practicing for so many years, just to get revenge. I don't like you, I will kill you directly, no matter you are an immortal or an eternal person." He waved a light symbol, and the light symbol teleported through the air and hit the face of the Batman. The light symbol bloomed a small glimmer and made a pop sound. The Batman was stunned for a moment and slowly turned around. Even those One people who were waiting to be killed were stunned for a moment. It was really incredible that someone was willing to stand up for them. Zhang Ming suddenly thought of Xiangyu in history. Why did Xiangyu commit suicide at Wujiang? Because he really couldn't retreat. If he retreated, he would be disgusted. It would be better to die. He thought of the great sage again. Since the great sage was suppressed, there has been no great sage. A man of temperament, he only wants to please himself. Zhang Ming moved forward step by step, under great pressure, and at a very slow speed. Inexplicably, he reviewed his life. He had encountered so many enemies in his life. At the beginning, there was a creature named Shad on Turtle Island, who liked to play with prey, which was particularly memorable. That guy looked like a cat and had a hobby of eating birds' eyeballs. The bird screamed desperately in its claws, which made it extremely happy. One day, Zhang Ming saw the corpses of birds on the ground. All of these corpses had only lost 2 eyes and were played with to death. This scene made him angry and inexplicably unhappy. So, he tried his best to kill Shad and suffered a lot of injuries. Now, it's the same. It's just that the enemy is a little stronger. "What do you want to do, great sage?" Shimama screamed. "Of course, we're going to make a scene in heaven and overthrow the Jade Emperor." Shimama screamed in fear of chaos in the world. Zhang Ming suddenly saw a mural on the ground depicting the god Hua. One civilization obviously knew the truth of history, and the truth was hidden in the details. "I actually saw you here. This world is really dark, but I'm different from you. You've dedicated yourself to the world. I just don't like them and want to beat them up. As for what the world is like, I'll talk about it after I'm happy." The god Hua was silent, and the murals couldn't speak after all. Zhang Ming laughed loudly and jumped up from the ground. "Come on, all of you." Boom. A thunderous sound rose from the ground, and the surging purple lightning seemed to blast open a world. Chapter 472 One against One. As Zhang Ming floated above the sky like Thor, the already solemn scene suddenly became silent for a while. Who was so bold that he wanted to fight against all of them? The desperate crowd suddenly felt a hope in their hearts. Even the strong men from the New Road civilization couldn't help but look at them sideways, ready to make a move. Now the One civilization wants to turn everyone into nutrients for the art of reversing artistic concepts. Their goal of joining forces with a local civilization to dig into the abyss is obviously impossible to achieve, and even how to save their lives is a big problem. And the bat-shaped creature who was slapped was also stunned. He was actually in a state of low self-awareness, and everything was done according to memory instinct. After being beaten, he stood there in a daze. In his life course, This kind of scene has never appeared in his long memory, so he has no way to react. Oh? Interesting, the immortal hovering in the sky seemed a little surprised, and said in a subtle manner, "There are actually guys who can't stand the reversal of artistic conception, and they are still brave," he said condescendingly. "Space ability people, my 1A civilization emphasizes the survival of the fittest. If you have the ability to kill all these people with reversal of artistic conception, it means that you have the ability to prove immortality, and I will not take action, no matter what you say. I still have to be wary of you to launch a sneak attack. You powerful civilizations are more despicable than each other, which is really disgusting," Zhang Ming sneered. "Maybe you will suddenly reverse your artistic conception and change your personality." As soon as these words came out, everyone changed their faces. This level of weirdness is really so refreshing. The anger that has been suppressed until now has finally been released. But the consequences are indeed unimaginable. Even the extraordinary person who specializes in cursing couldn't help but be frightened. Who dares to bear the anger of an immortal? However, the immortal in the sky was still calm and indifferent. He floated in the air, hovering his dragon-like body, looking down on all living things. The scorching sun above made the ground hot. The ant tried to provoke the dragon. Could the dragon be angry? Of course, there was no need. He was not even angry at all. The voice of the immortal was like a huge bell, but he said lightly, "Interesting, there are indeed people with blood in the world. But you blocked their way. Survive first, and then ask me for a few tricks." The terrible war broke out in an instant. The Batman originally practiced the way of fire. Now, there is a hint of dead silence in the red flames. That is the eternal fire born from the strong idealistic rules. As long as it is stained with a little, it will penetrate into the soul and burn everything. Zhang Ming controlled the rules of space, teleported quickly, and thunderbolts and lightning came like the arrival of Thor. After the huge increase of the burning soul, the lightning has approached the realm of strong idealistic rules. Countless ball lightnings are transmitted through space, like raindrops, teleporting to the vicinity of the Batman and exploding. The purple current like a swimming dragon turned everything around into a sea of plasma. In the previous period of time, he had already dug space tunnels. These tunnels belonged to him alone and could be teleported at a fixed point. However, Zhang Ming was facing not only one person, but 12 people, or 11 people. Except for Lan, who was still shedding tears there, the other 11 people all participated in the battle. There was no extra words, and the battle soon entered a white-hot level. Zhang Ming was both offensive and defensive, teleporting at a fixed point, and the speed was extremely fast, and dense afterimages appeared in the air. As for the other 11 people, as the top powerhouses cultivated by the 1A civilization, they were obviously not comparable to the extraordinary people of ordinary civilizations. Zhang Ming seemed to be full of passion, but in fact he was very calm. From the perspective of hard power, he was definitely not the combination of these 11 powerhouses, even if he mastered the rules of time and space. There was almost no information about these strong men. He could only use the method of fleeing away immediately after one attack. First find out the abilities of these people, and then find a way to attack them. Otherwise, even if it's 1-for-1, it's not worth it. Zhang Ming teleported to a gravel mountain, clapped his hands, and teleported several huge boulders weighing tens of thousands of tons to the head of a 5-meter-tall big guy. The big guy's whole body was pressed by the stone, and he was stunned for a moment in disbelief, and then he roared like a beast. Spatial ability requires imagination the most. Even if Zhang Ming is not proficient in the use of the third rule, it is still easy to teleport some things with simple and rough methods. No matter who it is, even an immortal, seeing a mountain suddenly appear above his head, he will be stunned for a moment, and then find himself being crushed to the point of being out of breath. However, this big guy also has amazing vitality. He kept struggling under the 10,000-ton boulder and was not crushed to death. Taking this opportunity, Zhang Ming teleported a series of dense purple ball lightning, but it was blocked by a layer of metallic luster. This guy is actually a superhuman who specializes in defense. He is not very mobile and can't catch up with me. I will ignore him for now. Zhang Ming came to this conclusion. Unfortunately, I haven't developed the dimension slash yet. Zhang Ming was not upset. He repeated the same trick and wanted to teleport another boulder to suppress another person. This kind of teleportation does not violate the law of conservation of energy. It requires source as a price. The heavier and larger the object being teleported, the more source is consumed. Fortunately, source is a very large unit. It only consumes about 0.1 to teleport a boulder. Zhang Ming still has more than 3,000 sources on hand, so he is not afraid. Oh? He has become stronger? The more he fights, the stronger he becomes. Could he also be a mind anchor? The old zombie of the burial civilization was also thoughtful. Naturally, he did not dare to make a move. Don't look at him as awesome. If he really fights, he is definitely not his opponent. These mind-anchored superhumans are really too strong. Compared with ordinary superhumans, they are just like monsters. And this person with special ability, no one knows where he came from, fighting one against many, and not losing. Yes, Zhang Ming found that he was indeed slowly getting stronger. The Black Hole Avenue itself was a product of complex contradictions, and at this moment, he became the focus of attention of all civilizations. But the good times didn't last long. He faced too many enemies, a full 11 of the most powerful extraordinary people. There were 4 or 5 strong people with extremely fast speeds, who seemed to control the power of wind and lightning. Although it was slightly slower than teleportation, if Zhang Ming stayed in one place without moving, he would be caught soon. The other 2 even controlled the rules of curses and toxins. Even if you hid in a different space, this vicious curse could still find him and bring a certain impact. Although this curse cannot be compared with a derealization syndrome, it is like a thorn in the flesh, constantly eroding willpower, and the contaminated area must be peeled off before it can be restored. Zhang Ming fell into an unprecedented bitter battle, with an extremely fast speed, but still in danger. But his brain was still calm, and he still held a trump card in his hand, the stone that recorded the ancient violent rules. Ancient rules, how violent, even the beasts can be suppressed, not to mention these extraordinary people. I have almost figured out the rules controlled by everyone, however, there is only one chance to use the rule stone. Once it is used, it doesn't work, the enemy will be on guard, and it may be difficult next time. I must find the right time to get rid of those guys who can curse first, but it is too difficult to find the right time. There are so many powerful people in the terrifying field, even if they have the rules of space, they dare not go deep rashly. Those civilizations that are taking a new path are more shocked by this battle scene. They originally thought that this madman who suddenly appeared would be trampled to death like a maggot, but he actually had the power to fight back. This is indeed an incredible thing, which means that the combat power of this madman is stronger than 2 or 3 peak extraordinary people of 1A civilization. Although the mind-anchoring method of 1A civilization is difficult to follow, the strong people born now are really strong, and their combat power far exceeds that of ordinary bloodline extraordinary people. As a result, this guy who didn't know where he came from is actually stronger? This realm is the starting point of the history of the Sea of Demons. It is normal for heroes to be born here, the immortal floating in the sky said, but you have to survive before you can consider other things. Lord Yan Yang, you are really broad-minded, the old zombie flattered him, such an outstanding talent, won't you help him? It's not completely flattering. The reason why the old path has not been completely replaced by the new path is that these supreme strongmen are really very powerful. They are all at the level of dragons and phoenixes among humans. The existence of one person can change the world pattern. The giant dragon-shaped immortal in the sky is indeed not going to interfere too much. Immortals are achieved through the art of artistic conception reversal. If the artistic conception is missing, there is no potential to go further, let alone become eternal. From the bottom of his heart, he doesn't look down on it. But no matter what, for the entire Sea of Demons, the gold content of immortals is still very high. The 1A civilization is widely distributed and has a huge population. There has been no immortal for 500 years, which puts them under great pressure. Not only is the new road coming out of nowhere, but there are even more terrifying things, forcing them to need more immortals to suppress the terrifying existences in various places. They really don't have much time left. The immortal, like a giant dragon, stares at everything in the trading market indifferently. All living beings are like chess pieces in grass. And the 9 civilizations that took the new road are preparing to escape. Their world will is indeed capable of breaking through the protective devices of the 1A trading market, as long as they hold on until then. Now that someone has gained time, they must escape. You are too despicable to let this strong man be a shield. Gu Shunjing, who has a sharp eye and ears, overheard their conversation and couldn't help cursing. You obviously have the ability to fight, but you are unwilling to do it. With your moral standards, you still want us to unite and find the abyss together. It's wishful thinking. Gu Shunjing cursed with a sense of comfort, and his voice became louder and louder. Just kidding, the strong man who fought was his brother Lao Zhang, and they had archaeological friendship. The big octopus of the cavitation civilization also shouted, if you have the ability to drive away the lunatics of the 1A civilization, what if you are the leader of this world community? But if you don't have the ability, dig a fart abyss. Go away wherever I want. Many civilization leaders began to curse, scolding the 9 civilizations that took the new path. The face of the strong can be ignored, but the face of the civilization is still very important. If a civilization wants to succeed, it must have followers. The Sea of Demon God is so big that if a civilization loses face, it is equivalent to long-term loss of interests. So these new road strongmen could only make a few moves to cover a few attacks for Zhang Ming. Then, there was a dong. Zhang Ming was hit. A small purple-red dot appeared on his left arm, which was a powerful curse. In just a moment, this small dot continued to absorb life force, like syphilis, and the purple dot spread wildly. After a while, a deformed tumor as big as a basketball appeared on his left arm. The tumor grew sharp teeth and bit Zhang Ming's neck. Zhang Ming kept coughing up blood, but his eyes were cold. Without hesitation, a flash of lightning quickly passed by and cut off his left arm. However, the light in his eyes was still strong, and the purple lightning surrounded his body, quickly teleporting to 10 kilometers away. All kinds of strange abilities were coming, and Zhang Ming was still looking for a chance to win. Now he was already in a state of rage, but he had a characteristic that the more angry he was, the calmer he became. This may be related to his past experiences. There is no point in being furious. Calmly waiting for opportunities is the truth of the world. He keenly discovered that in the current situation, he could not beat these 11 people, and at most he would die with 3 or 5 people. The only hope is that the situation outside changes, and he needs reinforcements. The great sage will eventually be suppressed, and his ending seems to be the same. Of course. The smarter Zhang Ming is than the great sage is that he is insidious enough and will not die for face. So Zhang Ming roared in pain, as if he was going to die in the next second, and he had to get rid of the potential friendly forces. How about I help you escape? Don't fight, you can't beat them, I help you escape. As a result, the others were not anxious, but Miss Hulu was very anxious. Under normal circumstances, she would not interfere, but at this moment, she really couldn't beat them. Zhang Ming was injured, very seriously. I lied to them and told those guys to take action quickly. They will have to take action sooner or later if I die. As long as they are smart enough, they will end up and won't let me die easily. Zhang Ming was calm, and even felt that a mental black hole in his mind had changed slightly. This feeling was a bit hard to describe, but it was a positive change. There was no time to think about it at the moment. The only props that could work on hand, besides the rule stone, was the world nemesis of the giant mountain civilization, but I didn't know if the world nemesis could still be used. It's worth trying, but don't hold too much hope. While thinking about it, a 15-meter tall little giant, holding an ancient shield, came up. This guy actually didn't use his highest level of combat power. His consciousness was basically fuzzy, and he was just fighting on instinct. He controlled some extremely special defense rules, and the field was thick and heavy, and he could even fatally control gravity, causing Zhang Ming's mobility to drop rapidly. Different space, Zhang Ming flashed slightly, and the whole person quickly became virtual, hiding in the different space. But the sinister curse ability was really lingering, and another tumor grew out of his left leg, intending to bite back. Zhang Ming had no time to treat himself, so he could only use lightning power again to amputate himself. At this moment, he could completely control his nerves, and the pain was almost zero. The bleeding part only felt numb. The setting sun was like blood, and the sun set in the west. In a blink of an eye, blood was seen on the field. This top strongman broke one hand and one leg. Although he was still fierce, it was a matter of time before he lost. No one dares to play? Can we just wait to die? Shi Taitan of the giant mountain civilization said with a dejected expression. But in fact, it is useless even if they go on the field. Most of the extraordinary people only have a few thousand extraordinary spirits. Those who can break through 10,000 are already famous. The difference in order of magnitude is too big. They don't have enough inheritance to use strong rules recklessly. They can't afford the heavy price. Unless they are extraordinary people who specialize in defensive ability and can hold on for a while, they can't survive for a few seconds under the terrifying attack. Even Zhang Ming himself only avoids the attack by teleporting instead of taking the damage. Everyone is Eshin. Once this super strong man dies, it will be their turn next. The 9 civilizations that took the new path seem to have some differences now. Some civilizations want to leave, and some don't want to. We can escape from here soon. Why bother to provoke one a civilization? Hey, everyone, for the development of civilization, it is understandable to do whatever it takes, but for your own life, you can't be so despicable. At least I can't do it myself. The Hulk of the Green for Civilization sighed and suddenly took action. A green light greeted the cursor. Their world can provide vitality and strength. The green light and the curse power restrained each other. In the blink of an eye, they fought in a group. Of course, the Hulk did not use all his strength, but just tried to contain it as much as possible. After all, he did not want to cause huge hatred and fight one against many. He did not have Zhang Ming's teleportation ability. If he was besieged by a bunch of strong men, he would die soon. Shimama could no longer watch and also went to the battle. The power of Xuanwu. Suddenly, the phantom of a giant turtle shot out a fierce claw. This claw contained the power of the rules created by Xuanwu, as if the whole sky was pressing down like a mountain and sea. This is its strongest attack, which requires the consumption of the original power. There is another turtle, kill. Everyone was overjoyed. But soon, the new turtle wailed and flew backwards. The power it inherited is always not as good as the real dragon turtle. Even the dragon turtle finds it difficult to win in a one-on-one contest, let alone it, Shimama. It just took multiple attacks in an instant, and some cracks appeared on the black stone. Zhang Ming sneered, "Why are you here to join in the fun? I'm having a great time fighting." "Do you have the ability to do this?" Shimama scolded. "If you are unhappy with him, it has nothing to do with you. Are you the only one who can fight? Don't underestimate the heroes in the world." At this moment, everyone's blood was boiling, and they wanted to rush up and fight. The big octopus with 5 eyeballs roared, and black light flashed in its eyeballs. This was a soul attack, which was a magical power he had studied for 1,000 years. Although the intensity of the attack could not be compared with those of the peak extraordinary people, it was still a kind of strong rule. As soon as this magical power was launched, the expression of the big octopus immediately became depressed, but he roared loudly, "I have tolerated you for a long time, shoot you to death." Another big octopus was his brother, also an extraordinary person, and spewed out a large amount of ink from his mouth. "Brother, let me help you. This ink has toxins and can actually pollute the space." In the blink of an eye, this space was dark and formed a poisonous fog space, protecting the creatures inside. Strong idealistic rules are not necessarily applicable to combat, and some auxiliary abilities can also come in handy. The tall centaur, wearing a full set of luxurious equipment, trembled all over and stood in front of the big octopus. "Damn it, it looks like today is the day I die." Even the 9 civilizations that took a new path, some strong men couldn't help it, and they made a few moves, openly or secretly. As extraordinary people, they have come to this point, and they are always amazing. Although civilization is their main development direction, they still have some of their own personality. However, their actions were quickly stopped. "Everyone," the reply came from the rear, "they will open the defense barrier as soon as possible. Let us hurry to a safe place and escape back." The ambition of the One-Hay civilization is greater than imagined. They not only want to reverse the artistic conception and give birth to more immortals, and they also want to destroy the entire world community and obtain a huge amount of world source. What? This news is too shocking. How can we destroy the entire world community? They are not demons, it is impossible for them to do it. We have investigated clearly that this is a special time and space node, the leader of the new path said hurriedly. Deep underground, Barrett is the Shongshan god, who has the ability to absorb the power of the earth veins. The One-Hay trading market has been established for 1,000 years, and the Shongshan god has been absorbing the energy of the earth veins for 1,000 years. Once the earth veins are detonated, it will cause a major collapse of space. We have to leave here immediately. These civilizations that took the new path, whether intentionally or unintentionally, did not hide, but discussed openly. Gu Shunjing was eavesdropping not far away. His face changed drastically, and he quickly passed the message out. Someone else said, "As you know, destroying a world will get a universal energy source. This energy is the idealistic energy commonly used by demons. One of its forms is the source of the world. I believe everyone knows this. Our world will uses this energy, so the world will is very powerful. Destroying a world can get a lot of world sources, so what about destroying a community? How much can you get?" Of course, Under normal circumstances, destroying a community is as difficult as ascending to heaven, and is affected by the disaster of heaven. The sea of demons has its own will, and also has its own protection mechanism. Even if you are an eternal being, if you are troubled by the disaster of heaven, you will not end well in the end. If a civilization becomes a cancer, it will be rejected by the sea of demons. But this world community is different. It was originally going to be destroyed by the demons and was constantly disturbed by the demons of the netherworld. If it is destined to die, destroy it first. The disaster of heaven will be reduced a lot, and you can even find a way to shift the blame to the demons. After all, the demons are originally the cancer of the world. We can't dig the abyss, leave here quickly. The idea of destroying the world community is obviously the decision of the headquarters Wanhei civilization. Only after thousands of years of planning can it be possible to destroy a community. The immortals hovering in the sky are still indifferent and calm. Did the peak civilization wisdom tell you this news, or did you investigate it yourself? According to the rules of Wanhei civilization, if you can defeat me, this plan can be cancelled. He didn't care what those civilizations were discussing, let alone care. Ants have the ability to escape from the flood. That is the ability of the ants themselves. But the trend of the times will not be affected by ants. However, the faces of the other civilizations changed drastically. Wanhei was going to destroy the world, which was too terrible. No wonder there were immortals coming here. The other 12 artistic conception reversals were just appetizers before the destruction of the world. In other words, these civilizations no longer had time to develop, and they might be gone in the next moment. How could they possibly beat the immortals? Whether it was humans or other species, they all fell into despair. The most terrifying thing was to lose hope. When they thought that tomorrow had disappeared, even the will to survive was weakened. How many civilizations hoped that another top powerhouse would appear, a top powerhouse who could turn everything around? The 9 civilizations that took a new path also looked pale and looked at each other. If they united, they might be able to compete with the immortals. But it was really too difficult to unite. What's more, their world could jump and escape. How could they have such a great spirit to fight against Wanhei? Zhang Ming was injured, very seriously. He just sneered and stared at the giant dragon in the sky. He was ready to send the stone of rules to the face of the immortal and give him a slap. Boom, boom. However, at this moment, a tremor like a tidal wave came from the ground. The dragon turtle came back, holding its head high, looking at the immortal in the air. Its eyes flashed with sharp light. When Master Turtle was roaming the sea of demons, your mother was not even born yet. What are you proud of? Who told you that you can destroy the world community? Now there are 2 Master Turtles. But there is still a long way to go. Although the Dragon Turtle is a top master, its combat power was almost exhausted in the previous battle. In addition, its body was damaged. It is difficult for it to fully recover in such a short time. I am afraid that it can't exert 50% of its strength. This group of people can't even defeat the more than 10 peak extraordinary people. The immortals in the sky don't even bother to look at them. You have great potential, but it's not enough now, the dragon commented. Then, everyone heard a long sigh again. This long sigh was full of depth, as if it followed the resonance of the earth veins and was transmitted to everyone's mind. The sun sets and night falls. The sea breeze pushes away the clouds and mist, and the red clouds stretch for thousands of miles. The blue waves roll and hit the coast. The tide rises and falls, never stopping. A tall mountain giant with a stature of 10,000 meters is rushing from the stormy waves. He is huge, but not clumsy. With every step he takes, he can absorb the power of the earth veins and move very fast, as if teleporting on the sea. This is a top powerhouse of the Wanhei civilization and one of the founders of this trading market. At the last moment, he came from afar with the power of a landslide. Step by step, very firm. The faint long sigh reached everyone's ears. Wanhei, against Wanhei. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 473. It seems that a great unity of civilization has been achieved. Wanhei, oppose Wanhei. At this moment, many Wanhei people couldn't help crying. In their cognition, Wanhei civilization changed its appearance within one day, from bright and majestic to the most despicable existence in the world. Originally, they worked here proudly, worked with dignity, realized their self-worth, and established an excellent exchange place for major civilizations. This is a great move. Wanhei civilization never acts recklessly and follows the rules it has set. The prosperity of the community in this world is far beyond other communities. However, within this day, they have become worthless grass. This contrast is too great, they can't bear it, and even feel that everything is false. But now, someone tells them that it is not. We are us, and they are them. You are still excellent and dignified. That is just the decision of another Wanhei civilization. Now, Wanhei civilization opposes Wanhei civilization. Shongshan, the strong man who has brought the mountain road to the end, arrived here in time at this moment. He is tall and majestic, and every step can trigger the power of the earth veins. Wanhei, against Wanhei is not a slogan, but a concept, and it is also the fundamental source of the Wanhei civilization to remain strong. No one can be right forever, not even the Eternals. So as long as you are strong enough, you can oppose the original Wanhei civilization and create a new Wanhei civilization. This is the concept. Even Zhang Ming couldn't help but get excited. His method of anchoring thoughts was taught by Shongshan. Shongshan is both a teacher and a friend. Unexpectedly, we can fight side by side at this moment. But thinking about it carefully, there are some concerns. Although Shongshan is powerful, he is still not at the level of an immortal. He still lacks the final touch. This threshold is too high, so high that it is outrageous. No wonder the 12 top masters can only use the opportunistic method of reversal of artistic conception. In addition, the 9 civilizations that are taking a new path are preparing to escape, a large number of panic-stricken civilizations, and immortals floating in the sky. With so many variables, he can't predict what the future will be like. Sir Shongshan, many Wanhei people shouted loudly. They cried with joy. At this moment, they found a backbone who could make the decision. Some people even collapsed to the ground and couldn't stand up. They were really terrified by what happened that day and urgently needed someone to make the decision. I'm late, Shongshan waved his hand, and the huge power of the earth veins poured into their bodies, bringing a warm and thick feeling. Everyone, even if I die on the battlefield, Wanhei civilization still exists. With you, we can still create a great civilization. Shongshan recalled a story from a long time ago. It was a distant 10,000 years ago, when there was already a battle between technology and the old way. Some old antiques could not accept new things, thinking that scientific thinking was a crooked way, and stubbornly believed that tradition was excellent. So Wanhei civilization blossomed and split into thousands. One of the branches came here. Nowadays, scientific thinking is already an excellent methodology, and traditional methods have long had no market. Even without the strong, Wanhei civilization is still Wanhei civilization, whether it is a new path or an old path. It should be the choice of all living beings, not the choice of a few strong people. Can you build Wanhei civilization again? We can, more Wanhei people responded. Okay. I believe in you. The huge defensive light curtain appeared like ripples on water. Shan Yidao is broad and solid, with both offensive and defensive capabilities, protecting the world. And Shan Yidao, when cultivated to the extreme, can control the earth veins and let the majestic power of the remains of the mythical beast be used for one's own benefit. In addition, as one of the main creators of the trading market, Shongshan knows the key points of these defense facilities. It won't take long for him to break this unique defense mechanism. The immortals hovering in the sky found that Shongshan was changing the distribution of the earth veins, and finally could not help but speak. The eyes of the giant dragon burst into divine light, and the voice came down from the sky. Shongshan, you want to oppose our opinion? Fine. But how can you oppose it? The disaster of the demon god will eventually come. What's the point of your opposition? Can you fight against the demon god? This little fish must be saved. That little fish must be saved as well. Shongshan raised his head, looked at the sky, and said neither humbly nor arrogantly, if it can be delayed for 100 years, it is 100 years, and if it can be delayed for 1,000 years, it is 1,000 years. In just 100 years, everything will change, compared with a 10,000-year plan of my civilization. Which one is more important, you big fish and small fish? The breath of the immortals began to become fierce, and even the surrounding celestial phenomena changed accordingly. More and more demon gods are revived. Without immortals, how can the world be maintained stable? Even though the real sun has set, the sunlight above his head is like the sun, drying the plants and emitting wisps of steam. Shan said to him from a distance, even if we take a new road, it is better than taking this crooked road. What's more, I can only see small fish, not a long-term plan. He suddenly sneered, Yan Yang, you are used to being high and mighty, and you have long forgotten the warmth and coldness of the world. Who came up with this bullshit long-term plan? Even if he is an eternal being, I will spit on him and slap him to the ground. The Yan Yang floating in the sky still had a calm face. Ants are not qualified to talk to dragons. No matter how powerful the ants are, they are just ants. When the time comes, you can just press them to death. Shan laughed, and suddenly a terrifying breath burst out. The earth was shaking, and dark clouds rose up, as if in the next moment, it would cause the sky to collapse and the earth to split. Yan Yang, I carry the power of landslide, can I challenge you? The end of the mountain road is very likely to be a landslide. Now, Shan did not reverse the state of mind, but ignited the fire of life. In a very short time, burning the power of a lifetime can indeed challenge the immortals for a short time. However, after the power of the landslide is burned out, it will be death. Interesting, after Yan Yang felt a breath of the earth-shattering sky, he finally took it seriously. He squinted his eyes and said indifferently, I am waiting for your challenge. Shan snorted coldly and looked at the blue-skinned extraordinary. In the previous battle, the blue-skinned extraordinary had never ended, but shed painful tears. Lan, even you want to take this path? Is death so terrible? Your natural way can't reach the end, so you take a completely different path. Is this really what you expected? Lan was silent and speechless. Perhaps, you have already died a long time ago, and what is left is just some evil thoughts of survival. Come, I will help you get rid of it now. Shan finally broke through the defense formation, took a step forward, and stepped onto this continent with the courage to face death. Just as the two sides were confronting each other, several small carrots suddenly jumped down from the head of the mountain giant. They were his wife Moo and a group of children. He was not sure of winning this battle, but his wife and children insisted on following him, and Shan had no choice. Fortunately, it was gratifying that he actually saw some old friends. He also saw quite a lot of Wanhei people who were willing to help him. Mr. Shan, I swear to be loyal to you until death. Many Wanhei people were directly in tears. They did not want to become the nourishment of the art of reversing artistic conception. They were able to mobilize many defense permissions in the trading market, so rays of light lit up from all directions. This defense formation kept changing. Quickly send these guys to a safe place. Zhang Ming immediately sent the secretary beside him overthrew the space-time ability. It's better to send them back to Earth and live on Turtle Island. Miss Hulu quickly floated over and completed a brief meeting with Mumu's family. Shan's wife, Ms. Mumu, was saying something with a worried look on her face. Her husband was about to die. The force of the landslide was the end of the road. If she didn't reverse her mood, she would lose her life immediately. However, at this moment, she could only force a smile. Xiaobei didn't know where he came from, and he and his friends were playing together. This world is too scary. We'd better not grow up. There are many troubles when we grow up. The little carrots were also silent. This is not a good time to get together. The immortals hovering in the sky made those lively and playful little carrots dare not make a sound. The breath was too terrible and contained a destructive power. That dragon could spray them to death with one breath. But their father wanted to challenge the immortal. They didn't know if their father could survive the terrible war. But this was a fateful war. There was no reason for real warriors to avoid war. I will take you to a safe place. Please follow me. Miss Gord hurriedly took them away. As Shan broke through the formation, the number of civilizations escaping increased significantly, and the war began again. The strong man with bat wings suddenly sprinkled a red light. This is the eternal fire, which has caused great trouble to Zhang Ming. Shan mobilized the power of the earth veins and shouted, "Get up!" A stone pillar suddenly grew out from the ground, like a spear, and shot into the sky, entangled with the red flames, and exploded. Die for me! The dragon turtle charged again and fought with a thick-skinned and thick-fleshed extraordinary person. Due to the betrayal of the local Wanhei people, Shan vaguely obtained the control authority of the earth veins. The remains of the mythical beast buried underground have almost inexhaustible blood power. With the advantage of home court, Shan fought one against many and did not lose the wind. Hurry up, staying here will only hinder us. The giant octopus of the bubble civilization made a prompt decision and started to run away. It was not that he did not want to help, But he had already paid a lot of price for using the strong rules. Now that he came to his senses, he realized that he had just lost his mind and felt a little regretful. I tried my best. On the other hand, if they continued to stay here, they would only be in the way. They were the big fish and the small fish. This small fish needs to be saved, that small fish also needs to be saved. Hurry up and run. Don't waste time. The giant centaur took action and led the way in front. He seemed to have the ability to control the airflow. In a short while, everyone was as light as lightning and moved much faster. The centaur laughed and said, "Although my combat power is not high, I can still help everyone escape." Damn, what kind of monsters are these extraordinary people? They have changed their ways. Hey, those 1A people, where are you going? Although the strength of my centaur civilization is far inferior to that of the 1A civilization, it is still no problem to accept a group of foreigners. As long as my civilization is not destroyed, you will have a bite to eat. The group of 1A civilization staff shook their heads and were unwilling to leave with him. They wanted to stay here and witness the final outcome. Whether alive or dead, the 1A civilization should be the proud existence worthy of loyalty in their hearts. At this moment, there is no need to escape. The middle-level 1A civilization leader pointed to the immortal in the sky and said, "Those invaders are just outsiders. What we have to do now is to help His Excellency Shongshan fight against outsiders. What we have to do now is to let you leave safely. This is our mission, Alice," the centaur leader sighed. The 1A civilization of our community has been operating for 10,000 years and has indeed promoted the development of our community. We should be proud of it. Shi Taiden of the giant mountain civilization hurried over in a streamlined spaceship. The spaceship contained a cave in a pot filled with refugees, and flew away quickly. Shi Taiden roared, "Master Turtle, I will take good care of your group of sea lions and will not let them suffer any grievances." "Humph, who cares about them?" The dragon turtle, who was in a bitter battle, snorted coldly and rushed forward again to fight with a top strong man. At the same time, the advanced transportation vehicles at various airports of the 1A civilization, carrying various civilizations, took off one after another and fled to the distance. They faithfully completed the last task, to send the civilizations in the trading market back to their respective hometowns. On the contrary, the 9 civilizations that took a new path were somewhat surprised by the scene in front of them, and they were stunned one by one. This scene looked like a great unity of civilizations. The great unity of civilizations is really an illusory and beautiful dream, or even a delusion. As soon as this word is said, it feels childish. Individuals have their own ideas, and civilizations have their own ideas. Desires naturally lead to conflicts and disputes. The great unity of civilizations is the supreme dream of the Gadwa, and it seems to have been truly realized at this moment, although it is only a short-term realization under high pressure. But this scene is indeed inexplicably touching. Sometimes the dividing line between justice and evil is not so obvious. If it can be noble, who doesn't want to be noble? Several top strong men quietly took action to cover the chaotic aftermath of the attack to avoid greater casualties. Even the leaders of civilizations who took a new path turned a blind eye. "Let's go. Don't fight, let's go." The Hulk of the Green for civilization threw out a bunch of green flowers before leaving. "This is the healing medicine of my civilization. You have to take it yourself. Take care, everyone. The fierce battle has reached a white-hot level." These helpers left, and Shongshan, Zhang Ming, Shimama and Longa were still too strenuous to challenge 11 people. These are all strong men who have walked a road to the end, with thousands of years of accumulation and rich combat experience. Fortunately, Zhang Ming teleported back and forth, and was more slippery than a loach. The 2 turtles were proficient in defense, and Shongshan mastered the power of the earth veins, and continuously extracted the blood power of the remains of the divine beast, so that he could barely maintain the balance of offense and defense. Suddenly, Zhang Ming saw that most of the people had evacuated, and there was a brief void in the rules on the field. No matter how strong these extraordinary people were, they would also be mentally exhausted and relaxed. He took a deep breath and sensed that an excellent opportunity had appeared. He immediately sent the world nemesis in his hand out. "I don't know if this thing can still be used, so I threw it out first. Even if it hits someone, it will hurt. Close your eyes quickly." The huge iron ball suddenly appeared in the battlefield, next to defensive ability user, and a tragic explosion occurred, and the sky was white. A spherical ball of light continued to extend outward. The dazzling light burned everything, the space was distorted, and even the sound disappeared. At this moment, Only the pale white light continued to expand in the air. Many refugees who ran far away were blown to the point of bleeding in their ears by the huge roar. But they could not care too much, and struggled to get up and continue to run away. This is not a hydrogen bomb, but a world nemesis from the giant mountain civilization, a vacuum implosion bomb. Zhang Ming didn't know what the principle was, but the power was really great. He quickly teleported to a farther place. The dragon turtle felt that his ears were deaf and cursed. "You are so strong, but you still like to play insidious. Thinking back to the beginning, I was tricked by the bomb you dropped, and my neck was burnt." It had shrunk its shell long ago, and black light rose from its shell, protecting itself tightly. And the others were blown up. The power of this world nemesis is indeed fierce and abnormal. The violent light instantly blew up the field of several top strong men. They are indeed rich in combat experience, but facing this kind of weapon of mass destruction, no matter how they defend themselves, they were still blown into charcoal in a short moment. There were also several people who were directly blown down from the sky. And their lives and deaths were unknown. Once these strong men were scattered, it was possible to defeat them one by one. The red light in Zhang Ming's eyes flashed, and he took out the stone of rules, teleported to the side of the cursor, and slapped him fiercely. I have to admit that this person is extremely powerful and maintained his field in an instant. A green gas came out of the field and attacked Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming's bones were tingling all over his body, and his flesh was deformed. This deformed power was indeed turbulent. Zhang Ming did not add too many extraordinary spirits to his body, and all kinds of colorful spots suddenly appeared. "It's you who dare to curse me all the time, Zhang Ming." This man became more and more violent as he was injured. After fighting for so long, Zhang Ming still couldn't guess what road this guy was building. But he was too lazy to guess. The stone of rules in his hand turned into a ball of black light and smashed it fiercely. The ancient rules were so violent that they instantly broke through the green field and blew the other party to spit blood. The peak transcendent even briefly regained his self-awareness, awakening from that chaotic and hazy state. He glared, but he could not defeat the power of the ancient rules. The field was broken and his clothes turned to ashes. At this moment, no one could help. Shongshan, Zhang Ming was also affected by the stone of rules, and felt a little dizzy. With a loud shout, Shongshan understood and stomped on the ground. A huge stone pillar rose instantly. With a boom, the stone pillar turned into a stone mountain, pressing the transcendent directly underneath. The next moment, Zhang Ming teleported to a strong man who was proficient in illusion. He now had only one arm and one leg, but he was extremely fast, bursting out with the ferocity of a beast, and even felt that the more he fought, the smoother he felt. The other party was proficient in illusion and was a psychic, and his physique was not high. Zhang Ming took the stone of rules and simply slapped him viciously. The lean male who was proficient in illusion also reacted very quickly and pulled out the stick he had on his waist. But the speed difference between the two sides was huge. The rule stone flashed and suddenly teleported to the back of his head. After colliding with his head, it made a bang sound like a winter melon. The strong man screamed and fell from the sky. Zhang Ming also spit out a mouthful of blood. The power of the rule stone was too violent. He teleported the rule stone, and the backlash he suffered was particularly great. But he had no time to rest. More strong men rushed over. As the sounds of shouting and roaring rang out, Zhang Ming threw out an iron egg without thinking. Although there was only one world nemesis, other extraordinary people were not aware of it. After seeing this big iron ball, they were still in shock and retreated and fled. At the same time, where Zhang Ming appeared, there was a mountain rising. This was Shongshan's protection for him. Shongshan, cut off this mountain quickly. It is connected to the ground. I can't teleport these peaks, okay? Shongshan understood. The two of them started to cooperate directly. These small mountains weighing tens of thousands of tons rose from the ground like bamboo shoots after rain. They were teleported to the sky and smashed down from the air. They were not ordinary rocks, but carried part of the power of the earth veins. The stones were heavy and hard, like asteroids. Even if the physique of a superhuman was hit, it would be either dead or injured. And there was no way to avoid the mountains that teleported to the top of the head. It was simply a must-hit ability, and the only way was to rely on defense. Boom. Boom. Teleporting such a heavy object consumed a lot, but Zhang Ming teleported the boulder as if it didn't cost anything. The earth was roaring, and the ground of the entire area was forcibly sunk by this terrifying meteor shower. Some people who were fleeing were stunned, staring at the mountains in the sky hitting the ground like raindrops. Is this the movement that a superhuman can make? Although there was Shongshan's help, everyone could see that the main fighter was still Zhang Ming. Huge rocks, stones of rules, and purple thunder fell from the sky, with a roar that was endless, as if the end of the world had come. In the end, the most defensive superhuman, holding a shield, spit out blood, and fell to the ground. The 11 top superhumans were all defeated. They won. The special ability is really strong. The old zombie of the burial civilization did not go down in person, and said with some shock, "If I encounter this kind of fighting style, I can only use a large-scale field to cover the surrounding space and compete with it in endurance. However, the stone that exudes the terrifying power of rules can break the field. Alice, no matter how he thinks, he can't beat it, and he will be defeated in an instant. Fortunately, he is just a bystander." The immortal next to him said, "He is cursed and poisoned, and with such a high fighting power, I'm afraid he can't hold on for too long. But it's still easy to kill you. If he can teleport to a larger mountain and carry the ultimate weapon, he can even threaten me." Yan Yang sighed softly. Things are unpredictable. This space ability user is the one who has the most hope of becoming immortal here, not you who is taking advantage of the situation and trying to bury others. Even if you become immortal, I'm afraid you can't do anything to him. The old zombie was speechless and embarrassed. All the fear in the world comes from insufficient firepower. If a planet can be teleported, the Eternal can be crushed to death. And those people from the 1A civilization were also shocked, and then they reacted and cheered softly. "Lord Yan Yang, Shongshan has almost no consumption now, and he will challenge you soon, then let him come up," the immortal in the form of a dragon said indifferently. Shongshan did not consume much. He just borrowed some power from the earth veins and still maintained his prime. However, Zhang Ming was really a little overwhelmed at the moment. In the previous battle, he was deeply entangled with curses and toxins, lost one hand and one leg, and just endured the distortion field and the violent rules of the Stone of Rules. This ancient violent rule can be tolerated at ordinary times, but now it is simply the last straw that breaks the camel's back. With so many scars added up, he was almost exhausted, and even couldn't fly in the sky. However, Zhang Ming didn't care about his injuries at all, and laughed. "Shongshan, I helped you get rid of these troubles, you can go forward and challenge the guy who is high in the sky." "Haha, thank you brother. 1A civilization's own affairs are really troublesome to you." Shongshan laughed. The situation of Shimima and Longa was equally bad. Shimima's personal ability was not enough to support this top-level extraordinary war. As for Longa, it did not fully recover its health, but hurriedly joined the battle and was seriously injured. Now, 11 people have been knocked down in a row, and they are all in a state of exhaustion. Only Shongshan, who is in his prime, and the last person, Lan, who stood there motionless, were left. However, in the next moment, Lan, who had been silent all this time, suddenly wiped the tears from his cheeks with his palm. His eyes gradually regained their spirit, and he sighed deeply. "Alice, I still can't let go of everything here, and I can't take the opposite path. Lord Yan Yang, I'm sorry, I offended you." Yan Yang in the sky sighed. "Your own choice has nothing to do with me. Now that things have come to this, there is nothing to say. If you want to die today, then die today." Chapter 474 The End of the War. Shongshan and Lan walked to flat ground. Lan is a very magical and talented person. When he was born, flowers were blooming, grass was growing, and birds were flying. Nature seemed to be singing for him. He is also a natural genius who is good at following the way of nature. He is a super genius that only appears once in thousands of communities. His eyes can even discover the existence of the world, so he travels around the world, leaving the mark of wisdom, enlightening civilization, and leaving laughter. He has a gentle and kind personality. Even if he encounters a treasure, he will only take a scoop from the 3,000 weak waters. However, one day, he encountered a bottleneck. This is normal. Even the most talented people will still have bottlenecks. His self-awareness is slowly decreasing, and he is sleeping more and more. The way of nature is not as gentle as imagined. Nature has a gentle and kind side, and also a violent and ruthless side. In other words, no matter how talented he is, he has only walked half of the way of nature. But because his talent is too strong, even half of the way of nature can already be reversed. "Shongshan, I haven't seen you for a long time. Do you have a good wine to treat me to a glass?" Lan laughed after waking up. Shan took a deep breath and laughed out loud when he saw his friend, the prodigal son, return to his true self. No, only a fart, Shan said. Today I will challenge the immortals. This day next year will be my Memorial Day. There is no way forward. It was already dark outside, and dark clouds were pressing down on the city. Except for the Wanhei people of this community who stayed here, most of the civilizations had already fled. Lord Lan has woken up. Many Wanhei people cheered, their blood boiling. Lan looked at so many Wanhei people, and 2 lines of tears flowed from his eyes. He turned back and laughed. So many people cheered for me, which means I was indeed wrong. At this moment, Zhang Ming was in a state of confusion. He had never suffered such a serious injury in his life. The curse power and toxins in his body were still destroying his body. In addition, he was the first person to stand up. After fighting for so long and teleporting to the mountains, even if he was rich, he could not replenish his mental power instantly. The battle just now really exhausted his mental power. Suddenly, the earth shook and he was wrapped up by several raised boulders. Zhang Ming knew that this was Zhang Shan's protection for him, so that he would not be shaken to death by the aftermath of the battle. I tried my best. All humans and Honggang people escaped. As for the ending, I really can't care too much, Zhang Ming murmured, his consciousness becoming more and more blurred. Anyway, he tried his best, and defeated 7 or 8 extraordinary people. He tried his best. Just when Zhang Ming was about to fall into coma, Zhang Shan's voice reached his ears. Brother Zhang, my awakening time is coming soon. I must activate the landslide technique to change the layout of the earth veins. I have the ability to recognize people, and you have merits. I know it's you at a glance. The mythical beast buried here is the Zhongshan god, which has the great power to change the power of the earth veins. The voice was very generous. The Wanhei civilization uses this as a layout to destroy the entire world community. Once my landslide technique is activated, it will disperse the blood power of the Zhongshan god, but stabilize this world, so that this world community can persist longer in the disaster of the netherworld. Zhang Ming opened his mouth and found that he didn't even have the strength to speak. Zhongshan laughed and said, but the immortal in the sky will not agree to this, so I want to challenge him and fight to my heart's content. Brother Zhang, you are a genius with a bright future. There is no need to be buried here with me. So I will send you away in time. I will send you to an interesting place. How about it? Where? I want to go home, Zhang Ming said in a daze. Zhongshan said, Brother Zhang, your injuries are too serious. You have been eroded by many strong rules. You are only hanging on with one breath. It is difficult to recover. The place I send you to can help you heal these injuries. It's just that it's more complicated there. To be precise, it's where many demons are anchored. It's the place of 4 wars. Wanhei civilization has its own reasons for doing this. There are so many places of 4 wars like that. It's almost unbearable. Of course I have to go and see it. Zhang Ming smiled. He also realized that this time the injury was very serious. The outside world was shaking, and the sky and the earth were vast, as if even the entire sky had collapsed. Zhang Ming hid in the boulder and could not see the outside world, but he could feel the increasingly strong breath. The power of rules was everywhere, breaking all the protective devices of the trading market. But he heard Zhongshan say again, the so-called immortals, in the old mythological era, could mobilize the power of heaven and earth and use the power of heaven and earth to suppress the enemy. This is countless times stronger than the extraordinary people relying on themselves. There are rules between heaven and earth. It is difficult for the rules that one controls to defeat the power of heaven and earth. However, in the new world, the methods of mobilizing the power of heaven and earth in the past are all ineffective. Even the original immortals can't mobilize the power of heaven and earth, not even the eternal ones. The old masters, countless talents, have found 2 ways out after struggling. First, imitate the world's way. Second, imitate the demon god's way. Zhongshan knew that he didn't have much time left, and like a guide, he guided Zhang Ming on the road ahead. Although the two didn't spend much time together, many friendships don't need to be measured by time. These mysteries are precious and cannot be measured by money. Ordinary civilizations simply cannot possess this knowledge. Only civilizations with ancient heritage can find solutions after much hard work. They are all secrets that cannot be passed on. Of course, the philosophy of Wanhei civilization is very open. If you meet someone who is destined to know, it is not a bad idea to reveal it to them. My Wanhei civilization adopts the way of imitating the world. When a path anchored by the mind comes to an end, it means that one can regard oneself as a world, The heart, lungs, kidneys and liver are all part of the self-world. This is also the main reason why those with reversed artistic conception find it difficult to prove the eternal. Without personality, the world is incomplete. The way of nirvana annihilates everything, so how can one regard oneself as the world? When everything is nirvana, it will be difficult to move forward. In short, by regarding the self as the world, one can use the power of the source of the world to remobilize the power of heaven and earth. I will teach you this method. After this, if one can become a real world and produce the source of the world by oneself, then one is the so-called eternal. Eternals have the same lifespan as the world. The world is immortal, and so are eternals. But I don't know the specific method. You can only explore it yourself, or join the 1A civilization. Zhang Ming blinked twice, still without speaking. Zhang Shan sighed slightly when he said this, and injected a gentle earth vein power into Zhang Ming's body. From this perspective, the route of the peak civilization is indeed a shortcut. It can't be said to be a shortcut, but a broad road in the new era. If you want life to simulate the world and imitate nature, you have to go through untold hardships, and you need peerless talent and a long inheritance. These conditions are indispensable. It's really too difficult. But what about cultivating the world's will? It is the embodiment of the world, and it is easy to mobilize the power of heaven and earth. It is an instinct. As long as it has spiritual intelligence, the world will itself as the top power among the strong. From this perspective, the emergence of the new road has indeed changed the pattern of the times. Zhang Shan finally said slowly, "Hey, don't resent the 1A civilization. The world is so vast and people are different. 1A can accommodate all kinds of strange ideas, so it has developed to this point. There are many factions. How can it be so easy to distinguish between good and bad people? It's all just a struggle for interests." Now, I will pass on the 1A method to Brother Zhang. You are also a person of 1A civilization. If you can become an immortal one day, I hope Brother Zhang can replace me and protect the world. 1A is the first line against a demon god. Some things are not as simple as imagined. As for my wife and children, since they have left here and have no worries about their lives, there is no need to worry too much. The young eagle will always have a day to spread its wings and fly high. Zhang Shan is very free and easy, and he looks at these things very openly. As for the way of the demon god, I don't know. Maybe it's too difficult to start. After explaining the aftermath, he was silent for a moment and looked at the direction where the aircraft left in the sky. In silence, Zhang Ming wanted to ask something, but found that he really had no strength at all. He couldn't say a word. He was in a daze, relying on his willpower to hold on. Or maybe he didn't know what to say. Brother Zhang, I'll send you away now. When you get there, bury yourself in the soil. Maybe you can recover. Landslide technique. The most terrifying magical power was activated at this moment. That was the power that Zhang Shan had accumulated for his entire life. Mountains always have their limits, and they will eventually collapse when they grow. But this is not a reversal of artistic conception, but the end of a road. As the landslide technique was activated, Zhang Shan became bigger and bigger. He continued to absorb the power of the earth veins, wanting to compete with the gods. His face was a little painful, but he was extremely resolute. This power lasted for a short time. But he had to do more in this short time. The whole world shook, mountains rose up, the ocean roared, and the sky really collapsed at this moment. The background of nothingness was exposed, which was the original color of the universe. A huge space-time storm appeared near the trading market. When this trading market was established, there was naturally a corresponding reason for the site selection. This is a weak zone of time and space. Using the remains of the Zhang Shan god to suppress this place can reduce many natural disasters. But Zhang Shan god is the reason for success and failure. After thousands of years, too much energy has accumulated here. Once the power of the earth veins here is activated, it can cause a series of chain reactions, leading to the collapse of the entire world community space. You disperse the blood power of the Zhang Shan god, and the 1A people are handed over to me for protection. Lan also shouted and attacked the remaining strong man. Waves of green halos appeared on the ground, and the trees began to grow violently, sheltering all the 1A people who have persisted until now. Interesting, the immortal in the sky raised his head high, with cold light in his eyes. You destroy the remains of the Zhang Shan god, and you are my enemy. However, according to the rules of the 1A civilization, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. If you succeed, I will not embarrass the 1A people in this community. The light of the sun flowed like gold, and it was about to evaporate everything in the world. Then come on, Zhang Shan laughed loudly, and threw the mount where Zhang Ming was, towards the direction of the space-time storm, and also grabbed several of his companions and threw them in. Ah, Shimama barked wildly. Zhang Shan jumped high, and the sun collided with a giant mountain, a violent collision. The mountain really collapsed. The power of this blow was too amazing, and it once again penetrated the space background, causing a great destruction. The powerful space-time storm sucked in a large number of things. All the onlookers were deaf again. Gu Shunjing and Jia Huangjin, who were still watching there, had bleeding ears and turned into war correspondents. These two guys boasted that they had excellent ability to save their lives, and they were still watching there, which was no different from being crazy. Archaeologist Gu Shunjing was fanatical. This is a mythical war. A battle of the immortal level. Zhang Shan, kill that high-ranking guy. Oh no. Brother Zhang fell into the time and space storm. Should we chase him and get him back? What? What are you talking about? Jia Huangjin covered his ears, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and was almost going crazy. He held a piece of light and shadow stone and kept recording, thinking that this image could be sold for a lot of money in other communities. I don't know where the person flew to, and I can't get him back. Jia Huangjin's face suddenly changed. My sack is still with him. That sack is very valuable, and there are many props in it. That was a space prop, and he was heartbroken when he lost one. Soon, Boss Jia comforted himself that he would ask for it back when they met in the future. Gu Shunjing shook his head and comforted himself. Forget it, Brother Zhang is so strong, he should not die. I said, should we save more people? What about the people of 1A civilization? Our so many people bear it together. Jia Huangjin said, there are many shelters built here. Those ordinary people should be hiding in the shelters. There are thousands of 1A civilizations, which are more powerful than you think. Don't worry that they have no way out. However, Zhang Shan has accumulated a lifetime of strength, but he is not an immortal after all. I am afraid he can't defeat the scorching sun flying in the sky. The scorching sun is getting brighter and brighter. With the distortion of light and the roar of awe-inspiring mountains and rivers, the battle between the rules is getting more and more intense. The two guys can't hold on any longer. Let's stop here. We must run away. Jia Huangjin dragged Gu Shunjing and dived underground. The blood of the Shangbu clan is very special. It has the ability of earth escape. This ability is not too powerful in fighting, but it is a life-saving weapon. The other 9 civilizations that took the new path also witnessed this earth-shaking horror war, and the observation instruments in the distance were broken one after another. They looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They gained a new understanding of the evaluation of the old strong. Although the world will is strong, it is often more suitable for construction and not good at fighting. After all, the world will is the consciousness of all living beings. If the will of a world is fierce and aggressive, the society inside is really unimaginable. Immortals have no such restrictions. Millions of extraordinary spirits, low-cost strong rules, and battles that mobilize the power of heaven and earth are really terrible. The fierce battle lasted until dawn. As the sun rose again, the battle ended. The original trading market turned into a plateau. Yan Yang still floated above the sky, looking down at all living beings coldly and ruthlessly. He won. As a strong man among the immortals, victory is a matter of course. Except for a few scales falling off, there are not many scars. But he didn't win. Zhang Shan almost merged with the remains of Zhang Shan God, and there was no way to activate the power of the earth veins and trigger the space collapse of this world community. Yan Yang's expression remained calm, as if nothing in the world could cause him to change his mood. He was thinking about what to do next. None of the 11 people who reversed their mood seemed to succeed. Instead, Lan, who finally woke up, stood on the plateau, quietly in a daze, and was also dying. Yan Yang sighed in his heart that he had not accomplished anything on this trip. He suddenly noticed that a small seedling had grown at the highest point of the plateau. The seedling looked very ordinary at first glance, but it was green and full of vitality. He fell into deep thought, and was fairly shocked by this small seedling. Yan Yang, did you fail? The shadow of an old man suddenly appeared beside the dragon. He was not big, only about 1.7 meters tall, with a head full of white hair, looking ordinary, and his skin was a little dark, as if he was just an old man who had been growing vegetables in the fields for many years. As you expected, we lost, Yan Yang said very politely. During the whole process, many heroes emerged. There are even immortals. I don't know if this line is right or wrong, Alice, If so many civilizations united and cooperated, there would not be so many things, and we don't need them. This may be the so-called heavens disaster. The great will in the dark will prevent many things from happening. It may also be that things are in the hands of people, and such things are difficult to say clearly. The seed of the immortal, the old man was surprised. Well, there are people who are more talented than Shongshan and Lan, but I don't know where he comes from. We need to investigate. Mr. Guiguzi, there are so many immortals missing. How should we deal with the resurrection of the demon god next? The old man named Guiguzi suddenly saw the small, vibrant seedling and couldn't help laughing. See, that's the new hope of the old road. Living a second life is also considered to have completed a mountain path and can prove immortality. The mountain did collapse. This is the end of a road. But Shongshan always adheres to his own philosophy and guards a world to the last moment. But what is this tiny seedling? It seems to be Shongshan's second life. This is so strange and amazing. It's as if Shongshan didn't die and came back to life. Yan Yang suddenly realized, did you expect it? Reversing artistic conception is really not a good idea. I don't like people who reverse artistic conception, but the whole situation requires it. Resurrecting the second life, although you have to practice from the beginning, you can go all the way on the mountain road smoothly without bottlenecks. The more he thought about it, the more shocked he became. This is simply a road that can be comparable to the new road. Being able to bypass the huge defect of mind anchoring is really no different from creating the world. Moreover, even if the qualifications are a little worse, there is no need to use the art of artistic conception reversal, and practice the disgusting thing of the way of extinction. This is a broad road. But how did Shongshan live a second life? How did he come back to life? It's really too strange. The dragon thought about it for a long time but couldn't figure it out. Guiguzi smiled and said, no, I can't predict everything, but there's always new hope in the world. Find his wife and ask her how she was resurrected. By the way, investigate where the seed of the immortal came from, bring Lan back, don't let him die. Yan Yang sighed softly and smiled bitterly. My image in this community is probably in a mess. I can only do it slowly and secretly to stop the child from crying at night. Chapter 475 Mr. Zhang's name spread. Time passed day by day. This horrific war, called the One-Hai War, was too shocking for the civilization of this community. The high civilization slaughtered the low civilization, just like killing a chicken. The peaceful demoncy was just an illusion on the surface. The confrontation between the new and old paths, the battles between the top masters, made them realize that the masters they had cultivated were all inferior to the mainstream. The gap was too big. For most mediocre civilizations without enough inheritance, the new path is the real road to success in the new era. Only by cultivating the world's will can we better protect ourselves. This trend of the times is a change in the cognitive level of all civilizations. Even an immortal as strong as Yan Yang cannot bring any changes. The disappearance of the one-hay trading market also had a more far-reaching chain reaction on the political environment of this community. As the only neutral place for friendly exchanges in this world community, it suddenly disappeared. Other civilizations simply do not have enough credibility and strength to rebuild a similar trading market. Without this market, the lack of communication opportunities is a common loss for all civilizations. Of course, some powerful civilizations and some weak civilizations have formed offensive and defensive alliances. Through this alliance, they can still communicate with each other. There are also some civilizations that conquer each other and secretly attack other civilizations to obtain the source of the world and the will of the world. In addition, there are a large number of civilizations that have leaped over from the neighboring communities, and the number of destroyer civilizations has increased significantly. Alice, it is really the collapse of rituals and music, and the storm is coming. The destroyer civilization was a legend in the past, but now it is really hard to distinguish. Morality and other things everywhere have become a burden. Wang Fuman sighed. He was receiving the spacecraft of the One-A civilization on the Friendship Island. The human, snake and Honggang working groups that stayed in the trading market were all sent back by this spacecraft. From this perspective, the One-A civilization of this community has indeed completed the best service and completed the final security guarantee work for customers. There is nothing to be picky about. Without such a friendly civilization, many things are really not convenient at all. Wang Fuman sighed, and then he was a little confused. Where will your spaceship, these staff, and many civilians go in the future? The One-Hay man in blue and white uniform smiled and said, thank you for your kindness. One-Hay civilization, The world is our home. We still call ourselves one A civilization. We will go to other, safer world communities and try to establish new trading markets. Of course, our branch will not do our best to cultivate too many strong people. We will try to take a new path. We think that is a brighter path. Although the moral quality and ideology of some new civilizations are disgusting, we are us and they are them. That's good too. I hope we can meet again, and then go to the market you built to spend some money. Wang Fumin smiled. The Wanhei civilization of this community, even if it has suffered such a big change, is still a lean camel that is bigger than a horse. It does not need humans to care too much. And they will definitely survive. The Batman said again, according to the Immortal Lord's words, Shangshan finally strengthened the power of the earth veins of this community, which can make our community last for 100 years, maybe 200 years, or 300 years, but your civilization still needs to prepare for space jumps. For an industrial civilization, 100 years can already produce a lot of changes. In addition, as time goes by, the resource replenishment points for space jumps in the outside world may decrease, so you must be mentally prepared. Wang Fumin quickly understood what the other party meant. 100 years later, all the communities next door were covered by the Nether Realm, and only their community had not been destroyed. As a result, this world community became the only surviving isolated island in the Nether Realm disaster. It would be even more difficult to find resource replenishment points if we jump again at that time. If we jump now, many world communities outside are still alive and can replenish supplies at any time. Just like many civilizations in the neighboring communities, they can also enjoy the blue sky and white clouds, go to the trading market, and get a chance to breathe. But who doesn't want 100 years of development time? Humans are indeed not ready for the jump. In short, the longer the delay, the more difficult it will be to jump out. Once the isolated island is destroyed, the outside will be all the netherworld, and it will be extremely difficult to escape. Sir, do you think the garrison route is better or the jump route is better? Lao Wang asked again. Faced with such a major event of civilization, the Wanhei people did not dare to neglect and replied seriously. The source of the netherworld disaster is still a mystery. There is also competition among the demons, and the mutual restraint between the demons is an important means to maintain the stability of the world. If the demons did not fight against the demons, the world would have perished long ago. This truth is indeed a bit terrifying. Both Lao Wang and the snake man behind him had a grim face. The worker said again, perhaps the netherworld is just an external manifestation of the radiation of the demon's ability. We cannot judge what it will do, and it is difficult to predict the duration and scope of the netherworld disaster, but no matter what, jumping is always a safer choice. That's right, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Wang Fumin sighed. The middle-level leader of the Wanhei civilization seemed to have figured out a lot, and smiled and said, next, we will teach some knowledge about the Industrial Revolution, bloodline technology, and preliminary space theory knowledge in this community for free. With this knowledge, building a primary spacecraft is no problem, but we can't teach unique technology either. That requires the cooperation of the world's will, and we don't have the world's will of major civilizations. For some known backward civilizations, we will find a way to make them grow a little. 100 or 200 years is not a lot of time, but it's not a small amount either. Just like Mr. Shangshan's last wish, we have to save big fish and small fish. We will put it into practice. Do you want to join the Civilization Communication Alliance? You don't have to do too much. Just broadcast some knowledge to the outside world every year and help some weak civilizations to the best of your ability. Wang Fumin took a deep breath. They were ashamed of their open-mindedness. If it's just using electromagnetic waves to broadcast information, we can naturally join. Even humans themselves don't have any bloodline technology or space theory, so they can be considered to have benefited from it. Especially bloodline technology, humans have never studied it at all. Although the old road is not easy to walk, the weak transcendents are still transcendents. You can't expect that every transcendent is as perverted as Lao Zhang and Zhuangshan, but weak transcendents can be useful in certain situations. Lao Wang smiled bitterly and said, but don't force it too much. There are many civilizations that are like mud that can't be helped. Their social system is backward. Falling into it will only make you upset. Wanhei people smiled and said, of course we know this, and we are not so stubborn, we are just helping a little. More civilizations can only save themselves. He suddenly thought of something. There is another important news. The giant mountain civilization and the bubble civilization of this community have taken the lead in forming a small communication platform. This communication platform can be used to exchange information at ordinary times. If there is a sale of unique technology, it can also be carried out mutually. Do you want to participate in it? I can be the leader, of course. We are willing to join, Lao Wang said hurriedly. There are a total of 4 civilizations on our side. Joining this small platform, the strength should not be weak. Your alliance has strong people of that level, so there is naturally no problem. Don't worry too much, the Wanhei people said with a smile. It is foreseeable that without a strong enough intermediate platform like Wanhei, future transactions will be inconvenient and there will be some security issues. Just like when humans met the snake people, the transition from the law of the jungle to friendly harmony was just a moment. Moreover, there will never be a dazzling array of goods to choose from like in the trading market. It is too regrettable. Fortunately, after a war, everyone has a little friendship and will not attack each other. Fortunately, we have bought most of the things we should buy. The leader of the snake people, Heikui, thought to himself, if it takes a few more months, it will be bad. Finally, please be careful about the frequent appearance of the destroyer civilization. The world in the future will no longer be like the many civilizations in the neighboring communities in the past. Their ideology is different from ours. They have all experienced war and are more devoted to the law of the jungle. The messenger of the Wanhei civilization bowed and walked onto the spaceship. All humans, snake people, Honggang people, and Akara people saluted him. These messengers of the Wanhei civilization are indeed precious and respectable objects. May the world last forever, and civilization last forever. Yes, may the world last forever, and civilization last forever. This sentence seemed to be a polite remark at the beginning. It was just to say hello when meeting, so as to avoid the embarrassment of having nothing to say. Nowadays, people have fully felt the weight of this sentence. It is the vision of the Godwa, an unattainable dream. The stars in the night sky, the pearls in the gravel, the oasis in the desert, and the tender shoots in the dead grass. It is really too heavy. The last to get off the spacecraft were Mumu's family. As for Shongshan's family, Lao Wang naturally did not dare to neglect them and personally received them. In fact, these little carrot people have little contact with strangers and have some social phobia, so Lao Wang arranged them in the quiet and leisurely Xuanwu world. There are turtles and tree people in that place, all of which are very Buddhist species. They bask in the sun all day long and do not need any survival resources. It's nothing to have one more plant race. As for the location of the Great Academy of Sciences and the Great Knowledge Academy, they are located 10 kilometers away from the Turtle Island. Just like some of Zhang Ming's future plans, the Xuanwu world will become the center of the union of the 4 major civilizations. The only thing that worries Wang Fumin is, Lao Zhang, is he still alive? The answer to this question, the envoy of the Wanhei civilization believes that Mr. Shongshan threw Zhang Ming into the time and space storm at the last moment. Zhang Ming is likely to be alive. Of course, even if Lao Zhang is dead, in this historical background, the union of civilizations is still a very natural thing. The outside world is more terrible than they imagined. Weak civilizations are simply vegetables picked in the vegetable garden. The powerful civilizations do not launch attacks purely because of the secrecy of the world and the heavenly disaster in the dark. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon of that day, the first multi-civilization joint meeting officially began. Mr. Zhang's name has spread among us. He is known as the strongest extraordinary person in this community. The snake people and the Honggang people discussed from the bottom of their hearts, with joy on their faces. Although the new road is the kingly way now, the influence of this level of strong people is still great. Shimama and Lord Longa are also super strong. So our alliance is really full of strong people. I don't know when they can come back. In addition, Mumu's husband, Shongshan, is also a top strong man. This alliance is really extraordinary. Of course, in everyone's mind, Shongshan is dead, which makes people sigh. This widow must be taken care of. There are quite a lot of representatives attending the meeting. In addition to humans, snake people, Honggang people and Akara people, there are also the patriarch of the Xuanwu clan, Lao Bai, the old tree people of the Green Tree civilization, and Shongshan's wife Mumu. Although the latter 3 races are just soy sauce, formalism is indispensable. Inviting them to participate in this kind of meeting at least means that all races are equal and there is no relationship between superiors and subordinates. If more civilizations join in the future, it can be regarded as a good demonstration. What's more, Shang Shan's wife Mumu is really scary in the eyes of everyone. Are you kidding? That's Shang Shan's wife? There is no civilization that dares to bully. Hello, friends, comrades. The world situation has changed dramatically. The spread of the Netherrealm disaster has been delayed for 100 years, but the union of civilizations is still imminent. The spokesperson on the human side spoke in standard spiritual language, commissioned by Mr. Zhang and Mr. Shi. The Zhuanwu world will become a permanent neutral place and a place for exchanges of science, technology and academics among our multiple civilizations. We are willing to invest in building a large exchange site of 500 square kilometers on the Turtle Island. All civilizations expressed their willingness to contribute some funds for construction. Infrastructure projects can be completed by even the most inexperienced Akara civilization alone. No matter how turbulent the outside world is, the union of civilizations is a very complicated matter after all, and it must be done step by step. Therefore, each civilization is ready to start with academic exchanges. There is no need to keep some theoretical knowledge to oneself. Many theoretical knowledge published by the 1A civilization can be studied together. After all, each civilization has some new ideas and new perspectives. For example, bloodline technology was originally only owned by the snake people. Working together will make progress faster. For cutting-edge technologies such as the World Cube and the Universal Furnace, no one has much objection to putting them in this Zhuanwu world. In addition, this conference has a more important point, promoting the construction of the intellectual property system. Brothers should settle accounts clearly. Some theoretical knowledge can indeed be shared. But when it comes to interests, it is almost impossible to contribute completely selflessly. Therefore, promoting the intellectual property system and allowing major civilizations to make profits through technology has become a key point of this conference. As long as the intellectual property system is perfect, it can accelerate the development of trade. Humans, snake people, and Hongang people all have unique technologies. Although Akara civilization does not have unique technology at present, it also has precious minerals, gold and sand. What's more, this is also a technological civilization. As long as it knows shame and encourage, it still has the ability to rise. Among the goods purchased from the trade market this time, there are also many technologies that can promote people's livelihood. These things need to be developed before they can be used more perfectly. The essence of the economy is circulation and exchange. There is no end to the money in the world. The extra-large market is definitely a huge cake. Therefore, as long as the cooperation lasts for a long time, it is not easy to separate, which lays the foundation for further development. Ms. Mumu listened to these topics and felt a little fresh. She came here at the invitation of Miss Hulu. Otherwise, they will follow the 1A civilization and leave this community. She is very satisfied with the living environment of the Zhuanwu world, and the children are also satisfied. Therefore, it is not bad to settle here for a long time. She said, yeah. Children should also be influenced by modern education when they grow up. Zhuanwu clan elder Lao Bai, that's right. We turtles should also join in the construction. There is also a very smart little tree next to Mumu, like a phantom, visible but intangible, which is the world will possessed by Zhang Ming. This little tree is very smart, and it seems to be smarter than the world will of any civilization or any world present. As time goes by, it is faintly expressing something. Its wisdom is different from the wisdom of normal life forms. As a group consciousness, it has global and macro-level wisdom. Like a beehive, it can calculate the best way for civilizations to unite. In a way, it actually does not understand the emotions of intelligent species. Of course, for this little tree, the only exceptions may be Zhang Ming, Shi Mama, Xiao Bei, Hulu and others. Zhang Ming is a real relative, while Xiao Bei, Shi Mama and Hulu are trustworthy objects. Yeah, Mumu suddenly whispered. But this sentence scared many people who were discussing the design of intellectual property laws. What this sentence means is, do you want to eliminate reproductive isolation? I can help you get the lake water in the yellow sand world to eliminate reproductive isolation. The plan to eliminate reproductive isolation was discussed in detail and temporarily shelved. This plan is good, but it is too early. No matter what, we have to contact and communicate first, right? The other discussion projects are progressing quite smoothly. It can be foreseen that the new wave of large-scale construction is opening at the fastest speed. The only trouble is, where did Lao Zhang, the leader who is most suitable for overall planning, go? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.